Chapter 121 Results and Distribution. After the two mining vehicles started working, Song-Chi still wanted to go somewhere else to have a look. The mining vehicles all have onboard intelligence, and can mine by themselves, and they only need to come back to collect them later. But after thinking about it, he finally gave up the idea of leaving. The floating land under his feet is not small, and whether there are creatures on it that can threaten the second-level puppets is still unknown. Song-Chi still thinks it is better to let the sky stay and guard it personally. Besides, all four mining vehicles have been sent out to work. Even if he wants to mine other mineral resources with his own hands, he can only mine 1 or 200 tons in more than 20 hours. It is really unnecessary. It is not a strategic resource such as titanium crystal, vibranium, and mixed copper. More than 10 hours later, a light exclamation suddenly sounded in the Sangcheong, which was suspended hundreds of meters in the air. Song-Chi, who was sitting in front of the main console, stood up suddenly, and a brilliance appeared in his eyes. I think I know. The problem is that the market has been damaged. If what Grandpa said is true, then the problem must be in the market's secret realm. He thought about it and thought about it. And this might be the only thing he could think of. I remember when he first opened the secret realm of the market with the Shanghai market order. The area of the previously damaged secret realm of the market had shrunk to a pitiful 100 square meters. Although it has been partially restored, it is still a long way from the peak of the secret realm of the market. He needs to invest more resources to repair and upgrade it. It is also likely that because the current secret realm of the market has not been completely repaired, it is impossible to perform operations such as time acceleration. After calculating all the way to this point, Song-Chi had a hunch that the facts were most likely the same as what he guessed at the moment. But after coming to this conclusion, he felt a little overwhelmed. He wanted to restore the market to its peak. How easy would it be? It was still okay at the moment. It was still at the first level. It only needed the first level floating land origin. But the more time passed, the more resources it would need. Rubbing his forehead, Song-Chi forced himself not to think too much. After all, this thing was not a stingy thing that only took in money but never spent it. The monthly market transaction brought in a considerable amount of income. Thinking of this, his mood recovered a lot. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. Before the gathering, Song-Chi took back the two Angry Tiger mining vehicles that were mining mercury crystals to the market, and counted the excavated mercury crystals. The mining vehicles were very efficient. In less than 24 hours, they mined more than 2,000 tons of mercury crystals. Later, he rushed to the Dingkong stone vein. However, although the mining work here was ahead of others, the amount of Dingkong stone mined was far less than that of mercury crystals. Only more than 800 tons. Song-Chi did not think much of this. This Dingkong stone, or vein, was a special space resource evolved from the spatial law in the Murwa secret realm. Both the ore reserves and purity were only average. It was already very good to be able to mine 800 tons. At the exit of the Murwa secret realm, the Song family had already gathered here. After the Lion terracotta warriors sent by Song Ming-Song returned and confirmed that there was no danger outside the secret realm, the 10 Lion terracotta warriors left the secret realm first, followed by Song Ming-Song and Song Shan, followed by Bai Xiuqin, Song Hai, Song Chao and others. When the entire ruined Bloodblade Pirates base came into view, Song-Chi couldn't help but marvel at the horror of the fourth level and above beings. Even the aftermath of their battle was so strong that it could easily cause the floating land to collapse and the starry sky to shatter, which just verified the words in the textbook. Those who have great power can pick stars and moons with just a wave of their hands. After everyone boarded the Angry Lion, the 1,000-meter cruiser suddenly took off and flew towards the distant area that was not affected by the battle and had fewer space cracks. Not long after, the Angry Lion arrived at a suitable airspace and started the space jump. After the combined illusion space and roughly tidying up, everyone officially embarked on the journey back to the White Tower floating land. A few days later, the Golden Shark Star region, the White Tower floating land. After several days of continuous travel, the whole family finally rushed back to the White Tower floating land. In the Angry Lion courtyard, when the blue isolation light curtain appeared in the hall, Song Ming-Song, who was sitting in the middle of the hall, said, "Okay, let's set it for 1 month. Within 1 month, everyone will arrange the things at hand as soon as possible, sell the industries that should be sold as soon as possible, and try their best to recover the funds that should be recovered. After 1 month, We will set off to return to Dinghai Star region and return home. Hearing the last two words return home, Song Chi and other juniors didn't feel anything. But Song Shan, Song Hai and others showed obvious excitement on their faces. Having seen the power of the Dinghai Song family, and having spent their lives in the Dinghai Star region for decades since they were born, the sense of belonging brought by the four words Dinghai Song family is unmatched by others. After the emotions of several people calmed down, it was the turn of Song Chi and others to distribute the spoils of war that they were most looking forward to. Before, due to various reasons such as time constraints, the distribution had not been carried out. Now that they have successfully returned to the White Tower floating land, they naturally have no worries, and can distribute all the spoils of war with confidence. A large number of items were piled up on the ground in the middle of the hall. Everyone was a little overwhelmed for a moment, and they all felt dazzled. There was no way. The spoils of this mission were really a lot. Not to mention the ship parts seized from the Star Pirates' Xinhua warships, and various miscellaneous resources. The things looted from the rooms of the Star Pirates' nest were already a lot. More than a dozen people quickly took action, clearing out the items of little value one by one. Half an hour later, a large part of the hall was vacated. Looking at the pile of spoils in the middle at this moment, it is quite eye-catching, because more than 90% of them are shipboard parts or Star Sea treasures. Even if the others are not treasures, they are basically valuable rare resources such as Dinkong Stone and Fantasy Crystal hidden by Star Pirates. Song Chi even saw the existence of Titanium Crystal and Void Crystal among them. Although there are only a few pieces, it also shows the value of this small pile of spoils. Seeing that the eyes of several grandsons were shining, Song Ming Song stopped wasting time. Okay, let's start distributing the spoils. But just as he said this, he changed his tone. But before that, we have to rank the contributions of this mission. The one with the highest contribution goes first, followed by the second, and then the third. After one round, the second round continues. After hearing this distribution method, everyone nodded and agreed. First of all, the first and second are me and the boss. And as for the third, at this point, Song Ming Song paused again, causing everyone to roll their eyes. But it also fully aroused everyone's curiosity. Among the spoils in front of them, there are 18 purple quality rare items, which are just enough for the top 3 people to choose 2 rounds. So the third place is quite important. Song Ming Song glanced around the living room, and finally landed on Song Chi. Seeing this scene, except for Song Ming Song and Song Shan, Song Chi himself was also mentally prepared, and the other 12 people all looked surprised. Even Song Chao and Chen Lixia. Although the couple knew that their son had a great opportunity, and the combat power of their ships was far superior to the same level Xinhua warships, they would never believe that his contribution reached the third place in the battlefield dominated by frigates and cruisers. In the previous battle with the Blood Blade, Shuqi's crucial blow prevented our mountain from sinking. And it was also the key to my father and I being able to defeat the other party in the end. After hearing Song Shan's explanation, everyone suddenly realized that even if it was just a casual remark, everyone could imagine the thrilling situation at that time. Seeing that no one had any objections, the selection officially began. Song Ming Song, who took action first, chose a special purple quality Yejinjiaji component. This component was left after the Blood Blade sank, and it was also the culprit that almost sank the mountain. Speaking of the Blood Blade, Song Ming Song is still gritting his teeth. Even after it sank, 6 of the 7 parts left behind were purple parts. Otherwise, there would not be 18 purple treasures in the spoils of war. This also fully shows how gorgeous the parts loaded on the Blood Blade were when it was fully loaded. However, it sank, and 80% to 90% of its shipboard parts were destroyed. Even the orange quality energy shield was not preserved. This is the most infuriating thing. Axe Ram level 0. Quality, purple. Features, 50% more armor penetration. Consumption, 12/S phantom energy points effect. Add a freely retractable axe ram at the bow. Axe ram toughness plus 200, armor penetration plus 300. No need to charge or buffer. Upgrade required. 8 strands of floating land origin level 0, 500 phantom energy points, axe gold 100 kilograms. To be honest, this axe ram is indeed a rare special component, but for Song Chi, I'm not interested in it. The function of this thing is nothing more than increasing the destructive power when the ship collides face to face. He has always been steady, so it is hard to imagine that he would control the sky to perform such a dangerous operation. However, with Grandpa's hot temper, it is normal to choose this part. After Song Ming Song, it was my uncle Song Shan. His choice was very simple. A purple secondary gun, which was probably prepared for the mountain, which had just been promoted. When it was Song Chi's turn, everyone was a little curious about what he would choose. There were still many good things in the remaining purple parts. White oak ship armor, plasma cutting cannon, half-snake warrior tree, silver sky jump device, particle hedging energy shield generator, and so on, are all very good purple parts. However, Song Chi's final choice surprised them a little. He did not stay on other purple parts for long, but chose a relatively unpopular special Phantom Thruster part. Phantom Thruster LV0. Features, Phantom Trail. Consumption, 8/S Phantom Energy Points Effect, increase thrust by 50%, and increase the speed of the warship by 50%. Required for upgrade, 8 strands of floating land origin 0 level. 800 psionic energy points. 50 kilograms of Phantom Stone Phantom Tracking. Consumes 200 psionic energy points. After 30 seconds of charging, the thrusters enter overload operation. Within 5 seconds, the warship will rush at a speed of 500% in the specified direction. During the rush, 3 phantoms will be generated around the warship to follow the warship, in order to confuse the enemy units. The reason for choosing this component is that, in addition to its further improvement of the warship's flexibility, it is also because of its active characteristic of phantom tracking, which is a good running characteristic, especially when the warship is surrounded by heavy siege. It is definitely a magical skill to break through. In addition, there is no radar in the purple parts in front of him. Otherwise, he would have to struggle for a while. After a little surprise, the fourth person to choose was Grandma Bai Xiaoqin, who chose the white oak hull armor. After her flagship Lyra returns to the family, it will immediately start the promotion mission. At that time, it will inevitably go to the battlefield of the alien star field to fight, so as to increase the success rate of the warship's promotion. So a high-quality hull armor is the best choice. Of course, the Lyra already had a purple quality energy shield and main gun. Otherwise her first choice would definitely be the particle shield generator or the plasma cutting gun. As for the follow-up, the particle shield generator fell into the hands of my father Song Chao, and the plasma cutting gun was taken by my second uncle. My mother Chen Lixiao got the half-snake terracotta warrior tree component. In short, everyone basically chose what they were satisfied with. When the second round came, there were only 3 purple items left in front of everyone. Not all of these 3 items were shipboard parts. 2 of them were purple star sea artifacts that could not be converted into shipboard parts. And the last one was a shipboard main gun super range cannon. Grandpa and Uncle, who had chosen first, directly picked up 2 star sea artifacts. And it was obvious that they had deliberately given the super range cannon to Song Chi. In response, Song Chi actually wanted to refuse. Those 2 purple artifacts were only worth half the price in the hands of Grandpa and Uncle. But if he could sell them at the market, he would not have to give them this half price. But he thought about it again. The forest bone flame left by the woman in the Morningstar multi-purpose store was still waiting for him to exchange. This super distance cannon might be useful. In addition, after my mother's dragonfly was promoted to the 2nd level, my father went to my grandfather to ask for a purple main gun. She didn't need this super distance cannon. Thinking of this, he didn't say much and put this super distance cannon away. His idea was very simple. If the woman didn't leave the forest bone flame, it wouldn't be too late to use this super distance cannon to exchange with my grandfather and uncle. After the purple parts were distributed, it was the turn of the blue parts. There were as many as 30 blue parts, and there were also many fine ones. Song Chi valued one of the terracotta warrior parts called Yifeng Terracotta Warrior Tree. The Yifeng Terracotta Warrior summoned by it controlled the special power of Yifeng, which was highly corrosive, extremely indominant, and had a good upper limit. Chapter 122 Promotion Blue Fire Seed. However, what made Song Chi speechless was that, before he could wait for the 3rd round of selection, this Yifeng Warrior Tree component was picked up by Song Yu in advance. In desperation, Song Chi could only choose another special component called Blood Soul Seal. This component is a tracking type component, which can be marked with a Blood Soul mark on a creature, so as to track the other party within a certain range. Blood Soul Seal LV0. Quality, Blue. Consumption, 200/times psionic points number of marks, 3 of 3. Effect, mark the designated target with a blood soul mark, and continuously sense the location of the blood soul mark within a range of 0.5 light years. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements: 5 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 300 psionic energy points, 5 life pronuclei 0 order. This component, the probability of being used is much lower than that of the terracotta warrior components, but it is not useless. At certain critical moments, it can still play a significant role. This is why Song-Chi chose it. There is naturally nothing to say about the white components afterwards. These are basically searched from those ordinary star pirate warships. There is nothing too outstanding. After all these were distributed, there were still some floating land essences. Not many in number. The reason why there were not many floating land essences was that, firstly, most of the Shinhua captains had no habit of keeping too many floating land essences. And secondly, those members of the Star Pirate group who sank and died would not leave any trace of floating land essences. After the Shinhua warship sank, more than 80% to 90% of the parts on it would be damaged. But there would still be 10% to 20% of the parts that would be lucky enough to survive. However, once the Shinhua captain died, his Shinhua ancestral orifice would completely collapse. And at the same time, the floating land essence stored in the ancestral orifice would naturally not be able to survive. The floating land essences in front of us were obtained from the surrendered members of the Star Pirates, and the quantity was extremely limited. The zero-level floating land essences were not bad, with more than 50,000 strands. The first-level ones were greatly reduced, with only 800 strands, less than 300 strands for the second level, 62 strands for the third level, and none for the fourth level. Song-Chi finally got thousands of strands of zero-level floating land essences. Only 50 strands for the first level, and the second level ones did not get the 5 of them, but were directly divided by Song Chao and his men. The third level ones, of course, fell into the hands of the old man and Uncle Song Shan. After all the things were distributed, everyone left one after another. There was only 1 month left to stay in the White Tower floating land, so they had to hurry up to arrange various follow-up matters. In Jiangyuan City, the Song-Chi family, who returned to the city, also began to deal with various matters. Dad, should we go to pick up shouting now? Or wait a few days? Song Chao thought for a moment and replied, wait a little longer, until we finish the things at hand. Okay. After getting a clear reply from his father, Song-Chi nodded, and then mentioned another matter. Dad, Mom, I have to go out for something. It will take about 2 or 3 days. Go! Outside the White Tower floating land, accompanied by violent space fluctuations, the sky dived into the space vortex in front. 1 day later, a standard Star Sea shuttle landed in the floating land fortress docking area above Guangyuan floating land. The combat robot wearing a black cloak walked all the way to the fortress shop area. It was still the familiar remote street. When he saw the open door of the Morning Star multifunctional shop through the brainwave sign, Song-Chi, who was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement. Although the door of the store was open, it was still uncertain whether the other party had really left behind a white bone flame. With trepidation, he controlled the combat robot and stepped into the store. The style of the store was still the same as before. There were many kinds of goods, but they were strictly divided into categories, which gave people a very comfortable first impression. When he saw this familiar style, Song-Chi was more certain in his heart. He stepped to the counter, and at the same time, the communication bracelet on the wrist of the combat robot projected a subtitle. Hello. Has the previous boss left? Behind the counter, a young girl with a slightly immature face stood up. Looking at the projected subtitles, she did not rush to answer, but looked up and down at the black cloak on the combat robot, as if to confirm something. After a few seconds, she tried to speak. Are you here for the forest bone flame? Hearing the other party's direct words, and thinking of the black cloak robe on the combat robot at this moment, and the same communication with projected subtitles as the previous 2 times, Song-Chi could already imagine the half-smile on the woman's face when she told the girl in front of her about her characteristics. In the sky, Song-Chi coughed awkwardly twice, and then controlled the combat robot to continue to reply, yes. As soon as these 2 words popped up on the communication subtitles, Song-Chi's heart could not stop being excited. When he thought that the white bone flame could further improve the quality of the seed of fire, his heartbeat began to accelerate unconsciously. However, the next second, The words spoken by the girl behind the counter made him a little dumbfounded. It's good that it's you. Before leaving, the boss emphasized that if you come to trade the white bone flame in the future, you must be present in person. And you must use the communication bracelet to call her in person for verification. Otherwise, no way. After the girl finished speaking in one breath, Song Chi's face on the sky in the distance had turned dark. That woman wasn't trying to verify anything. She was just trying to tease him. Haha, you stupid, immature woman. She complained madly in her heart, but asked carefully on the surface. What about the trading items? Are there any additional restrictions? Behind the counter, the girl thought for a moment, and then shook her head. The boss didn't say anything. You can talk to the boss yourself during the follow-up communication. Although he was helpless, Song Chi could only accept this condition. There was no other way. The purple top-grade upgraded fire source was not common, so, except for bowing his head and admitting his defeat, it seemed that he had no other way, unless he could convince himself to give up the white bone flame completely. 3 days later, Song Chi, who once again brought his grandfather and uncle over, walked into the Morning Star multifunction store with confidence, head held high and chest puffed out. In addition, he was holding the special black communication bracelet in his hand. After taking a deep breath, Song Chi pressed the dial button for the only contact on the bracelet. Beep! With a series of beeps, the communication bracelet was connected. Hello. Song Chi spoke first. And then he heard a slight rustling sound, which was very similar to the sound made when getting dressed just after getting up. The current communication was only voice communication, so he could not see what the other party was doing. The woman was far away in the capital star field of the principality. It was already the limit to be able to communicate with the communication bracelet. This communication network was probably built at a huge cost. The annual maintenance cost was probably terrifying. After a while, a familiar soft voice sounded in his ears. Hee hee. You are busy communicating with your sister so early. Brother, you have only been away for a few months. And you miss your sister? Hearing this, Song Chi's eyes were twitching unconsciously, and he was too tired to complain in his heart. This woman's teasing skills are really good. Just the first sentence she said, it made him want to throw the communication bracelet. Perhaps guessing his emotional changes at the moment, the woman did not continue to tease, but her voice still revealed a trace of laziness, and a hint of magnetism in the soft and glutinous voice, which was very exciting. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Are you here to exchange for the white bone flame this time? Yes. After getting confirmation, the woman continued to ask, what items did you bring for exchange? Song Chi quickly reported the attributes of the super range cannon in his hand one by one. After hearing the properties of the super range cannon, the woman paused, thinking about the specific value of the two. And soon she replied, brother, I don't need to say more. Although they are both purple treasures, their values are not equal. Song Chi was not surprised, and directly said, add 3 blue main guns. How about it? There was silence in the voice communication for a long time, and finally the woman nodded in agreement. Hearing this answer, Song Chi was stunned, and didn't know what to say for a while. When he mentioned the 3 blue main guns, he just wanted to negotiate the price with the other party, and never thought that the other party would agree. 3 blue main guns. Indeed, there are a lot of them, and at first glance they sound like they are worth a lot. But compared to the purple parts, there is actually no way to compare them. Although the price of blue parts on the market is about 1/6 of that of purple parts, these 3 main guns are equivalent to half a purple part. But the fact is not so. Those purple parts on the market that cost 90,000 or 100,000 zero-level floating land origins are, to put it bluntly, the most useless among the purple parts. They are tasteless to eat, and a pity to throw away. Those normal parts that can be truly regarded as purple quality cannot be bought with zero-level, first-level floating land origin, either by bartering or high-level floating land origin. And this is just the regular purple wonders. The top-quality purple upgraded fire source, like the forest white bone flame, is the best among the top-quality purple wonders. In the eyes of some Shinhua captains, it is even more attractive than ordinary orange parts. Because of this, Song Chi was speechless for a while. Obviously, the woman directly sold this forest white bone flame to him at a low price. This gift, to be honest, is very big. After a long silence, Song Chi still didn't say much, and only said 2 words. Thank you. After the 2 words, the woman's giggle came from the bracelet. And then she continued, okay. Just remember my sister's kindness. And if you have time in the future, remember to contact my sister proactively. After deliberately emphasizing the word proactive, the woman hung up the call without waiting for Song Chi to reply. Song Chi was stunned, and then turned his head to look at the counter. He saw that the young girl had taken out a white jade box from under the counter and handed it over. Song Chi also took out the super range cannon and the other 3 blue main guns. He opened a corner of the white jade box, and a strong purple light immediately came out of the box. And there was also a ray of extremely cold energy. After confirming that it was the white bone flame, Song Chi put the jade box away again, nodded to the girl behind the counter, and then walked out of the store with his uncle and grandfather. At the door of the Morning Star multi-purpose store, Song Ming Song turned his head and stared at Song Chi for a while, and then said, "You really have to accept the other party's favor this time. You can return it as appropriate later, but don't trust the other party completely. You still have to keep basic defenses. Understand?" Song Chi narrowed his eyes and nodded lightly. White tower floating land, angry lion courtyard, in a secret room in the courtyard. Song Ming Song and Song Shan stood on the left and right sides of the secret room door, with alert faces, and in front of them, Song Chi sat cross-legged on a round white jade platform, with the dark energy in his body running rapidly, trying to adjust his state. A few minutes later, Song Chi, who felt that his state had reached its peak, suddenly opened his eyes, and at the same time, the dark energy in his body began to gather at full speed towards his eyebrows, and as time passed, the ancestral orifice of the fire in his eyebrows slowly opened. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and the white jade box in his palm was opened. A ball of flame with a cold breath floated out of it, and under the traction of the absorption force in the fire ancestral aperture, the cold and white bone flame began to slowly move towards the center of the eyebrows. After a few seconds, the white bone flame completely sank into the fire ancestral aperture, and as it entered the fire ancestral aperture, the blazing white fire seed in the ancestral aperture space suddenly became stronger. After the 10,000-year star core fire, it once again felt the fire source that had a huge attraction to itself, and the instinct of advancement drove it to devour and merge this wisp of white bone flame as soon as possible. Under the guidance of the fire seed, the white bone flame began to move slowly towards the center of the ancestral orifice. When it finally touched the fire seed was like a large handful of new firewood. The blazing flame was like a strong wild horse, jumping and galloping wildly. The white bone flame itself, under the swallowing and fusion of the fire seed, slowly began to dim, until it was completely integrated into the fire seed. This swallowing and fusion process lasted for about half an hour. When the swallowing was completely completed, the color of the blazing white fire seed also changed from the original blazing white to deep blue. When the fire seed changed from white to blue, Song Chi's tired mind was refreshed. All the energy he had consumed before was restored at this moment. In addition, with the blessing of the blue fire seed, his mental strength became more solid and stable. As we all know, the fire seed has the effect of protecting and blessing the mind of the fire captain. If the blessing and protection of the mind by the white fire seed before was a grain of light, then the blue fire seed now is like a bright candlelight. Although it is not very strong, it is far better than before. Chapter 123 10,000 years goes Sephora Wood. Feeling the increasingly solid mind in his mind, Song Chi could not suppress the excitement in his eyes, and a strong joy appeared on his face. The blue fire seed, although it is only one level different from the white fire seed, there is an essential difference between the two. After the fire seed is promoted to blue, it can not only form a stronger blessing for the mind, but also means that the upper limit of the sky will be raised from the second level to the third level in the future, and the upper limit of all the shipborne components on it, the same is true. In addition, for every 5 levels of Shinhua Worship's Shinhua Hull upgrade, the white Shinhua Hull will only increase 4 special part slots, while the blue Shinhua Hull will increase 6. In summary, the promotion of the white Shinhua seed to the blue one is essentially a qualitative change, which can greatly enhance the combat power of a Shinhua worship. After a long period of excitement, Song Chi retracted the dark energy in his body. As the dark energy dissipated from his eyebrows, the open Shinhua ancestral orifice began to slowly close. When he stood up from the white jade round platform, Song Ming Song and Song Shan at the door of the secret room finally let go of their vigilance, and smiles from the heart also appeared on their faces. Okay, blue fire seed, this is already considered a little genius, ha ha ha. Enjoy. Song Ming Song began to laugh up to the sky, expressing his joy with practical actions. Uncle Song Shan, who was standing by, looked at Song Chi and asked him about his current condition. After receiving a positive answer, the three of them pushed open the door of the secret room. But before leaving the secret room, Song Chi still made a small request to his grandfather and uncle, hoping that they would not disclose the news of his fire seed's quality improvement for the time being. Obviously, he didn't want to attract too much attention. The two people who had known Song Chi's character for a long time were not surprised to hear this request and quickly agreed. Of course, in addition to grandpa and uncle, Song Chi would still inform his parents. Otherwise, when it was really made public later, his father would be fine, but his mother would definitely complain and be sulking for a long time. After saying hello to his grandfather and uncle, Song Chi left the Nushi courtyard and set off to return to Jiangyuan City, Dongjiang Community. Home. Promoted to Blue Fire Seed? Hearing Song Chi's words, Song Chao and his wife, who were just busy, paused their actions at the same time, and then solemnly called their son to the living room, and began to carefully inquire about the whole story. After Song Chi explained the whole cause and effect, Song Chao nodded slightly, his eyes kept turning, as if he was considering something, but his mother Qin Lisha's focus was completely different. Xiao Chi, tell me about the girl's situation. She is so good to our son, I have to check it carefully. Song Chi's face darkened, and he secretly complained in his heart, Girl, she is a serious third-level fire captain, maybe even older than you. Hearing this, Song Chao beside him suddenly said something. Wife. According to what you said, the girl from the old Shen family has given up her position as your designated wife? Qin Lisha's face froze. She had just listened with great interest, and she had really ignored the overly quiet girl. Now that Song Chao mentioned it, she, as a mother, was embarrassed. In order to hide the embarrassment in her heart, Qin Lisha raised her voice and put her hands on her hips and said, What's wrong? My son is so outstanding. Can't he marry 2 daughters-in-law for me in the future? Do you think that you are like me? My father asked people to find matchmakers everywhere, and you finally got me this cabbage. Puff. Song Chi tried his best to control his facial expression and tried not to laugh out loud. Finally, he couldn't help it anymore, so he hurried into the bedroom. After locking the door, after a while, his figure disappeared in the bedroom. Market Secret Realm, following the central street and heading straight to the inner side of the market, Song Chi's target was not the full attribute training room, but stopped in front of the ultra-long-range space door random placement platform. Although a market transaction was opened in the middle, he had already stayed in the Moroa Secret Realm for a day, and the return trip was delayed for a few days. Plus, he spent several days in the Morningstar multifunctional store. Altogether, nearly 10 days had passed. As early as yesterday, the ultra-long-range space gate random launch platform had completed cooling, and the next market transaction could be opened. Song Chi's idea was very simple. Before starting the next alien domain exploration, or the second exploration of the ruins of the Nebula civilization, he would open a market transaction first to make himself more fully prepared. As for the specific preparations, of course, it was to continue to strengthen the dark matter energy shield generator and the pure yang sword light cannon. Now the seed of fire has been upgraded from white to blue, which means that the previous LV-29 restriction has been lifted. The fire ship hull evolved from the white fire seed. The enhanced limit of the components on it is the peak of the second level LV-29, while the enhanced limit of the blue fire ship hull, its shipborne components, has been raised to the peak of the third level LV-39. In other words, the LV-29 dark matter energy shield generator and pure yang sword light cannon can now continue to be enhanced. In addition, in the ruins of the Boyuo civilization, there is a queen insect that was once at the third level in the second layer, and who knows what terrifying things will be in the subsequent third layer. In this regard, Song Chi still felt that the LV-29 dark matter energy shield generator was not enough to guarantee absolute safety, so he wanted to strengthen it to LV-30 or above before exploring. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. With a change of mind, the ultra-long-range space door random launch platform in front of him was activated. Outside the entrance of the market, after a strong space fluctuation, 42 vortex portals appeared almost at the same time. After doing this, Song Chi no longer cared about it. The power of the law flowed around him, and in an instant he changed from a human to a Moro with a crescent-shaped horn on his head, and then walked straight into a shop on the street. Having opened so many market transactions, his mentality has long been calm, no longer the anxiety and expectation of the first few times. In the rare item exchange shop, he glanced at the nearly 100 various rare items in the shop. Among them, the most conspicuous ones placed above the shop are 3 rare items with purple brilliance. Time Stone. 10,000 years Ghost Locust Wood. Molten Fire Crystal. There is no doubt that these 3 are rare items that cannot be converted into shipboard parts, otherwise Song-Chi would not have taken them out. Among the 3, the first 2 were obtained from the battle with the Blood Blade Star Pirates. And they were also the 2 items that Grandpa and Uncle had received before. Song-Chi just mentioned it to the 2 casually, saying that he had a channel to sell the 2 items at the original price. And then Grandpa and Uncle didn't say anything more, and directly handed them to him, giving him full trust. In this regard, Song-Chi felt a little warm in his heart, and it was really good to have a warm big family. At the same time, he also made a decision in his heart. After this market transaction is over, before the next market transaction begins, he will take out one of the 4 remaining market guest orders in his hand, and reveal it to his parents, Grandpa, Uncle and others, and use it as a cover for his own situation. The explanation was very simple. He said that during his first exploration of the alien star domain, he was lucky enough to encounter a space gate launched by the Jutian market, and then obtained this market guest order. He had carefully considered this decision. This would not only explain his own circumstances, but also perfectly explain the source of those resources, when he continuously provided various resources to the family in the future. Moreover, it would also be convenient for everyone in the family to collect the resources they needed in the future, and speed up the promotion of everyone, which could be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As for why he didn't reveal his identity as the owner of the market, there was only one reason. Soon the family would return to the main family. Song-Chi naturally trusted all the elders in his family. But the Dinghai Song family was completely different. A family that had been passed down for nearly 3,000 years, with all kinds of complicated factions within it. It was enough to make people's scalps numb. With a population base of hundreds of millions, who could guarantee that there were no people with bad intentions, who only wanted to suppress their own people and suck their blood? The value behind the secret realm of the Jutian market is needless to say. It is difficult to measure it with a price. It is precisely because of this that it will arouse the covetousness of outsiders. The fewer people who know, the less risk of exposure. As the saying goes, human hearts are unpredictable. Song-Chi is unwilling to gamble. Hiding is the best choice. The 3rd item, Melting Fire Crystal, was purchased from the Morningstar multifunctional store after he got the Mori White Bone Flame. It only cost him 50,000 strands of 0-level floating land origin. Below the 3 purple items, there are more than 20 blue items. A small part of these items was purchased from the Morningstar multifunctional store. The rest, except for the few items left before, were all obtained from the battle of the Blood Blade Star Pirates. They were also obtained by Song-Chi from the family members. The remaining nearly 70 pieces are all white wonders, and their sources are basically the same as the blue wonders above. Looking at these more than 90 wonders, Song-Chi nodded with satisfaction. It can't be said to be dazzling, but at least it has a preliminary scale, not as shabby as when this exchange shop was first opened. And he also believes that with the opening of market transactions, the scale of this wonder exchange shop will definitely become larger and larger in the future, let alone a few purple wonders, even orange wonders, and even red-level star sea wonders will appear on the shelves of this shop. Let's not talk about Song-Chi, who is imagining a bright future beyond the distant galaxy, Hongwon continent, Luofu Sword Sect, Chongjian Peak. One of the 6 peaks of the Sword Sect, Chongjian Pavilion on the top of the mountain. Since becoming a direct disciple of Chongjian Peak, Zhou Ping has transformed himself and become the contemporary 3rd senior brother of Chongjian Peak. Now he lives in the Jinchuan Hall, which is closest to the top of Chongjian Peak, and the place of practice is Chongjian Pavilion, where the spiritual energy is the purest. He lives a very carefree life. At this time, Zhou Ping, who was practicing hard in Chongjian Pavilion, suddenly opened his eyes and looked down at the bronze token hanging around his waist. At this moment, the token was constantly flashing red light. Has the new market transaction started? He muttered softly, and suddenly stood up from his cross-legged position and rushed all the way to the main hall of Chongjian Peak. In the main hall, after explaining the situation, the head of Chongjian Peak, Jiujian Jinjuan, waved his hand gently, and then an exquisite storage bag flew out of his hand, and finally landed in Zhou Ping's hand. This is an extra-large storage bag, with a space of more than 200 cubic meters, which is also what Luofu's sword sect prepares for Zhou Ping every month. The storage bag contained various medicinal herbs, minerals, inspirations, and natural treasure star sea wonders. And Zhou Ping's mission was to try to sell them at a high price within 24 hours after entering the Zhutian market. After taking the storage bag, Zhou Ping waved his hand at his waist and activated the market guest order. At the same time, in the market's secret realm, Song Qi raised his eyebrows and felt the teleportation request from the second guest order. After a 2-second pause, he changed his mind and agreed to the other party's teleportation. On the second floor of the inn, the second guest room, accompanied by a slight spatial fluctuation, Zhou Ping pushed open the door skillfully, and then went downstairs to the free stall area, and began to place the items in the storage bag on his stall one by one. There were not many creatures in the market at this moment, and he took the opportunity to quickly walk around the shops on both sides of the street, and then bought several sets of military exoskeleton armor, 10 first-level combat robots, and dozens of matching energy batteries as usual. Seeing this scene, Song Qi coughed twice in his heart. Is this going further and further on the road of cyber cultivation? While thinking, Zhou Ping had already arrived at the rare item exchange shop. Entering the shop, Zhou Ping glanced at Song Qi, who was in the form of the Moro tribe, and then went to the central counter by himself, took out a black cloth bag from the storage bag, and then took out a medium-sized wooden box. Sir, this is 50 titanium crystals, 1,000 portions of quenching liquid, and 100 boxes of quenching cream. After speaking, the cloth bag and wooden box on the counter in front of him disappeared together, and at the same time, the bronze token on his waist became hot, and the number of times just consumed was restored. After doing all this, Zhou Ping was about to leave the shop, but when his eyes swept across the 3 rare items on the top of the shop, his body suddenly paused, and his eyes fell on the 10,000 years ghost locust wood among the 3. In the corner of the shop, Song Qi, who looked like a Moro, had a thought in his heart. Although Zhou Ping was trying his best to cover it up, how could he hide it from him as the master of the market? When the other party saw this 10,000 years ghost locust wood, his eyes trembled slightly. Obviously, this 10,000 years ghost locust wood must be of extremely high value in the prehistoric continent behind it. After reaching this conclusion, Song Qi remained calm on the surface, but he was smiling in his heart. Zhou Ping has the entire Luofu sword sect behind him. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the biggest potential consumer of every market transaction. Since he happened to meet him, he must make a lot of money from him. It just so happens that he is in urgent need of the second level and above floating land origin. This is really a pillow sent to him when he is sleepy. Chapter 124. The sky is strengthened again. After this period of indirect inquiries, Song Qi has basically understood the situation of the Great Desolation continent. It is a cultivation continent. The specific area is not clear, but it is very large. The specific cultivation levels on the continent are compared with the levels of the Broken Star Sea as follows: Ordinary People Level 0, Qi Training Stage Level 1, Foundation Building Stage Level 2, Jinden Stage Level 3, Yuanying Stage Level 4, Shenhua Stage Level 5. Whether there is a specific existence beyond Shenhua, Zhou Ping himself is not sure, but even if it is only Shenhua, this floating land in the Star Sea called Great Desolation is already amazing enough. Common sense of the Star Sea, under the premise of not plundering resources from other floating lands to replenish itself. The level of a piece of Star Sea floating land itself is how much. The upper limit of the strength of the creatures it breathes is also how much. In other words, the prehistoric continent is at least a Level 5 Life-type Star Sea floating land. Such a high-level Star Sea floating land, you can imagine how rich the resources on it are. And the Luofu Sword Sect is a large sect on the prehistoric continent, with a powerful person at the level of the true god of transformation to suppress the sect, which is why Song Qi has always regarded Zhou Ping as his biggest potential customer. The true lord of transformation of the spirit, whose counterpart is a powerful person of the 5th level of the Broken Star Sea, who is the master of a star field who is capable of suppressing an entire star field with his own strength. It is conceivable that the Luofu Sword Sect, which has a powerful person of this level, what kind of power it has, and how many rare things it has. Just when various thoughts flashed through Song Qi's mind, Zhou Ping also spoke. "Sir, how can I exchange this 10,000 years ago Sephora wood? Exchange for goods, or is inspiration also okay?" In the middle of the store, the projection screen began to change rapidly and gave a reply. "Barter is preferred, such as the psychic nameplate on your body." Song Chi was quite interested in this purple quality single shield component. However, Zhou Ping was obviously not ready to make a move. He shook his head quickly, and after thinking for a while, he waved his hand and slapped the storage bag on his waist, and then there was an extra object in his hand. Surrounded by the power of the law, Song Chi quickly saw the properties of this object. Strange item, Demon Soul Stone. Quality, purple. Transformable, none. Remarks: a kind of or unique to the Demon Soul Abyss under the underground of the demon sect in the prehistoric continent, and its effect is extremely limited. When he first saw that it was emitting purple light, Song Chi was a little excited, thinking that there was another purple strange item that could be transformed into a shipborne component, but soon he revealed disappointment in his eyes. This thing could not be transformed into a shipborne component either. Seeing the negative reply from the light screen, Zhou Ping frowned. This time, the sect did not prepare too many high-level treasures for him. This magic soul crystal was the only one. If it didn't work, he really didn't know what to trade with. After pondering for a while, he took out another item from the storage bag. However, this time it was not a star sea wonder, but a group of floating land origin, which was the so-called spiritual power on the prehistoric continent. Song Chi probed over, but he was slightly surprised when he saw it. The number of floating land essences in this group is not small, but the key is that there are no low-level floating land essences of level 0 and level 1. 400 strands of level 2 floating land essences. 50 strands of level 3 floating land essences. This number is basically equivalent to an ordinary purple wonder, but after thinking about it, Song Chi did not agree. From his first reaction, when he saw the 10,000 years ago Sephora wood just now, the value of this 10,000 years ago Sephora wood in the prehistoric continent is probably not as simple as an ordinary purple wonder. Not enough. On the projection screen, Song Chi replied with 2 words with his mind. After replying, he carefully observed Zhou Ping's subsequent reaction, and then he showed his as expected. After Zhou Ping saw the 2 words of reply, there was no trace of strangeness in his eyes, as if this was a normal answer. This made Song Chi more certain of his thoughts. After a while, Zhou Ping tapped the storage bag again, and took out another group of floating land origin from the storage bag. This group of floating land origin was all second level, and the number was not too large, only 200 strands. Song Chi probably thought about it again, but he still didn't agree. 2 minutes later, Zhou Ping walked out of the rare item exchange shop, with a happy look on his face. And he obviously successfully exchanged for the 10,000 years ghost locust wood. However, from the trace of pain that flashed in his eyes from time to time, it was obvious that he had spent a lot of money to exchange for this 10,000 years ghost locust wood. In the shop, Song Chi smiled and looked down at the large ball of floating land origin in his hand. The 2 parties did complete the transaction, but the amount of floating land origin that Zhou Ping took out was also very large. At this moment, in the ball of light in his hand, there are as many as 800 strands of the second-level floating land essence alone, and 100 strands of the third-level floating land essence. His eyes turned, and Song Chi divided the ball of floating land essence into 2 with a guilty conscience, each of which is 400 strands of the second-level floating land essence plus 50 strands of the third-level floating land essence. One of them is for the uncle, and this 10,000 years ago Sephora wood is exactly what he got. As for the other one, he naturally kept it for himself. With a light cough, Song Chi murmured softly in his heart, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I swear, I won't do it again." In fact, 400 strands of second-level floating land essence plus 50 strands of third-level floating land essence are enough to match an ordinary purple wonder. Not to mention the wonder that can only be sold at half the price in the territory of Xinhua human civilization. The reason why Song Chi felt guilty was that he intercepted too much. Half of it. If he gave it to others, they would definitely be black-hearted merchants. But there was no other way. At the moment, he was most in need of the nodes of second-level and third-level floating land essence, and he couldn't care so much for the time being. Time passed quickly. In the 20th hour after the opening of this market transaction, the number of alien creatures in the market secret realm reached its peak, but it was still less than 1,000, which was much less than the previous time. Obviously, the 42 space gates deployed this time were not well distributed. Most of them were not deployed on the floating land of the Star Sea or in the active areas of alien creatures, so not many creatures entered the market. The final impact of this result was that Song Chi's income was much reduced. After the market transaction ended, the entire income was converted into only 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin, less than 2,000 strands of first-level floating land origin, and less than 100 strands of second-level floating land origin, not to mention Zhou Ping's spoils, let alone picking up any rare items in the Star Sea. After all the alien creatures left, Zhou Ping was also teleported back to the primordial continent by the market guest order, and Song Chi summoned the skyship immediately. What was the purpose of opening this market? Wasn't it to earn the second-level and third-level floating land origins to strengthen the dark matter energy shield generator and pure yang sword light cannon? Now that the floating land origins are in hand, the strengthening must naturally begin. Instead of directly strengthening the two orange glory quality parts, the two newly acquired special parts were first loaded, and hundreds of strands of zero-level and first-level floating land origins were spent on each, bringing both to level 20. After strengthening to LV20, the blue quality blood soul seal did not change much. Only the number of seals increased from 3 to 10, and the tracking range increased from 0.5 light-years to 5 light-years. The changes of the Phantom Thruster are not small. Phantom Thruster LV20 quality, purple features, Phantom Trail consumption, 50/S Phantom Energy Points effect, increased thrust by 100%, and increased the speed of the warship by 100%. Upgrade requirements: 12 strands of floating land origin second order, 8,000 Phantom Energy Points, 500 kilograms of Phantom Stone, 1 Titanium Crystal Phantom Trail, consume 2,000 points of Phantom Energy. After 15 seconds of charging, the thruster enters overload operation, and within 5s, the warship will rush at a speed of 1,000% in the specified direction. During the rush, 6 phantoms will be generated around the warship to follow the warship, so as to confuse the enemy units. After strengthening to level 20, Song Chi no longer wanted to continue strengthening, because at this moment he only had a little over 500 strands of the second-level floating land origin in his hand, and he had to use it on the blade. The first thing he came to was, naturally, the dark matter energy shield generator. After a burst of light, the orange energy shield was strengthened to level 30. After level 30, he did not rush to continue strengthening, but came to the pure yang sword light cannon and strengthened it to level 30. However, these two strengthenings cost Song Chi 300 strands of second-level floating land essence plus 60 titanium crystals, which consumed most of his second-level floating land essence. With the addition of the 50 pieces traded in the market last time, the titanium crystals that had just reached 100 pieces, now only 40 pieces are left. Song Chi exhaled lightly, suppressed the pain in his heart, and his mind started to work rapidly again. At the moment, he only had one question in mind: which component should be strengthened next? There were only 40 titanium crystals left in his hand, which meant that no matter whether he strengthened the dark matter energy shield generator or the pure yang sword light cannon, he could only strengthen it by one level, because both components needed 32 titanium crystals to upgrade from LV30 to LV31, which was why he was entangled. After thinking for a long time, Song Chi did not strengthen any of them in the end, but chose the Glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine and strengthened it to LV30. The reason is very simple. After strengthening to LV30, LV30 to LV31 is just a small promotion within the same level, and the properties will not change qualitatively. However, the eyeshadow antimatter hyperstate engine is different. Its upgrade from LV29 to LV30 is a major upgrade, and the energy supply and driving capabilities will increase greatly. It can also bring higher speed and flexibility to the sky, and it is the most cost-effective at present. After strengthening to this point, the properties of the sky have already undergone a qualitative improvement. The 3 parts that have been strengthened to the 3rd level have terrifyingly high properties. Shadow Antimatter Hyper Engine LV30. Quality, purple. Features, energy efficiency increased by 80%. Consumption, 180/S. Energy supply, 1512/S. Buffer after overload, 20 minutes. Energy pool, 60,000 points can store 60,000 energy points convertible. Shadow level reactor. Required for upgrade, 15 strands of floating land origin 3rd level, 30,000 psionic energy points, 10 life pronuclei 3rd level, 16 titanium crystals. Dark matter energy shield generator LV30. Quality, orange. Features, shield value increased by 115%. Feature 2, shield protection value doubled. Consumption, 350/S psionic points protection, 159600. Shield value, 412000/41200000. Charging, 20s. Buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Upgrade requirements, 20 strands of floating land origin 3rd level, 40,000 psionic points, 350 tons of mercury crystals, 32 titanium crystals. Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon LV30. Quality, orange. Features, chaotic extreme Yang Sword Light. Feature 2, main cannon power increased by 115%. Consumption, 3000/time phantom energy points attack, for 90200. Charge, 4s, buffer 5s. Upgrade required, 20 wisps of floating land origin level 3, 35,000 phantom energy points, 350 tons of yin yang ore, 32 titanium crystals. Satisfiedly closing the properties of the 3 components, Song-Chi once again counted the remaining funds in his hand. There are only 110 strands of the 2nd level floating land essence left, 150 strands of the 3rd level floating land essence, 20 strands of the 4th level floating land essence, and 25 titanium crystals left. Thinking of this, Song-Chi turned his attention to the Sky Eye Patrol radar. There are only 110 strands of the 2nd level floating land, which is only enough to be strengthened once more, and the importance of radar to a warship is self-evident. Do you want to spend 50 strands of the 2nd level floating land essence plus 20,000 psionic points to upgrade the Sky Eye Patrol radar from LV29 to LV30? Confirmed. With this confirmation, the Sky Eye Patrol radar was successfully strengthened to LV30. Looking at its properties, after LV30, its detection range increased from 240 light hours to 480 light hours, and the detection accuracy increased from 260 to 300. The last one is its characteristic. Star Map Collector, the collection range reaches 100 times the detection range, which means that the diameter of the star map it can generate reaches 12 light years, which is much stronger than the previous 3 light years. At this point, the new round of strengthening of the sky has basically come to an end, and after strengthening the sky, he also raised the Jution market from LV15 to LV16, and also raised the psionic protection array. All attribute training room and ultra-long-range space gate random release platform to LV16, so that the properties of the 3 were further improved. After finishing all these, Song-Chi left the market. Later, he went to Jiangyuan City again, and handed over the 402nd level and 53rd level floating land origins to his uncle. Dongjiang Community. At home. After more than 10 hours of deep sleep, Song-Chi was in high spirits at this moment, and had recovered his prime. After lunch, he said goodbye to his parents, and went out of the house. When he arrived outside the community, he quickly summoned the sky, and headed straight for the sky. The market transaction was completed, and the sky had been strengthened to the limit of what it could strengthen in a short period of time. He had been waiting for more than 2 months, and finally couldn't bear it anymore, and rushed straight to the Starry Sea airspace outside the White Tower floating land. After arriving at the appropriate star field, the new exploration of the alien star field was immediately started. Buzz buzz buzz. With a slight vibration, the sky officially completed the charging of the alien star field. The next second, Song-Chi's whole body was wrapped in a strong sense of weightlessness. At the same time, he whispered in his heart, "The ruins of the Boyua civilization, I hope it won't let me down." Chapter 125 10,000 meter sandstorm insect hunting. In the unfamiliar star field, you can vaguely see an asteroid belt with a large diameter at the end of the field of vision, but Song-Chi did not intend to control the sky to approach, but quickly recalled the warship, and disappeared into the dark starry sky. In the secret realm of the market, he carefully sorted out the equipment he was wearing. Morningstar military exoskeleton power armor, disposable single-soldier combat shield. After confirming that everything was ready, he activated the only spatial anchor coordinate of the market. Yellow sand floating land in the sky. Song-Chi suddenly appeared from the void and began to fall rapidly. When he turned around, he immediately mobilized his phantom energy to open the ancestral orifice of the fire. The next second, the sky appeared directly below, and accurately caught the falling Song-Chi. After entering the sky, Song-Chi did not land on the floating land below, but flew from the starry sky to the top of the 10,000 meter boulder, and then began to fly straight down, which could save a lot of time. The sky passed through the clouds above the floating land, and the scene of the floating land below was fully captured, but at this time Song Chi frowned suddenly. Is this a sandstorm? From a god's perspective. There happened to be a storm with an extremely astonishing diameter near the towering boulder below, which was raging wildly. The sandstorm formed by the storm was extremely terrifying, with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters. The energy detection results transmitted by the semi-automatic intelligence on the skyship showed that the energy intensity of the center of the sandstorm was as high as the fifth order. Even the storm gravitational field with weaker energy reaction around it could reach the fourth order. Obviously, this is a giant sandstorm that is rarely seen in a century. I actually happened to encounter this thing. It's really... Song Chi complained helplessly in his heart, and sighed that he came at the wrong time. However, he did not give up. Although this storm was terrifying, the size of the 10,000-meter boulder was real. He tried to control the sky to slowly approach the boulder from behind the boulder, which was also completely opposite to the eye of the storm. After carefully trying for more than half an hour, Song Chi finally gave up. Although the huge rock weakened the power of the 10,000-meter storm, its gravitational field was really scary. Although it was only 10,000 meters in diameter, its gravitational field had a range of more than 100,000 meters, making it difficult for the sky to stabilize its hull. If it was not careful, it might be completely lost. For safety reasons, he finally gave up the idea of taking a gamble, raising the flight altitude of the sky again. Song Chi was considering the subsequent action plan. This 10,000-meter level sand sea storm was obviously not something that could be calmed down or moved to another place in a short period of time. It might even rage here for 10 days or half a month. This also meant that he could not enter the ruins of the Nebula civilization this time. Therefore, he naturally had to consider the next action plan. There were still more than 20 hours before returning. And of course, he couldn't just wait here. A few minutes later, Song Chi turned around. There were two choices before him. First, control the sky to leave the yellow sand floating land and explore other areas of this unknown starry sky. Second, stay on this yellow sand floating land. He remembered that there was an enlarged creature on this floating land that was similar to the earthworm in his previous life. When he returned, he went to check it out. In the end, he concluded that this creature seemed to be a kind of Zerg. Since it is also a Zerg, the probability of condensing energy crystals in its body is destined to be far higher than other star sea creatures. So it is also a good choice to stay here and hunt this kind of creature. Although it has only been half a year since the sky was promoted to the first level. With Song Chi's current ability to make money, if he wants, he can strengthen the Sky Shinhua ship to level 19 at any time, and start the promotion task of the second level frigate. Therefore, collecting the specific resources required for the Shinhua warship to be promoted from the first level to the second level, as well as the special materials that can additionally increase the success rate of the warship's promotion, is now also one of the things he needs to pay most attention to. But then again, energy crystals are a matter of luck. Even if you kill a lot of sand sea insects, you probably won't get anything. This is why Song Chi is struggling. But before he can think about it, a prompt will help him solve this problem. It's been a long time since he was teleported here by the space anchor. After an hour of collection, the star map collector successfully generated a star map of the nearby star field with a diameter of 10 light years. It was this star map that made the hesitant Song Chi make a decision. There were no other floating landmasses, asteroid belts, or small debris belts on this star map. That is to say, at least within a radius of 5 light years. There were no other resource points. So the first option was ruled out, leaving only the second one. In the sky, Song Chi suddenly disappeared. In the closed storage space of the market's secret realm, Song Chi finally found a glass bottle from a corner after searching with the power of the law. The glass bottle was labeled with universal pheromone for flesh and blood life, which was the biological attraction pheromone widely circulated and used in the human civilization. This thing has only one function, which is to lure those non-intelligent or extremely low-intelligent alien creatures, so as to capture or hunt them more quickly. In addition, there are only 10 strands of zero-level floating land origin in one bottle, so Song Chi had prepared dozens of bottles in this storage space for subsequent emergency use. In a relatively small area of the eye of the yellow sand floating land storm, the hatch of the sky, which was suspended at a height of 100 meters, was slowly opened, and the Fire Sunflower terracotta warrior wearing military exoskeleton power armor jumped out of it. Bang! The rapidly falling fire sunflower terracotta warrior smashed a huge sand pit on the yellow sandy ground below. However, in front of its second-level puppet body, and the exoskeleton also relieved some of the impact, this intensity of impact could not cause much impact at all. At the same time, the brainwave beacon attached to the warrior quickly issued a command to release pheromones. After opening the glass bottle, the fire sunflower terracotta warrior quickly threw it on the sand under his feet, and he took a run for more than 10 steps with the help of the exoskeleton armor, and then bit his body slightly. The next second, with the help of his own legs and exoskeleton armor, the fire sunflower terracotta warrior jumped up and accurately jumped onto the sky, which was nearly 100 meters high. After receiving the fire sunflower soldier, Song-Chi quickly controlled the sky to rise again, and stopped only when it reached 1,000 meters in height. The earthworm-like sandworm he encountered last time was more than 100 meters long, so he would not put himself in danger. In the sky's main control room, on the projection screen that was magnified dozens of times, the glass bottle containing pheromones was quickly sucked into the sand bottom by the quicksand. But the pheromones inside had already spread to the surroundings. Seeing this, Song-Chi waited at ease, like a hunter waiting for his prey to come. A few minutes later, his calm eyes narrowed slightly, and his sight turned to a location dozens of kilometers away from the pheromone release site. There, some unusual movements were just heard under the sand. Just when Song-Chi thought that the sandworms would soon gather, more than 10 minutes passed, and there was still no movement below. Since one bottle is not enough, I will give you some more. After saying this, he disappeared in front of the main console. A few dozen seconds later, Song-Chi appeared again with 5 more of the same glass bottles in his hand. The fire sunflower soldier quickly repeated the previous operation, throwing 5 bottles of pheromone at the same position below. After this operation, it really had a great effect. Perhaps the 6 bottles of pheromone in a row caused a qualitative change in its concentration. In short, not long after, there were movements all around. And it was not just a single movement. There were vibrations of different sizes under the yellow sand in all directions. And then, there were sand ridges that swept in at a very fast speed. With his eyes moving, Song-Chi was quickly calculating and analyzing the number of these sand ridges, as well as the specific level of the sandworms hidden under them. There are 8 sand ridges in total, 4 of which are 10 meters in diameter like the last time, and 3 of which are about 7 meters in diameter, and the last one is somewhat surprising. Its diameter is as much as 15 meters, and the speed of its advance towards the center of pheromone diffusion is also the most amazing. Level 2 peak, or Level 3 sandworm. While mumbling in his mind, his hands are also moving fast. The ship tilts slightly downward. The muzzles of the pure yang sword light cannon and the electromagnetic lightning cannon are all aimed downward. The muzzle of the pure yang sword light cannon is already gathering rays of light, and an illusory sword shadow is rapidly condensing into shape. After a few seconds, 8 sand ridges successfully converged in the sand below. On the magnified projection screen, fine sand began to spray upward from the sand. As the yellow sand rolled, the picture on the projection screen was quickly covered by the increasingly thick sand and dust, and the specific situation below could no longer be seen. Seeing this, Song-Chi pressed the fire button of the pure yang sword light cannon without hesitation. At the same time, the electromagnetic lightning cannon also began to madly sweep downward. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the violent roar, countless artillery fire poured into the sand below, making the flying yellow sand around more and more intense. Although he didn't know the specific situation below, Song-Chi never stopped firing the electromagnetic lightning cannon. He could hear the sandworms tumbling violently from the roars coming from below. It was the final madness after being severely injured. Soon, the dust in the sky began to be mixed with a strong stench, which was the smell of the blood of the sandworms. Under a large amount of pheromones, there was already a strong attraction to this kind of sandworms. Now with this strong stench, the sandworms under the yellow sand became even more crazy. Every moment, more sand ridges were gathering at a high speed from all directions. In this regard, Song-Chi's eyelids kept twitching. There were too many sandworms gathering together. Dozens of them came from a long distance every minute. With such a huge number, even the smoke and dust could not cover them. Occasionally, through the thin smoke and dust, one could see the dark figures below that were hundreds of meters long. They were baring their fangs and biting their fellows beside them frantically. The originally gray-yellow sand surface was now dyed dark green by the smelly blood sprayed from the sandworms. The blood and flesh were scattered everywhere, which looked very scary. In this regard, Although Song Chi's eyelids were twitching wildly, his hands did not stop moving at all. As soon as the pure yang sword light completed the buffer, he immediately started charging again. The electromagnetic lightning cannon on one side had never stopped from the beginning. Under this crazy pouring firepower, the reserve of floating land origin on the sky was also increasing. Although there were occasional scattered wisps of zero-level floating land origin, more than 90% of them were first-level floating land origin. In a short period of time, there were hundreds of first-level floating land origins on the sky. That is to say, most of the sandworms below were of the second-order level. And after several hours of firepower coverage, more than hundreds of second-order sandworms died under the gunfire of the sky. Hundreds of second-order sandworms. What an astonishing number. No wonder Song Chi's reaction was so great. However, in addition to being surprised, he was also a little excited. Although he had no shortage of first-order floating land origins, they were all his own gains. And they further verified the amazing firepower of the sky. It was natural to be excited. Of course, the current victory. In fact, the pure yang sword light cannon only accounted for a small part of the credit. Although its power is amazing, it is a single attack after all, and each attack requires a long time of charging and buffering, which greatly limits its attack frequency. On the contrary, the blue-quality electromagnetic lightning cannon shines brightly. Its lightning arc sputtering feature is simply a group attack artifact. Each shot can splash several sandworms around, even if the power is not very strong. With the accumulation of one shot after another, a large number of second-level sandworms fell under it. Just as he was getting excited, at a certain moment, Song Chi's heart suddenly jumped. An inexplicable sense of horror surged into his heart, and at the same time, his back was also cold. He glanced around the projection screen with the corner of his eye, and soon his eyes trembled violently, and he subconsciously controlled the sky to continue to rise. But before it could rise much, a ball of dark energy light suddenly passed through the thick smoke and dust below, and flew straight up to the sky in the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. The diameter of this dark energy light ball was more than 10 meters, and it caused violent ripples on the energy shield of the sky. Even under this strong shock wave, the airship was thrown upwards by nearly 10 meters, but because the sky was originally in a state of rising, it was not very obvious. Song Chi subconsciously glanced at the shield value of the dark matter energy shield, and then his pupils shrank violently at the same time. Shield value 3215800/412000. The shield value, which was originally full, suddenly dropped by 1/5. You should know that this is an orange energy shield that has been strengthened to the 3rd level, and it has a defense value of 200,000. Considering this, the attack strength of this dark energy ball is more than 1 million. Looking down, the yellow sand in the sky can't cover the terrifying black shadow, with a diameter of 100 meters and a length of more than a kilometer. Chapter 126. Facing the Tier 3 Zerg, the divine light of the Chaos Extreme Yang Sword Intention shows its power again. Looking at the terrifying black shadow, Song Chi was extremely certain in his heart that this must be a Tier 3 sandworm, and not just an ordinary Tier 3, but a Tier 3 peak, or even a pseudo-Tier 4 sandworm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such damage to the dark matter energy shield generator that has been enhanced to LV30. To give a simple example, ordinary Tier 3 creatures in the Star Sea, in front of an orange-quality dark matter energy shield generator, can deal more than 50,000 points of damage, which is already good. Those who are not good at attacking methods can't even break the defense of the dark matter energy shield. The attack damage is lower than the defense value of the energy shield. From this, we can see the horror of consuming more than 800,000 shield points in one attack. As time passed, the smoke and dust around him gradually dissipated, and Song Chi finally saw the true face of the giant black shadow below. It was almost the same as what he had guessed before. It was also a sandworm, but compared with those first-level and second-level sandworms, its size was even larger. The diameter was close to 100 meters, and the length was more than a kilometer. If those who had gigantic fear were here, they would definitely be shocked by this terrifying size. However, for Song Chi, the shock was far less than that, and could even be considered average. Just a dozen days ago, he had just witnessed the 4th level, more than 2,000 meters of the Morwa Dunkong Mecha, and the projection of his own ancestors' mythical mecha that was more than 10,000 meters. Compared with these two, the 3rd level sandworm in front of him was not so impressive. Of course, even if he ignored its size, Song Chi's inner vigilance did not decrease at all. He still had a good idea of the combat power of the third level. Although the current energy shield and shipborne main gun of the sky have been strengthened to the third level, there is still a big gap compared to the real third level creatures. His mind was working at high speed. While continuing to raise the altitude of the sky, Song-Chi was also struggling with whether to fight or retreat. The reason for this struggle was that although the sky was still far behind the third level existence, it was only relatively speaking, not absolutely. If it was in close combat with the third level life, the energy shield could not take effect, then the sky, which was only equipped with blue quality hull armor, and whose current enhancement level was only LV29, would naturally be crushed. But once you look at it from another angle, if you pull away enough distance, the sky, with its third level orange energy shield and orange main gun, actually, is not without the ability to fight against the third level existence. It can withstand an attack, so how can it be said that it is not worthy of competing with the third level star sea creatures? Because of this, he seemed a little hesitant. Of course, this hesitation was only for Song-Chi, whose mind was running at a high speed at the moment. In fact, it was only 2 seconds in the outside world. As the sky just rose to an altitude of 3,000 meters, the third level sandworm below was relentless. Its ferocious mouth, with a diameter of tens of meters, opened in the middle of the countless fangs, with a length of more than tens of centimeters. The second black light ball, with a diameter of 10 meters, condensed at a high speed. Swish! The black light ball shot upward again, pointing directly at the body of the sky. And this also ignited the nameless fire in Song-Chi's heart. He no longer hesitated, gave up the idea of leaving, and decided to confront this peak third level sandworm head-on. It just so happened that the combat power of the sky had undergone a round of major increase. And he also wanted to know what kind of combat power the third level orange main gun combined with the third level orange energy shield could exert. At the moment of making the decision, the engine of the sky began to operate at overload, and the newly installed streamer thruster at the rear of the battleship was responsible for converting the energy ejected by the engine into the effective thrust of the sky to the greatest extent. With the simultaneous force of these two purple parts, the sky actually completed a sideways turn of the battleship in 0.5 seconds. Buzz buzz buzz. It was precisely because of this sideways dodge that the energy ball, with a diameter of 10 meters, did not hit the sky directly, but passed by the sky's energy shield. Although it also caused some consumption of the dark matter energy shield, the damage was much lower than the previous time. Before Song-Chi could be happy, his second trace of mind caught the sound of breaking through the air from below again. The third one. Can this thing fire continuously? He looked a little gloomy, and once again used all his strength to drive the glimpse, antimatter hyperstate engine and phantom thruster. Although the battleship still completed a slight deflection this time, Song-Chi's face was obviously a little pale, and there were strands of hot sweat on his forehead. It was obvious that this kind of micromanipulation was not a light burden on his mind. Just like that, the third energy ball still brushed past the dark matter energy shield. Although the damage caused this time was a little higher, the energy shield of the sky still maintained a shield value of more than 70%. And it still had absolute combat power. During the dodge, Song-Chi's third strand of mind also activated the pure yang sword light cannon. It was not only the opponent who could carry out long-range attacks. Things never happened more than 3 times. It's my turn now. In the sky, Song-Chi's voice was cold. The next second, the pure yang sword light cannon, which had been fully charged, suddenly exploded. The sword light phantom with a length of more than 10 meters hummed and turned into a residual image and shot downward. Zzz. The 10-meter diameter sword light shadow shot out at an astonishing speed, without giving the third level sandworm any time to react. It almost came out of the muzzle 1 second ago, and landed on its dark body the next second. But what surprised Song-Chi was that the sword light shadow landed on the body of the third level sandworm, and it actually made a sonorous metal friction sound, accompanied by countless sparks. Obviously, the dark skin on the surface of the third level sandworm, its hardness is comparable to that of special alloys. Although he did not activate the mixed whole extreme yang sword intention divine light in this attack, it was still a full-strength attack of the third level orange main gun. Even if it only had a 20% damage bonus of the first level ship, its power was definitely at the third level. However, it did not cause much damage to the opponent, which made him a little unacceptable. TSK. 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 Suddenly, the third level sandworm below opened its ferocious mouth again. Song-Chi, who caught it at the first time, subconsciously prepared to control the sky to dodge. But unexpectedly, It did not launch that kind of black energy light ball this time, but roared towards the sky. Not good, sonic wave attack. Song-Chi's reaction was fast enough. When he found that there was no energy ball condensed in his mouth, but he was roaring, he guessed that it was a sonic attack in advance, but it was still too late. Buzz buzz buzz. Before he could react, the sharp hissing sound had already entered his ears through the ship. Instantly, his whole mind was completely filled with the buzzing sound. From the outside, his eyes were dull, and his eyes were dull. In fact, because of the advanced knowledge, he had 0.1 seconds to react. And Song-Chi also thought of a way to deal with it at the first time, that is, to enter the secret realm of the market, so that he could easily avoid the influence of the sound waves, but this idea only appeared in his mind for a moment, and then was quickly rejected. Entering the market can indeed avoid the impact of the sound waves, but the sky, which stays in the sky, cannot avoid the attack of the dark energy light ball. According to the power of the first energy light ball, once the sky is hit, the ship will inevitably be pushed back more than 10 meters by the shock wave. When Song-Chi comes out of the market, he will not appear on the sky, but in the sky without any support. If this situation really happens, he will be truly doomed. Staying on the sky, even if he cannot dodge due to the impact of the sound waves, he still has the protection of the dark matter energy shield. But once his real body is exposed, the terrifying energy carried by the dark energy light ball can make him evaporate instantly. Boom! After being disturbed, as expected, the dark energy ball followed and directly hit the energy shield on the outer layer of the sky. This attack consumed 20% of the shield value of the dark matter energy shield again, and the remaining shield value was only a little over 50%. This is not over yet. After one, the second energy ball followed, and after this, the shield value of the dark matter energy shield was only 30%. Below, on the dark green sand, the kilometer-long sandworm opened its huge mouth again, and the third energy ball condensed at a very fast speed. However, some different changes also occurred on the sky. Song-Chi, who was originally affected for a while, suddenly recovered. He glanced at the abnormal state purifier on the side with a look of relief. It was the purifying aura emitted by this component that purified the residual sound waves that captured his mind. Coupled with the blessing of the blue fire seed, it allowed him to return early. As for why it took so long to return, the sound waves came from a peak third-level creature, and Song-Chi himself was only first level. The enhancement level of the abnormal state purifier was only LV20, and the purifying aura released was only second level. So it failed to purify the sound waves emitted by the sandworm in the first place. But this is enough. At least the dark matter energy shield generator has not collapsed. At least the hull of the sky has not been damaged. Suppressing the tingling sensation in his mind, Song-Chi activated the Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon again. And the Mixed Whole Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light feature was also activated. According to his personality, he should have turned the sky around and fled after turning around. The reason why he did not choose this was because he was a little unwilling. The strongest attack method of the warship had not yet been used. So how could he escape in such a miserable way? Of course, after this attack, no matter how effective the Mixed Whole Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light was, Song-Chi would choose to turn around and flee. At this moment, the remaining shield value of the dark matter energy shield has fallen below the safety threshold he set for himself. Continue to stay and fight? No. That is not his fighting style. After the final charge was completed, the 100-meter sword light in front of the skyship roared out with unstoppable power and rushed straight to the third-level sandworm below. After the attack, Song-Chi didn't even bother to pay attention to the specific effect of this shot, and hurriedly controlled the skyship to escape at high speed. Of course, there is one thing to add. Before running away, he did not forget the newly loaded Blood Soul seal on the battleship, and incidentally stamped a Blood Soul seal on the third-level sandworm below. If the Chaos Cave Extreme Yang Sword Light did not kill it, Song-Chi was not a generous person, and would definitely come back for revenge later. This Blood Soul mark was to ensure that he could find its location accurately later. Moreover, he actually had a deeper idea, which was to wait until the skyship started the promotion mission, and then come to the yellow sand floating land. A third-level peak-level sandworm should be able to significantly increase the success rate of promotion. Those extremely large numbers of second-level sandworms should not be let go either, as they could all be fuel for the skyship's subsequent promotion. The sky was speeding along, and soon disappeared in the clouds above the yellow sand floating land. What Song Chi didn't know was that under the attack of the Chaos Cave Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light, the third-level sandworm was also seriously injured. Under the cutting of the crushing sword intent, its proud skin was like paper, and its entire body was cut in half. For a moment, a large amount of dark green viscous liquid splashed everywhere, splashing on the surrounding sand and making bursts of corrosive sounds. However, the vitality of this third-level sandworm was frighteningly strong. Even though its body was cut in half, it still did not die. TSK. 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 After a violent hissing sound, the third-level sandworm, with its front half of the body, quickly drilled into the sand below. After drilling back to the bottom of the sand, it was like a fish returning to the sea, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. About half an hour later, the sky, which had been reactivated after active overload and had restored its full shield value, returned to the battlefield. After seeing the half of the huge sandworm corpse, Song Chi frowned slightly, and thought to himself that it was a pity. However, although it was a pity, he did not regret it. If he was given another chance, he would still make the same choice. The shield value of the dark matter energy shield generator was less than 30%. If the third-level sandworm had other tricks, the sky was not without the possibility of sinking. In addition, even if he really killed the third-level sandworm, as long as there was no energy crystal in the other party's body, at most he would get some Zerd meat, which was far less cost-effective than waiting for the sky to start the promotion mission and then kill it. Shaking his head, not thinking about it anymore, Song Chi carefully controlled the sky to fall downwards, until it was only 100 meters away from the ground. Then the cabin door opened, and 5 fully armed second-level fire sunflower soldiers rushed out quickly. However, compared to the previous pheromone release, the 5 fire sunflower soldiers this time also held a cutter of the same model in their hands. Under the command of the fire sunflower soldiers with brainwave beacons, the 5 fire sunflower soldiers began to manually cut the sandworm corpses in the sand. Song Chi's purpose was very clear. In addition to the energy crystals at the beginning, the other was to harvest the Zerd meat. The second-level Zerd meat has a good auxiliary effect on the practice of the first-level guidance technique. Chapter 127 Confession Family. When the 5 fire sunflower soldiers were cutting the insect corpses at full speed, Song Chi in the sky did not relax his vigilance. His sight kept scanning the sand surface below, and the ship's main guns and secondary guns were also ready to fire at any time. Although after the absolute life-level deterrence of the third-level peak sandworm before, 99% of the first-level and second-level sandworms had been driven away, but no one could guarantee it. And under this vigilance, Song Chi's mind naturally concentrated again, which also made his head, which was already aching, send out waves of stabbing pain again, making people feel particularly uncomfortable. It seems that if there is a chance, I need to get a special component like a ground detector, or a patrol radar with life detection characteristics. The Sky Eye Patrol radar cannot effectively detect the ground, or the inside of a large obstacle, which makes him feel that he needs to get a special ground detection component in the future. In addition, it also makes him more concerned about further improving his mental power. Whether it is the feeling of difficulty in performing high-difficulty micro-manipulation on the sky, or being shocked by the sound waves of the third-level sandworm. The fundamental reason is that his mental power is too weak now. Of course, this is too weak only relative to the second-level and third-level creatures. At this stage of entering the first level, his mental power is definitely more than 90% of the life forms of the same level in the Star Sea. The mythical mecha projection rubbings continue to refine and improve his mind, and the blessing of the blue fire seed on his mind makes his mental power far exceed that of the same level. However, Song Chi is still not satisfied. As a time traveler, he certainly has to benchmark not only the same level. In the future, I have to continue to increase the time I spend visualizing the mythical mecha projection rubbings every day. Song Chi's eyes were firm, and he made up his mind secretly. Before this, he spent 2 hours a day visualizing the projection of the mythical mecha. Although this time was strictly related to the strength of his mental power, he could only visualize for about 2 hours a day, and his mental power would be too exhausted to continue visualizing. However, that was before his guidance technique was promoted to the first level. After the guidance technique broke through LV10, his mental power had a significant improvement due to the initial sublimation of his own life level. Now the seed of fire has been promoted from white to blue, making his mind more solid. Song Chi estimated that he could visualize the projection of the mythical mecha for 3 to 4 hours every day. Just 3 hours. After a little thought, he set the visualization time at 3 hours. Even though he could visualize for longer with his current mental power, he could not neglect the practice of the guiding technique. The most fundamental thing was his subsequent life sublimation. While thinking, several hours passed quickly. There was no sudden situation as he had imagined. The ferocity of the third-level peak sandworm was even worse than he had imagined. Even though it had been gone for more than 4 hours, no other first and second-level sandworms dared to approach this area. However, this also made it very convenient for Song Chi to deal with the sandworm corpses. Otherwise, it would take who knows how long. There were more than 500 sandworm corpses in the sand below. Although most of them were already bitten and broken, there were still more than 200 insect corpses that needed to be cut and inspected. The 5 Fire Sunflower Terracotta Warriors worked for more than 4 hours before they barely completed the task. This was without any interference. Otherwise, the time would have to be at least doubled. The final result was not beyond Song Chi's expectations. Of course, there were no energy crystals. However, the good thing was that the amount of second-level Zerg meat that was cut out added up to 1,000 kilograms. On average, each second-level sandworm produced about 5 kilograms of meat, which was quite impressive. These were all second-level Zerg meat, even if they were not as good as the Queen's meat with a trace of third-level energy essence. The difference would not be that big. In addition, the quantity was sufficient. When used together with high-level body-building potions and body-quenching liquid, it would definitely greatly speed up the practice of the guiding technique. Unfortunately, that small half of the third-level insect corpse does not contain any lean meat. That is real third-level lean meat, which is more effective than the previous queen insect lean meat. With a sigh, Song Chi walked to the blood soul seal component. Soon, his tightly closed eyes opened, and his sight turned to a sand dune thousands of kilometers away. According to the information from the blood soul seal, the third-level sandworm was hiding 1,000 meters deep under the sand dune. His eyes flickered several times, and Song Chi gave up his previous thoughts and decided to wait until the subsequent Sancheong started the battleship promotion mission before dealing with this third-level sandworm. More than 10 hours later, the sky, which had been here for 24 hours, received the reminder of the warship's return, and then quickly disappeared into the starry sky outside the yellow sand floating land. White Tower floating land, home. You're back. As soon as I entered the door, my mother's slightly happy voice sounded immediately. She and my father were still busy dealing with some things, so they did not explore the alien star domain. However, today Song Chi did not rush back to the bedroom market as usual, but solemnly pulled the two to the living room. Son, what's wrong? Did you encounter any difficulties? Seeing Song Chi's expression, Chen Lixiao, who knew that something big must have happened, could no longer remain calm, and asked anxiously. Song Chao was much calmer, and did not rush to ask, but waited for Song Chi's next words. At the same time, he patted Chen Lixiao and glanced under the sofa on the side of the living room. Chen Lixiao immediately understood what Song Chao meant, and she quickly got up and walked to the side of the sofa. After a while of groping, a familiar blue isolation-like curtain began to slowly spread, until the isolation-like curtain enveloped the entire living room. Song Chi controlled the dark energy in his body to gather towards his forehead. Soon after, accompanied by a burst of blue flames, a bronze token shot out from his forehead. Just as Song Chao and Chen Lixiao were staring at the market guest order, curious about what it was, Song Chi handed the token to them. A few minutes later, the two people who received the market guest order and the information contained in the guest order had their eyes shining. Then they heard Song Chao say, "Xiao Qi, tell us in detail about the Zhutian market behind this guest order." After hearing this, Song Chi, who had already prepared a perfect explanation in his mind, quickly described it. He did not reveal all the current situations of the market's secret realm, but only gave a general idea, the kind that can both reflect the power and mystery of the Zhutian market, and does not clearly reveal that the market now only allows zero-order and first-order alien creatures to enter. This explanation is the most reasonable explanation he has summarized to perfectly cover up that he is not the owner of the Zhutian market, but just a market retainer. As expected, after hearing his explanation, Song Chao and Chen Lixiao did not think much about it, but suddenly raised their voices and said, "So, this is the reason why you have been able to strengthen your ship very quickly and obtain high-quality shipborne components in the past few months? It can connect different star fields in the Broken Star Sea and bring together completely different Star Sea races for free trade." No wonder. Song Chao's mind turned quickly, thinking about the value of the Jutian market and the market retainer order in front of him. But he quickly gave up this idea, because no matter how he thought about it, he found that the value of the two could not be measured by money. Let's go. Let's go find your grandfather. The value of this market guest order is absolutely beyond imagination. If we use it well, it can even benefit our whole family. Song Chao is also a man of swift and decisive character. The three of them quickly rushed to Bida City together. Angry Lion Courtyard. Central Hall. Song Mingsong's eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at his third son. If Song Chao didn't have anything important to do, or didn't give a reasonable explanation, he would definitely not be able to control his temper today. If it were in the past, Song Chao would have been restless. But today was different. He looked calm, and his eyes were filled with excitement and joy that could not be concealed. After the entire hall was covered by the isolation-like curtain, Song Chao looked around the hall. At this moment, in the hall, besides his family of three, Song Mingsong, and Bai Xiuqin, there was only one person left, Song Shan, whose ship had also been promoted to the 3rd level. As for Zhao Hongxue, Song Hai and his wife, Song Yang and his wife, they were not among them. It was not that Song Chao did not trust them, but that the Jutian market and the market guest order were too involved. The fewer people who knew about it, the less likely it would be exposed. Although he didn't tell them, he could also use other methods to collect resources for them in the future, and it would not affect their progress in cultivation and the speed of upgrading their ships. Okay, you can tell me what you want to say now. You are so mysterious. Could it be that you can be promoted to the 3rd level overnight? On the main seat, the old man still had a bad face. Song Chao didn't care about it at this moment. He ignored his father's words and directly signaled Song Qi beside him to summon the market guest order. After the guest order was passed around in the hands of Song Mingsong, Bai Xiuqin, and Song Shan, the three of them looked exactly like the Song Chao couple before, solemn and curious. After a while, Song Qi explained the whole thing to the three of them in the same words. And the three of them, like Song Chao, quickly figured out the terrifying value behind the guest order of the market. Every month, face-to-face transactions can be conducted with alien creatures in various star regions of the Broken Star Sea, and even in the river region that is countless light years away. The price difference alone can make people earn a lot of money. His expression flickered for a while, and finally Song Mingsong spoke first. Xiaoqi, so your uncle's piece of 10,000 years ago Sephora wood was traded in this market 2 days ago? Yes. Seeing Song Qi nod quickly, the faces of the people in the hall changed again. A purple strange object was traded as soon as it was said to be traded. This alone can fully illustrate the value of the Jutian market. On the side, Song Qi, who was standing behind the sofa where his father was sitting, did not speak, and quietly waited for the subsequent considerations and decisions of the elders. 2 minutes later, Grandma Bai Xiuqin, who was beside Grandpa, seemed to remember something. She turned to Song Qi and asked softly, Xiaoqi, is this market guest order already bound to you? Or can anyone use it? As soon as these words came out, the attention of several people in the hall was immediately attracted. The answer to this question is really very important. If this market guest order is not only usable by Song Qi, then it must not be exposed. Otherwise it will surely cause endless prying. Yes, only I can use it. Song Qi continued to answer affirmatively. Hearing this, several people breathed a sigh of relief. But they were not completely relieved. This was just their own one-sided statement. How could others believe it? If the market guest order was really exposed, there would be endless troubles. Therefore, Grandma Bai Xiuqin immediately began to solemnly warn Xiaoqi, regarding this market guest order, except for a few people in the family, you must not reveal it to others. Otherwise there will be a disaster. As soon as the voice fell, Grandpa Song Mingsong and Uncle Song Shan also cast the same serious look, indicating that he was not joking. As for my father and mother, they had already reminded me countless times on the way to Bida City. Song Qi was of course aware of the seriousness of the matter. Otherwise, he would not have waited until now to take out the market guest order. After Zheng nodded, he took this opportunity to speak out a question that he had always been unable to decide. Grandpa, aren't we going back to our family soon? What I mean is, in the future, do we need to confess this market guest order to the family? This was a question that he had been struggling with for a long time. He could still fully trust the elders of his father's lineage, But he was a little difficult to decide for the Dinghai Song family, whom he had never seen in person. Logically speaking, with the power of the Dinghai Song family, as long as he made the market guest order public, he would immediately receive strong support, which would make the subsequent development of the Jutian market faster, and also allow the repair of this secret place, which was not simple at all, to be faster. But this was exactly what he was worried about. The power of the Dinghai Song family was too great. He could not imagine what kind of special parts with strange abilities were loaded on those 4th and 5th level ancestor Shinhua warships, and whether these special parts could use the market guest order to reverse his identity as the market owner and finally become the host. After all, no matter what, he is only at the 1st level at present. Even if the status of the market's secret realm is high, even if he has the market law, how much can he exert now? In this way, if there is a high-level Shinhua captain with special means, he is not sure if he can fight against him. The ancestors of the Song family are different from the ancestors of the Luofu sword sect. Although the true lord of the god of transformation is equivalent to the 5th level life in the Star Sea, the Hongwang continent is isolated from the outside world after all, and the cultivators are just one of the many extraordinary practitioners in the broken Star Sea. But the 4th and 5th level Shinhua warships can integrate most of the civilization creations in the Star Sea, extraordinary energy, and various unique means. Shinhua captains and Shinhua warships are definitely enough to crush any single extraordinary system practitioner in the broken Star Sea. I remember there was a very classic quote in the textbooks in the past. You can never imagine what kind of backhand a high-level Shinhua captain has hidden. It was precisely because of this worry that Song Qi was a little hesitant. At this time, Song Mingsong, who had been thinking for a while, finally spoke. My suggestion is, don't reveal it for the time being. At least before our lineage has a certain say in the clan. Chapter 128 Orange Strange Item Terra Stone. Just as everyone in the hall was surprised, Song Mingsong gave his reason. We have been away from home for almost 50 years. We don't know what the situation is in the clan now, so let's wait. After hearing this explanation, Song Shan, Song Chao, and others also felt that it made sense. As far as they knew, only the 4th rank and above clan members in the Dinghai Song clan could be considered as the top of the family, and had a certain right to speak. Before that, whether it was the 2nd rank or the 3rd rank, they could only be regarded as the backbone of the family, and could only follow the decisions of the upper-ranking family to perform tasks, and had no right to participate in decision-making at all. In other words, if the market visitor order was made public to the family, once the family leaders made any decision against the visitor order, or a decision that was unfavorable to Song Qi, the owner, they would not even have the right to object. After hearing this, Song Qi had a clue in his mind. Since even his grandfather, who had lived in the family for more than 150 years, had such concerns, it was natural that the market visitor order should not be exposed in a short period of time. Seeing that everyone agreed, Song Mingsong did not continue to dwell on this matter. He changed the topic and brought the focus back to the Jutian market. Well, after we go back, everyone should make a list of what they need, such as warship upgrade resources, special shipborne parts, rare minerals in the principality, etc. In addition, all the rare items that cannot be converted into shipborne parts should be handed over to Xiaoqi. After a series of arrangements, Song Mingsong turned his attention to Bai Xiuqin beside him. Xiuqin, you will go to the 2nd and 4th brothers' homes later, and ask them about the resources they lack, but don't reveal the existence of the Jutian market, just say that I found a special channel. Well, nearly 10 minutes later, when Song Mingsong and others had finished arranging everything, Song Qi was about to speak, but suddenly a light flashed between Grandpa's eyebrows, and 3 rays of light flew out from his Shinhua Zuchio. When he saw the shining orange light in the middle, Song Qi's eyes instantly sparkled, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were stuck in his throat. His entire attention was completely attracted by this orange object. Obviously, the one in the middle of the 3 objects was an orange glory quality Star Sea wonder. In addition, the other 2 were also not ordinary, all emitting purple light, and they were 2 purple wonders. These 3 wonders were quickly handed to Song Qi, and the old man said loudly, Xiaoqi, these 3 wonders are your grandfather's collection for many years, especially the orange glory quality Terra Stone, which was obtained from an alien star field exploration more than 30 years ago. Unfortunately, it cannot be converted into shipborne components. Grandpa originally planned to exchange it with the family for merit points after returning to Dinghai Star region. Now, you can try to trade it out later. Song-chi nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't know whether the orange-quality Terra stone could be traded out in a short time, he could be sure that with this item, the level of his strange item exchange shop would be directly raised by several levels. In addition to this Terra stone, the other two purple-quality rare items are Earth Dragon Claw and Star Core Copper Mother, both of which cannot be converted into shipborne components. After he carefully put away the three items, Uncle Song-shan on the other side also took out two items. Also two purple items. Dad on the side was no exception. But his family was obviously not as rich as his grandfather and uncle. So he only took out one purple item. Mom and Grandma did the same. Each of them took out some things. Mom was the most shabby, and only took out a few blue items. But it was normal. After all, she had just been promoted to the second level not long ago. A few minutes later, when Song-chi summarized the results, he came to a result that surprised him. Just my grandparents, my uncle, and my parents have contributed 1 orange, 7 purple, and 12 blue items. A total of 20 star C items that cannot be converted into shipboard parts. If we count the items in the hands of my aunt, my second uncle and his wife, and my fourth uncle and his wife, this time his item exchange shop will definitely be the most generous replenishment in history. In addition to these items, the elders will also count and send over the less popular supplies in their hands, as well as the list of supplies they need, and the floating land origin required to purchase these supplies. Song-chi could already imagine that, when the next market transaction opens, the level of excitement will surely exceed the previous one, and the market transaction volume will surely be further increased. It may not take more than 2 times to raise the market level to LV20 or above. And once the market is upgraded to LV20, it will allow second-level alien creatures to enter, and then he will earn the floating land origin faster. Just when Song-chi was imagining this beautiful thing, the other people in the hall were also very excited. If they could really exchange those worthless treasures in their hands for other treasures of the same level through this market guest order, or for the mid to high level floating land origin, it would be great news for them. This is not a simple question of half price or full price. Whether it is exchanged for other treasures of the same level that can be converted into shipborne parts, or for the mid to high level floating land origin, the value is at least 4 or 5 times that of a half price worthless treasure. In this way, it will definitely greatly alleviate the problem of tight funds in the hands of everyone, and it will also greatly speed up the strengthening of the ship, etc. In addition, if they can really collect the special resources needed for the promotion of those warships, it will greatly reduce the difficulty of their ships in the future promotion. And the importance is self-evident. You must know that no matter where in the territory of Shinhwa human civilization, the resources that these Shinhwa warships need are all scarce goods, and have long been hiked up to sky-high prices. As for trading in other civilizations, buying? That would be a huge risk. This kind of cross-civilization transaction is not absolutely safe even if there is a 4th-level Shinhwa warship escorting all the way. Just as everyone in the hall was imagining. Song-chi, who had returned, pushed out the wooden box that he had taken out from the sky, and then opened it. When they saw the items in the wooden box, Song Ming-song was fine, and the faces of the other people in the hall showed joy at the same time. The wooden box contained nothing else but the 1,000 bottles of quenching liquid and 100 boxes of quenching cream that Zhou Ping brought when he traded at the market the day before yesterday. After Song Ming-song's confirmation, not only the quenching liquid can assist the cultivation of the 0-level and 1st-level Shinhwa captains, but the 2nd-level quenching cream can also have a significant effect on the 2nd-level Shinhwa captains. In addition to Song Ming-song, the Shinhwa captain who had already practiced the guiding technique to the 3rd level, even the uncle who had not yet reached the 3rd level of guiding technique could use these body-hardening pastes to speed up his practice. So after seeing these 100 boxes of body-hardening pastes, everyone was very excited. According to the ratio of 3 strands of 0-level floating land origin to 1 bottle of body-hardening liquid, and 25 strands of 1st-level floating land origin to 1 bottle of body-hardening paste. These body-hardening liquids and body-hardening pastes were quickly distributed. The uncle took 300 portions of body-hardening liquid and 20 boxes of body-hardening paste. Song-chi took 300 portions of body-hardening liquid himself. Dad took 20 boxes of body-quenching cream. Grandma also took 20 boxes of body-quenching cream. The remaining 400 portions of body-quenching liquid and 40 boxes of body-quenching cream were left to the 2nd uncle and 4th uncle's families. After distributing the body-quenching liquid and body-quenching cream, the secret talk was almost over. All that was needed was to send everything to Song Chi. However, before Bai Xiuqin was about to remove the isolation light curtain, Song Chi spoke again. Grandpa, I have one more thing to tell you. A few months ago, I got a batch of void crystals in the market. As soon as he said this, several people in the hall had already shown strange colors. Void crystal? Seeing the reactions of the elders, Song Chi, who already fully understood the function of the void crystal, was not surprised, but his voice gradually lowered. After telling all about the Baihamal, the Tross family, and John Tross, Song Chi was already a little afraid to look at the changes in the expressions on the elders' faces. He had no choice. He had only awakened for less than 3 months, and he was not clear about the specific function of the void crystal. Otherwise, all these subsequent events would not have happened. What surprised him was that, after talking about this matter, the elders did not show much emotion, let alone blame him. Obviously, they all understood that this was because Song Chi did not know the value of the void crystal in the past. After all, the textbooks did not record these in detail. He felt a little relieved, and at the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The reason why he talked about this matter at this time was that he wanted to solve this matter before leaving the White Tower floating land. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would come back here later. His idea was very simple. Since he couldn't wait for revenge, he would let the elders in his family take action. In short, he would not let the Tross family, especially John Tross, go easily. So Xiaoqi, what you mean is that the Tross family may have a secret realm? At this time, Uncle Song Shan on the side suddenly said. But before Song Chi could answer, the old man on the main seat said coldly, I don't care whether there is a secret realm or not. Since he dares to touch my grandson, Song Ming Song, I will kill him first. As he said that, a large amount of psionic energy suddenly spread from his body, and his figure stood up directly from the sofa. For a moment, the whole hall was filled with a strong pressure from the 3rd level. Of course, Song Ming Song still hadn't completely lost his mind, knowing that there was Song Chi, his grandson, who had just entered the 1st level. Otherwise, if he really released the pressure from his 3rd level life form, Song Chi would have collapsed to the ground on the spot. Moreover, Song Ming Song was not just talking, but really walked out of the hall quickly. With his temper, he would be lucky not to provoke others. Someone actually dared to bully his grandson by hunting him down. This was absolutely intolerable. At this time, Grandma Bai Xiuqin suddenly spoke, Stop! Why are you so anxious? As the voice came out, Song Ming Song, who was still furious a moment ago, paused, and turned his head, waiting for Bai Xiuqin's next words. Since Xiaoqi has been touched, the Tross family must be destroyed. But not now. At this point, Bai Xiuqin paused, and waited for Song Ming Song to completely dissipate the ghost energy on his body. And then she continued, Wait for another 10 days. Wait until we set off to return to Dinghai Star region before taking action. This way the impact of the incident on us can be minimized. Hearing this, Song Ming Song also felt that it made sense. If they took action now, the focus of the entire Baida floating continent would be shifted to their family, which would inevitably affect the family's subsequent arrangements. If they took action on the day of departure, and left Baida floating continent after destroying the other party, it would naturally not affect them. In this way, a family ranked in the top 3 in Baida city was sentenced to death in a few words. And it was the kind of extermination. Hearing this, Song Chi was a little excited. At this moment, he truly felt the pleasure of having someone to support him for the 2nd time, and also felt the importance of strength in this interstellar era. The bigger the fist, the more powerful the truth. This sentence was demonstrated to the extreme at this moment. Jianyuan City, home. Several hours have passed since returning from Baida City. At this moment, Song Chi has 3 packages in front of him, from his uncle, 2nd uncle, and 4th uncle. In addition to a few rare Star Sea treasures, the 3 packages are some rare, unpopular, and valuable resources. For example, in the package sent by the uncle's family, there is a fist-sized ice field cold stone. This thing is basically not used in the territory of Xinhua human civilization, but it is a real rare resource. In the territory of Xinhua human civilization, it can only be sold for 100 strands of 1st level floating land origin, but if it is given to the alien race in need, it is normal to sell it for 100 strands of 2nd level floating land origin. In addition to these unpopular resources, Each of the 3 packages also has a list. For example, the one at Second Uncle Songhai's house, Energy Crystals, 10,000 years Volcanic Lava Iron Essence, 10,000 years Volcanic Lava Iron Mother, Vibranium, Zircon, Titanium Crystal. Without exception, these are either special resources required for the first level Shinhua battleship to be promoted to the second level, or those required for the second level to be promoted to the third level. In addition, at this moment, he still has more than 3,000 strands of second level floating land origin in his hand, which is the initial purchase funds given by the eldest uncle, the second uncle, and others. If they really come across the resources they need, they can use these floating land origins to buy them. As long as the price given by Song Qi is not too outrageous, they will reimburse them. It's not just the uncle's families, but also my own parents and grandparents. Song Qi felt that he had a long way to go. Of course, he would have to deduct a little difference, after all. He couldn't do it for nothing. While putting all these things into the secret realm of the market, he placed them in various shops, and listed the resources needed by many elders and himself in the acquisition shop. Song Qi finally came to the strange object exchange shop. After placing an orange item, 10 purple items, and dozens of blue items, Song Qi nodded with satisfaction at the increasingly brilliant item exchange shop. The most important thing was the Terra stone placed in the most conspicuous position of the shop. This item raised the grade of the entire shop. Orange honorable quality items, no matter what civilization they were in, were definitely considered high-level items. Chapter 129 Tinglong Gathering. After a good look, Song Qi, who was satisfied, finally left the rare item exchange shop. He walked quickly, heading for the full attribute training room on the inner side of the market. He had just replenished 300 doses of body-quenching fluid, and more than 1,000 kilograms of second-level insect meat, plus the 3 high-level bodybuilding potions that he had obtained a long time ago. When he thought of the terrifying increase that could be formed when these 3 were used at the same time, Song Qi was a little impatient. It has been more than a month since the breakthrough of guiding technique to LV10. Even though he has not slacked off in this month, Song Qi still can hardly feel the progress of his guiding technique. Obviously, after entering the first stage of practice, the speed of practicing guiding technique has slowed down significantly, which is unacceptable to Song Qi. It is only the first stage. If it takes decades to go above this, what about the second, third, and even fourth and fifth stages in the future? In the full attribute training room, after adjusting the body condition to the best, Song Qi first took out a bottle of quenching fluid and carefully applied it on the skin, and then took out 10 kilograms of processed second stage zerg meat and swallowed it in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. After being promoted to the first level, in addition to the comprehensive strengthening of the body and the increase in lifespan, there is another great benefit, which is that the digestive capacity of the stomach has also been greatly improved. Not to mention 10 kilograms of lean meat. He can even digest half a ton of white tower horn beef in one meal. When a trace of heat began to slowly flow in the abdomen, the high-level bodybuilding potion in his hand was also poured into Song Qi's mouth. As this high-level bodybuilding potion entered the stomach, it seemed as if a chemical reaction had occurred in the stomach, and it began to churn violently. At the same time, a stream of energy far exceeding that of the insect meat began to flow out of the stomach, rushing to the whole body like hot water that had just boiled. Feeling such a violent reaction, Song Qi did not show any surprise, but quickly took a training posture and began to practice the Dalian technique. The advanced bodybuilding potion was already overbearing, and without the neutralization of the deep-water clam pearl powder, this was just a normal reaction. Now that his body has undergone a life sublimation, the meridians in his body have been strengthened, which is completely enough to withstand this violent and overbearing energy. This is why the Dalian technique must be promoted to the first level before taking the advanced bodybuilding potion. As the guiding technique began to work, with the combined amplification of the 3 items, Song Qi only felt that the external phantom energy seemed to be rushing into his body, and the circulation speed of the phantom energy in his body was far faster than any time before. The progress of the guiding technique, which had not increased for a long time, finally began to slowly improve. This discovery made Song Qi very excited, and his mind became more and more involved. He believed that at this speed, as long as he could persist for a period of time, his own progress in practicing the guiding technique would definitely be greatly improved. More than 10 hours later, when the drug effect was almost completely consumed, Song Qi quickly left the market, took a shower, and then quietly sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room. and began to visualize the projection rubbing of the mythical Mecca for today. 3 hours later, Song Chi was exhausted after finishing the visualization. Without thinking too much, he quickly put himself on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In this way, in this extremely fulfilling daily life, 20 days passed quickly. And there were still 4 days before the Song family left the White Tower floating land and set foot on the return to Dinghai Star region. That day, just after coming out of the bedroom market, Song Chi was about to take a simple shower and continue to visualize the rubbing diagram. But the sudden communication disrupted his subsequent practice plan. Looking at the caller ID on the communication bracelet, Song Chi raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be this guy Haozi. The reason for the surprise was that he had received news from the graduation group before that Sun Hao and Wang Yuan, after both of them were promoted to the first level, formed a small organization called First Youth League together. They have been busy with their careers in recent months and have not contacted him for several months. After a brief surprise, Song Chi answered the call with a smile on his face. After a while, Sun Hao's familiar face was projected, and he seemed very happy to see Song Chi. "Brother Chi, what do you mean? I haven't seen you for a few months. Do you miss me?" Hearing his teasing, Song Chi rolled his eyes and did not answer, but asked, "What? Have you finished the work of your small group?" Hearing him mention the First Youth League, Sun Hao's smile became brighter, and he even raised his head unconsciously. Seeing this, Song Chi also understood immediately, knowing that his small group should be developing well. Then Sun Hao's answer also verified his idea. Hee, now the number of people in our youth group has exceeded 50, most of them are our classmates, who graduated that year. In addition to me and Brother Yuan, there is also a former friend of his who is the first-level Xinhua captain. In addition, we have already taken over the alien exploration gains of more than 60% of the alumni in the graduating group. Speaking of this, Sun Hao turned his head and glanced around him, and then he lowered his voice and said, "We purchase at 75% of the market price, and when we have more resources in our hands, we will sell them to those big shops in a unified manner. Among them, Brother Yuan can raise the price to 85%, or even 90%, and the profit is very considerable." Looking at Sun Hao's beaming face, Song Chi's smile did not diminish, and he was really happy for his best friend, but he felt a little strange in his heart. From Sun Hao's tone, he seemed to have completely followed Wang Yuan's lead during this period, and he seemed to be acting as the other party's mover. In this regard, he felt a little bit that Wang Yuan did have some tricks. However, although he felt a little bit, he did not mean anything else. With Sun Hao's personality, he was not the kind of person who would use his brain. At present, it was still very good to have Wang Yuan to lead him. Of course, the premise is that Wang Yuan will remain consistent in the future, and not just kick people after using them. As he said this, he seemed to see that Song Chi was not very interested in this. Sun Hao, who was originally thinking about asking for help, did not mention it. He only heard his tone suddenly change. "Brother Chi, tomorrow our First Youth League will organize a gathering. All our graduates will be invited. There will also be seniors, who are several years older than us. Are you interested in coming to see it?" Hearing this sudden invitation, Song Chi was slightly stunned. For the past 20 days, he has been busy practicing the guidance technique. He has not checked the communication equipment and other things, so he didn't know about this. Now that he heard this, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. Although the high-level bodybuilding potion in his hand has been used up, there are still a lot of body-quenching fluids and insect meat. It is the time to make every effort to improve the guidance technique. How can he have time to attend such a meaningless gathering? Just by listening to Sun Hao's words, he can guess the purpose of Wang Yuan, which is nothing more than expanding the receiving channels of their group and increasing the income. But he thought again, he would have to leave the White Tower floating land in a few days. Not to mention anything else, just for Sun Hao, his best friend, he had to meet him for emotional and logical reasons, and inform him of this matter. Okay, what's the time and place? Originally, he thought Song Chi would refuse directly as usual. Suddenly, Sun Hao was stunned for a second or two when he heard the agreement. Then he reacted and reported the time and place to Song Chi with a big laugh. "Then it's settled. I'll wait for you tomorrow." After hanging up the call, Song Chi hurried to take a shower, and then prepared to visualize again, but he still couldn't do it. "Xiao Chi, go pick up your sister later. Things at home are basically done. After picking up your sister, let's go to your Uncle Shen's house for dinner in the evening." After hearing this, He knew that he might not have time to meditate today. So he didn't waste time. He packed up a little and went out directly. As a famous elementary Xinhua school in Jiangyuan City, Tinglong Middle School naturally not only teaches some elementary Xinhua captains and Broken Star C knowledge in written form, but also has the most standardized and reasonable teaching and guiding techniques. The daily curriculum usually consists of theoretical learning in the morning, nutritious meals provided by the school cafeteria at noon, and collective practice of dallying in the afternoon. On the school playground, a large number of young boys were lining up in neat rows, posing standard dallying practice postures, and practicing the practice class every afternoon. Whoa! Just then, on the stone platform in front of the playground, the dean blew the whistle for a break. Instantly, the playground that had just been in order turned into a bustling city, with all kinds of sighs, and screams, which were extremely noisy. The playground is located at the northeast corner, where Class 2, Grade 8 is located. Song Ting's fair little hands are constantly fanning her cheeks, her pretty face is flushed, and her face is full of reluctance. It's so hot. When will this kind of day end? If there is a way to improve the progress of the Qigong technique by lying down every day. Puff! Hearing her complaints, two laughters came from the side. It was Lu Shui and Wang Mingjing. Ting, don't dream. If Brother Song Qi hears it, I'm afraid he will mock you for a while. While the three of them were laughing and talking, three figures came from the side. These are three boys with sunny smiles on their faces. Especially the one walking in front, who is over 1.85 meters tall and has a healthy copper-colored skin. When he saw Song Ting, one of the three girls, the smile on his face became brighter. Song Ting, here, the black tea I just bought. Iced. Hearing the last two words iced, Song Ting's pretty face was obviously moved. At the moment, her whole body was hot, and it would be super comfortable to have a sip of iced tea at this time. However, after thinking about it, her pretty face was stern, and she said coldly, I won't drink it. Keep it for yourself. Hearing this, the boy frowned. I've already bought it. It's a waste if you don't drink it. Take it. Seeing that the other party was not giving in, Song Ting frowned slightly, and her tone was no longer euphemistic. She said bluntly, Zhou Lei, you are so annoying. My brother said that I am not allowed to fall in love before I awaken the seed of the fire. Otherwise he will punish me. However, this did not make the boy retreat. Instead, a smile reappeared on his face. He patted his chest and said confidently, So you are afraid of your brother. Don't worry about this. Let me take care of your brother. Tinglong Little Overlord Zhou Lei. Do what I say. His words were particularly loud and spread far away, and also caused the surrounding students to start to make a fuss. But at this moment, a sharp roar suddenly came from the sky above the school. Buzz! This thunder-like roar startled the young men below. The playground, which was extremely noisy a moment ago, suddenly became silent. When they looked up, the young men had different expressions on their faces, including surprise, envy, curiosity, etc. A warship with a length of 20 meters and a body completely wrapped in a pitch-black energy shield was quietly floating above the school. The young men, who had already studied for many years, naturally recognized the origin of this warship at the first time. It's the Xinhua battleship. And it's a Xinhua battleship of the psionic airship level. Who is this? Could it be a teacher in our school? Or a parent? As everyone was talking, the hatch of the battleship in the sky suddenly opened, and then a figure jumped down from 100 meters above. Not far from the area where Class 2, Grade 8, accompanied by a dull sound of landing, the hearts of the students in Class 2 instinctively tightened. However, at this time, a faint voice suddenly echoed in the ears of every teenager around. Zhou Lei. Right? Tinglong Little Overlord, it seems that we need to get to know each other better. Without waiting for Zhou Lei and the other boys around to react, Song Ting stood up excitedly first and ran towards Song Qi quickly. Brother. As soon as she finished shouting, she didn't care about her image at all, jumped lightly, and then hung on Song Qi. Song Qi's face darkened. He was still thinking about giving the boy who was sure to kill him a lesson, but now his image was gone. Okay. Come down quickly. What are you doing? As he said that, the two little girls Lu Shui and Wang Mingjing also ran over, and said sweetly in unison, Brother Song Qi. After finally pulling Song Ting down, Song Qi nodded gently to the two girls beside him, and then turned his eyes and looked at the sunny boy in front. However, after feeling his gaze, The boy who was still confident a moment ago suddenly became weak, and did not even dare to look at him. He only heard him bow and say, "Hello, brother. Goodbye, brother." Then he turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Song Ting's mouth twitched, and she complained for a long time. After she calmed down, she stared at Song Chi again with a pair of sly eyes. "Song Chi, why are you here? Why, do you miss your lovely sister?" Beside her, Lu Shui and Wang Mengjing pursed their lips tightly, trying not to laugh out loud. Song Chi rubbed Song Ting's head until her hair was messed up, as a revenge. "Song Chi." Song Ting glared at him, and was about to get angry, but Song Chi got the better of her. "Okay, go home first, there's something going on at home." After saying that, he turned his eyes to Lu Shui and Wang Mengjing on the side. "Xiaoxue and Xiaojing, come with me, I've asked for leave for you, and I have something to tell you tomorrow." Chapter 130 Rage. Under the gaze of thousands of people, a beam of traction light shot out from the sky in the sky. Under the effect of this traction, the four people slowly floated into the air, and soon entered the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was another violent engine roar, until the sky completely disappeared over the school. The teenagers had not turned around yet. After dozens of seconds, some people on the field began to whisper, "I didn't expect that Song Ting from Class 2 actually has a brother who is the Xinhua captain." "Brother is nothing, I heard that her father is the second-ranked Xinhua captain, and has a frigate with amazing combat power under his command." "Hiss, why didn't anyone tell me earlier? I think I will definitely regret it 10 years later. I had such a good thing in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. I deserve to die." "Get lost." On the Sanqiong, the three girls kept looking around, and were filled with indescribable curiosity about everything on the Sanqiong, because they have not yet awakened the seed of fire, nor have they mastered the psionic energy. The fire worship has no restrictions on them, who are still ordinary people. After looking at them for a while, Song Ting seemed to remember something and asked Song Chi in the main control room, "Brother, is there something wrong at home?" She is not stupid. It is obviously abnormal that Song Chi came to the school to pick her up with great fanfare, and the teachers in the school have not made any reaction. Song Chi did not rush to explain, but just said casually, "You will know when you get home." Putting aside this topic, he changed the subject and said, "By the way, you are not allowed to go shopping in the mall tomorrow. At least not in the morning. I have something to talk to Xiaoxue and Xiaojing." Hearing this instruction, Song Ting's face was bitter. She had been bored in school for so long, and she just wanted to take this opportunity to go out and have a good look with her sisters. "Is it not possible in the afternoon?" "No, I have to attend a party in the afternoon," Song Chi said firmly, but this aroused Song Ting's greater interest. "Party? What party? Can the three of us go?" Song Chi's eyes turned, thought for a while, and said, "It's a party for our graduates. Are you sure you want to go?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." Song Ting's idea was simple. Since it was a party, there must be a feast. She had vomited from the school's nutritious meals a long time ago. She would not miss the feast. After sending Lu Shui and Wang Mengjing home, Song Chi and Song Ting also returned home soon, and then they followed Song Chao and Shen Lixia to Shen Wenjia's house for dinner. Before leaving Baitafulu, Song Chi naturally had to deal with his own social problems, and his father Song Chao did the same. That night, Shen Wenjia and Song Chao both drank a lot, and talked a lot of heart-to-heart talks. As friends for decades, the relationship between the two was real. At 9 o'clock in the evening, with Shen Wenjia and his wife watching them off, Song Chi and his family got on their own Pentium 3 kinetic car, and Song Chi was the driver. In order to have fun, Song Chao and Shen Wenjia did not mobilize their psionic energy to dispel the alcohol, and they were already drunk at this moment. The next day, near noon, driving the kinetic energy flying car, Song Chi took Song Ting to pick up Lu Shui and Wang Mengjing, and then went directly to the hotel that Sun Hao mentioned yesterday. Wensheng Hotel, in the whole Jiangyuan city, this hotel is not very famous. Usually the business is just okay, but today, the hotel is several times busier than before. Hotel parking lot. After parking the kinetic energy flying car, Song Chi walked into the hotel with the three girls. Led by the waiter, the four of them came to the 4th floor of the hotel. When the elevator door opened, a large number of people came into view. These people were generally quite young, and their clothes were quite extraordinary. They were his classmates, who graduated in the same year as the captain of the Xinhua who successfully awakened the Xinhua seed. Even if his development was not satisfactory, he was definitely not comparable to ordinary people. After walking out of the elevator, Song Chi looked around the fourth floor several times, silently looking at these former classmates. Among these students, most of them have the guidance technique at around LV4 LV5, and a very small number of them have reached LV6, and as for LV7 and above, he has not found any yet. While looking around, a familiar voice suddenly came from the front. "Brother Chi, you are finally here." It was Sun Hao who saw him just out of the elevator, and then he came to greet him immediately, and behind him, there were two people following closely. If Song Chi remembered correctly, these two people were two of the 16 people who awakened in their class. Seeing that the two of them treated Sun Hao as their big brother, Song Chi was not surprised. Sun Hao was a white flame seed after all, and one of the only 3 first-class flame captains in the first youth group. It was normal for him to have a few younger brothers. These were not important in Song Chi's eyes. He only cared about one thing. Although Sun Hao's status was much higher than before, his attitude towards him remained unchanged. This could be seen from the fact that he still called him Brother Chi. "How's he? Brother Chi." The two hugged each other tightly. And then Sun Hao found Song Ting and the other 2 girls behind Song Chi. "Oh, rare guests, our Miss Ting is here to show her support." His name of Miss Ting immediately made Song Ting feel elated, and her fair neck lifted up involuntarily, like a vain white swan. "Who are these 2? Without waiting for Song Ting to answer, Song Chi said first, "Nizi's friends, and the sisters I have watched grow up, Lu Shui, Wang Mingjing." After saying that, he glanced at Lu Shui and Wang Mingjing. "Xiaoxue, Xiaojing, this is Sun Hao. You can just call him Brother Hao." "Hello, Brother Hao." The 2 girls shouted in unison, which made Sun Hao's smile even brighter. "Hello, Brother Chi's sister, that's my sister. You can always come to me if you have any problems in the future." As he spoke, Sun Hao led the 4 people into a private room on the inside. Everyone in the hall saw this scene, and they immediately became interested, and started gossiping in a low voice. Now Sun Hao's status in the First Youth League is not low. Both power and strength can be ranked in the top 3, which will naturally attract a lot of attention. Who is this person? It's fine that Sun Hao came to pick him up personally, but he kept calling me brother. Could he be a hidden boss? Boss? Bullshit. He's just Sun's former best friend. He's also an awakened colorless torch seed. Colorless? Forget it. Where are Brother Yuan and the others? In the innermost private room with some seniors. There's a senior who graduated almost 10 years ago. It's said that his guiding technique has already broken through to the first level. Song Chi vaguely heard some of the discussions outside. After all, he had already experienced a life sublimation, and his hearing was extremely sensitive. But he ignored it. As long as he didn't curse publicly, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. In the private room, Sun Hao talked to Song Chi for a long time, and then said, "Brother Chi, you stay here first. I have to greet people outside. Come back later." Hearing this, Song Chi hadn't spoken yet. But Song Ting couldn't help it. "Wait, I'll go too." After saying that, she turned around and pouted and stared at Song Chi. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. It was boring in the private room. She wanted to go outside and try the fruits and drinks. Of course, mainly the drinks. Knowing that she had been craving for a long time, Song Chi did not stop her and nodded gently. "Go ahead. Be quiet. Don't cause trouble." Song Ting nodded repeatedly as if she had been pardoned, and then followed Sun Hao out of the private room with her 2 girlfriends. As she was the only one left in the private room, Song Chi closed his eyes slightly and began to visualize the projection rubbing of the mythical mecha. He was delayed yesterday, so he could not slack off today. However, not long after, the door of the private room was opened again. The person who came in this time surprised Song Chi a little. It was Wang Yuan. Of course, as the leader of the First Youth League and the initiator of this gathering, Wang Yuan just came over to say hello out of politeness and left soon. However, even so, Song Chi's evaluation of him was raised again. At least he took care of all aspects, and everything he did made people feel comfortable, rather than disgusted. After he left, Song Chi closed his eyes again and continued his meditation. Outside, in the hall, Song Ting and the other 2 girls were mixed in the crowd, running around everywhere, and from time to time, they took a sip of fruit wine. Very happy. Under the dual effects of excitement and alcohol, the 3 girls' cheeks flushed, and the immaturity on their faces that had not yet completely gotten rid of their childishness attracted many people around them. In the corner of the hall, Several figures, who were obviously older than the students, who had just graduated this year, sat casually on the sofa. There were 2 women and 2 men among the 4 people. Judging from their appearance, the tall woman among the 4 was obviously the most senior, and the other 3 were mainly her. The woman's name was Sun Yao, and she was a graduate of Jiangyuan No. 1 Xinhua Academy 5 years ago. She was also one of the seniors invited by Wang Yuan this time. Sun Yao's initial talent was very poor. He was only a colorless fire seed, and his development in the first 2 years of awakening was almost non-existent. It is said that because his shuttle configuration was too low, he did not dare to explore the alien star domain for half a year. But later, somehow, he suddenly got up, not only upgraded his ship to a psionic airship at a very fast speed, but also his own guidance skills made great progress. It is said that he had reached the peak of LV9 a few months ago, and was only 1 step away from breaking through LV10. What do you mean, second sister? Are you sure you want to touch these 3? This is a gathering of college graduates. Being able to enter here means that there must be a captain behind these 3 people. If things get out of hand, I'm afraid. On the far right side of the sofa, the thinner of the 2 men reminded softly. But at this time, another person came over. This person leaned close to Sun Yao's ear and whispered, "Second sister, we have checked. The leading members of the youth group do not have sisters. But Sun Hao seems to know these 3 women." Hearing this, Sun Yao's eyes flashed, and she said coldly, "These 3 are all top-notch. Those people will probably pay a high price. As for Sun Hao, since he is not his sister or something, just give him a share later. Pay attention. Get ready to act. Hee hee. Ting ting. I told you not to drink that cup. But you didn't believe it. Are you dizzy? I'm not dizzy. Let's continue drinking." In the hall, Song Ting and the other 2 women were still running around excitedly. Ah! A figure walked out from the corner and bumped into Wang Mengjing, who was walking too fast. Fortunately, she was not holding a wine glass at the moment, so it was not a big deal. However, Wang Mengjing quickly bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean it." The plump woman with bright lipstick on her lips smiled and said softly, "It's okay. There's no need to apologize. But there are many people in the hall. You should be careful." "Okay. Thank you, sister." Wang Mengjing bowed politely again. After this happened, the 3 of them no longer had the heart to play around, and they found a sofa in the corner and sat down. As time went by, more and more people arrived, and the hall became more and more lively. When the time came, the hotel started serving food. It must be said that although the first youth group did not choose a high-end hotel, they ordered quite a lot of dishes. After the meal, Song Ting and the other 2 girls looked very satisfied. After finishing the meal, the final goal of the first youth group was to attract customers. The final effect was not bad. At least Song Chi saw a full smile on Wang Yuan's face. However, he had nothing to do during this period. Now, every time he explored, he would sell it in the market, which would reduce the risk of exposure in the market. Time passed quickly. After more than an hour, the first youth group, who had completed their goal, officially announced the end of the gathering. At once, hundreds of people stood up. In the crowd, Song Chi led the 3 people who were already a little confused, followed the crowd, and went out. Suddenly, the sky in his ancestral orifice between the eyebrows trembled slightly, and a circle of light flashed around the ship. Just as he was wondering, the light finally fell on Wang Mengjing, one of the 3 women behind him. The light was the purification aura emitted by the abnormal state purifier, and on Wang Mengjing's body, there was an obscure mark. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a gloomy voice blessed by the first-level psionic energy resounded in the ears of everyone on the 4th floor of the hotel. Startled by the sudden shout, the crowd that was originally walking out paused, and everyone's eyes turned at the same time, looking at Song Chi, who made the sound. At the back, Sun Hao and Wang Yuan squeezed over and cast doubtful eyes. Finally, Sun Hao asked, "Brother Chi, what happened?" Song Chi did not answer. He gently waved his hand to remove the alcohol from the 3 women behind him. After the drunkenness was gone, Wang Mengjing's face turned slightly pale, when the abnormal state purifier just removed the obscure mark in her body. She, the real owner, could naturally feel it. Seeing that there was silence in the hall and no one responded, Song Chi's face was completely cold. The dark energy in his body was fully running. A strong pressure surrounded the entire fourth floor of the hotel. At the same time, he spoke again. I ask again, who left the tracking mark on her body? Chapter 131 Strong. Everyone in the hall was shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil. Not only because of the 4 words tracking mark from Song Chi's mouth, but also because of the overwhelming pressure emanating from him at this moment. Level 1. What a joke. Didn't he awaken at the same time as us? How could he break through to level 1? Fuck. There is such a hidden ruthless person in our class. He has broken through level 10 in less than a year after awakening? After the storm, everyone present belatedly shifted their attention to the 4 words tracking mark. For a moment, many people's eyes flickered. Tracking mark plus young girl. When these two were combined, most people instantly understood the meaning. Their eyes began to move around the hall, guessing who had left this tracking mark. At the innermost side of the crowd, Sun Yao's heart tightened, and panic flashed in her eyes. Feeling the familiar first-level pressure around her, she knew very well that she was in big trouble this time. At a loss, she looked at a burly man not far away. This burly man was the most relaxed among all the people present. The first-level pressure from Song Chi seemed to have no effect on him at all. This was indeed the case. His name was Li Dong. It had been 9 years since he graduated from Jiangyuan First Xinhua Academy. His Dalian technique had already broken through the first level a year ago. He was also the distinguished guest that Wang Yuan treated most attentively this time. When he sensed that Sun Yao was looking at him, Li Dong, who had a bad feeling in his heart, had a completely gloomy expression. But before he could think about it, Song Chi in the middle of the hall saw that no one responded and had already made another move. Heh. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. After saying that, he looked at Wang Mengjing and said softly, Girl, point out all the suspects you can remember. Hearing this, the faces of many people in the hall changed slightly. Song Chi's meaning was very clear. As long as the girl pointed out the person, he would have to summon the Xinhua battleship to check it in person. However, the person Wang Mengjing pointed out first made everyone's heart jump slightly. What? It's Senior Huang Lily, is it true? TSK, this is going to be interesting. It seems like Huang Lily came with Li Dong. No, could it be that Li Dong and his people are really doing this kind of girl trafficking business? It seems to make sense, especially Sun Yao. His promotion speed in the past 3 years is too amazing. If he didn't have sufficient funds, he would never have been promoted so fast. For a moment, everyone looked at Sun Yao and his group with strange expressions. Even Li Dong also received many strange looks. This kind of watching a show like gaze made the group of people feel particularly uncomfortable, which was in sharp contrast to the scenery of the previous moment. Before they could explode, Song Chi, with a gloomy face, had already stepped forward, heading towards the plump and beautiful woman pointed out by Wang Mengjing. Dong dong dong. The footsteps that were ordinary in normal times seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts at this moment, making everyone in the hall unconsciously slow down their breathing, looking forward to the reactions of the group of seniors opposite. Especially Sun Yao and his group, the pressure emanating from Song Chi's body, most of it had already been transferred to them, and the hundreds of eyes gathered around them, making them a little breathless. At Sun Yao's signal, the thin man among the group waved his hand gently, and then 10 figures emerged out of thin air. These 10 figures exuded the aura of the first level, and their morphological characteristics were almost the same, and they were 10 terracotta warriors. When these 10 first-level terracotta warriors stood in front of them, Sun Yao finally had some confidence, and heard her coldly say, If you want to search other people's warships, you'd better show the evidence first. Do you think you are an agent of the Xinhua Bureau? Tracking mark? We didn't see it. Hearing the other party's words, Song Chi did not get angry but laughed, and when the people around him were confused, his cold words came out again. It seems you still don't understand. Speaking of this, he still did not stop, as if he did not see the 10 first-level terracotta warriors standing between the two sides. When he was only 2 or 3 meters away from the 10 terracotta warriors, Song Chi suddenly waved his hand. The next second, an even stronger pressure began to spread across the 4th floor of the hotel. 10 flaming sunflower terracotta warriors appeared out of thin air. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the 10 first-level terracotta warriors in front of Song Chi were all thrown away, and were completely vulnerable to the second-level terracotta warriors. Until then, his second sentence came out belatedly. Evidence? My words are the evidence. After saying that, Song Chi had already walked close to Sun Yao and his group. Beside him, The 2-meter-tall fire sunflower terracotta warrior tightly grasped the plump woman's neck with a pair of fiery red hands, lifting her whole body several dozen centimeters off the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Not paying attention to the whimpering sound coming from her throat due to suffocation, Song-Chi stared straight at Sun Yao's face, whose face had turned completely pale. How about it? Can you tell me now? Who is the one who put down the tracking mark? Or who ordered it? Under the terrifying pressure of the 10-second level fire sunflower soldiers, Sun Yao and his group were trembling all over, and the strong sense of oppression made their blood seem to stagnate. Of course, it may also be the extreme strength shown by Song-Chi that made them completely panic, suppressing the fear in his heart. Sun Yao still shook his head with difficulty. Song-Chi narrowed his eyes, and a trace of cruelty appeared in his eyes. Now he can be completely sure that the tracking mark was put down by the group of people in front of him. And judging from the rapid growth of their strength in recent years, they have sold quite a few girls. Thinking of this, Song-Chi no longer had any mercy in his heart. He waved his right hand gently, and the next second, a cracking sound came from the side. The beautiful woman who was still struggling. Her neck was twisted strangely, and there was no sound anymore. Sun Yao's pupils shrank sharply. You? Not only Sun Yao, but everyone in the hall was horrified at this moment. They all clearly heard the sound of the neck breaking. Song-Chi still didn't care about this. He continued to stare at Sun Yao while turning on the communication bracelet. After a few seconds, the communication was connected. Hello, Xiao-Chi, what's wrong? Da-Qing, are you in the Xinhua Bureau now? If you are, bring someone to Wensheng Hotel. Something happened here. On the other side of the communication, Shen-Qing paused. What's wrong? I'll bring someone over right away. Well, I killed a scum who trafficked girls. No, maybe more than one. Okay, wait, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Song-Chi used the hands-free mode for this call, so everyone present could hear it clearly. Ignoring his former classmates whose faces kept changing, Song-Chi continued to stare at Sun Yao in front of him. Then, he said word by word, I'll ask you again. Now, do you know who directed the placement of the tracking mark? He paused, and then added, Remember, this is the last time. Hearing these emotionless words, Sun Yao no longer had the toughness she had before. Her face was extremely pale, and her whole body was shaking with fear. She wanted to deny it, but when she thought of the consequences of denying it, she couldn't say these 3 words. A few seconds later, Song-Chi had lost his patience. Under his command, another fire sunflower terracotta warrior stepped out and reached out to grab Sun Yao. This action frightened Sun Yao enough. She didn't dare to hesitate anymore. She closed her eyes and screamed out 2 words. It's me! With these 2 words, the matter was settled. 20 minutes later, it was still the 4th floor of Wensheng Hotel. The hundreds of graduates of this year have been dispersed, and they are replaced by dozens of Jiangyuan Xinhua Bureau agents. Shen-Qing, who has been promoted to a team leader of the Xinhua Bureau, is standing beside Song-Chi, and said softly, 2 blue parts, 2,000 strands of 0-level floating land origin. How about it? I guess it should be the limit of compensation in the hands of these people. Hearing this, Song-Chi is still not satisfied. For Wang Mingjing, it is certainly enough. But Shen-Qing has brought his entire team here, and it is not reasonable to let him make a wasted trip. He turned his eyes and looked at Li Dong, who had not spoken actively and tried his best to distance himself from the matter. Song-Chi did not say much, but only uttered 2 words, not enough. Hearing this, Li Dong frowned. But when he saw the group of Xinhua Bureau agents in official uniforms behind Song-Chi, Li Dong thought about it and suppressed his dissatisfaction. After all, as the leader of the group, it would be impossible for him to hide this matter as long as he checked it a little. Then his brows flashed, and a blue light ball flew out from it. After this, Song-Chi was satisfied and stopped pursuing the matter, relying on the deal between the 2 parties. After the other party took out 3 blue wonders and 2,000 strands of 0-level floating land origin, he would only be symbolically detained in the Jiangyuan Xinhua Bureau jail and released in a few days. But the fact is that Shen-Qing will let all these people die silently in jail, including the first-level Li Dong. How could the scum of human trafficking let them go so easily? As for why they had to go through so much trouble instead of killing them directly, the reason was very simple. Just to scrape a layer of oil and water from these people. Otherwise, they would rather destroy all their assets in the subsequent collapse of the Xinhua Zuqiao and never give out a single cent. At this point, the matter was finally resolved perfectly. Finally, he handed over the 3 blue wonders and 2,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin to Shinqing and asked Shinqing, the leader of the Xinhua Bureau, to keep them in person and wait for Wang Mengjing and Lu Shui to awaken in the future and then give them to them. Although Li Dong and others would die soon, but handing such a large amount of funds directly to Wang Mengjing and the others, it would be like a child holding gold, which was too dangerous, so it would be better to let Shinqing keep it for them first. In a famous restaurant not far from Wensheng Hotel, Song Qi paid for a big meal for all the Xinhua Bureau agents. In a chat room in the restaurant, Song Qi and Shinqing chatted for a long time. Knowing that Song Qi and his family were about to leave Baida floating land, Shinqing was not in a good mood. Before leaving, Song Qi said, "Daqing, choose one of the 3 blue wonders, and give the other 2 to the 2 girls after they awaken in the future." Seeing that Shinqing was about to refuse, Song Qi said again, "Okay, don't refuse. These 2 girls will have to trouble you to take care of them in the future. Just consider it as a care fee." Hearing this, Shinqing did not speak again. In fact, the 3 blue parts did include the main gun parts he urgently needed. Since the return of the Boyuo civilization ruins last time, the Qingfeng, which had a purple energy shield and a blue secondary gun, had greatly increased its combat power. Now it was just short of a main gun. After separating from Shinqing, after experiencing such a change, Song Ting and the other 2 girls no longer had the heart to go shopping. Especially Wang Mengjing and Lu Shui, who had learned that their good sisters were leaving Baida floating land, had already been greatly shocked by the tracking mark, and were already crying. After Song Qi comforted them for a while, he warned them that they must work hard to practice the guiding technique in the future. After awakening, they can go to Shinqing to get back the ship parts and the origin of floating land, etc. Then he sent them back home. On the way back, Song Ting was no longer as lively as before. It might be that the tracking mark incident had a great impact on her. Or it might be that Song Qi's previous behavior of killing people without hesitation made her a little difficult to accept. In short, her tone was a little restrained. "Brother, we have to leave in a few days. What about Sister Yuran? Have you gone to see her?" Song Qi could of course hear the restrained tone of the little girl, but he did not take the initiative to relieve her. Soon she will return to her family. That huge family has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years. The internal relationships are complicated. It is unknown what will happen in the future. It is time for this girl to experience the cruel reality of this society. This will be good for her in the future. For 18 years, Dad and Mom have protected her too well. This is not good news. If she stays in Baida floating land, there will be no problem. But after returning to the family, many things are not decided by themselves, and some unpleasant things will inevitably happen. Therefore, it is better to let her prepare herself mentally as soon as possible. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Not yet. Tomorrow. Don't worry. Your brother will take care of it. Today's weather is not very good. The drizzle is falling continuously. The whole Baida floating land is wrapped in gloomy clouds. And the sky is gray." Jiangyuan City, one of the 5 cities of Baida, standing in the sky. Song Qi used the communication bracelet to call his uncle. When the communication was connected, Song Qi said directly, "Uncle, I have something to trouble you. I want to go to Jiangyuan's #1 Xinhua Academy." After hearing this, Song Shan did not ask any more questions and hung up the communication directly. 2 minutes later, a message came from the communication bracelet. "Okay. Someone will lead you in at the door." "Thank you, Uncle." Jiangyuan #1 Xinhua Academy. At the entrance of the academy, Zhao Ling kicked her exquisite high heels unhappily. As the assistant to the principal, she hated picking people up in person. Chapter 132 Love Between a Man and a Woman. "Sorry, I'm late." When Zhao Ling looked up and saw Song Qi's face approaching, his previous complaints disappeared completely, and a sweet smile appeared on his cheek. "Hello, Song Qi." "Right. My name is Zhao Ling." After greeting each other, Zhao Ling took Song Qi all the way to Jiangyuan's #1 Xinhua Academy. The management of the Advanced Xinhua Academy is extremely strict, and there are 3-level Xinhua captains in charge. So Song Qi did not dare to barge in, and instead let his uncle say hello. It has been nearly 2 months since the uncle's ship was promoted. The upper echelons of the entire White Tower floating land have basically known about it. In front of the old 3rd-level Xinhua captain, like the principal of Jiangyuan Academy, He still has some face. Walking on the small road of the academy with Zhao Ling, Song Qi felt inexplicably emotional. Although it has only been more than 9 months since graduation. In this less than a year, he has experienced a lot of things. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is colorful. He traded with many strange Starsea races in the market of the heavens, explored the ruins of civilization, fought against the Star Pirates, and witnessed the projection of the 4th level combat unit and the 5th level unit in person. All of this, there is curiosity, thrill, excitement, and shock, which can be described as wonderful. But it must be said that, by comparison, the student days were definitely not bad, and they were also an extremely important part of my past life, an indispensable part, and now when I think about it, it still has a special taste. Perhaps because of the soft sigh from his mouth, Zhao Ling beside him asked softly, "What's wrong?" Song Qi shook his head, putting away the melancholy in his heart. Although the memories are good, they are in the past. People have to look forward. Nothing, I just remembered some things in the past campus, said, without waiting for Zhao Ling, who was about to open her mouth. In the tone of an older sister, Song Qi asked, "By the way, Sister Zhao, how do I get to class 1? 10th year?" Zhao Ling pursed her red lips, trying to maintain the smile on her face, and then turned around and pointed to the teaching building on the side. The one on the left of the first floor. Hearing this, Song Qi nodded gently. "Thank you. Class 1. Grade 10, the innermost row, the second row." The girl was wearing a cute cartoon t-shirt on her upper body, and snow-white cropped pants on her lower body. The trouser legs were cut into the corn cob style that has been quite popular in recent years. Her long hair was slightly curled, and a few strands were picked up messily and pinned behind her head. Her eyes were exquisite and clear, and her white skin, she looked like an elf leaping into the mortal world. At this moment, a faint call suddenly came from her side. Ran, a handsome guy, the kind that can get more than 9 points. Shen Yuran glared at her equally exquisite best friend beside her in annoyance, and glanced lightly toward the classroom window. However, it was this unintentional glance, but it seemed to freeze her time. Outside the classroom, the familiar figure that haunted her dreams stood in the misty drizzle with a smile on his face, holding the dark blue umbrella in his hand, and just like that, he cast his eyes over quietly through the window. Shen Yuran didn't know how long Song Qi had been standing outside the window, but she was sure that Song Qi had been looking at her silently for as long as he had been here. At this moment, the girl's eyes were empty. Her former tranquility and indifference seemed to have turned into a dark cloud in the sky, disappearing suddenly. At the same time, other students in the classroom had also seen Song Qi standing quietly outside the window. Dozens of eyes kept moving around Song Qi and the head teacher Zhou Huali on the podium, while guessing Song Qi's identity. They were also curious about who he was looking for. Besides Shen Yuran, Zhou Chun quickly noticed the strangeness of her sister and called out to her. Ran. But before she could finish her words, she had already made a bold guess in her heart. Could it be that he was here to see Ran? Or was he the Mr. Qi who had been in hiding for 10 years? In her impression, Shen Yuran's external label was only quiet and gentle. So how could she be like this? Except for Song Qi, whom she had met through Wei. She could not think of any other possibilities. Before she could finish thinking, Shen Yuran, who was beside her, had already stood up from her seat. In the surprised eyes of the classmates, she walked all the way to the podium next to the head teacher and explained in a low voice. On the podium, Zhou Huali looked surprised, turned his head and glanced outside, paused for a moment at Song Qi, and then turned back and nodded to Shen Yuran. After getting Zhou Huali's consent, Shen Yuran smiled, and then trotted out. In the classroom, seeing the bright smile on the girl's face, and the faint blush on her cheeks due to joy, all the classmates were brightened. Outside the classroom, Song Qi, who captured the entire scene, had his heartbeat speeding up involuntarily. Outside the classroom, the girl, who had long lost her former reserve, rushed straight into the rain. It seemed that the only thing left in her eyes was the boy standing in front of her. The phantom energy in Song Qi's body flowed, and a large amount of phantom energy surrounded his legs. The next second, his figure quickly flashed out. In the eyes of the students in the classroom, he seemed to have turned into a residual image, and in a few flashes, he arrived in front of Shen Yuran. He held up his right hand high, blocking the hazy drizzle above his head, and covered the girl's figure under the dark blue umbrella. At the same time, he gently embraced the girl's slender waist with his left hand, and held it tightly in his arms. Silly girl. It's still raining. Oh my. In front. Seeing this scene, a lot of cheers came from the class. Both boys and girls. The girls are envious. The boys are jealous. Hearing the noise, Shin Yurin's cheeks turned red, and she didn't dare to look back, and could only bury her face deeply in Song Chi's arms. As for Song Chi, he lowered his head to smell the faint fragrance coming from the girl, and glanced at the classroom in front of him, and nodded gently to Zhou Huoli on the podium with a faint smile. At the same time, a faint light flashed between his eyebrows, and the sky was summoned from the Xinhua ancestral aperture. After being summoned, the warship began to expand rapidly, and soon turned into a 20-meter-long psionic airship floating above the school. A tractor beam shone down from the sky, covering Song Chi and Shin Yuran, who were hugging each other tightly. And then the two slowly took off into the air. A few seconds later, accompanied by a roar, the sky instantly disappeared above Jiang Yuan's number 1 Xinhua school. In the classroom of Class 1, Grade 10, it was almost time for the get out of class to end, and he had no intention of continuing the lecture. At the same time, he sighed softly in his heart. The daughter of the Dinghai Song family. This girl has a good eye. As a teacher in an advanced school, Zhou Huoli's identity was not simple. Although he was only a first-level Xinhua captain, he had a second-level father, and he was considered to have entered the upper ranks of the White Tower floating land. Therefore, he had a lot of understanding of the Dinghai Song family. On the sky, Song Chi had already put down the umbrella in his hand, but he had no intention of letting go of the girl in his arms. Shin Yuran did not resist. She raised her eyes, exchanged glances with Song Chi above her, and then whispered, "Why did you come here suddenly without telling me in advance?" Song Chi lifted his hands from Shin Yuran's waist, held her fair face, and said, "I missed you, so I came here naturally." Hearing these soft words, the girl's pair of exquisite eyes had already curved into a crescent shape, and the increasingly rich blush on her face was particularly exciting. Without waiting for her to reply, Song Chi, who had been eager to move, suddenly lowered his head and kissed the girl's pink lips. Baida City Maple Leaf Park, as the most popular park on Baida Floating Land, is a place that almost all Baida people particularly love, whether ordinary people or Captain Xinhua, it's the same. Looking at Shin Yuran, who was no longer as quiet as before, and chasing red fallen leaves in the maple forest, Song Chi's feeling of emptiness and uneasiness about leaving was completely emptied at this moment, and only Shin Yuran was left in his eyes. After visiting Maple Leaf Park, Song Chi and his partner went to Baida Lake in the eastern suburbs of the city, Baiyun Mountain. However, such happy times always pass quickly, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. At a roadside stall in Jianyuan City, Shin Yuran nibbled on the barbecue skewers in her hand. Only in front of Song Chi could she let go of herself, play what she wanted to play, and eat what she wanted to eat. But at this moment, she suddenly asked a question that made Song Chi silent for a long time. "Are you leaving?" Shin Yuran was not stupid, but very smart. She could see that something was wrong with Song Chi today. She was happy but also sad. She was happy from the bottom of her heart. Sadness. And also sadness from the heart. After a long silence, Song Chi nodded. "Well, not only me. My father, my mother, my grandfather, my grandmother, everyone has to leave." Shin Yuran gently put down the barbecue in her hand, lowered her head slightly, and wiped her palms and mouth with a tissue. However, although she tried her best to hide it, how could she hide it from Song Chi, whose guiding technique had already broken through the first level? However, Song Chi didn't know how to comfort him for a while. His departure was not like the one on Earth in his previous life. From this White Tower floating land to Dinghai Star region, it was tens of thousands of light years. He stood up and sat beside Shin Yuran, and hugged her again. This action was like a catalyst. The girl, who had been trying hard to control her emotions, instantly leaned on his chest and sobbed. Song Chi stroked her back, and did not say anything, just letting the girl cry out loud. After a while, he lifted Shin Yuran's face, wiped her tears, and whispered, "Okay. You won't be beautiful if you cry again." After crying for a while, Shin Yuran seemed to have adjusted herself. She took a few deep breaths, and then asked again, "Where are we going?" Hearing her voice was a little hoarse, Song Chi gathered a ray of dark energy in his hands, gently rubbed her white neck, until she fully recovered, and at the same time, he returned to his mouth. Dinghai Star region, Grandpa is a member of the clan separated from the Dinghai Song clan. And now we have to return to the clan. Hearing the words Dinghai Song clan, Shen Yuren nodded gently, repeating it several times in her heart. After Song Qi's counseling and comfort, Shen Yuren finally came back to her senses, and a smile reappeared on her face. The next day, at the gate of Jiang Yuan's No. 1 Xinhua Academy, Song Qi handed a wooden box to Shen Yuren. These are 40 bottles of body-quenching liquid, which have the effect of assisting in the practice of guiding techniques. You should keep them for the time being, and use them after awakening. Remember, this thing cannot be used in front of others, not even your girlfriends. Shen Yuren nodded gently, indicating to Song Qi that she understood. Seeing this, Song Qi took out the second box, which was no longer a wooden box, but a jade box. Open this jade box after you return to the dormitory. After Song Qi's good advice, Shen Yuren reluctantly walked towards the school gate. After his back completely disappeared from the school gate, Song Qi, who was also feeling uncomfortable, immediately summoned the sky and sped away. What he didn't know was that after Shen Yuren entered the school, his pair of exquisite eyes turned red again, and at the same time, there was a hint of determination in his eyes that was difficult for outsiders to detect. By Ta City, Raging Lion Courtyard, Song Qi, who had just returned, ran into his father Song Chao. Having dealt with all the matters in hand, the Song family naturally gathered in Bai Ta City. You're back? How is it? Is that little girl angry? Like Chen Lixia, Song Chao had already regarded Shen Yuren as his designated daughter-in-law, so he was quite concerned about this. Song Qi nodded, indicating that it was okay. It's good that you're fine. Besides, you should work harder and marry her sooner. Song Qi was a little speechless. They haven't graduated yet. In this interstellar era where Xinhua captains generally get married in their 60s or 70s, isn't it too early to urge them to get married now? Seeing that he had almost finished his instructions, Song Chao didn't continue to talk about this topic, but changed the topic and said, Okay, go and rest first. We have to go to Baihe City tomorrow. It's time to deal with the Tross family. I just don't know if they really control the secret realm. Yeah. Back in the bedroom, Song Qi fell asleep. Last night, he and Shen Yuren were so tired that he hardly slept. Although the two didn't take the last step, Song Qi was thick-skinned and basically did everything he could do except the last step. In the end, the girl helped him solve it with her hands. Chapter 133 The Tross Family is Destroyed. March 12th. 5204 of the Morning Star Calendar. As one of the three major families in Baihe City, the Tross family is still as usual, a wealthy family, extremely luxurious. In the main hall of the family, Rock Tross was sitting in the main seat of the main hall, listening to the report of the leader of the family's secret guards below. He had a serious face, and sat upright, with a little brilliance flashing in his eyes from time to time, revealing the majesty of being the head of the family from inside to outside. Since providing his father with the news of the void crystal half a year ago, and successfully snatching hundreds of void crystals from a commissioned auctioneer. Although there were some accidents later, and a little mouse escaped, John Tross was still very happy, and directly let him take over the position of the family patriarch. At this time, the secret guard in front of him said a piece of news that made him a little confused. According to investigation, Master Grimm had contact with a strange first-level Xinhua captain a few days ago. The intelligence team found out that the first-level Xinhua captain was a descendant of the Baida Song family. Baida Song family? As he muttered, all the information about the Baida Song family quickly emerged in Rock Tross's mind. Song Ming Song, the angry lion who broke away from the Dinghai Song family, is even known as the person who is most likely to be promoted to the 4th level in the next 200 years in the White Tower floating land. He is an existence that the Tross family must not provoke. Thinking of this, he was a little curious about why his nephew wanted to contact the younger generation of the Song family. What did this kid do to contact the people of the Song family? After a moment of silence, Rock continued to ask, Do you know the reason? According to the information verified by the intelligence team, the Song family recently obtained a batch of Zerd meat, and Master Grimm wanted to quickly improve his own guidance level, so he took the initiative to contact the Song. As soon as he said this, the tone of the Dark Guard leader suddenly paused. Just when Rock Tross was puzzled, the face of the Dark Guard leader suddenly changed. Master, enemy attack. Rock Tross was shocked. Although he had taken the position of Master, it was still a short time after all. He was still searching for the news of the purple fire source. He had not yet been promoted to the second level. Naturally, his perception was not as strong as that of the Dark Guard leader, who had already reached the second level. What are you waiting for? Go and gather people. As soon as he finished speaking, several roars came from the sky above the entire Tross family courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. Then, there was a terrifying explosion. In the sky, 15 Xinhua warships of different sizes were suspended in the sky, looking down at the nuclear shield below, which had dimmed by half after a round of bombardment. Just like the Blood Blade Star Pirates before, the Tross family compound also had a semicircular shield above it, a nuclear shield that could resist level 3 attacks. In fact, it was not only the Blood Blade Star Pirates and the Tross family, but also the forces with a little power in the entire Shanghai human civilization territory. Basically, they would deploy such a nuclear shield in their base camp to ensure the safety of the base camp, and the Angry Lion compound also had one. Of course, this is the worst kind at the moment. Those forces with greater energy will buy the extremely high-power nuclear shield generator. Although it is extremely expensive and requires a 4th level or higher floating land origin, the shield it generates can also reach the 4th level energy level. Below, the Tross family reacted quickly. With this sudden change, 100-meter-long frigates quickly appeared above the family, confronting the 15 Xinhua warships above. Of course, these 4 frigates did not dare to leave the coverage of the nuclear shield. The 2,000-meter warships at the front of the 15 warships above gave them a great shock. To be honest, the Tross family is not weak. With 4 frigates, under normal circumstances, this strength is enough to protect a family for 1,000 years. But unfortunately, they are provoking the Song family today. In the sky, in the communication projection group of the Song family's 15 Xinhua warships, Grandma Bai Xiuqin said, John Tross's ship is also among them. Boss, you can start. Hearing this, in the leading left cruiser, a round platform that is much larger than the fixed-point launch platform on the sky suddenly flashed with a dim light. And then the 4 Lion terracotta warriors standing back to back on the round platform suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Song Mingsong's rough voice came from the cruiser on the right. Do it. After saying that, he directly activated the main gun on the Angry Lion with the shield-breaking feature, and then suddenly opened fire. If it wasn't for luring out John Tross, to prevent him from giving up the idea of resistance, because the nuclear shield was instantly destroyed, and eventually causing him to jump off the wall, he could have broken the nuclear shield with the first shot. Swish! The main gun muzzle at the bow of the Angry Lion roared suddenly, and a beam of light shot out. The next second, the nuclear shield that was originally quite strong suddenly collapsed. This change made the 4 Tross family frigates inside the shield terrified. In the main control room of the Covenant, the old John Tross was no longer as arrogant as before. His face was gloomy, and there was fear in his eyes. Originally, he thought that as long as the nuclear shield could hold out for 1 or 2 minutes, and when the Dean of Baiha City arrived, the sudden crisis today would be resolved. However, he did not expect that the 3rd-level peak nuclear shield would be defeated so quickly. In addition, he actually had another guess in his mind that he was not willing to believe. Perhaps the group of people in the sky had already greeted Dean Baiha. Otherwise, with the family residence not far away from the Baiha 1st Xinhua Academy, even if these 15 strange Xinhua warships had only appeared for tens of seconds, it would be enough for that person to arrive. In addition to doubt and fear, John Tross also felt a strong unwillingness in his heart. In a few months, he could extend his life and continue to look for the possibility of breakthrough in the vast sea of stars. With strong reluctance, John Tross tried to send a communication request to the 2 cruisers in the sky. On the Angry Lion, Song Mingsong, who wanted to connect, finally withdrew his hand under Bai Xiuqin's glare. On the other side of the mountain, Song Shan connected the communication. After seeing Song Shan, John Tross's pupils shrank suddenly. As a veteran 2nd-level peak Xinhua captain, how could he not know Song Shan, Ding Hai Song's branch? This is no secret in the eyes of the entire White Tower floating land upper class. Mr. Song Shan, if I remember correctly, my Tross family has never provoked your Song family. After organizing his words, John Tross tried his best to make his voice sound without any questioning, but respectful. In response, Song Shan, who had already prepared his explanation, replied, I heard that your Tross family controls a secret realm? In the communication projection, John Tross was stunned when he heard this, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. and there were almost a few big question marks on his face, facing his expression that didn't seem strange. Song Shan didn't care whether he was pretending or not, and said coldly, "Don't pretend. Whether there is any, we will know after searching inside and outside." However, as he spoke, his tone suddenly changed from cold to stern. "I can't guarantee the subsequent casualties. In addition, don't count on Dean Baihe. You can't wait." After speaking, the main guns of the 15 Xinhua warships above were charged again at the same time. This scene made John Tross roar wildly in his heart. Who leaked it? He controlled the affairs of a secret realm, and except for a few close relatives in his family, he had never revealed it to the outside world. He really couldn't think of how the Song family got the news. Could it be? A gleam of light flashed through his mind, but he didn't have time to think about it. Because if the 15 Xinhua warships above his head really fired a round of main guns, without the protection of the nuclear shield, the entire Tross family would be completely reduced to dust. "Sir Song Shan, I do control a secret realm, but I have a condition." He originally thought that the 15 warships above him would stop charging their main guns after he said this. But the 15 increasingly bright lights and shadows above him clearly told him that this was just his own assumption. John Tross, who realized it late, seemed to understand something, and the forced smile on his face quickly faded, turning into madness. He roared and gave orders to Rock Tross in the main hall below. "Destroy that secret realm, quickly." After saying this, he raised his head with a grim smile and looked at Song Shan in the projection screen again. "Since you are not going to let my Tross family go from the beginning to the end, then your Song family can't even think about getting that secret realm." Seeing his crazy look, Song Shan's expression was unusually calm from beginning to end. "Why do you think I'm getting involved with you until now? Ridiculous." The grim smile on John Tross's face froze, and he felt something was wrong in his heart. Before he could pass on the order to the people below, Song Ming Song suddenly appeared in the projection screen in front of him. "If you dare to touch my grandson, unless you can invite the White Tower to guard, no one can protect your Tross family today." Hearing these words that were almost all shouted, John Tross was full of doubts. "Angry Lion, please make your words clear. When did I?" He paused again, and another projection appeared on the projection screen. It was Song Qi in the sky. In order to make a deeper impression on the other party, Song Qi also deliberately put on the mask that he used to cover his identity. It was this familiar mask that made John Tross instantly recall Song Qi's identity. "Void Crystal, it's you?" At the same time, he also fully understood the cause and effect of today's events. In the projection in front, Song Qi took off the mask again, revealing his true face under the mask. He smiled and said, "It seems that you still remember. TSK. How does it feel to bully the weak?" Although the tone of his words was ordinary, the meaning behind them was undoubtedly murderous. At the beginning, the other party personally went out to hunt him down as a second-level Xinhua captain. Now, the two third-level Xinhua captains behind him also came to destroy the family behind him with a condescending attitude. A very dramatic reversal, isn't it? Inside the Tross family below, after receiving the order, Rock Tross quickly led a dozen people to the secret room deep underground of the family. But when he arrived at the entrance of the secret room, his eyes suddenly condensed. "Grim, why are you here? Hurry up and leave. Take your mother." Before he finished speaking, Rock's voice suddenly paused, because he had seen the 4 flaming soldiers exuding a terrifying aura behind his nephew. "Level 3 Terracotta Warriors, are you controlled by the Song family?" Rock Tross' eyes widened with anger, and the dozens of level 2 Terracotta Warriors and dozens of Tross people standing behind him rushed towards the door of the secret room. For a moment, the entrance to the entire underground secret room was filled with the sound of fierce fighting. A few kilometers away from the Tross family compound, a 1,000-meter warship was quietly suspended in the clouds. In the main control room of the warship, the image on the enlarged projection screen was a clear scene of the battlefield above the Tross family. Dean Baihe stared at the projection screen in front of him, and said respectfully to the projection screen beside him, "Sir, do you really not need to intervene?" As soon as the words came out, a cold response came from the communication projection beside him. "No need to intervene. The kid from the Song family seems to have done something big. The news from the Dinghai Song family has been received that his lineage will be allowed to return. The face of the Dinghai side should be given. Yes, if there were outsiders here." Seeing Dean Baihe, who almost had everything under his control in Baja City. Being so respectful, they would probably be shocked. However, if they knew the identity of the person on the other side of the communication projection, they would definitely think it was natural, because that person is none other than the existence that is above the entire White Tower floating land, the owner of the 4th level chasing ship Deep Sea Sky, and the guard of the White Tower floating land, Gerald Eagle. Buzz buzz buzz. On the Covenant. After waiting for a long time for his son to reply from below, John Tross had already made a bad plan in his heart. He cut off the communication with the Song family. From the moment he saw Song Chi, he knew that he had no way out. With the character of the angry lion Song Ming Song, he was bound to kill him. As his eyes gradually became firm, the purple engine on the Covenant entered an overloaded state. At the same time, he activated the means he had relied on to save his life many times in the past without hesitation. The active characteristic of the Covenant engine. Flowing light sprint. Swish. The Covenant, which was close to the 3 frigates of the Tross family just a moment ago, suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed straight into the sky. This sudden movement made Song Ming Song and Song Shan, the 2 third-level Xinhua captains, unable to react. But soon they sneered again. Tens of thousands of meters above the sky, the Covenant, which was sprinting all the way, seemed to have hit something. With a violent humming sound, the entire warship was completely deformed. The bow position was sunken for more than 10 meters, and even the cockpit was affected. And John Tross was directly squeezed into a meat pie. The speed of the streamer sprint was so amazing that even the frigate could not withstand the huge potential energy impact. Of course, the most important thing was that John Tross's Covenant was only equipped with a piece of blue-quality hull armor, and its own Xinhua hull was only white, which was not a little bit worse than its purple shield and purple engine. Inside the Song family warship, everyone in the Song family was a little surprised. Even they themselves did not expect that this would be the result. Originally, this layer of void prison was set up just to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. But they did not expect such an unexpected surprise. The collision of the Covenant directly killed Captain John Tross, the Xinhua, and thus the Covenant was able to avoid sinking. As a Xinhua captain who lived for nearly 300 years, John Tross would definitely have a lot of good things on his ship, which was why everyone in the Song family was happy. Below, the remaining 3 frigates of the Tross family saw this, and knew that they were doomed to die. So they no longer hesitated and rushed madly towards the 15 Xinhua warships above, wanting to drag a few people with them before they died. However, in front of the 2 cruisers and 8 frigates, this was just a last ridiculous struggle, and they were soon completely sunk one after another. At this point, the Tross family, which had prospered in Baja City for more than 200 years, was basically doomed to destruction. Chapter 134. Inheritance Rules of the Inherited Battleship Dragon Blood's Secret Realm. The Baja City Center Square, the streets that are usually busy with traffic seem particularly deserted today. Even if there are 2 or 3 pedestrians, they all look nervous and walk in a hurry. A virtual online game up master who just woke up yawned and walked out of his building. He was soon shocked by the scene on the road. After finally stopping a passerby, he hurriedly asked what was going on. "What else is going on? Your forehead was pinched. You couldn't hear such a loud noise just now? The Tross family was destroyed. No one was left alive. I heard that John Tross's previous killing of the younger generation was exposed, which caused the revenge of the other party's elders." It sounded like an explanation of the plot in a novel. The game blogger scratched his head and doubted his life for a while. As a native of Baja City, the Tross family was an absolute top-tier family in his eyes. However, the Tross family, which was so powerful in his eyes, was destroyed while they were sleeping. This was somewhat difficult for him to accept. There were thousands of people like him who were unable to recover for a while in Baja City. The Song family was naturally not aware of the subsequent situation in Baja City. After destroying the Tross family, they counted their gains and cleaned up the battlefield as quickly as possible. Finally, before the subsequent public opinion broke out, they left the White Tower floating land and headed towards the sky. As for why the battlefield was cleaned up so quickly, it stands to reason that, since there is a secret realm, it is natural to carefully consider the subsequent handling of this secret realm. Not to mention the various resources in the secret realm, just how to deal with its entrance is a big problem. You know, it is easy to destroy the entrance of a secret realm, but if you want to open an entrance to the secret realm in other starfields later, that is as difficult as ascending to heaven. To complete this operation, Even a 4th level star sea creature cannot do it. At least a 5th level or higher powerful person can do it. Otherwise, for thousands of years, the Moro royal family would not have kept the entrance to their own Moro secret realm in the 0155 star area. Although the 0155 star zone is full of space cracks, it is the core star zone of the former Moro civilization. There will always be some creatures who will rely on some special abilities or strange objects to try their luck. For example, the 2 void membrane parts that Song Ming Song got are of this kind. Therefore, it is extremely dangerous to place the Moro secret realm in the 0155 star zone. It is far less safe than moving it to the place where the remaining Moro royal family is hiding now. If there is no 5th level combat power, they will never do this. So, after saying this, there is only one possibility in the end, that is, the Tross family does not control any secret realm. In the Angry Lion cruiser, Song Chao, Song Hai and others looked puzzled, especially the younger generation such as Song Qi. They remembered very clearly that John Tross personally admitted that he controlled a secret realm. For a moment, everyone focused their attention on Song Ming Song and Song Shan, who were the first to enter the underground secret room of the Tross family. In front of the main control panel, Song Ming Song controlled the Angry Lion to fly at high speed, and said with a smile, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Follow me." As he said that, he switched the battleship to the automatic driving mode, and the semi-automatic shipborne intelligent control on the Angry Lion, and he and Song Shan led a group of people to the engine room behind the main control room. Hearing this, everyone immediately became interested, and endless curiosity rose in their hearts again. According to Song Ming Song's tone, it seems that there is still a chance. As the engine room of a cruiser, the area is naturally amazing. At this moment, what attracts people's attention the most is not the huge engine room of the Angry Lion, but the battleship with a sunken front half in the middle of the engine room. This is exactly the Covenant frigate. When the captain of a Xinhua warship dies, generally 2 situations will occur. First, if the captain issues a self-sinking order before his death, then the Xinhua warship will sink with him. Second, if the Xinhua captain does not issue any order before his death, then the Xinhua warship will seal itself until the second Xinhua seed comes to merge with it. As mentioned earlier, each Xinhua warship has 3 opportunities to change its captain, and this situation is only suitable for warships that have only experienced 2 or fewer captains. If it is the 3rd captain, even if the Xinhua captain does not issue a self-sinking order before his death, when the captain dies, the Xinhua warship will sink with him. The Covenant at this moment is obviously the 2nd type. Previously, John Tross was its initial captain, the first one, which means that, as long as the warship has not sunk, it can have 2 more captains. Looking at his grandfather and uncle pointing directly at the Covenant, Song Qi raised his eyebrows. Could it be possible that the entrance to the secret realm is inside a Xinhua warship? Turning his head to look at Song Qi, Song Yu and others, seeing that they also looked puzzled, Song Qi knew that their inner guess at this moment should be the same as his. After stepping on the Holy Covenant, the confusion in everyone's eyes became even more intense. At least Song Qi did not sense any spatial fluctuations inside the frigate. But thinking about it, he felt that this was reasonable. If the entrance to a secret realm is really inside a Xinhua warship, then how can this Xinhua warship explore the alien star domain? The violent spatial fluctuations generated by the entrance to the secret realm are simply speechless. If you really carry this thing to explore the alien star domain, even the Child of Destiny will be pitted to death. Could it be that the Covenant had stopped exploring alien regions long ago? Or did John Tross not control the secret realm? It was just that I and others were overthinking. Song Ming Song in front suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Song Qi and others who followed him also stopped. He looked past Song Hai, Song Chao, and other second-level Xinhua captains in front, and looked at Song Qi, Song Lin, Song Wen, Song Qi, Song Yu, and the other 5 people behind him. As for Song Bo, Song Shishir, Song Ting and others behind him, they were also directly ignored. The 5 people were a little confused, not knowing what their grandfather meant. However, Song Ming Song's next words made them understand quickly. "You 5 little guys, are there any of you interested in the Holy Covenant?" The meaning of this question was very clear, asking them if they had given up their own warships and turned to integrate the Holy Covenant. As a second-level peak Xinhua warship, the Holy Covenant has 2 purple parts and more than a dozen blue parts. Needless to say, its combat power is probably ranked among the top second-level Xinhua warships. However, the attitudes of Song Qi and the other 5 were highly consistent. Almost no one thought twice, and they all refused in unison. Hearing the answers of the 5 people, Song Ming-song laughed out loud and was very happy. Well, you are worthy of being my grandson. You have great ambition. Of course, he actually said this to Song Chi, Song Lin and Song Wen. As for Song Chi and Song Yu, as the most talented among his grandsons, he thought it was normal to refuse. If the two dared to mention inheriting the Holy Covenant, Song Ming-song would probably explode on the spot. As for the reason, it is very simple. The big families and big conglomerates of the Xinhua human civilization clearly have a large number of sealed Xinhua warships. But why do they still train young people at all costs? Is it because they have too many resources to spend? Of course not. Although each Xinhua warship can replace 3 captains, it can only have the potential for continuous strengthening in the hands of the first. That is, the initial captain. Once the captain is replaced, whether it is the second or third captain, the Xinhua warship itself, Xinhua ship body, will lose the attribute of continued strengthening. Moreover, the quality of the seed of fire that the successor possesses cannot be lower than that of the initial captain, and the requirements are very strict. Of course, the fact that Song Chi and the other 5 refused does not mean that the Holy Covenant has lost its value. After all, it is a second-level peak fire warship, just relying on the level 29 psionic training platform on it. The value of this warship is also beyond imagination. After returning to the family in the future, it can be rented out as the public property of their lineage. Those who rent the warship must pay a certain amount of merit points every month or every year as the rental fee. Don't think that these are difficult to rent out. On the contrary, high-level Xinhua warships, for rent, are often in short supply. The Dinghai Song family has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years, and there are nearly 10 million bloodline members. How many of them have lost their warships due to unexpected circumstances? How many people have given up their own warships to rent high-level warships to improve their own guidance practice speed because they can't see the hope of promotion? In addition, each warship can only be rented out twice, which further exacerbates the situation that the number of Xinhua warships for rent is often insufficient. Even because of this restriction, the shortest rental period for the second level and above Xinhua warships rented out now is more than 20 years. But it still treats the symptoms, but not the root cause. Because they knew this situation very well, the Song family brought a large number of Xinhua warships for rent on their return trip. In addition to the Holy Covenant, there were 3 first-class frigates, which were captured from the Blood Blade pirates and are now placed in Song Shan's mountain. As for the first-class psionic airships, there are even more of them. They were captured from the Blood Blade pirates and the Tross family before, with a total of more than 30 ships. Now they are placed in the ships of Song Hai, Song Chao and others. After getting a satisfactory answer, Song Ming-song moved forward again, and the group soon arrived at the shipborne component loading area of the Covenant. Everyone first scanned the nearly 30 components, and then their sights basically stayed on 3 of the components that were shining with purple light. One was an energy shield, one was a shipborne engine, and the last one was... When they saw the third component, everyone's eyes lit up, and everyone immediately understood the meaning of Song Ming-song's words before. John Tross did not lie. He did control a secret realm, but he could move the entrance to the secret realm at any time. There was indeed an entrance to the secret realm in the underground secret room of the Tross family before, but it was destroyed by Song Ming-song and Song Shan, who arrived in advance. As for why it was destroyed, and why they were not worried that they would never be able to enter the secret realm again after the destruction, the fundamental reason lies in this purple special component in front of them. Secret Realm Binder LV20. Quality, purple. Features, Secret Realm Entrance Opener. Consumption, 1000/time psionic points bound. Dragon Blood Secret Realm Residual Effect. Bind a Secret Realm. After successful binding, the captain of the battleship will have the right to enter and exit the secret realm freely. Entering the secret realm in this way, you can stay in the secret realm for up to 1 hour at a time. Buffer, 24 hours. No need to recharge. Upgrade requirements: 15 strands of floating land origin second level, 6,000 psionic energy points, 1 titanium crystal second level entrance opener. Consume 10,000 psionic energy points. Open an entrance and exit for the bound secret realm in the designated area. This secret realm entrance and exit can only exist once at the same time. It is not difficult to see from the property introduction of this component that, through this component, you can enter and exit the bound secret realm once a day, and its characteristic, You can also open an entrance and exit for the bound secret realm by yourself. There is no need for the powerful people of the 5th level to take action. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed, and almost at the same time. They had the same idea in their hearts. This secret realm seems to be our own secret realm, without having to hand it over to the family. As for why this idea came up, it was very simple. Although handing over a secret realm to the family can get a considerable reward from the family, for a secret realm that can continuously produce a certain type of special resource, this is obviously not the most cost-effective choice. The value of a secret realm, in addition to the special resources within it, is its long-term characteristics. How can short-term rewards compare to the continuous benefits that can last for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes turned to Song Ming Song in the middle. Seeing this, Song Ming Song pretended to think deeply for a while, until Bai Xiuqin couldn't help it and pinched him hard, which made the old man quickly reply, "Don't worry. This secret realm will be one of the foundations of our lineage in the future, and it will not be handed over to the family." The other direct and indirect branches of the family also basically have their own exclusive secret realms. This is very normal in the family, and there is no need to worry about being exposed. Moreover, if the special resources in this dragon blood secret realm are valuable, there is a high probability that other clansmen from other branches of the family will take the initiative to exchange them with other rare resources. Speaking of this, Song Ming Song paused. His eyes swept over this special purple component, and his face was a little solemn. Compared to this secret realm binder component, its value may far exceed the scope of ordinary purple components. It can freely move the entrance of a secret realm without the intervention of a 5th level powerful person. This function can definitely drive many small and medium-sized forces crazy, such as the previous Moro royal family. Therefore, everyone must not disclose anything about this component. Do you understand? Understood. After Zheng nodded, everyone showed an expression of joy that could not be concealed on their faces. When they thought that their family would have an exclusive secret realm in the future, everyone's smiles bloomed. But speaking of secret realms, the curiosity in everyone's heart was rekindled. Through this secret realm binder, they learned that the secret realm controlled by the Tross family was called Dragon Blood Secret Realm. Although through the word broken behind it, everyone could probably guess that this should be a lowest level broken secret realm, but it was still a secret realm after all, and of course they were curious about what kind of resources were produced in it. Chapter 135 Dragon Blood Tree Dragon Blood Fruit. Seeing the undisguised curiosity of the crowd, Song Ming Song himself was also very much looking forward to it, but there was no way. This secret realm binder part must be activated by the captain of the covenant. They are now at most outsiders, but they do not have this right. As for unloading it, and then loading it onto their own warship, once they do this, then they will probably find it difficult to find this secret realm. When the shipborne parts are unloaded, all the enhancement levels will be reset to 0. Just like formatting it directly, then the secret realm binder bound to the Dragon Blood secret realm mark will inevitably be eliminated, and if they want to locate this secret realm in this vast sea of stars in the future, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, no matter how curious they are, everyone can only bear it for the time being. As for the distribution of the subsequent parts, except for the secret realm binder, there are only 2 purple parts left, both of which are loaded on the Covenant. They are parts collected from other warships of the Tross family. I don't know if they were damaged when they sank. Anyway, the highest ones are only blue parts. The 2 remaining parts on the Covenant are Flower Kinetic Engine and Mysterious Light Energy Shield. Among them, the Flower Kinetic Engine is the most precious, and its active characteristic Flower Sprint is an excellent life-saving ability. However, it is not very attractive to Song Qi. He already has the special component of the Phantom Propulsion device, and the Phantom Trace feature is enough to save his life. For him, the shipborne engine is more important to ensure sufficient psionic energy supply. Of course, the main reason is actually the enhancement level of the Shadow Antimatter Super Engine, which has been enhanced to level 30, and consumes a lot of resources, especially titanium crystal. If it is not a higher quality engine component, Song Qi will not easily replace it. Finally, the 2 parts were distributed to my mother, and my 4th Aunt Zhao Lan. My mother took the energy shield. The Dragonfly had just been promoted. Although the ship already had a purple main gun and a purple half-snake warrior tree, the energy shield was the most important means of defense and self-protection for a Xinhua warship, so it was naturally the first priority. As for my 4th aunt, she was promoted a few years earlier than my mother Chen Lixia, and she took the purple engine. After the two purple parts, there were quite a few blue parts, but Song-Chi didn't see the warrior parts he wanted, nor did he see the parts for repairing the ship like the healing fruit. Finally, he chose to take the 1,000-thread second-level floating land origin. At present, the titanium crystals in his hands are running out. Purple parts such as phantom thruster and brain wave remote control system cannot be further strengthened. However, blue parts such as electromagnetic lightning cannon, fixed point delivery platform, Star Glory V-type ship armor, and purple river jump device need to be strengthened. The second-level floating land origin is what he urgently needs. After distributing various harvests, because the psionic energy in the body is sealed, the people who cannot practice the guidance technique and can only visualize the mythical mecha projection rubbing map for a short time every day have enough time to chat. The distance between Dinghai Star region and Bida floating land is more than 10,000 light years. And even if the blue jump device on the Angry Lion is enhanced to the limit of the third level, it can only jump 200 light years at most at a time, and it has to wait for a buffer of 10 hours after each jump. Therefore, it is impossible to rush back in a short time. It will take at least a month on the way. And this is the case without any accidents. If something happens in the middle, this time may have to be postponed. Time passed quickly, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. To the east of the Golden Shark Star region, the Silver Spear floating land of the Golden Lion Star region of the neighboring principality. Buzz! Buzz! Amid a violent roar, the Angry Lion docked at the warship docking area in the suburbs of the floating land capital, Silver Spear City. When they walked out of the hatch, the younger generations of the Song family were almost dazzled by the prosperous scene outside. In the docking area covering more than 10,000 square kilometers, large and small Shinhua warships rose and fell in the east and west, and countless warships were almost everywhere in the sky above the entire docking area. Among these warships, which number at least more than 10,000, the 1,000-meter-long Raging Lion under their feet was not bad, but it was definitely not dazzling, because at a glance, there were more than dozens of 1,000-meter-long Shinhua warships in their field of vision, and there were also two 3,000-meter-long fourth-order Zulu warships. At this moment, the voice of Uncle Song Shan came from behind. The Silver Spear floating land is a level 3 life-type star sea floating land, with a population of over 10 billion. In addition, there is a medium-range star field portal built by the neighboring principality. Many Shinhua captains come to rest, travel, and participate in various commercial activities. In addition, there is a rule that Shinhua warships cannot enter the city, which has created the current prosperous scene. Song Shan paused, and then continued, the White Tower floating land is a frontier land, and the prosperity of the Silver Spear floating land ranks among the top 3 in the Golden Shark Star field. The two are naturally very different. Song-Chi and others nodded suddenly, although they didn't know what the sentence prosperity ranks among the top 3 in the Golden Shark Star field meant. They still had a concept of the level 3 life-type floating land in their minds. If more than 99% of the life-type floating lands in the Star Sea are not of grade, then among the other less than 1% of the life-type floating lands, 1, grade and 2, grade account for more than 99%, which means that, among 10,000 pieces of life-type floating lands, there may be only one piece of 3, grade life-type floating land. Just when the minds of several people were in a state of confusion, a voice came from the back again. But this time it was not the uncle, but Song Ming Song, who had recalled the Angry Lion. Okay, the medium-distance starfield portal will be opened again in about 3 days. You are not allowed to run around today. You have to wait at least 24 hours. That is, tomorrow when the psionic energy in your body is restored, before you can go out. Now let's go to the hotel we have booked. Hearing the serious voice of the grandfather, several people nodded, and then they walked quickly towards the city. As for the medium-distance star-field teleportation gate, it is said that it was built at great cost by the Principality Engineering Institute, in order to connect all the star fields under the Principality and promote economic circulation and development. This space in the Golden Shark Star Field is connected to the Golden Lion Star Field. It is said that it can teleport thousands of light years at a time, and it is a group teleportation. However, each transmission consumes a lot of energy and requires a high transmission fee. Moreover, each activation requires several days of buffering. They came at an unlucky time. The last transmission was just activated not long ago, so they have to wait for about 3 days. Inga City, Yinchuan Street, Tanger Hotel. Today is the second day since the group arrived at the Inga floating land, But at this moment, the Song family members are not in their rooms, but gathered in the 1,000-meter class battleship summoning room under the hotel. In the interstellar era, the Shinhua battleship is a presence that every Shinhua captain may need to summon at any time and anywhere. For this, the hotel industry, whose main business targets are the Shinhua captains, naturally cannot fail to take this into consideration, so over time, this underground battleship summoning room was built. As the name suggests, this underground battleship summoning room is a closed space that those hotels have specially opened up under their own ground, which is enough to accommodate the Shinhua captain to summon the Shinhua battleship. As for the kilometer-level summoning room, it naturally corresponds to the cruiser-class Shinhua battleship. In the summoning room, after a long wait, the Void Prison feature activated by Song Ming Song finally took effect. With Song Ming Song's active control, this space-enclosed light curtain just covered the entire underground summoning room. At the same time, in a hidden monitoring room of the Tanger Hotel, one of the monitoring screens suddenly went black, and there was no longer any image. Seeing this, the monitoring personnel in the monitoring room quickly cut off the monitoring of the summoning room corresponding to this monitoring screen. The ability to cut off the monitoring of the precision monitor outside is enough to prove that the person being monitored has good means, in order to prevent provoking people who should not be provoked. Generally in this situation, the hotel's monitoring personnel will immediately stop monitoring the designated summoning room. On the other side, in the summoning room, as the Void Prison took effect, everyone in the Song family nodded gently. After a while, a slight buzzing sound came from the engine room of the Angry Lion. And then the Covenant, which had obviously sealed itself, slowly sailed out. After the Covenant left the engine room, Song Ming Song quickly took back the Angry Lion, leaving the crowded summoning room completely empty. Looking at the Covenant, which had regained its vitality, Song Chi and the crowd had a calm expression, without any surprise. That's right. The Covenant has been bound to its second captain. As for the captain's identity, he is not any member of the Song family, but a member of the White Flame seed of the Tross family brought out by the uncle. It doesn't matter who this person is, because he has long been enslaved by a special control component on the uncle's ship, and his own warship has sunk. Just like Grim Tross before, his role is to temporarily control the Covenant and open up the entrance to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm bound by the Secret Realm Binder component. And then, he will no longer be useful. Of course, it doesn't mean that the entrance to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm will be opened here in the future. Now, the Song family just wants to know about this secret realm in advance. After checking the various resources produced in the secret realm, they will destroy this entrance again and open it after returning to the family and settling down. Song Ming Song saw a flash of light between his eyebrows, and the Angry Lion in the ancestral cavity between his eyebrows trembled slightly. And then the starry sky monitor in the warship flashed orange light. After this, the Void Prison around everyone changed slightly, leaving only the blocking function, and the sealing attribute of the internal space was temporarily removed. Then, at Song Shan's signal, the Tross inside the Covenant also took action, and the Secret Realm Binder was activated. Soon, a weak spatial fluctuation suddenly came from not far in front of the Covenant, and as time went by, the fluctuation continued to intensify until a vortex of several meters in diameter finally condensed into shape. Seeing the space portal that appeared out of thin air, the Song family members were delighted, but they did not rush forward, but summoned several terracotta warriors to explore the way first. According to the attribute introduction of the Secret Realm Binder, this entrance is most likely connected to the so-called Dragon Blood Secret Realm. However, they cannot be 100% sure whether it is or not. Even if it is true, it is still unknown whether there is danger in the Secret Realm. It is most appropriate to use the terracotta warriors to explore the way first. Song Ming Song's eyes turned and glanced at Song Chi behind him. After receiving the signal from his grandfather, Song Chi nodded, and a faint light flashed between his eyebrows. The brainwave remote control system in the sky was activated, after leaving a brainwave mark on a third-level fiery flame terracotta warrior in front of him. The 4 terracotta warriors stepped towards the void vortex. A few minutes later, Song Chi shook his head gently. No danger. Behind this portal is a broken floating land, which should be the Dragon Blood Secret Realm. Hearing his confirmation, everyone no longer worried. But just in case, they still let the third-level terracotta warriors under Song Ming Song and Song Shan walk in the front. After a not-so-serious feeling of weightlessness, Song Qi and others disappeared into the void portal. The environment is not much different from the previous Morwa's secret realm. This Dragon Blood secret realm is also a dark and eternally silent closed starry sky. The only difference is that compared to the star sea floating land in the Morwa's secret realm, which is at least comparable to the two level, the floating land under everyone's feet is much smaller. Of course, this was not caused by the initial formation of the secret realm, but was damaged by acquired factors. Everyone summoned their own ships one after another. Song Ting, Song Shishir and others boarded the Angry Lion. When the Xinhua warship soared into the sky, they quickly saw the amazing ruins on the right corner of the floating land below from a bird's eye view. This ruin stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, destroying most of the original environment on the floating land below, and causing more than 70% of the area of the Xinghai floating land to collapse. In the Angry Lion, Song Mingsong sighed. At least 5-level powerful people fought in this secret realm. Otherwise it would never cause such damage. What a pity. As he spoke, his eyes quickly scanned the intact floating land fragments below. And at the same time he quickly said, "Quick! Carefully search the entire fragment below to see if the special resources of the secret realm have been preserved." After speaking, more than a dozen Xinhua warships landed below, one in charge of an area, and conducted a carpet search of the remaining floating land fragments. 2 hours later, the family reunited, and after such a long search, they had counted all the resource points on the floating land fragments below. Aunt Zhao Hongxue reported softly, "There are currently 15 resource points counted, 14 of which are relatively rare resources in the outside world, including obsidian, mercury crystal, starflower, etc. In addition, there is a special resource point in the half-destroyed secret realm, called Dragon Blood Tree. The following is a detailed introduction to the Dragon Blood Tree. The Dragon Blood Tree can produce ordinary Dragon Blood fruit every 1,000 years, which can extend life by 10 years. It is only effective for life forms of level 2 and below, and there will be a discount for life forms of level 3 and above. It can produce high-quality Dragon Blood fruit every 3,000 years, which can extend life by 30 years. It is only effective for life forms of level 3 and below. It can produce top-quality Dragon Blood fruit every 10,000 years, which can extend life by 50 years. It is effective for life forms of level 4 and below, although each person can only take 2 of the 3 types of Dragon Blood fruit. The longevity feature alone is enough to show the value of the Dragon Blood Tree and Dragon Blood fruit. However, the most regrettable thing for the Song family is that because the Dragon Blood Tree garden is just on the edge of the ruins of the war, there are only 10 Dragon Blood trees left now, and each Dragon Blood tree can only bear 5 fruits at a time. So the number of Dragon Blood fruits in this secret realm does not exceed 50. Chapter 136 Eagle Family Level 4 Life Pressure. Among the less than 50 Dragon Blood fruits, the oldest one is only 999 years old, which is still a few months away from 1,000 years. It can be guessed that, after John Tross got those void crystals, he must have accelerated the time of this secret realm as soon as possible, but it should be because of the insufficient number of void crystals. These Dragon Blood fruits are not fully mature. Not to mention the Dragon Blood fruits that are more than 3,000 years old. Even the 1,000-year-old Dragon Blood fruits that can extend life by 10 years are still a little short, and they still have to wait for several months. Song Qi felt that it was reasonable. The void crystals he had taken out at the beginning were only of the first order at most, and most of them were of the 0 order. If such low-order void crystals could accelerate a secret realm by thousands or tens of thousands of years, it would be too exaggerated. However, this can also be seen from the side. At present, these Dragon Blood trees should have only been born not long ago, and they are just the weak remnants of the original Dragon Blood tree garden in this secret realm. Otherwise, after hundreds of years of time acceleration, the Dragon Blood fruits on them would not be even 1,000 years old. In this regard, everyone in the Song family naturally sighed. If the original Dragon Blood fruit orchard could be preserved, let alone the 1,000-year-old Dragon Blood fruit, there would be a lot of 3,000-year-old Dragon Blood fruit, and there might even be 10,000-year-old top-quality Dragon Blood fruit. Thinking that there might be 10,000-year-old Dragon Blood fruit destroyed in that unknown war, everyone felt uncomfortable and blamed the person who took action for squandering natural resources. At this time, the old man in the middle, Song Mingsong, said, "Remember, if you encounter resources like the Void Crystal in the future, as long as the premium is not too high, try to get it." At this point, Song Ming-song glanced at Song Chi, although he didn't say it clearly. Song Chi immediately understood what his grandfather meant. That was to let him pay more attention in the market's secret realm in the future. And he must get the void crystal if he encounters it again. After everyone nodded, the people who had counted all the resource points in this secret realm did not stay for long, and soon left this secret realm one after another. In the battleship summoning room outside, everyone in the Song family had a smile on their faces, although they felt a little sorry for the former Dragon Blood Tree Garden. Overall, they were quite satisfied with this Dragon Blood secret realm. At least its specialty resources are still there, even if the output is a little smaller. But compared with the broken secret realm that has no specialty resources, the value is completely different. Soon, everyone took action together, destroying the entrance to the secret realm in the summoning room again, and then summoned the angry lion to retrieve the Covenant frigate again, and then turned around and left. After saying hello to the elders, Song Chi stayed. He summoned the sky, prepared to use the 1,000 strands of the second-level floating land origin that he had just obtained, to carry out a new round of strengthening of the sky. The first thing to be strengthened was the electromagnetic lightning cannon. This shipborne secondary cannon was the only one with characteristics among the several blue parts on the sky, and it was the best among the blue parts. Are you sure you want to consume 15 strands of the second-level floating land essence plus 8,000 psionic energy points to upgrade the electromagnetic lightning cannon from LV-20 to LV-21? Sure. Finally, Song Chi spent 349 strands of the second-level floating land essence to enhance this top-grade secondary cannon from LV-20 to LV-30. However, although the cost was staggering, the property improvement of the electromagnetic lightning cannon was not in vain. Electromagnetic lightning cannon LV-30. Quality: blue. Features: lightning arc splash. Consumption: 20/shot psionic energy points. Power: 2700. No buffering and charging required. Upgrade required: 10 strands of floating land essence 3rd level, 20,000 psionic energy points. Lightning arc splash. Creatures damaged by the electromagnetic lightning ball will splash 50% of the damage to the nearest 12 biological units. Not only did the damage increase tenfold, but even the effect of lightning arc splashing was greatly improved, which also meant that its range damage in the future would be even more amazing, which was undoubtedly good news. After strengthening the electromagnetic lightning cannon, Song Chi opened the attribute panel of the sky, thinking about which component to strengthen next. After strengthening the electromagnetic lightning cannon, he only had more than 600 strands of the second-level floating land origin in his hand, which was only enough to strengthen 2 more components to the 3rd level, so he had to think carefully. There are 5 blue parts that can be further strengthened, namely Star Glory Type 5 Alloy Armor, Abnormal State Purifier, Purple River Jump Device, Fixed Point Delivery Platform, and Blood Soul Seal. Song Chi's eyes kept moving over these 5 parts. What he needed was the most cost-effective option. However, at this moment, Song Ting's voice suddenly came from the outside world. Song Chi, come out quickly. Dad is calling you. Song Chi walked out of the sky with a puzzled look on his face. He did not rush to take back the sky, but looked at Song Ting in front of him with suspicion. This girl has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Maybe she wants to take him out shopping. Yinggu City is extremely prosperous. Compared with the 5 cities of Baita, it is a far cry from the other. He is sure that since yesterday, this girl has only thought of shopping. In response, Song Ting rolled her eyes. Believe it or not, my dad seems to be saying that he wants to attend an auction. I'll go first. After saying that, she quickly left the summoning room. Song Chi's heart moved slightly, and he became quite interested. If it was really an auction, he really couldn't miss it. I remember that at the Baiha auction, a purple level wonder appeared. Now with the size of Yinggu City, if an auction is really held, there will be no shortage of good things. Turning around and putting away the sky, the subsequent reinforcement was temporarily forgotten. Song Chi quickly returned to the lobby of Tenger Hotel. After seeing his grandfather and others, who had been waiting here for a long time, he finally confirmed that Song Ting did not lie to him. Ignoring Song Ting, who was making faces at him, Song Chi quickly walked behind his father and mother. Mom and Dad, what auction is it? What are the specifications? Song Chao smiled and turned his head, said, the auction held by the Eagle Chain Auction House, once every 10 years. As for the specifications, you only need to know that it is very high, the kind that cannot be entered without the strength of the 2nd level. Song Chi was shocked instantly. The auction that can only be entered by the 2nd level Shinhua captain, The specifications are indeed high enough. At the Baiha auction, only a few second-level Shinhua captains came, and without any surprise, they were all treated as honored guests. In comparison, the Eagle Chain auction regards the second level as the threshold for entry, which shows how big the gap between the two sides is. However, because of this, Song Chi's curiosity and expectations were also raised. What kind of quality and good things will appear in such a high-level auction? Just thinking about it, Grandpa also made a move and stepped out. Seeing this, the rest of the family also hurried to follow. On the way, Song Chi asked his father another question. Dad, is this Eagle Chain auction related to the Principality's Eagle family? The reason for asking this question is that the Eagle family is so famous in the entire Morningstar Principality. I remember that in the previous textbooks, there were many detailed introductions to the Eagle family. The Eagle family is one of the 4 major families in the Principality when the Morningstar Principality was first established. More than 5,000 years ago, the first generation of Eagle Marquis, Robert Eagle, followed Grand Duchess Rosetta, and worked hard to open up the Morningstar Principality. Finally, Robert Eagle was awarded the title of Marquis of the Principality, and his succession was inherited by his descendants. He was the first generation of Eagle Marquis. It was precisely because of the great reputation of the Eagle family that Song Chi chose the machine shop under its jurisdiction without hesitation when he first purchased those large machines. Now, when he heard the word Eagle again, Song Chi subconsciously thought of the legendary family of the Principality. So he asked this question. Song Chao did not think much about it, and just nodded and said yes. This Eagle Auction Silver Spear branch is the chain auction house under the jurisdiction of the Eagle family. Not only in this Silver Spear floating land, but also in those life-type floating lands above level 2 in the Principality. Basically all have its branches. Hearing this, Song Ting, who was jumping around on the side, suddenly came over. Dad, since the Eagle family is so powerful and has been passed down since the founding of the Principality, does that mean it is more powerful than our Dihai Song family? Hearing this sudden question, Song Chao's mouth twitched, and he was speechless for a while. At this time, the mother who had been silent stood up. She rubbed her daughter's smooth hair and explained softly, "How should I put it? It's both right and wrong. Although the Eagle family has a long history and a deep family foundation, its strength is indeed one of the best in the Principality. Few families can compare with them." But, at this point, Chen Lixia changed the subject. Since the first-generation Marquis Robert failed to break through to the 6th level more than 1,000 years ago and passed away, the Eagle family has been caught in a power struggle for more than 1,000 years. Until now, the 3 branches within the family are still checking and balancing each other, and the internal struggles are endless. Hearing this, Song Chi has already understood that it is obvious that after the death of the first-generation Marquis of the Eagle, the successor in power in the family does not have enough prestige, which caused dissatisfaction among the branches of the family, and thus fell into an endless internal struggle. The internal strife that lasted for more than 1,000 years is terrifying to think about. Even if the Eagle family had a strong foundation in the past, it might not be able to bear it now. Therefore, what my mother meant by this is very simple. The Eagle family is just fat now, and it is probably weak inside. Of course, this weakness is only relative to forces of the same size. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. If there is really an ordinary 4th-level family that dares to touch its tiger whiskers, it will probably be crushed in an instant. After knowing that the Eagle Auction House was the property of the Eagle family, Song Chi's expectations for this auction became stronger. Even if, according to what his mother said, the Eagle family's strength was far less than before, but taking a step back, this was the property of the founding family of the Principality. Not to mention anything else, their vision was always far beyond those of ordinary auctions. Right? Inga City, Brilliant Street. As the most prosperous area in Inga City, this place can be described in one word. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The Inga branch of the Xiongning auction is located here, covering thousands of square meters, which can be said to be very wealthy. Today, the entrance of the Xiongning auction is particularly lively. From time to time, a number of the latest Pentium Type 5 kinetic flying cars produced by the Principality landed on the street in front, and a number of gorgeously dressed figures emerged from these kinetic flying cars. The men were gentle and elegant, and the women were graceful and elegant, which attracted the crowds on both sides of the street to exclaim from time to time, "Brother, Didn't you say that the Pentium Type 3 was the latest model? How come there is another Pentium Type 5? Song Ting stared at the Pentium Type 4 and Type 5 kinetic flying cars that looked far more valuable than the Pentium Type 3. And her heart was full of doubts. Song Chi smiled at this question. Silly girl. For border areas like Bida floating land, the Pentium 3 is the latest model, because the 4 and V models will not be supplied there at all. This latest Pentium V model is extremely expensive just by looking at its appearance. If the freight is added, how many people in a small place like Bida floating land can afford it? Instead of wasting time and effort, it is better to spend more time on the prosperity of the Principality floating land, without paying attention to those people who think they are nobles. The Song family quickly entered the auction house one after another. Although the auction house stipulates that only Xinhua captains above the second level are eligible to enter, Xinhua captains can bring their families with them. So Song Chi and other juniors were not blocked at all. After entering the auction house, even with Song Chi's state of mind, he was somewhat shocked. The cylindrical building spiraled upward, and there was a box every 10 meters or so. There was no auction table like in ordinary auctions. All boxes had real-time communication. After the auction started, the information of each item would be delivered to each box in real time. In a private room on the upper middle floor, the Song family sat on a circular sofa in the room, waiting for the auction to start. Half an hour later, as an image suddenly appeared in the real-time communication in front of the room, Song Chi, who was sitting on the sofa on the side of the room, suddenly trembled, and all the hair on his body stood up. Not only Song Chi and other young people of the Song family, but also Song Shan, Song Hai and others, and even Song Ming Song, who was sitting in the main seat, felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, as if he was only one step away from death. This breath first gave people the feeling of being vast as the abyss, then ethereal as the wind, and finally turning into extremely cold as ice. Unpredictable. Fortunately, it only lasted for a breath, and soon dissipated like smoke, as if it had never appeared. On the main seat, Song Ming Song's face was slightly condensed, and he said solemnly, "It is the 4th level life pressure." After saying that, without waiting for others to speak, he continued to say, "It seems that the 4th level Xinhua captain of the Eagle Auction House is warning everyone in this way not to cause trouble in the auction house." Chapter 137 Orange Main Gun Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon. In the box, everyone's heart could not calm down for a long time. The feeling just now, the feeling of life and death being out of one's control, as if someone else's thought could make one die silently, is really not comfortable. But before they could adjust their mood again, the figure in the real-time communication projection in front of them slowly spoke. The Eagle Auction House, Silver Spear Chain Branch, the 258th auction, is officially open. Song Chi did not pay any attention to what the figure said. He stared at the real-time communication projection, or more accurately, at the figure in the projection. This person was clearly floating in the air above the auction site, but there was no psionic fluctuation around him, and he did not cover his face, but no one in the auction site could see his face clearly. At this time, only his father's voice sounded in his ears. This person is the 4th level existence of the Eagle family stationed in the Yinggu branch. He is surrounded by a 4th level biological force field, and people below the 4th level cannot capture his true face. After listening to his father's explanation, Song Chi suddenly realized, and then he asked another curious question. "Dad, I remember the Lord of the White Tower floating continent. Is he also a member of the Eagle family? What is his relationship with this person?" He remembered that his father and mother mentioned that the White Tower floating continent's lord seemed to be named Gerald Eagle, and was obviously also a member of the Eagle family. And it was precisely because of this that aroused his curiosity. The man in front of him and the White Tower floating continent were both members of the Eagle family, and both were 4th level Xinhua captains. But why were their situations so different? One of them had been stationed in a remote frontier for 100 years, and the other was in charge of a large auction house with an excellent reputation in this prosperous Silver Spear floating continent, and was very rich. Hearing this, Song Chao did not answer immediately. In response, Song Chi glanced at the real-time communication projection in front of him, and did not continue to ask, until the real-time communication projection flickered for a while, and the figure completely disappeared. Song Chao said in a light voice, "This person is the cousin of the White Tower Guardian, who was born in one of the 3 major factions of the Eagle family. The White Tower Guardian relied on his own ability to get to where he is now. But there is no one above him, and he is excluded. Hearing this, Song Chi shook his head immediately. A person who has come up step by step with his own efforts, whether in terms of his own talent, character, or fate, is definitely first class. However, this kind of powerful potential stock in the future is actually excluded by his own people to this extent. From this, it can be seen how serious the internal struggle of the Eagle family is now. Song Chi even had a particularly direct thought in his heart. This family is indeed rotten. Although he felt sad in his heart, he would not say it out loud. There are many people who think like him in the whole Morning Star Principality. But if he really announced it to the public, then I am afraid that trouble would come to him. There was no time for him to think too much. Not long after the fourth level existence disappeared, the real-time communication projection quickly changed. And then the information of the first auction item was fully displayed. Lot name, Magnetic Field Shield Generator. Lot attributes, Magnetic Field Shield Generator LV0. Quality, purple. Features, shield value increased by 25%. Consumption, 7/S psionic points protection, 17. Shield value, 213/213. Charging, 30s, buffer after overload, 1 hour. Upgrade requirements, 7 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 700 energy points, 1 ton of magnetic energy or auction conditions, floating land origin of level 2 and above, exchange of parts of the same quality, specific materials required for level 2 to level 3, etc. As this auction information appeared, different bids popped up one after another on the real-time communication projection. 500 strands of second-order floating land essence. 600 strands of second-order floating land essence. 800 strands of second-order floating land essence. 1 purple quality engine plus 50 strands of second-order floating land essence. 1 10,000-year volcanic lava iron mother plus 200 strands of second-order floating land essence. These bids range from low to high. This real-time communication projection seems to be controlled by the internal staff of the Silver Spear auction house. Every time a higher value bid appears, this price will automatically be placed in the first column of the real-time communication projection. However, from the beginning to the end, no one in the Song family tried to make an offer. At present, the 8 second-level Xinhua captains in the family have all been equipped with purple quality energy shields, not to mention Song Ming Song and Song Shan. As for the 5 first-level juniors such as Song Chi, except for Song Chi, although the other 4 also made a lot of money in the 2 recent operations, they definitely do not have the financial resources to actively purchase a purple energy shield. Even Song Chi himself, if he does not take out the 150 strands of the 3rd-level floating land origin, it is also difficult to come up with enough funds to buy a purple component. He now has more than 200,000 zero-level floating land essences, and tens of thousands of first-level floating land essences. However, the problem is that these 2 are the lowest-level floating land essences, which are only needed by low-level star sea creatures. As for auctions like this, they are definitely useless. He also tried to exchange them on the black market. But the black market basically only supports exchanges between 0-level and 1st-level floating land essences. 2nd-level floating land essences rarely appear. Even if they do appear, they are basically 10 or 20 strands, which does not arouse much interest. Song Chi's current method of making a move is to only actively exchange the 0-level or 1st-level floating land origin with the alien creatures at the end of each market transaction. However, each time, there are only 100 strands, and at most a little over 200 strands, although it is not a small amount, compared with the income of the 0-level and 1st-level floating land origin after each market transaction. It is completely unbalanced. This also leads to the situation that with each market transaction, he has more and more 0-level and 1st-level floating land origins. Regarding this problem, Song Chi has actually been considering and trying various solutions. For example, he has prepared to set up a shop in the Shutian market as a special floating land origin exchange shop, and increase the exchange rate. In this way, there is no need to wait until the market transaction ends to set up a stall for exchange. It should be able to increase the exchange amount of the 2nd-level floating land origin. Secondly, he also asked his grandfather, father and others, and they all said that after returning to the family will also provide this exchange opportunity. It is said that on those high-level star sea floating lands, the floating land origin core can slowly cultivate low-level floating land origin into high-level floating land origin over time. But the time required for cultivation is not short, and the amount of cultivation each time is also limited. so the exchange amount should not be very large. Finally, this is what Song-Chi has been doing for a long time. Using these zero-level and first-level floating land origins in his hands to buy those Star Sea wonders that cannot be converted into shipborne parts, and then try to exchange or sell these wonders in the market. However, this method has an unpredictable delay, and it is difficult to cash in these purchased treasures in a short period of time. So Song-Chi did not dare to buy too much at one time. Shaking his head, he suppressed all these thoughts in his mind. At this time, the magnetic field shield generator projected in the real-time communication had also been successfully auctioned. The final bid displayed in the real-time communication was a purple quality jump device plus 300 strands of second-level floating land origin. With the successful auction of the first item, the information of the second item soon emerged. It was also a purple quality shipborne component, but it was no longer an energy shield, but a main gun. In response, Song-Chi remained calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was amazed at the work of the Ying-Gu auction house. Is it possible that all the items in this auction are of lower quality than purple? He muttered to himself. And the third item finally made him look more normal. This was a blue quality component, although it was a top quality product with special features. But it was still blue, not a purple component. In the next half an hour, the Ying-Gu auction house successively took out more than 50 items, the worst of which were blue top quality parts. Although there were some special strengthening resources occasionally, they were all special resources needed to increase the success rate when upgrading the first and second level Shinhua battleships. Their value would never be worse than the top quality blue wonders. During this period, Grandpa bought a special resource that increased the success rate: high purity sulfur crystal, which was prepared for Grandma by Xiuqin. In addition, Uncle Song Shan made a move and bought a fist-sized piece of 10,000 years volcanic lava iron essence. This 10,000 years volcanic lava iron essence is one of the several types of strengthening resources required for the first-level Shinhua warship to be promoted to the second level. It must have been prepared in advance for the eldest brother Song-Chi. Song-Chi is now 44 years old. He has awakened the Shinhua seed for 14 years. He has reached the peak of the first level 3 years ago. I think his warship will be polished for a while, and he should try to impact the second level. Except for these 2 times, no one else took the initiative to bid. On the side of the box, Song-Chi narrowed his calm eyes slightly, staring at a new item that appeared in the real-time communication projection. Item name: Anonymous Light Platform. Item attribute: Anonymous Light Platform LV0. Quality: purple. Feature: anonymous. Consumption: 10/S Phantom Energy Points. Effect: after loading, a layer of transparent anonymous light cover will be automatically generated. When there is no active attack or attack, all the light fluctuations inside the anonymous light cover will be covered. Charging: 60s. Buffer after overload: 60 minutes. Upgrade requirements: 7 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 700 psionic energy points, 7 life pronuclei 0 order hidden. Consumes 1000 psionic energy points. The loaded warship actively enters the hidden state. Duration 30 minutes. Priority 400. Firing or being attacked will exit the hidden state. Buffer 24 hours. Auction method: floating land origin of level 2 and above, special parts of the same quality, void crystals, etc. are all acceptable. The reason why I first set my sights on this light invisible platform component was, of course, not because of the sky, although its invisible feature was quite good. But what needed this component more was the Zution market. The market has now been strengthened to level 16, and it will advance to the second level in a few more times. In order to avoid the same noise as when it was promoted to the first level during the subsequent advancement, it is necessary to cover up the strong light it emits when it is promoted to the higher level. And this light invisible platform in front of me is obviously completely suitable. Slowly leaning close to his father's ear, Song-Chi whispered, "Dad, I want this hidden light platform." Song-Chao turned his head and glanced at his son. Without asking much, just whispered, "How much of your second level floating land origin do you have?" Hearing this, Song-Chi naturally took out all the remaining 674 strands of second level floating land origin in his hand. After taking these floating land origins, Song-Chao started to offer directly 700 strands of second level floating land origin, 800 strands of second level floating land origin, because the only value of this component in the eyes of the Shinhua captains is the hidden feature. As for the concealing light, it is basically dispensable. So the offer for this purple component is all floating land origin. and no one is willing to trade with the same quality purple component, which invisibly lowers the value of this component. Soon, Song Chao made another offer. 1,400 strands of the second-level floating land origin. As soon as this offer came out, there was no follow-up offer. A few seconds later, a soft female voice sounded in the Song family's private room. Congratulations on successfully bidding on the 53rd item. The item will be delivered to the door of the private room later. Please sign for it. A few minutes later, with a slight doorbell ringing, Song Chao stood up and walked towards the door of the private room. After a while, when he returned, there was already a ball of purple light in his hand, which was the hidden light platform component. After receiving this component, Song Chi seemed particularly happy. In this way, there would be no worries about the subsequent promotion of the market. Carefully putting this component into the Xinhua Zuqiao, Song Chi whispered to his father beside him, "Dad, wait for me for a few months." Before he finished speaking, Song Chao's eyes had narrowed slightly. Seeing this, Song Chi quickly shut up and stopped talking about the more than 700 strands of the second-level floating land origin. Time passed quickly, and another half an hour passed. When the 98th item in front was auctioned off, a line of text suddenly appeared on the real-time communication projection. The following is the first of the last two items of this auction. As these words appeared, the captains of Xinhua and all the boxes in the auction hall were immediately curious, and their eyes were fixed on the real-time communication projection in front of them. The next second, the breathing sounds in all the boxes were all stagnant, and then turned into heavy gasps. The same was true in the Song family's box, because the information about the final item that appeared in the real-time communication projection was really shocking. Lot name, Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon. Lot attribute, Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon LV0. Quality, orange. Feature, Apocalypse Annihilation Pulse. Feature 2, main gun power increased by 40%. Consumption, 500/time psionic points. Attack, 27. Charge, 10s, buffer 60s. Upgrade required, 10 wisps of floating land origin level 0, 1000 energy points, 1 sky annihilation crystal. Apocalypse Annihilation Pulse. Consumes 2000 psionic points. After 5 minutes of charging, shoots an annihilation pulse wave with 150% of the main gun power towards the designated direction. The pulse wave has extremely strong penetration power. Armor penetration plus 300, buffer time 72 hours. Auction method, level 3 and above floating land origin, same quality shipborne parts, specific strengthening resources required for the upgrade of level 3 Xinhua battleship to level 4, etc. When seeing the properties of the orange quality shipborne main gun Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon, more than 99% of the Xinhua captains in the field had fiery eyes, and their breathing became particularly heavy. The orange quality shipborne main gun. This thing is too rare, and its value is inestimable. Chapter 138 Orange Deep Space Long-Range Detection Radar 4th Level Void Crystal. In the box, Song Chi keenly noticed the gleam in his grandfather Song Ming-sung's eyes on the main seat. Although it was only a flash, he himself did not pay too much attention to this Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon. After all, the sky already has the pure Yang sword-like cannon, which is a main gun that is no less powerful, and if a Xinhua warship wants to load a second main gun, it must be after the cruiser, which is still far away from him. Therefore, he accurately captured this ray of light. Could it be that Grandpa is very interested in this main gun? Song Chi's eyes were rolling, thinking to himself. However, what he didn't know was that the fact was just as he thought. It has been nearly 60 years since the Angry Lion was promoted to the 3rd level. But except for an auxiliary starry sky monitor, there are no other orange quality parts on the warship. It's not that he doesn't have good things in his hands, such as the Terra Stone he took out before, even if it can't be converted into a shipborne component. Just the 2 words orange are enough to prove its preciousness. Didn't he still take it out casually? The reason why there is no orange quality shipborne components is that in the territory of Xinhua human civilization, orange quality shipborne components are rare. Even if someone gets them, they are basically their own equipment. It is even rarer to be auctioned. Song Ming-sung certainly would not let go of this hard-won opportunity. Under the gaze of everyone in the box, he quickly reached out and clicked several times on the real-time communication projection in front of him. After typing out the words 800 strands of the 3rd level floating land essence, he directly sent it up. 800 strands of the 3rd level floating land essence. Seeing his grandfather's offer, Song Chi took a deep breath. With the help of the Zhutian market, He had only managed to get 150 strands of the third-level floating land essence so far. Seeing his grandfather offer 800 strands, he was of course a little shocked. And 800 strands are far from the point. As the bidding became increasingly fierce, Song Ming Song made several bids. 900 strands, 1,200 strands, 1,300 strands, 1,300 strands of third-level floating land essence. This is definitely an astonishing number. Even if it is converted at 10:1, it is only equivalent to 1.3 million zero-level floating land essences. But the fact is that it cannot be converted in this way. Even the second-level floating land essence is extremely difficult to exchange in the market, let alone the third level. Even if someone really needs it urgently, and needs a large amount of zero-level floating land essence, 300 strands of third-level floating land essence can never be exchanged for only 1.3 million zero-level floating land essence. This number must be at least quadrupled. But even with such a large number of third-level floating land essence, the final result is still not optimistic. Because someone suddenly took out the fourth-level floating land essence. 1,200 strands of third-level floating land essence plus 10 strands of fourth-level floating land essence. Don't look at it as only 10 strands. The difference is huge, just like Song Ming Song at this moment. After seeing the fourth-level floating land essence, his face instantly became gloomy. It is well known that there is an insurmountable essential gap between the third-order life forms and the fourth-order life forms in the broken star sea. In fact, it is not just the life forms that are like this, but also the floating land origin, the star sea floating land, etc. If it is said that only one third-order life-type star sea floating land may appear in 10,000 life-type star sea floating lands, then one fourth-order life-type star sea floating land may appear in 100,000 or even 1 million life-type emergences. There is no need to say more about the fourth-order floating land origin, which requires a star sea floating land of level 4 or above to be produced stably. As for the third-order star sea floating land, it may occasionally produce a few strands, but it is extremely unstable. It may produce a few strands of the fourth-order floating land origin for several consecutive years, but it is more likely that it will not be produced for hundreds of years or thousands of years. Therefore, when these 10 strands of the fourth-level floating land origin appeared, Song Ming Song's face instantly turned bad. He tried to directly raise his offer to 1,700 strands of the third-level floating land origin, but the real-time communication projection in front still showed 1,200 strands of the third level plus 10 strands of the fourth level floating land origin. In the box, Song Ming Song's breathing was particularly heavy. As a third-level Xinhua captain from the Dinghai Song family, even though he was exiled not long after being promoted to the third level, his assets were definitely not comparable to those of ordinary third-level Xinhua captains. If only the third-level floating land origin was considered, he would not be afraid of anyone with his financial resources. But the fourth-level floating land origin was different. The third-level floating land essence, the fourth-level floating land essence. The two seem to be only one level apart, but their actual values cannot be measured against each other. The simplest point is that if the third-level limited shipborne parts want to be upgraded to the fourth level, they not only need the third-level floating land essence, but also the fourth-level floating land essence. Otherwise they cannot be upgraded. Just when Song Ming Song was completely disappointed and was ready to give up the bidding, Song Chao stepped to his side. "Dad, here are 20 strands of the fourth-level floating land essence, which Xiaoqi got from the Zutian market. See if you can use them." As he said, he handed over the 20 strands of floating land essence that Song Qi secretly gave him. Song Ming Song was overjoyed. He glanced at Song Qi from the corner of his eye, but he didn't show it too obviously. The reason why he was so cautious was not because he didn't trust the family members in the box, but because the fourth-level floating land origin was too amazing and involved a lot of things. It was not appropriate for Song Qi, a first-level Xinhua captain, to take it out. Besides, Song Hai and Song Yang didn't know the existence of the Zutian market yet, so it was even harder to explain. So he just kept it a secret. After getting 20 strands of the fourth-level floating land origin, Song Ming Song quickly made another bid. A few minutes later, he spent 1,600 strands of third-order floating land and 10 strands of fourth-order floating land essence, and successfully won the Orange Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon. When the auction result was confirmed, Song Ming Song could no longer suppress his laughter, and his hearty laughter echoed throughout the box. This box had a strong soundproofing effect. Otherwise, most of the auction hall would probably hear his laughter. Dong, dong, dong. Soon, the doorbell rang in the box. And when Song Ming Song went out to sign for it, Song Hai and Song Yang leaned against Song Chao's side. Oh, third. That's the 4th level floating land origin. Where did it come from? In response to the two people's questions, Song Chao could only make up a few words. I got it by chance during an exploration of an alien star field. Hearing this perfunctory words, Song Hai and the others were naturally dissatisfied. The 4th level floating land origin can only be produced by the floating land of the star sea above level 4. How could it be obtained by luck? However, before the two continued to ask, Song Shan on the side spoke. Okay. Why are there so many questions? Old Third has been promoted to the 2nd level for more than 30 years. Do I have to inform you of every detail of an occasional encounter? As an insider of the Zhutian market, Song Shan probably guessed the source of these 20 strands of the 4th level floating land origin. So he took the initiative to speak to Song Chao to help. After hearing Song Shan speak, Song Hai and Song Yang did not ask any more questions. Song Ming Song also returned quickly. Seeing his rosy face, he had obviously successfully obtained the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon. In the box, everyone in the Song family also showed a smile from the bottom of their hearts. An orange quality main gun would undoubtedly increase the combat power of the Angry Lion by a large margin. The increase in the combat power of the Angry Lion also represents the increase in the overall strength of their lineage, which is naturally a good thing. Just when everyone in the family was happy for the old man, the information about the last large-scale auction item appeared on the real-time communication projection in front. This is a patrol radar named Deep Space Long-Range Detection Radar, which is also orange quality. The two features are detection distance increased by 40% and detection priority plus 500. It is a very top-quality patrol radar. Sure enough, after its specific properties were revealed, it soon triggered a frenzy among many auctioneers. In this regard, Song Qi was also very excited. The current equipment on the sky is only a blue radar, which is far worse than this. However, he also knows that with his current wealth, there is no hope of getting this radar. Look! In a short period of time, its price has soared to 1,500 strands of 3rd level floating land plus 10 3rd level void crystals. 10 3rd level void crystals are equivalent to 10 strands of 4th level floating land essence. This offer is very close to the offer that Grandpa just made for the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon. However, this is far from the end. Soon, a new offer appeared. 1,200 strands of 3rd level floating land essence. 20 strands of 4th level floating land essence. Then, there was the second offer. 1,100 strands of 3rd order floating land essence. 30 strands of 4th order floating land essence. Seeing this, Song Ming Song, who had already put away the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon, said solemnly, "It should be a 4th order Xinhua captain who came to the auction." Hearing this, the first thought that came to Song Qi's mind had nothing to do with this deep space long-range detection radar. In other words, the auction of the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon just now did not involve a 4th order Xinhua captain. After pondering for a moment, he quickly figured out the reason. According to the official authoritative statistics of Xinhua human civilization, among all the basic shipborne components, the main gun, the secondary gun and the engine are the most common, followed by the hull armor, the energy shield, and the air patrol radar. Therefore, a high-quality air patrol radar is much rarer than a main gun of the same level, which is probably why Grandpa was able to get the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon so easily. While thinking, a new quotation appeared on the real-time communication projection again. 1,500 strands of 3rd level floating land origin, 10 3rd level floating void crystals, 1 4th level void crystal. Seeing this, most of the Xinhua captains in the auction were greatly surprised. In the past, every Silver Spear auction, there would basically be 4th level floating land origin, which was acceptable. But the 4th level void crystal is different. Not only can it be easily exchanged for 1 strand of 5th level floating land origin, but the key is that it can accelerate an ordinary broken secret realm by thousands of years. Even the Star Sea secret realm, it can accelerate by thousands of years. It is definitely a rare good thing. As expected, the Deep Space Long-Range Detection Radar was successfully bought by the bidder. At this point, the Silver Spear auction, which is held every 10 years, has ended. Following the elders out of the auction hall, Song Qi was a little emotional. After this auction, he had a new understanding of his wealth. Although he was considered to have sufficient funds among the 0 level, 1st level, and even 2nd level Xinhua captains, He was still far behind those big guys. Very far. Thinking about it, he instinctively felt anxious. He just wanted to upgrade the market to the second level as soon as possible, so that he could make money faster and have a greater chance of obtaining the second and third level floating land origins. But he soon shook his head and drove this unrealistic idea out of his mind. The market is only level 16 now, and it will take at least 3 transactions to upgrade to level 19, according to the previous situation of the market being promoted from level 0 to level 1. Even if it reaches level 19, the market may still need other conditions to be promoted to level 2. Therefore, it is obviously impossible to upgrade it to level 2 in a short period of time. It can only be done slowly. This matter cannot be rushed. Besides, compared with the Xinhua captains of the same age, my promotion speed is already amazing enough. After comforting himself a few words like this, Song Qi's mood recovered a lot. Not long after entering the Tenger Hotel, the voice of his grandfather Song Mingsong rang in his ears. "Xiao Qi, come to my room later." In the hotel room, Song Mingsong's phantom energy spread all over his body, forming a layer of phantom energy isolation curtain around him. "Xiao Qi, Grandpa also has urgent use for the remaining 10 strands of the 4th level floating land origin, so I won't return them to you yet." Well, Grandpa now has 2 ways to compensate. Hearing the word compensation, Song Qi shook his head quickly, but Song Mingsong's voice was even faster. "You are not allowed to refuse. Grandpa is already over 200 years old. Is it possible that he still needs his grandson to subsidize him? And you have helped Grandpa a lot by getting this Apocalypse Annihilation cannon this time." As he said this, he explained his 2 compensation methods in detail. First, it is still the 4th level floating land origin. Within 1 year, he will return 40 strands of the 4th level floating land origin to Song Qi. Second, directly use the Terra or stone as collateral. No matter what this orange Terra or stone is exchanged for later, it will belong to Song Qi. Song Qi hesitated for a moment about these 2 choices, and finally chose the second one. In any case, a complete orange quality item is definitely more valuable than 40 strands of 4th level floating land origins. Of course, the premise is that this item can be traded out in the end. Otherwise it is out of the question. However, Song Qi is still very confident about the Zhutian market. Even if it fails in a short period of time, when the market level is upgraded, let alone orange items, even red epic quality items will be sold in a matter of minutes. After getting Song Qi's answer, Song Mingsong did not keep him any longer. He quickly rushed to the hotel's underground battleship summoning room, and could not wait to load and strengthen the Apocalypse Annihilation cannon. As for Song Qi, he also came to the underground battleship summoning room, the 20-meter class one, and then summoned the sky. When the sky's hatch was closed, his figure suddenly disappeared in the sky. The battleship itself has extremely strong shielding, and the outside world cannot perceive the situation inside the battleship at all. So Song Qi dared to enter the Zhutian market without any scruples. Chapter 139 De High Star Region Mobile Battle Star. Zhutian Market. Song Qi, who had just entered, went directly to the special configuration slot area, and then took out the hidden light platform. After loading for 60 seconds, a circle of transparent light cover that was difficult to capture with the naked eye quietly covered the surface of the market, or more accurately, covered the inner side of the protective light shield of the phantom array outside. In this way, all the light and shadow fluctuations inside the market can be completely concealed, and when attacked from the outside, as long as the phantom protection array is not overloaded, this layer of hidden light cover will not fail. Light hiding platform. It has already taken effect, and the next step is naturally to strengthen it. The second promotion of the market is from level 1 to level 2. In order to ensure that the light and shadow movements generated by the subsequent advancement can be completely concealed, Song Qi directly raised the level of this component to level 20. As for its specific attribute changes, the charging time has been reduced from 60s to 30s, and the buffer after overload has been changed from 1 hour to half an hour. Then, there is the increase in the stealth feature. Hidden. Consume 5,000 points of psionic energy. The loaded warship will actively enter the stealth state. The duration is 120 minutes. The priority is 800. The stealth state will be exited after attacking or being attacked, and the buffer is 12 hours. Of course, the most important thing is the enhancement of the invisible light shield that is invisible to the naked eye. After being strengthened to level 2, the effect of concealing light and shadow fluctuations has also been greatly improved. After strengthening the hidden light platform, Song Qi did not rush back to the sky, but entered the all-attribute training room. In the past few days, due to the Shinhua Battleship Man certificate component on the Angry Lion, no one could practice the psionic guidance technique, and he planned to make up for it. As for the subsequent strengthening of the sky, there was no second-level floating land origin left in his hand, so he could not continue to strengthen it. In addition, it had actually been more than a month since the last market transaction and alien domain exploration. If he wanted to now, he could open both directly. But Song-Chi did not move. The mid-range starfield space gate not far from the Silver Spear floating land. When the buffering is completed, no one knows if the market transactions or alien starfield exploration are carried out now. Once the two sides collide, then because of him, the family members will probably be delayed for another 4 or 5 days. Song-Chi's idea is to wait until he returns to the Dinghai Song family and settles down, and then arrange the two. A few hours later, Song-Chi, with steam emitting from his whole body, left the battleship summoning room. The essence of the psionic guidance technique is to temper the whole body of the practitioner in an all-round way. Every time you practice, you sweat and expel impurities, which is inevitable. 1 day later, Morning Star Calendar 5204, March 19th. With the news that the buffering was about to be completed from the mid-range starfield space gate, the Song family set off again. Along with them were thousands of Shinhua warships, all of which needed to be transported to the Golden Lion starfield through the space gate. In the starry sky hundreds of millions of miles away from the Silver Gu floating land, a huge starry sky station that could accommodate millions of people was suspended in the dark universe, and next to the starry sky station, there was a large space light gate with a diameter of 100,000 meters, which was the mid-range space gate connecting to the Golden Lion star field. At this moment, tens of thousands of Shinhua warships of different sizes are suspended in this light gate, waiting for the activation of this space gate. The interstellar space gate transmission technology is said to have originated from the Holy Temple Federation, one of the 4 super empires of Shinhua human civilization. Although the cost of transmission is far more than the space jump of a single Shinhua warship, it is also extremely difficult to set up, and the maintenance cost is not low. But it must be said that it has indeed fundamentally changed the expansion speed of Shinhua human civilization and the territory controlled by it. After all, the space jump device of the Shinhua warship is rare, and not all Shinhua captains can get this kind of parts. Secondly, even if the low-quality space jump device is strengthened to the limit, the distance it can jump to is at most hundreds of light years. Only jump parts of purple quality and above can jump more than 1,000 light years. However, the long-distance space gate transmission technology is different. The lowest-level medium-distance starfield transmission gate can transmit thousands of light years, and the long-distance transmission gate can transmit tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of light years. As for the top-level ultra-long-distance galaxy transmission gate, it is said that it can transmit hundreds of thousands of light years at a time. Of course, it is extremely difficult to build a super-distance galaxy portal like this. At least, a human principality like Morning Star cannot build it by itself. It requires a stronger kingdom to do it. While waiting, the Golden Shark military personnel in the Starry Sky Station on one side also officially activated the space portal. Buzz! Buzz! In the interweaving of the buzzing sound and the space fluctuations, a normal feeling of weightlessness and dizziness came over Song-Chi, who felt it was okay. After all, it was not the kind of super-distance deployment for exploring alien star regions. When he turned around quickly, he found that the Angry Lion was already in a completely unfamiliar star field, although it was quite similar to the previous star field. And there was also a large star station platform not far away. They were actually 2 completely different star fields. At this time, the voice of Grandpa Song Ming Song came from the main control room. This is the Golden Lion star field, which is not far from the Dinghai star field where our family is located. We can reach the Dinghai star field with one more transmission. Song-Chi could hear the slight tremor in his grandfather's voice, which was caused by excessive excitement. He could understand this very well. A wanderer who had been expelled from the family for decades was about to return to the family star field. How could he not be excited? Of course, understanding was one thing, but resonance was impossible. Since he was born, he had never seen the shadow of his family, and even heard about it only after awakening. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have any resonance. The same was true for the other young people. After all, even Song-Chi, the oldest of their generation, was also born after leaving Dinghai Star Field. As Grandpa finished speaking, the engine of the Angry Lion roared softly. and then it sped away in one direction, somewhere hundreds of thousands of kilometers behind the angry lion. Several cruisers, with the same length of 1,000 meters, followed closely. In the communication group of the 3 cruisers, something was being discussed quickly at this moment. Brother, that's the direction to the space gate of the Dinghai star field. Could it be that the cruiser is from the Dinghai Song family? I also feel a little suspicious. My intuition tells me that it is most likely a member of the Dinghai Song family. Not everyone can get the 4th level floating land origin. How about forgetting it? Although the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon is good, we have to use it with our lives. The Dinghai Song family is famous for protecting their shortcomings. Besides, if the opponent has already loaded it, even if we sink it, the probability of seizing the shipborne main gun is extremely small. In the constant communication, the 3 speeding cruisers slowly reduced their speed, which also meant that they gave up the idea of intercepting the midway. In the angry lion, Song Mingsong's mouth twitched. The moment the 3 cruisers behind gave up the pursuit, he noticed it immediately. He whispered to the communication projection beside him, "Okay, boss, the other party has given up the pursuit. I will control the angry lion to go ahead. You catch up as soon as possible." Tens of thousands of meters to the side, the mountain, which has strengthened the blue part of the void membrane to the limit of LV-39, is following quietly and silently. If the 3 cruisers really dared to take action, the mountain in the dark would definitely catch them off guard. In addition, the angry lion, which has been equipped with the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon, they are not afraid even if it is 2 against 3. Yes, after using more than 1,000 strands of the 3rd order floating land essence and 10 strands of the 4th order floating land to shoot the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon, how could Song Mingsong not be prepared to be tracked? And after knowing that he was being tracked, how could he not make relevant responses? He just pretended not to know. However, the 3 cruisers were indeed cautious. They only guessed that the angry lion might be related to the Dinghai Song family, and immediately stopped the action. Maybe this is why they were able to be promoted to cruisers. As Song Mingsong finished speaking, the engine of the angry lion was fully operational, and the purple thruster at the rear of the warship was also fully operational, increasing the speed of the angry lion to a terrifying level. As for the mountain, although it was also equipped with a purple engine and thrusters, its enhancement level was far lower than that of the angry lion, and its speed was naturally far inferior, and it was soon left behind. When the 2 ships met again, it was already several days later. On the north side of the Golden Lion Star region, there was also a level 3 life-type floating land. It was not a coincidence, but most of the space portals of the Principality were built near the high-level life-type floating land, in order to promote the economy of the Principality. However, this time, the Song family did not stay on the floating land named Golden Lion 002 for a long time. They arrived at the right time. It had been more than 2 days since the last activation of the space gate, and the next round of transmission would be within half a day. Soon, half a day later, the space transmission gate leading to the Dinghai star field in the northernmost part of the Principality was opened again. The Morning Star Principality was established 5,200 years ago. At the beginning of the establishment of the Principality, the territory was only the 3 major star fields of Golden Dragon, Golden Wind, and Golden Horn. After several expeditions, and the self-development of the major families within the Principality, the 12 star fields were formed. The northernmost Dinghai star region was developed by the Dinghai Song family 2,000 years ago. It was also because of this successful expansion that the head of the Dinghai Song family was conferred the title of Dinghai Earl, which was inherited from generation to generation. The Dinghai star region is now the autonomous territory of the Dinghai Song family. When it was first developed, the diameter of the Dinghai star region was only a few hundred light years, and it was the smallest star region in the Principality. After 2,000 years of continuous development, the diameter of the Dinghai star region has now exceeded 2,000 light years. There are hundreds of life-type floating lands in the star region, ordinary resources, thousands of barren floating lands, and a population of nearly 100 billion. Although it is still the smallest star field in the Principality, after 2,000 years of development, the prosperity of Dinghai star field is no less than that of other star fields in the Principality. And even better, after hearing the detailed introduction of Dinghai Song family and Dinghai star field by their father, Song Chi and other young people listened very seriously. Their eyes were shining, and their hearts were excited. Although they were not born in Dinghai star field, everyone could hear the grandeur in just a few sentences. With the strength of one family, They alone opened up a new territory for the principality and the human race. This feat makes people instinctively feel a sense of moving. At the same time, it also aroused the pride of Song Qi and others for being born into the Dinghai Song family. Seeing that his words had achieved a preliminary effect, Song Chao took the opportunity to speak again and continued to tell the younger generations in his family more stories about the Dinghai Song family. The reason for doing so was that compared with other families in the principality, the Dinghai Song family had the best family tradition, which enhanced the family's sense of identity with the family and strengthened the family's centripetal force. This was the fundamental reason why the Song family had been able to make rapid progress for more than 2,000 years. And the family's power and foundation had been able to increase rapidly. As a branch of the Song family, Song Ming Song, Song Chao, and others naturally hope that their younger generations can have a sense of identity with the Song family from the bottom of their hearts, and not just strangers tied together by blood. As he said this, everyone in the Angry Lion turned their eyes and looked outside the warship. Song Qi was also slightly stunned, his eyes fixed on a piece of starry sky not far from the space teleportation stargate. Unlike other star fields in the Morning Star Principality, the space stargates connecting the Dinghai star field with other star fields in the Principality are all set up in one place, which is the area that the Angry Lion just passed through. Dozens of space stargates are distributed in a ring shape, building a huge transmission transfer station in this dark starry sky. This transfer starry sky station is larger than most of the starry sky stations in other star regions of the Principality. The diameter of the spherical base station orbit exceeds hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and the interior is enough to support millions of warships to carry out orderly transmission and stay. This huge transmission transfer station, only a few points behind the one in the Golden Dragon Star region, the capital of the Principality, is the second largest in the Principality. It is precisely because of the huge scale of this transfer station that countless Xinhua warships are received every day. In order to ensure the safety of this starry sky transfer base station, Dinghai Song family specially stationed a family fleet outside this base station, and also specially equipped with 2 mobile war stars with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters. What Song Qi and the others were looking at were these 2 spherical giants, covered with hideous black armor, and covered with countless gun muzzles of different sizes. In comparison, this thing is more suitable to be called a war machine than the Xinhua warship, a steel behemoth in the starry sea. Seeing that everyone was staring at the 2 mobile war stars, Song Chao explained softly with shock in his eyes. Primary mobile war stars, equipped with medium-sized controlled nuclear fusion reactors, intermediate nuclear shield generators, Empire 3 super rail guns, etc., with conventional 4th-level combat power. It is also one of the few conventional high-level combat units in our Xinhua human civilization besides the Xinhua warship. Hearing the 4 words mobile war stars, the brilliance in Song Qi and the others' eyes became stronger. In the past, textbooks only had a brief introduction to this kind of war machine. But now seeing it with their own eyes, it is far more shocking than they had imagined before. Chapter 145. Level Life Floating Land, Song Family Ancestral Land Longji Sacred Mountain. Third Uncle, can the mobile battle star really rival the 4th level life form in the star sea? Behind Songwen, Song Hai's second son Song Bo, who had not yet awakened, asked, his eyes full of curiosity. After hearing this, Song Chao thought about it carefully, and then said, let's put it this way. As a war unit, in a large-scale war, the deterrent power of this mobile war star is even greater than that of ordinary 4th-order life forms. The dense gun muzzles on it are not just decorations. But, if the 2 really fight one-on-one, the mobile war star is unlikely to be able to defeat those 4th-order life forms. After all, it is a mechanical creation, too big, and its flexibility is a flaw. For those real 4th-order life forms, it is like a large sandbag. After hearing this, everyone nodded thoughtfully, as if they understood, but also as if they didn't understand anything. For them, the 4th order is still too far away, and they don't understand what it means to have an absolute advantage in speed for a 4th order existence. The Angry Lion sped along, and soon passed the area where the 2 mobile war stars were located, heading towards the center of the Dinghai Star region. On the side, the mountain followed closely behind. While speeding along the way, it also passed several life-type star sea floating lands. But the Angry Lion did not stop. The Dinghai Star region is not small. As the autonomous territory of the Dinghai Song family, it is not just the Song family in the Star region. There are still many families left by the first generation of pioneers, who followed the Song family and participated in the development. For example, the Chen family, the family of Song Qi's mother Chen Lixia, is a small family in Dinghai Star region. There was once a third-level Xinhua captain in the family, but now it has declined, and only a few second-level Xinhua captains are left to support the family. There are dozens of families, like the Chen family in Dinghai Star region. They occupy some level life floating lands on the periphery of the Star region, as well as some low-level resource floating lands. They are considered to be dependent families of the Dinghai Song family. The floating lands controlled by the Song family are basically in the core area of Dinghai Star region, or in various strategic star regions. The floating lands that are currently passing by are not controlled by the Song family. Of course, these floating lands were not given to these families for nothing. Normally, they need to pay tribute to the Song family with a batch of resources every year. If it is a war, these families need to accept the Song family's deployment. Time passed quickly, and soon several days passed. In the core area of Dinghai Star region, a fleet of hundreds of ships was sailing at high speed. At the front of the fleet, there were nearly 10 cruisers with a length of a kilometer. On a cruiser in the middle of the front, Song Qi's eyes kept scanning the left and right sides. Yes, the Angry Lion and the Mountain were also in this fleet. As for the specific identity of this fleet, according to my dad, it was a fleet under the family's internal affairs hull, and it was here to welcome them. As a branch that had left the family for nearly 50 years, it was now back in the family, which was a big deal in the entire Dinghai Song family. So someone from the family's internal affairs hall took the initiative to welcome them. At this moment, Song Ting behind him also asked, "Mom, internal affairs hall? Is the family divided into many halls?" Chen Lixia replied quickly, "Yes, the Song family is divided into 5 major halls: Internal Affairs Hall, External Affairs Hall, War Hall, Inspection Hall, and Merit Hall. The Internal Affairs Hall is responsible for all matters of the family members, such as opening the meridians, registering names, and income and expenses. The Foreign Affairs Hall is responsible for foreign trade, negotiations, etc. The War Hall is divided into 2 parts. One is the Development Department, which is responsible for the family's external development, exploration, etc. And the other is the United Front Department, which is responsible for the family's patrols, foreign wars, etc. The Inspection Hall, as the name suggests, is responsible for external intelligence collection, enemy infiltration, etc., and internally responsible for investigating family corruption and leaks. The Merit Hall is responsible for issuing family merit tasks and ensuring the normal operation of the family merit system. After this explanation, everyone basically had a general understanding and cognition of the Song family. But at this moment, Song Yu suddenly exclaimed from the side, "Fuck! Come and see! What a huge floating land in the Star Sea!" Hearing this, the younger generation stood up and came to the edge of the warship, looking out through the window. Soon everyone's eyes widened, and there was disbelief in their eyes. Without exception, even Song Qi, whose mental age was over 60, was the same. Following their line of sight, they saw that the fleet was flying over an endless giant floating land in the Star Sea. Even though the Angry Lion was more than hundreds of thousands of meters above the ground at this moment, they still couldn't see the end of this floating land in the Star Sea. What level of floating land in the Star Sea is this? Song Qi's heart was trembling. Originally, he thought that the area of the Silver Spear floating land he had passed by before was scary enough. The length and width were more than 1 million kilometers, which was countless times the surface area of the Blue Star in his previous life. However, compared with the floating land in the Star Sea below, the Silver Spear floating land was completely insignificant. At this time, the voice of Grandma Bai Xiuqing came to his ears. "This is the Dragon Ridge continent, which is also the base camp of our Song family. The diameter of the Dragon Ridge continent is more than 10 light years, and it is a 5-level life-type floating land in the Star Sea." 5-level life-type floating land? When they heard the word 5-level, the hearts of the people trembled wildly, and they kept muttering, and then their eyes brightened again. Just through this floating land in the Star Sea, it was enough to surpass all their previous knowledge of the Song family. In the past, they had searched for information about the Dinghai Song family in the Wan Beta land, Wan Wanjiwan land, Waninj land and other Xinhua lands, but those information only talked about how powerful the Song family was, but did not explain anything specific. Today, the Dragon Ridge continent, which was counted in light years, finally gave everyone the most intuitive understanding. 5. Level Life Type Floating Land. What does it represent? It represents the ability to stably produce the 5th level floating land origin. It represents that only one piece may appear among hundreds of millions of floating lands in the star sea. It represents that it can continuously breed high-level star sea wonders. It represents that it can make countless Shinhua captains crazy. Such a piece of star sea floating land with an estimable value. Just because the Song family has been able to firmly control it in their own hands for thousands of years, it is enough to prove the terrifying strength of the Song family. As the saying goes, if one's virtue is not in line with one's position, there will be disaster. Level 5. Life-type floating land in the Sea of Stars. If one does not have enough strength to control it, there will be disaster that will wipe out the whole family. Just as everyone's thoughts were in flux, a slight sense of weightlessness suddenly came over them. Upon noticing this, Bai Xiuqing quickly said, "It's time to make a space jump. Quick, everyone return to your positions." In response, Song Qi quickly ran back to his position, and at the same time, a sense of inexplicable meaning arose in his heart. A floating land in the Sea of Stars is so large that it requires space jump to travel, no matter how you think about it. It feels like a dream. When the angry lion withdrew from the jump, the fleet had already arrived at the core area of the Dragon Spine continent. Looking at the end of the distant continent, a terrifying mountain with a height of more than 1 million meters was seen at the end of the field of vision. It was like an ancient sacred mountain, suppressing this incredibly large floating land in the Sea of Stars. It was also like a giant pillar supporting the sky of the Dragon Spine continent. In addition, at the top of this million-meter mountain, there was a column of light rising into the sky, connecting to the illusory light shield covering the entire Dragon Spine continent in the depths of the sky, providing a steady stream of energy for this floating land shield with amazing defensive capabilities. Suddenly, Grandpa Song Mingsong's solemn voice came from the main control room in front. "The ancestral land of the clan, Dragon Ridge Sacred Mountain. Everyone follow me, pray." Hearing this, everyone on the angry lion stood up respectfully, and then, following Song Mingsong in front, bowed and paid homage to the green sacred mountain at the end of the field of vision. After they paid homage, a long roar of a dragon wail that resounded through the world suddenly came from the end of the field of vision. On. Then a towering banner appeared in the sky in front, and the words on the banner were clearly visible throughout the Dragon Ridge continent. 5204th year of the Morning Star calendar. 2785th year of the Dinghai calendar. The 10th direct lineage has returned to the family. Great congratulations. This sudden change startled Song Qi and others, but soon turned into excitement and surprise. Such a big commotion at least proved that the family attached great importance to the return of their lineage, whether it was formal or sincere. At least Song Mingsong and others couldn't help but have red eyes, feeling the long-lost warmth of the clan. This towering banner was fleeting, and did not last long. Soon, the angry lion and the mountain followed the warships of the Internal Affairs Hall and landed below. At the same time, in every corner of Longji continent, most of the Song clan members saw this towering banner, and soon all kinds of discussions were heard throughout the entire Longji continent. Longji continent. Baiyun Mountain. Baiyun Pond. At the foot of Baiyun Mountain, several people dressed in simple clothes sat cross-legged by the pond, holding bamboo fishing rods in their hands. Leisurely fishing. The 10th straight vein. I remember it was opened up by Mingsong, the kid. At the beginning, the kid was impetuous, which led to the cloud viewing disc being secretly sent away by the Tianxin clan. I didn't expect it to return. It seems that this kid has not been living a good life in the past few decades. As he said, the two men beside him, who also looked a little vicissitudes of life, laughed softly and echoed a few words. At this moment, countless bubbles suddenly rose from the bottom of the Baiyun Lake, which was over 10,000 meters in diameter. A giant whirlpool slowly formed from the center of the lake. At the same time, a green giant shadow, with a length of nearly 4 kilometers, could be vaguely seen circling at high speed at the bottom of the lake. It was a giant green dragon with a single horn on its head. Seeing this, the three people at the edge of the lake simultaneously showed great phantom energy. After the phantom light flashed between their eyebrows, 3 mechas of astonishing size appeared out of thin air above the Baiyun Lake. At the same time, each of the 3 mechas emitted a beam of light, and all of them poured into the terrifying whirlpool below. It's a foregone conclusion that this beast will be promoted to the 5th level. We can't suppress it anymore. I hope the original ancestor can come back as soon as possible. Chifeng Valley. The second straight Vane's base. Song Ming Song is back. That's good. Recently, the family is in urgent need of manpower. The territory opened up in the Red River Star region urgently needs personnel to garrison. This kid is just right to fill in. Song Ming Song and others were naturally unaware of the discussions of various parties on the Dragon Ridge continent, led by the members of the Internal Affairs Hall. The family landed directly on the large square in front of the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. This square is more than 100,000 meters long and wide, and is paved with white jade. It is said that it is the place where the family mobilizes for war during special periods. Above the Jade Square, there are 10,000-meter stone steps. As long as you step on these 10,000-meter stone steps, you will reach the headquarters of the 5 major halls of the family. Walking on these 10,000-meter stone steps, it is like climbing a ladder to heaven, with a sense of solemnity. In front, Song Ming Song and a man wearing a slim-fitting long gown and smiling on his face walk side by side. The man's name is Song Yi, and he is a deacon of the family's Internal Affairs Hall. He is from the 3rd direct lineage, and is said to have been promoted to the 3rd level Xinhua captain 100 years ago. Soon, everyone climbed up the 10,000-meter stone steps, and came to the foot of the sacred mountain, where the 5 halls of the family were located. The 5 halls were located in the order of 1 in front, 2 on the left and 2 on the right. The first thing that everyone saw when they climbed the stone steps was the Merit Hall, and then on the left was the War Hall and the Inspection Hall, and on the right was the Internal Affairs Hall and the External Affairs Hall. Under the leadership of Song Yi, Song Qi and others went straight to the Internal Affairs Hall. Song Ming Song had been exiled from the family for decades. Now the first thing he did when he returned to the family was to re-enter his name in the family tree. Song Shan, Song Chao, Song Qi, Song Yu and others did the same. However, before the registration, Song Yi first brought them to the white jade platform in the middle of the 5 halls. This platform is called the Purification Platform, which can purify the human body in all directions. And the effect is to purify the tracking marks and slavery marks that may exist on the surface or inside the body. It is said that this purification platform is a red quality star sea wonder, but it cannot be converted into a shipborne component. So it was placed here by the ancestors of the Song family to maximize its effectiveness. As expected, no one had any special marks on their bodies. After the purification process was completed, everyone followed Song Yi into the Inner Affairs Hall. As soon as they entered the gate of the Inner Affairs Hall, Song Yu, Song Ting and others felt nervous, and even Song Qi was slightly surprised. At this moment, the meeting hall of the Inner Affairs Hall was full of people. Although these people did not deliberately reveal their own aura, the pressure of the high-level life essence could not be completely concealed. In addition, there were enough people in the hall, so the atmosphere in the hall was particularly heavy. Fuck. They are all 3rd-level bosses. Song Qi quickly got the answer in his mind after scanning the more than 20 figures in the hall. After getting this answer, he was a little confused. Although he was prepared in his heart and had a preliminary understanding of the strength of the Dinghai Song family, he was still a little shocked when nearly 30 3rd-level Xinhua captains appeared in front of him. You know, there are not so many 3rd-level Xinhua captains in the entire Baida floating land. And those in front of him are just witnesses sent by various branches of the Song family. How many 3rd-level Xinhua captains are hidden behind each branch? No one knows except themselves. But Song Qi can be sure of one thing. That is, this number must be far beyond imagination. After all, he had heard from his father and others before that. The various branches of the Song family now, not to mention the direct branch, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd 3 direct branches alone, all had a time of more than 1,000 years. Thousands of years, coupled with the terrifying resource supply of the Dinghai Song family. Who knows what level of strength they have reached now? After a little doubt, the registration process officially began. After Grandpa, Uncle, and Second Uncle, it was soon the turn of Song Qi and other younger generations. Song Qi, 45 years old, White Fire Seed, First Class Fire Captain. Song Qi, 31 years old, White Fire Seed, First Class Fire Captain. Chapter 141 Branch Station Golden Merit Point. In front, the steward of the Internal Affairs Hall, who was in charge of recording, looked up and glanced at Song Qi, and then said lightly, "Isn't it blue? When did it automatically downgrade?" Hearing this, Song Qi didn't feel any surprise. He habitually reported a lower level, trying to see if he could get away with it, and never had much hope. With the power of the Dinghai Song family, it is impossible not to conduct relevant investigations on everything that happened to their lineage in the past few decades, and as long as the investigation is carried out, it is not difficult to find out that his seed of fire has been promoted to blue. Soon, he reported his registration information again, Song Chi, 31 years old. Blue fire seed. First class fire captain. After the information was entered, the steward of the Internal Affairs Hall in front of him picked up the nameplate with the information recorded and handed it to Song Chi's forehead. At the same time, his indifferent voice sounded again. Activate the fire seed in your body and leave a wisp of original fire in this nameplate. As Song Chi followed the operation to integrate a wisp of his own original fire into the nameplate soon lit up with a faint fluorescence. At this point, Song Chi's personal information entry is officially completed. As for this nameplate, it is called Xinhua Life Plate, which is a common method used by many medium and large forces to determine the life and death status of members. Well, it is similar to the soul lamp in the previous life's cultivation novels, at least that's how Song Chi understands it. Once this Xinhua Life Plate dims, it means that the corresponding Xinhua Captain Xinhua seed is completely extinguished, and for the members of the Xinhua human civilization, the extinction of the Xinhua seed naturally means the end of the Xinhua Captain's life. Song Chi estimated that this Xinhua fake card was probably the key to this round of operations. As for the registration, it was just a pretext. After retreating behind Song Ming Song and others, he soon saw the strange looks of his grandfather and father. They were obviously speechless by his operation of reporting a lower quality of Xinhua seed. The younger generation was completely the opposite. Song Chi, Song Lin, Song Yu and others all stared at him with wide eyes, with nothing but surprise in their eyes. Fourth brother, when did your Xinhua seed upgrade to blue quality? On the left, the third brother Songwen asked, seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him. Song Chi explained softly, about 2 months ago, I happened to see a wisp of purple top-grade forest bone flame in a shop. It just so happened that I was allocated a purple main gun at that time, and I added some other things. So I traded it. For his light explanation, several people beside him looked suspicious. How rare is the purple top-grade upgraded fire source in the territory of Xinhua human civilization? Is it really so easy to get it? However, no one asked much, because with the completion of the registration, it was soon time for Grandpa to choose the station for their lineage. The meeting hall suddenly shone with light, and then a huge illusory Dragon Ridge continent geomancy map emerged. This geomancy map is large enough, and there are many areas marked on it that can be used as bases. But compared to the Dragon Ridge continent with a diameter of 10 light-years, it seems particularly dwarfed. In response, the steward of the Internal Affairs Hall in front explained, these are all the second-level and above floating land origin eruption eyes, which can stably produce second-level floating land origins, and a small amount of third-level floating land origins every year. Those red ones are third-level origin eruption eyes, which can stably produce third-level floating land origins, and a small amount of fourth-level floating land origins. You can choose by yourself. After speaking, the steward paused, and finally reminded, pre-warning, these third-level origin eruption eyes need to be suppressed by third-level Xinhua warships for many years. Otherwise it will be difficult to collect. Take the floating land origin from it, and consider it carefully. Song Ming Song nodded lightly, turned around and discussed with Song Shan, by Xiuqin and others. Half a minute later, he asked again, once the station is selected, can it be changed later? Before being expelled from the family? Although he had opened his meridians, he was busy improving his own guidance skills, because the Angry Lion had just been promoted to the 3rd level not long ago. So he did not choose the station. Now this is his first choice. So he naturally has to ask clearly. Yes, but it will cost family merit points. Hearing that changing the station again would cost merit points, Song Ming Song no longer hesitated, and shifted his attention from those second-level floating land origin eruption eyes to those third-level origin eruption eyes emitting red light. Family merit points are not something that can be obtained casually. They need to be obtained by actually performing those merit tasks. So these unnecessary expenses should be saved. In addition, Song Shan's flagship mountain has been promoted to the 3rd level. In the short term, what Song Shan needs to do is to quietly practice the psionic guidance technique, and use the 3rd level psionic practice platform on the mountain to enter the 3rd level as soon as possible. so that he can take on the suppression task in at least the next 1 or 2 years. The most important thing is that, as long as the third level origin eruption I can be suppressed, the annual income is definitely not comparable to that of the second level origin eruption I. Based on these points, Song Ming Song and Bai Xiuqin began to carefully select a group of third level origin eruption Is. Soon, their 10th vein's base was set at a place called Qinghua Lake. Okay, this is the development certificate of Qinghua Lake. You can take it to the construction department behind the hall and apply for the mobilization of the mountain-moving terracotta warriors to carry out the subsequent construction of the base. But before going to the base, I suggest you go to the merit hall first. Call those mountain-moving terracotta warriors and various required building materials, all of which require merit points. Family. Merit hall. As the group walked into the hall located at the foot of the mountain, which was the highest-ranking hall among the 5 major halls of the Song family, Song Qi found that someone had been waiting for them in the meritorious hall. However, it was no longer the representatives of the various branches of the family, but a deputy hall master of the meritorious hall. Each of the 5 major halls of the Song family has a hall master and 2 deputy hall masters. The one in front of them was named Song Ruyan, who was from the first branch. When everyone entered the meritorious hall, they soon received a special communication bracelet. This is a quantum communicator developed by the Science and Technology Department of the clan. It can achieve real-time communication across the entire Dragon Ridge continent, and the merit points of an individual will be recorded in this communication bracelet. Above the hall, Song Ruyan spoke calmly. Hearing this, curious Song Yu and others opened the quantum communication bracelet one after another. After completing the binding, they soon saw their detailed information on the homepage of the virtual panel projected by the bracelet. Name, Song Yu. Age, 30. Flame Seed, Blue Belonging, 10th Straight Vein Flame Battleship, First Order Psionic Airship. Alyo. Merit points, none. Gold merit points, none. Seeing this, Song Qi also opened the communication bracelet in his hand, and saw that it was exactly the same as the ones in the hands of others. His eyes stayed on the gold merit points column on the virtual panel for a few seconds, and he was a little curious about what it was, and how it was different from ordinary merit points. But before he could think about it, Song Ruyan, the vice-chairman of the merit hall above the main hall, spoke again. Song Ming Song, Song Shan, the original ancestor has determined that the 2 of you are the main contributors to the family's new control of Morua's secret realm, and are now awarded 100,000 merit points and 10 gold merit points. After grandfather and uncle, it was not Song Hai, Bai Xiuqin and other second-level Xinhua captains, but Song Qi. Song Qi, you are a secondary contributor, and are now awarded 50,000 merit points and 5 gold merit points. Bai Xiuqin, Song Hai, Song Chao, Chen Li Xia, you are now awarded 30,000 merit points and 3 gold merit points. Song Qi, Song Lin, the 4 of you will be awarded 30,000 merit points each. As the voice fell, the relevant prompt sound came from everyone's quantum communication bracelet, and their merit points changed accordingly. Without waiting for them to start discussing, Song Ruyan above looked at Song Ming Song, who was standing at the front. Seeing this, Song Ming Song quickly reacted. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and the mini Moro air escape mecha appeared in his hand. At the same time, he summoned the angry lion from the outside world, and brought out the 4th level Moro royal family member, who had been sleeping since being sealed. With the appearance of these 2, the staff of the merit hall soon took them both away carefully. Seeing this, Song Ming Song had no other thoughts in his mind. The Morua secret realm itself can only make up for the mistakes made in the past. The reason why everyone in the family can gain a lot of merit points is actually because of this Morua Sky Escape Mecha, and the 4th level Morua royal family. A 4th level unit with strong combat power is of course worth more than these merit points. But the one who made the move was the projection of the original ancestor. Their family just benefited from the action plan. He was very satisfied to get such a lot of merit. Okay. If you have nothing to do, go down first, and get the branch station ready as soon as possible. There is a task for you here. Above the hall, Deputy Hall Master Song Ruyan waved his hand gently, and at the same time urged Song Ming Song. Song Ming Song nodded, and asked one last question before turning away. Mr. Deputy Hall Master, I wonder if we can enter the Xiankue secret realm now. Song Ruyan waved his hand again. The Xiankue secret realm is now accelerating time, and it will take about half a month. We can take these juniors there after the acceleration. Hearing this, Song Ming Song's eyes lit up. Secret realm acceleration? I wonder what kind of time span is the acceleration. For this question, Song Rian did not hide it, and gave the answer directly. 10,000 years. Hearing these two words, Song Mingsong's face suddenly became overjoyed. He bowed to the sky and thanked the heavens. Then he led the people behind him to walk out of the hall. Above the sky of Lingji continent, the angry lion was speeding at full speed. Following it, there were 20 warships transferred from the construction department. These warships were loaded with mountain-moving soldier terracotta warriors. This kind of terracotta warrior tree parts, suitable for construction. As long as they arrived at Qinghua Lake, it would not take long for their lineage's base to be initially built. In the engine room of the Angry Lion, Song Qi was playing with the newly worn quantum communication bracelet on his hand, and asked Song Mingsong in the main control room, "Grandpa, in addition to the direct vein, does the family have any side veins? After more than 2,000 years, how could there be only 10 direct veins? And the continental geomancy map just now. I see that there are still many third-level origin eruption eyes that have not been occupied and suppressed. These eruption eyes are allowed to overflow the floating land origin in vein. Is it because the family does not have enough manpower?" Hearing his two questions, Song Mingsong smiled and explained, "The family only has direct veins, etc. The others are all classified as collateral members. And there is no such thing as side veins. Why are there only 10 direct veins so far? It's very simple. The family has a clear rule that only the third level and above Xinhua captains are qualified to open their own veins." Hearing this, Song Qi's brows were still not relaxed. There are nearly 10 million descendants of the Song family, and more than 2,000 over the years. Even those clan members who have been promoted to the third level due to chance are probably no less than hundreds. If they really want to open their meridians, there will not be only 10 direct meridians. Right? However, Song Mingsong obviously has not finished speaking. He only heard him continue, but having the qualifications to open meridians does not mean that you must do so. These family members who have been promoted to the third level, basically 99% will choose to join one of the first, second, and third 3 direct meridians, in addition to obtaining an origin eruption eye as a base. Those who actively open their meridians will need to pay for subsidies for a long time in the early stage. Compared to that, joining those powerful direct meridians is much better. Not only will you have a stable salary, but if you are outstanding, you can also benefit from the resources of your own meridian. In addition, with the unique resources in the hands of each direct meridian, it is much safer and easier than opening your own meridians. After hearing this explanation, Song Qi and others suddenly nodded. In this way, it basically makes sense. At this time, my father Song Chao added one more point. In addition, over the past thousands of years, there have been many direct veins that lost the third-level Xinhua captain due to various accidents, and were forced to disband. In front, Grandpa's voice sounded again. As for those high-level origin eruption eyes, the reason why they are allowed to spread the floating land origin on their own is that the preciousness of a high-level floating land is not only that it can stably produce high-level floating land origin, but also that the unique environment on the floating land can breed high-level star sea wonders. And if you want to avoid destroying this kind of environment, you can't completely cut off the supply of high-level floating land origin. Chapter 142, Revisiting the Ruins of the Boyuo Civilization. At this point, Song Qi's doubts were basically resolved, and at the same time, he had a little more expectation for the 5-level floating land under his feet. Because he remembered the Hongwang continent behind Zhouping, which was also a suspected 5-level floating land in the Star Sea, and just one of the 4th-level Yuaning Xinjuan could own an orange-quality rare sword pill. From this, one can imagine how many top-quality Star Sea rare objects there are on the Hongwang continent. As the Dragon Ridge continent is of the same level, would it be possible that there would be fewer high-level wonders on it? So, he especially understood what Grandpa said just now. High-level Star Sea wonders, and the environment that breeds wonders are also the most precious resources on a high-level Star Sea floating land. But although most of his doubts have been solved, it does not mean that Song Yu and others are the same. Soon Song Yu raised a question. "Grandpa, what is the Xian Gui secret realm you just asked about? Could it be that the specialty resource in this secret realm is puppets? The time acceleration spanning 10,000 years allows it to breed more special puppet parts?" After hearing this, without waiting for Song Mingsong to answer, Bai Xiuqin on the side explained softly. "Almost. This immortal puppet secret realm is a special Star Sea secret realm. There is a immortal puppet tower in it. All creatures that enter the secret realm can challenge this immortal puppet tower. Then the immortal puppet tower will issue corresponding puppet parts as rewards based on the final results of the challengers. This immortal puppet tower comes from an ancient civilization called the Immortal Realm. It is a creation of a force called the Taishang Immortal Puppet Sect in the Immortal Realm civilization. It can adjust the difficulty of the immortal puppet tower according to the challenger's age of cultivation. Hearing this, Song Yu was puzzled. The age of cultivation? For our Xinhua captain, it is the time to awaken the Xinhua seed. Speaking of this, Bai Xiuqin continued. So, it is up to you to decide when to challenge the immortal puppet secret realm. There is no restriction on this, but you must be fully prepared before going. Each person has only one challenge opportunity, and you will not be able to enter the immortal puppet tower again. Do you understand? Song Qi and others nodded seriously, but at this time, the voice of Grandpa Song Ming Song came again. One more thing to add, if you have enough confidence in your Xinhua battleship, you can take advantage of the few days after the acceleration of this Xiangui secret realm ends to challenge it as soon as possible. The acceleration of the time span of 10,000 years will surely breed purple and even orange quality terracotta warrior parts in the Xiangui Tower. There will definitely be many tribesmen challenging this secret realm in the near future. If you don't go early, these high-level terracotta warrior parts will probably be distributed quickly. The family has a large population, plus the advantage of the bloodline of the ancestors. There is no shortage of tribesmen with hidden talents. Hearing this, Song Qi, Song Lin, Song Wen didn't take it seriously. They knew their own situation. Although they got a lot of good things during this period, they were far behind those real geniuses in the family. Song Qi and Song Yu were somewhat tempted. Especially Song Qi, he knew the combat power of the skyship very well. He could not crush all the same level, but at least he could enter the top echelon. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a gleam in his eyes. Originally, with his personality, he was naturally unwilling to expose himself too much. But if it was really as his grandfather said, involving purple or even orange puppet parts, he would definitely fight for it. Hiding his weakness did not mean that he would give up the resources he urgently needed. When it was time to fight, he would not hesitate. At present, the sky is in urgent need of high-quality terracotta warrior parts. So he kept his grandfather's words in mind and decided to challenge the immortal puppet tower as soon as possible after the subsequent secret realm acceleration was completed. Just as he made up his mind, Song Ting on the side spoke again. Although she had not yet awakened the seed of fire, she was still very interested in these things of the Song family. Grandma, what are the merit points you just got for? What are gold merit points? Bai Xiuqin smiled and rubbed her little granddaughter's head, explaining, merit points, you can use them as currency issue within the family, you can buy goods in the family's merit building, and you can also use them to issue family tasks. As for gold merit points, they can only be obtained after completing major family tasks, or handing in high-level items, high-level resources. As for its specific use, let's put it this way, above the 30th floor of the merit building, you can only use gold merit points to trade. Hearing this, Song Yu on the side blurted out immediately. Then the resources above the 30th floor of the merit building must be extremely rare. Right? Bai Xiuqin nodded. Yes. Let me give you a few examples. Titanium crystal. Orange quality rare items. Purple upgraded fire source. Energy crystal. Vibranium. Etc. All of which can be found above the 30th floor of the merit building. Hiss. Suddenly, Song Qi and others took a breath of cold air, and had a basic understanding of the so-called merit building above the 30th floor. However, Bai Xiuqin's voice did not stop, and she continued, for example, titanium crystal. 1 gold merit point can be exchanged for 100 titanium crystals on the 30th floor. Soon, everyone's eyes turned to Song Qi beside them. They remembered that Song Qi had obtained 5 gold merit points before. Originally, they didn't have a specific idea, but after Bai Xiuqin said that, everyone suddenly became excited. 5 gold merit points. That's equivalent to 500 titanium crystals. Just thinking about it made them full of envy and jealousy. Of course, everyone just had a slight hint, although they didn't know what Song Qi did in the battle with the Blood Blade Star Pirates. But they knew that since Grandpa, Grandma, and the Song clan recognized this contribution, then Song Qi must have played a key role. While everyone was talking, the jump device on the Lion of Fury was cooled down again, and the second jump started soon. As this jump ended, everyone finally saw the large lake below. Looking from above, it was crescent-shaped, So it was named Qinghua Lake. Qinghua Lake is only more than 100,000 meters long, and only more than 50,000 meters wide at its widest point. It is not big, but the lake water is clear, and the lakeside is shaded by green trees. More importantly, there is an island in the middle of the lake that is less than 10,000 meters wide and more than 30,000 meters long. The environment is quiet, and people feel comfortable at a glance. It is also a very good choice to set up the base here. As for the third-order origin eruption I, it is located on the island in the middle of the lake. So Song Ming Song also officially set up his base on this island in the middle of the lake. The area of this island in the middle of the lake is not large. As time goes by, it will definitely need to be expanded around the lake in the future. But for now, it is definitely enough. With Song Ming Song's confirmation, the 20 warships of the construction department began to move one after another. A concrete mountain-moving giant of nearly 10 meters suddenly appeared on the island in the middle of the lake below, and began the construction work in full swing. The working efficiency of the mountain-moving terracotta warriors was extremely amazing. In just 2 days, a rather exquisite manor had been built on the lake island. And just in the morning, the lake island was named Qinghua Island, and the manor on the island was named Qinghua Manor. Qinghua Manor was also officially established as the residence of their lineage. In a courtyard on the south side of the manor, Song Qi stood under a peach tree in the courtyard. This courtyard was his personal courtyard. At this time, his eyes were determined, as if he had made some decision. He saw a faint light flashing between his eyebrows. The sky was summoned, and then it rushed straight into the sky with a long cry. Just yesterday, Song Shishir, Song Ting, Song Bo, and others were all sent to the school built by the clan. After such a long delay, the elders, Song Qi, Song Yu and others all started practicing their own guiding techniques again. Now everything has settled down, and life is back on track. Therefore, it is time to explore the ruins of the Boyuo civilization that I have been thinking about for a long time. Above the sky of the Dragon Ridge continent, accompanied by a violent space fluctuation, the sky suddenly disappeared and was dropped into an unknown star field. In the dark starry sky, Song Qi scanned the Sky Eye Patrol radar on the side. After not seeing any floating land, asteroid belts and other celestial bodies, he no longer hesitated, retracted the sky, and then quickly disappeared. Over the yellow sand floating land, the sky sped down all the way, and landed towards the 10,000-meter boulder. It had been nearly a month and a half since the last time, and the terrifying 10,000-meter storm I had disappeared. As for whether it had exhausted its power or wandered to other areas, Song Qi was not sure, and was not interested in it. His goal was very clear, which was the ruins of the Boyuo civilization. During the landing, he glanced at the Blood Soul Seal component and found that the third-level peak sandworm was still hidden 1,000 meters below the previous sand dune, and its position had not changed at all. He had some guesses about this. It was probably that the sandworm had been seriously injured by the Chaos Cave Extreme Yang Sword Intention Divine Light before, and it had been dormant for some time, waiting for the day when its injuries were completely healed. As for death, that did not exist. The Blood Soul Seal could only mark living things. If it really died, the Blood Soul Seal mark would be invalid immediately. There was no intention to go over. This third-level sandworm was the target of the subsequent promotion mission of the sky. There was no need to touch it now. With the rapid landing of the sky, it soon returned to the side of the 10,000-meter boulder. Compared with the first time, Song Qi seemed much calmer this time. After all, compared with the Dragon Ridge Mountain of the Song family, this 10,000-meter boulder was nothing. Buzz buzz buzz. A bumblebee drone rushed out of the cabin and rushed straight to the space curtain in front under the control of Song Qi's brain waves. After a while, Song Qi saw an extremely shocking scene. In the first layer of the ruins behind the space curtain, countless broken limbs and arms were scattered everywhere. Although the green poisonous fog that filled the entire space had become much lighter than 7 or 8 months ago, it still had not dissipated. These were not the main points. In the four corners of the first layer of space, there was a Zerg with a body size of tens of meters, and a hard shell on its body. Is this thing an iron beetle? Song Qi was confused for a moment, but he soon reacted. Is this the final winner among the tens of thousands of remaining ironclad beetles? They devoured all the zero-order ironclad beetles, and evolved into second-order ironclad beetles. He vaguely remembered that when he left, there were still tens of thousands of zero-order ironclad beetles in the first layer of space. Unexpectedly, after a few months, Without the control of the queen beetle, these ironclad beetles actually staged a perfect grazing game in this first layer of space. More than 10,000 zero-order ironclad beetles, and finally raised these 4 second-order ironclad beetles. For a moment, he was somewhat impressed by the survival of the fittest among creatures. After sighing, the engine of the sky started and flew towards the space curtain. Since he was sure that there was no factor that could cause damage to the sky in the ruins, he would naturally not wait any longer. Yes. Boom, boom, boom. After rushing into the first floor of the ruins, the first thing he did was to kill all 4 second-level iron beetles. As the remaining individuals among tens of thousands of the same species, they must be strong enough. But for Song-Chi, they are not of much use at all. The only value may be the second-level insect meat in their bodies, the possible energy crystals, and the 4 strands of first-level floating land origin. Under the direct attack of the pure yang sword light cannon, as expected, the 4 second-level ironclad beetles were easily killed. However, Song-Chi did not rush to cut their bodies, but drove the sky to continue to the second floor. There is still a space curtain in the second-level space that needs to be broken, and it is not known what is in the third-level space behind. In order to avoid insufficient time later, Song-Chi still thinks it is better to clean up later. The second level of the ruined space, because Shin-Ching and I had swept away all the zergs in this space last time, so there were no second-level zergs in this second layer. Song-Chi quickly came to the bottom of the space curtain with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Looking at the repulsive stance that kept appearing on the space curtain, Song-Chi pressed the fire button of the pure yang sword light cannon without hesitation. Boom! Amid the whistling sword light, violet ripples flashed across the space curtain above. Although it did not break directly with one strike, it was much stronger than the last joint attack of Song-Chi and Shin-Ching. Boom, boom, boom! Amid the violent roars, the space curtain above gradually dimmed, and it was about to break. Seeing this, Song-Chi stopped the attack of the pure yang sword light cannon and used the secondary cannon of the electromagnetic lightning cannon. With the experience from the last time, Song-Chi would not attack the space curtain blindly. Otherwise, if there were any zerg in the upper space, they would be awakened immediately. His idea was to use the electromagnetic lightning cannon to slowly eliminate the repulsive force field on the space curtain, so as to prevent the zerg that might exist in the upper space from being alerted. As time passed, the repulsive force field in the sky had dimmed to the extreme. At this time, Song-Chi had stopped firing the electromagnetic lightning cannon, and instead started firing slowly and single shots. Half a minute later, accompanied by a slight clicking sound, the repulsive force field on the space curtain completely dissipated. Instead of rushing up directly, Song-Chi continued to control the bumblebee drone whose brainwave beacon had not yet expired and rushed into the sky. Pop! 2 seconds after the bumblebee drone sank into the space curtain, Song-Chi in the sky suddenly widened his eyes. His pupils shrank violently, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Chapter 143 Above the third floor. After his pupils trembled violently, Song-Chi quickly turned back. Although he did see a very shocking scene through the perspective of the bumblebee drone, the fact at the moment was that he was under the space curtain, and everything in the space above was isolated from him. The most important thing was that he had not been exposed yet, and had not yet alarmed the thing above. In other words, he was in the dark, and the other party was in the light. Thinking of this, he calmed down again, and at the same time, half of his perspective returned to the bumblebee drone again. Compared to the second floor of the ruins, the third floor is much larger, with a length and width of more than 5,000 meters. Although it is not as large as the first floor, it is still a large space. However, there is a huge monster in this space at this moment. In the middle of the space, near the small crystal box, a very bloated giant flesh worm with a huge abdomen and wrapped in gorgeous amethyst skin is lying there. This amethyst flesh worm is of amazing size, with a length of 1 kilometer, which can almost reach 1/5 of the 3-layer space. The most important thing is its extremely swollen abdomen. From the perspective of the bumblebee drone, it looks like a giant balloon. As the fleshworm's body trembles from time to time, it seems to burst at any time. Is this also the Queen of Insects? He whispered softly, but Song-Chi shook his head quickly. No, it's not the Queen of Insects, it's the Mother of Insects. After coming to this conclusion, Song-Chi's heart gradually sank. The Mother of Insects, this is a more terrifying existence than the Queen of Insects, and looking at the size of this Mother of Insects now, could it be that it was once a higher level existence? The Mother of Insects, this terrifying creature has been introduced in detail in textbooks in the past, and among the insect race, it is 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than the queen of insects. Generally speaking, only a small number of queens have the possibility of being promoted to queens. After being promoted to queens, they not only have a higher growth ceiling, but also have stronger mental power, and can control more and more accurately the Zerg under their command. At the same time, they can cultivate more Zerg species than queens. In addition, the purple crystal skin on their bodies, which has an unparalleled defensive power, can be said to be the battle power and difficulty of the queen among all creatures of the same level in the Star Sea. This is troublesome. It's actually a worm mother, and a third-level worm mother. Song Chi's face was solemn, and at the same time a little gloomy. The worm mother is not scary, but the countless worm eggs stored in its bloated abdomen like a giant balloon are scary. And its purple crystal skin with terrible defensive power is scary. If we can't fight quickly, we will inevitably be dragged into the worm sea tactics. Thinking of this, Song Chi naturally knew that he couldn't be impatient. He suppressed his emotions, and while controlling the bumblebee drone to monitor the situation in the third layer of space above, he began to quickly think about various response plans, and whether the sky was qualified to fight it. A few minutes later, the Sanqiong, which was suspended under the space curtain, took action. The pure Yang sword light cannon at the bow began to gradually gather light, and began to charge. That's right. Song Chi's final decision was to take action. As for the reason, it was very simple. He was in the dark while the insect mother was in the light. As long as this unexpected first attack could cause enough damage, with the third-level dark matter energy shield generator and the third-level electromagnetic lightning cannon, he believed that the Sanqiong would be able to fight. In addition, even if it loses in the end, the Glimpse antimatter hyper engine that has been strengthened to the third level can ensure that the sky has enough maneuverability to ensure that it can retreat unscathed. Tens of seconds later, a 100-meter sword light has condensed in front of the sky. That's right. There is only this one chance to catch the enemy off guard. And Song Chi naturally directly uses the strongest attack method on the sky. 1 second before the 100-meter sword light is completely condensed, the sky engine roars, and the ship body that stays below the space curtain suddenly rushes upwards. Pop! As soon as the ship passed through the space curtain, the pure Yang sword light cannon at the bow of the ship exploded immediately. Swish! Amid the sharp sword intent, the Chaos Whole Extreme Yang sword intent divine light roared out. It was just fired a second ago, but the next second it had already crossed a distance of several thousand meters, and shot to the top of the head of the third-level purple crystal insect mother. Hiss! The third-level insect mother's mental power was so strong that, the moment the sky passed through the space curtain, it sensed it immediately. If it hadn't been dormant for many years, I'm afraid that the previous bumblebee drone would not have been able to hide it. However, in comparison, the Chaos Extreme Yang sword light, which had already completed charging in advance, was obviously faster. Before it could make further responses, it had already crossed a distance of several thousand meters and bombarded the purple crystal skin on its head. Boom! For a moment, the violent third-order energy fluctuations were centered on the top of the insect mother's head and spread out violently in all directions. In the middle, there was also the shrill scream of the insect mother. After the attack, Song Chi did not stop at all. The pure Yang sword light cannon fell into buffer. He quickly fired with the electromagnetic lightning cannon. Electromagnetic lightning balls, with a diameter of several meters, continued to bombard the insect mother thousands of meters away. Just like that, the entire third-floor space of the ruins was completely engulfed in the roar of artillery fire, and the lightning and sword shadows intertwined, illuminating the entire space that was not very large. In the sky, Song Chi distractedly controlled the warship to wander around the entrance area of the space curtain below, while continuing to control the main gun and secondary gun to fire. At the same time, he also divided a part of his mind to carefully observe the state of the third-level insect mother. The electromagnetic lightning cannon is more like tickling it. Only the pure Yang sword light cannon can really cause damage to it, especially the Chaos Whole Extreme Yang sword intention divine light. Looking at the hideous wound on the top of the insect mother's head that was more than 10 meters long and was continuously gushing out hot purple viscous liquid, Song Chi muttered to himself. Except for the wound on the top of the head, there were no other serious injuries on its body. Even its bloated abdomen had only sporadic purple bloodstains. These bloodstains were caused by the pure Yang sword light cannon. As for the electromagnetic lightning cannon, Those electromagnetic lightning balls could not leave any traces on the purple crystal skin. Seeing this, Song-Chi was not in a hurry. He did not approach the opponent, and continued to fire from a distance with the pure yang sword-like cannon. The location of the attack was the large gap on the top of the insect mother's head that was cut by the chaos whole extreme yang sword intention divine light. The defense of the purple crystal skin on its body was really scary. Even the pure yang sword-like cannon strengthened to the 3rd level could only leave wounds of tens of centimeters on it, which was not worth mentioning compared to its 1,000-meter body. However, attacking the wound cut by the chaos extreme yang sword light was different. There was no purple crystal skin protecting the wound, so the pure yang sword light could cut deeply into its flesh and blood every time. Song-Chi believed that as long as there were more rounds, the wound would continue to get bigger. In the end, it would not be difficult to kill this 3rd-level insect mother. Hiss! Suddenly, the insect mother thousands of meters away seemed to be unable to bear this torture. She roared, and then her bloated abdomen behind her began to shake violently. Laying eggs. Song-Chi made a judgment immediately. At the same time, he was well prepared and quickly turned the muzzle of the electromagnetic lightning cannon. At the same time, the sky also began to move to the side. After adjusting the appropriate attack angle, the electromagnetic lightning cannon suddenly opened fire. The electromagnetic lightning ball, with a diameter of 1 meter, was not aimed at the body of the insect mother, but directly at the egg-laying opening at the tip of its tail. As a shipborne secondary gun, the electromagnetic lightning cannon is indeed difficult to cause much damage to the 3rd-level insect mother, but it is perfect for destroying these newly laid eggs. The lightning arc sputtering characteristics allow it to spread a large number of eggs at one time. Gugugugu. There was a strange sound coming from the insect mother's abdomen, and then thousands of insect eggs spurted out of her body. Zizizizi. Under the bombardment of the electromagnetic lightning cannon, most of these gushing insect eggs, before the larvae in them could break out of their shells, were directly turned into ashes under the electromagnetic lightning. Seeing this, Song-Chi in the sky showed joy on his face, and was very satisfied with the result, but his vigilance against the insect mother did not decrease at all, after all. It was a 3rd-level life, and the space of the ruins was not large. If it really got close to it, the sky might be in danger of sinking. But just when Song-Chi was sure that it would go berserk, and thus kept fully alert, the reaction of this insect mother was once again beyond his expectations. It still tightly circled around the crystal box, without any intention of moving its body. Song-Chi narrowed his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that this insect mother was guarding the crystal box. Could it be that there is something extremely important to it in this crystal box? While he was wondering, the insect mother in front of him had another change. The purple crystal skin on its body suddenly flashed a dazzling purple light. Just when Song-Chi was alert to whether it was going to use any big moves, its abdomen trembled more violently, and then a more terrifying number of insect eggs gushed out of its body. Zizizizi. On the sky, the electromagnetic lightning cannon was still firing at full speed, but the number of eggs released by the insect mother this time was really astonishing, tens of millions. Even the electromagnetic lightning cannon could not completely clear them all. Sweeping his eyes over these eggs, Song-Chi felt relieved. These eggs were only the size of a child's fist. Even if all of them were bred, it should not pose much of a threat to the sky, and with the cleaning speed of the electromagnetic lightning cannon, as long as the insect mother did not continue to lay eggs multiple times, these extra eggs would be completely cleared in no time. Just when he thought of this, Song-Chi's face quickly darkened before he could be happy. Crack, crack, crack. The eggs that were not immediately cleared by the electromagnetic lightning cannon suddenly burst one by one, and small insects crawled out of them. This was far from the point. After the insects rushed out of the eggs, they actually began to gnaw on the egg shells quickly. After swallowing up all the shells, Song-Chi could clearly see that the size of these insects had increased significantly. This obviously did not satisfy the insects. They began to further gnaw on the half-destroyed eggs around them, just like a group of monsters who never knew what it was to be full, gnawing on everything they could see around them. Seeing this, Song-Chi instinctively felt something was wrong and turned his gun barrel, firing at the not-so-large number of zergs. However, this was still only a temporary solution. As he ignored the gushing insect eggs, more and more small zergs hatched from these eggs. In a short period of time, tens of thousands of zergs appeared beside the zerg queen. Looking at the zergs that had hatched first and were already few in number, their bodies had suddenly grown to several meters in length, and the energy fluctuations emitted from their bodies had reached the peak of the zero order. Seeing this, Song-Chi's face was uncertain. and he had a new understanding of the difficulty of this insect mother. He slowly controlled the sky to retreat, and moved towards the entrance of the space curtain. According to the textbook and the introduction into Starsea races and civilizations, if nothing unexpected happens, this third-level insect mother will soon condense the energy stored in her body, and then expel all the energy from her body to supply the insects around her, so that they can evolve multiple times in a short period of time, and thus have strong combat capabilities. Of course, this situation will only happen when there is no energy supply around. Generally, the queen and mother insects will not consume their own energy to supply the insect swarm. There is no other energy source in the relic space at present, so this possibility is very high. And everything that happened afterwards also proved that the facts were indeed as Song-Chi had thought before. Looking at the mother insect in front of him whose abdomen had shrunk by more than half, Song-Chi's eyes were solemn, because he saw tens of thousands of first-level and second-level insects in his sight. After obtaining the energy stored by the mother insect, the speed of evolution of this group of insects was extremely amazing. In a blink of an eye, they evolved from 0 level to their current appearance. Of course, this kind of evolution that is almost like forcing growth is actually at the cost of overdrawing the vitality of this group of Zerg. After this battle, these Zerg will die soon. Although the speed of Zerg evolution is amazing, it has not reached this level. Otherwise, they would have ruled the entire broken Starsea long ago. Zizizizi. Since the sky entered the third-level space of the ruins, the electromagnetic lightning cannon has never stopped. Electromagnetic lightning balls have been bombarding the Zerg thousands of meters away. Under the splashing of lightning arcs, dozens of first-level Zerg will die completely under each cannon. However, compared with the current number of Zerg, it is obviously not enough. Hiss! In the middle of the swarm, the purple crystal insect queen suddenly roared. After hearing this roar, all the Zerg seemed to have heard the order to charge. Their compound eyes turned blood red, and they rushed towards the Tsankong 1,000 meters away without fear. In the Tsankong, Song-Chi stared at the dense Zergs in front of him. Sputtering insects, 2-winged tiger-headed insects. Song-Chi's heart sank slightly. It was obvious that the eggs discharged by this insect queen were all Zergs that were specifically targeted at and restrained the Tsankong, and there were no ironclad beetles at all. The splash bugs can spit corrosive acid, and the 2-winged tiger-headed bugs have wings, which can flexibly chase the sky from the air. Moreover, their tiger-shaped mouthparts are even more sharp and frightening. If they really get close to the sky, the dark matter energy shield will not be effective, and the Star Glory V-type ship armor alone will not last long. Although he was anxious, Song-Chi did not lose his composure. The electromagnetic lightning cannon was still pouring out firepower, trying to prevent these insects from approaching. At the same time, the pure yang sword lightning cannon was still aimed at the purple crystal insect mother thousands of meters away, and it opened fire immediately after the charging was completed. Song-Chi knew very well that the key to everything was this third-order insect mother. As long as it could be dealt with, the ordinary insects without the mother's command would soon fall into chaos, and it would be easy to deal with them at that time. However, the helpless thing was that this third-order insect mother was too big. Even though the pure yang sword-like cannon had been aimed at the wound on its head for more than 10 times, it still did not show any signs of weakness, and its vitality was extremely amazing. This was extremely troublesome, but there was no way to deal with it. Chapter 144 Red Strange Item. As time went by, countless 2-winged tiger-headed worms quickly approached the sky. Although the electromagnetic lightning cannon was a secondary cannon for group attacks, it was still difficult to resist in the face of absolute numbers. Seeing this, Song-Chi could only slowly lower the sky and head towards the second level of the ruins. Until this moment, he had not given up a single thought in his mind, and the root cause was still on the third level worm mother thousands of meters away. No matter what the reason was, it was unwilling or unable to stay away from the crystal box, which gave Song-Chi and the sky a lot of room for maneuver. If this worm queen can move freely in the space of this relic, then even without the worms under her command, Song-Chi has no chance to attack it, because this is different from the last time he dealt with the third-level peak sandworm. Not to mention that its purple crystal skin is far more amazing than the steel skin of the third-level sandworm. The narrow space inside the relic alone limits the biggest advantage of the sky. The reason why it was able to fight back and forth with the sandworm more than a month ago was that the sky was able to maintain an absolute distance between the two sides at an altitude of thousands of meters, or even thousands of meters above the sky, and then rely on the defense of the dark matter energy shield generator to bombard it. But the space of the ruins cannot allow the sky to maintain an absolute distance from the worm mother. If its terrifying body bumps into it, the sky will be overwhelmed immediately. Dispelling these thoughts, Song-Chi no longer thinks about it. Anyway, it is a fact that the worm mother cannot leave the crystal box, and it is also a fact that she has a lot of operating space. This is enough. Going down all the way, the sky quickly passed through the space curtain below and returned to the second floor of the ruins. As expected, although the worm mother cannot leave the crystal box, the damage and pain caused by the sky have already angered it. Therefore, under his command, the tens of thousands of two-winged tiger-headed insects followed him to the second level of space without hesitation, and were determined to devour the entire skyship. Seeing this, Song-Chi's smile widened a little. While continuing to control the skyship to the first level of space, he turned the gun barrel and continued to bombard the chasing two-winged tiger-headed insect swarm. In this way, this large number of two-winged tiger-headed insect swarms followed the skyship all the way out of the ruins. This was not over yet. Song-Chi was still controlling the skyship to continue to go deep into the yellow sand land on the side. In the back, although the mother worm can give orders to her worms remotely with her powerful mental power, she cannot know the specific environment of her worms. The order she gave to the group of two-winged tiger-headed worms was to catch up with and tear up the sky. Song-Chi also took advantage of this to keep the sky in a state of wanting to leave and not wanting to leave, so that the two-winged tiger-headed worms in the back could always see the existence of the sky. Until a sandstorm with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared in front. Seeing this sandstorm with a diameter of more than 600 meters and a wind force of about 5,000 meters, Song-Chi raised his mouth and a smile appeared on his face. Under his control, the sky did not stop, nor did it change its flying direction, but rushed straight towards the sandstorm. Buzz! As it rushed into the second-level peak-level sandstorm, the sky began to shake violently. Even with its third-level glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine, it was still difficult to stabilize the ship in the sandstorm. This shows the power of the sandstorm outside. However, Song-Chi did not care about these things, and turned his attention to the back. Soon, his smile became brighter. As expected, more than 20,000 two-winged tiger-headed worms followed the sky and rushed into the violent storm field. However, they were only at the first or second level, so how could they resist the terrifying storm at the peak level of the second level? As time passed, one by one, two-winged tiger-headed worms were constantly drawn into the eye of the storm at the center of the force field, and finally torn into blood foam by the terrifying force. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Song-Chi had no intention of staying any longer. With the powerful thrust provided by the Glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine and the phantom thruster, he quickly broke free from the force field of the sand sea storm. Looking around again, there were still a few hundred lucky two-winged tiger-headed insects, but they were quickly wiped out by the electromagnetic lightning cannon. Seeing more than 20,000 first and second level ferocious insects being wiped out in a short period of time, Song-Chi secretly sighed at the power of nature. If it weren't for the sandstorm, the sky would have to deal with these two-winged tiger-headed insects alone. Although they could be solved in the end, it would take dozens of times longer than it does now. Regardless of these, when he thought of the crystal box in the three-layer space and the high-level star sea wonders that might exist in the crystal core, Song-Chi didn't want to care about these anymore, and drove the sky back to the interior of the ruined space. On the third level of the ruins, the bumblebee drone that had been retrieved earlier was released again. After confirming that the two-winged tiger-headed insects were basically gone in the third level, the sky quickly passed through the space curtain and returned to the third level. Hiss! Seeing the sky appear, the insect mother instinctively hissed. Hearing its order, the remaining 20,000 splashing insects below began to spit corrosive acid at the sky. However, Song-Chi was much more confident at this moment. Without the two-winged tiger-headed insects that could bite the ship's body closely, he was not afraid of these long-range acid attacks. The shield value of the third-level dark matter energy shield generator component is over 4 million. And the key is that the defense value is over 100,000. Those first-level splash bugs can't break through their defense at all. And there are only a few second-level splash bugs. The dark matter energy shield can completely withstand their attacks. Without paying much attention to the dense attacks coming from below, Song-Chi only divided his mind to dodge as necessary, and most of his mind was focused on the third-level bug mother. Under the repeated attacks of the pure yang sword light cannon, the wound on the head of the insect mother had expanded to more than 30 meters. The loss of a large amount of purple sticky blood made the 1,000-meter-long behemoth seem a little weak. Its roar was obviously much weaker than before, and even its head was lying on the stone ground with some weakness. Seeing this, Song-Chi did not have any ripples in his heart. He still controlled the sky to hover above the entrance of the second and third floors, and tirelessly urged the pure yang sword light cannon again and again. His idea was very simple. No matter whether the third-level insect mother was really in a weak state, it was impossible for him to take the risk of bringing the skyship close to the other party. Anyway, there were more than 20 hours before the subsequent return, and there was plenty of time. Rather than taking risks, he preferred to use remote means to slowly solve the opponent. Perhaps it was because he saw that Song-Chi was not fooled. Or it might be because he forcibly suppressed his own weakness. In short, the insect mother soon changed again. Another strong purple light flashed, and then more insect eggs were discharged from its body. With this ovulation, its abdomen, which had already shrunk a lot, shrank again. However, the number of eggs it released this time was as large as 1,000,000. Seeing this, Song-Chi ignored the splashing insects below and turned the muzzle of the electromagnetic lightning cannon to clean up the dense insect eggs at the fastest speed. Seeing that the sky was cleaning up its offspring in front of it without any scruples, the insect mother opened her mouth and revealed her ferocious fangs. Song-Chi thought she was going to roar again to convey some instructions, but he was wrong this time. A dazzling purple light shot out from its mouth at high speed, piercing towards the sky. The speed of this purple ray was amazing. No worse than the mixed whole extreme yang sword light emitted by the sky before. Fortunately, Song-Chi had always been vigilant, and had never underestimated this third-level insect mother. So at the most critical moment, he immediately entered the limit-breaking state, and then used all his strength to control the sky to make a slight deflection. Because of this slight deflection, this purple ray with extremely strong piercing power only hit the side of the sky, and about half of its power was removed. Turning his head to look at the shield value of the dark matter energy shield, Song-Chi's breathing paused slightly. The shield value of more than 4 million. Now only a little over 1.5 million. If the skyship was not fine-tuned in the limit-breaking state, the result would most likely be a direct overload of the dark matter energy shield. After the fear, Song-Chi's eyes soon showed a smile again, because he was basically certain that the insect mother in front had indeed fallen into a weak state. The previous purple light rays seemed to have consumed a lot of its energy. After this attack, it can be seen that the purple crystal skin on its body has become significantly darker. If the previous layer of purple crystal skin is compared to the tender skin of a young girl, then at this moment it is the skin of an 80-year-old woman in the previous life, dry and wrinkled, and one can tell the difference between the two at a glance. In the control room, Song-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, but still had no intention of getting close. He dared not take any risks. He was a third-level existence, and a famous insect mother in the Broken Star Sea. Who knows if the other party has other tricks? The purple light ray just now almost overloaded the dark matter energy shield generator. If something else happened again, he was afraid that he would have to stay here forever today. Still controlling the electromagnetic lightning cannon to clear the eggs, more than 10 minutes later, even though Song-Chi fired at full power, tens of thousands of zergs appeared in the third layer of space again. Adding the tens of thousands of splashing insects before, there are now nearly 100,000 zergs piled up in the third layer of the ruins. Looking at the zergs that almost filled the entire space, Song-Chi frowned, but he still had no intention of retreating. Because except for the 20,000 splashing insects before, the newly bred zergs were basically only 0 level, and they were not a big threat to the sky. And if the insect mother releases the little energy left in her body again, Song-Chi glanced at the other party's body that had shriveled up for the most part, and smiled softly. If it really happened again, even if this insect mother didn't fall asleep immediately, she would inevitably be in an extremely weak state. And this was what he wanted to see the most. In the sky, Song-Chi was a little curious about the insect mother's choice. Of course, the artillery fire on the sky never stopped. The secondary guns attacked those 0-level double-winged tiger-headed insects, and the main guns continued to attack the body of the insect mother. Just like that, after dozens of seconds, the Zerg Queen made a choice that surprised Song-Chi a little. She actually chose to expel the little energy left in her body. There is no other energy source in this relic space. If you drain the energy in your body, how can you support the consumption of your huge body in the future? Wait for death. Song-Chi was full of doubts, but the nearly 100,000 Zergs in front of him did not give him a chance to think more. As the energy expelled from the Zerg Queen began to spread, the tens of thousands of Zergs began to evolve again. Looking at the densely packed double-winged tiger-headed insects filling the entire third layer space, Song-Chi felt a little numb on his scalp. After calming down a little, he used the same trick again, and controlled the sky to quickly fall back to the second layer of the ruins. However, unexpectedly, no double-winged tiger-headed insects followed this time. As a third-level life form, the insect mother naturally had a high level of intelligence. After the last experience, it no longer let the double-winged tiger-headed insects chase the sky, but issued an order to defend the third layer of space. Seeing that his method did not work, Song-Chi's face became completely gloomy. There were tens of thousands of Zergs guarding the area above. If the sky wanted to go up again, the danger level would increase sharply. But if he gave up, how could he be willing? Although there was a space anchor point in the market, he could come back in a month if it didn't work this time. But the problem was that he had cleared the repulsive force field on the space curtain above, and those two-winged tiger-headed insects could move freely. In addition, the insect mother herself was very intelligent, so she could completely order those two-winged tiger-headed insects to go out and search for various resources in the next month, and then bring them back for her to recover. Furthermore, it was still unknown whether the insect mother could leave the relic space. It was just his personal guess before. If it could really leave, given its attitude towards the crystal box, it would definitely take the crystal box, or the things in the crystal box, away. If so, he would have worked so hard for so long, but got nothing. Even though the crystal box had strong defense, it would not be able to withstand the attack of countless insects. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's eyes gradually became firm. At the same time, his mind began to work rapidly, thinking about how to deal with the current situation. A few hours later, the sky, which was quietly hovering in the second-level space of the ruins, made new movements again. The bow of the sky began to condense the sword light again. That's right. After 6 hours of buffering, the Hunong-Jiang sword light was officially buffered. And this was also the way Song-Chi dealt with it after repeated consideration. Since the insect mother had made up her mind to defend, all he could do was to kill the sky in the shortest time after the sky rushed into the third-level space of the ruins again. As long as there was no command from the insect mother, the nearly 100,000 Zerg would follow their instincts to chase the sky. At that time, he could repeat the previous operation again and use the Sand Sea Storm outside to deal with the tens of thousands of double-winged tiger-headed insects. As for the remaining splash bugs, the buffering has been completed again, and the dark matter energy shield with the shield value fully restored is enough to support until the electromagnetic lightning cannon clears them all. 13 seconds later, the Hunong-Jiang sword Intention Divine Light is about to complete the final charging, and at this time, the bumblebee drone that has been ready to go on the side suddenly rushed out. After it sank into the space curtain above, in just 1 second, Song-Chi's brainwave beacon was completely ineffective. Obviously, the Zergs above the space curtain, who were eyeing it covetously, discovered the Bumblebee-class drone flying up at the first time. However, Song-Chi was not surprised at all. On the contrary, a fascinating light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the engine of the sky suddenly exploded, pushing the sky toward the sky. Boo! The sky rushed through the space curtain above and reappeared in the third layer of the ruins. As expected, it was bombarded with attacks. Countless corrosive acids sprayed on the dark matter energy shield, making a fierce sizzling sound. At the same time, many two-winged tiger-headed insects also rushed over frantically. As a result, a lot of corrosive acid naturally affected them, corroding small black wounds on their bodies. However, these two-winged tiger-headed insects seemed to be crazy, and they didn't care about it. They rushed straight towards the sky. Soon, countless two-winged tiger-headed worms passed through the outer layer of dark matter energy shield and stuck to the hull armor on the surface of the skyship. Their tiger-like mouthparts madly bit the starry V-hull armor. In the skyship, the semi-automatic ship-borne intelligence began to send out warnings. Warning: 8% damage to the hull armor. Please pay attention to repair it in time. Warning: 16% damage to the hull armor. 3% damage to the hull. Please pay attention to repair it in time. Warning: 30% damage to the hull armor. 9% damage to the hull. Please repair it as soon as possible. In just a moment, the starry V alloy armor carried by the skyship was damaged by 30%. And even the damage to the hull itself was close to 1/10. From this, we can see how terrifying the mouthparts of those two-winged tiger-headed insects in the outside world are. However, Song-Chi did not care about this. When the 100-meter sword light at the bow position was completely condensed, he suddenly aimed the muzzle of the pure yang sword light cannon in a certain direction, and then suddenly opened fire. A second later, a violent energy shock wave broke out again in this third layer of space, mixed with a sharp and shrill howl. If nothing unexpected happened, the one who made the howl was the insect mother. The direction he fired just now was not a random one. Although the insect mother seemed to be able to move only around the crystal box, it was not easy to accurately attack the huge gap on its head if it made some slight changes. Because just now, with the appearance of the sky, countless double-winged tiger-headed insects rushed in, almost covering the entire sky, and Song-Chi fired almost blindly. The reason why he could hit the insect mother so accurately, even the gap on its head, was because he had determined the specific position of the insect mother through the bumblebee drone before. If it weren't for this, why would he bother to do this and lose a drone in vain? After the attack, Song-Chi did not dare to wait for the follow-up results. At this moment, the condition of the sky was not good. Warning: 50% of the ship's armor was damaged. 18% of the ship's hull was damaged. Please repair it as soon as possible. Listening to this urgent warning, Song-Chi controlled the sky to descend quickly, and soon returned to the second floor of the ruins. However, the bad news was that even though the sky had returned to the second floor of the ruins, there were still many double-winged tiger-headed insects following it. Among them, the two-winged tiger-headed worms that were already attached to the hull continued to gnaw at the Star Glory V alloy armor. Warning: 52% of the hull armor was damaged. 19% of the hull was damaged. Please repair it as soon as possible. Listening to the reminder that sounded again, Song-Chi quickly controlled the electromagnetic lightning cannon to clean the two-winged tiger-headed worms on the hull of the sky, while activating the healing fruit component loaded on the warship. As a burst of white light surrounded the entire hull, the hull armor that had been damaged by more than half was repaired. And even the hull was the same. Ship repairing: ship armor repaired 25%, currently damaged 27%, ship repaired 10%, currently damaged 9%, please perform full repair as soon as possible. Hearing this, Song-Chi felt a little relieved. According to the current situation, at least the sky will not be in danger in the short term. Boom, boom, boom. With the repeated bombardment of the electromagnetic lightning cannon and the characteristics of the lightning arc splashing, it didn't take long for all the two-winged tiger-headed insects on the sky to be cleared, and the hundreds of them that followed were also killed. At this moment, Song-Chi opened his eyes, and his heart beat wildly several times. Just now, the sky received a strand of the third-level floating land origin. That's right. It was the third-level floating land origin, not the second level. In other words, this not only means that the insect mother above is completely dead, but also means that, like the insect queen on the second floor of the ruins before, the remaining level is not the strength of its peak period. This third-level insect mother, before an unknown time, was obviously a fourth-level existence. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's excitement suddenly stopped, and he patted his forehead with some regret. Although he had guessed that the worm mother was a higher-level creature when he first saw it, he was not sure. After all, it did not have a dormant nest, so he had no way to judge. If he had known that the other party was really a fourth-level creature at its peak, he would have directly strengthened the Shinhua hull of the sky to level 19 and started the battleship promotion task. In this way, a worm mother at its peak of a fourth-level creature can at least provide a 10% success rate for the promotion of the sky. Alas, what a pity! After a small sigh, Song-Chi quickly came back. Although it was a little pity, he did not take it too seriously. With his current wealth and the Zhutian market, he could not raise the success rate to 100% when he was promoted to the second level. But it was not difficult to succeed. Even if he failed to be promoted, he could use the gold merit points to exchange for the resources that shortened the recovery period of the fire seed in the family merit building. As long as the recovery period of the fire seed was over, with the resources in his hands, he could quickly upgrade the newly bound fire battleship to the first level again, and have a second chance to impact the second level. Thinking of this, ripples began to come from the space curtain above. Just as Song-Chi had expected before, after the death of the third-level Zerg Queen, these ordinary Zergs immediately turned into headless flies, and could only run around based on instinct, and no longer posed any threat. Thinking of this, his eyes were determined, and he ignored the scattered zergs that kept rushing down from the space curtain above, but controlled the sky to slowly fly into the sky. A few seconds later, the sky, which passed through the space curtain again, was exposed to countless zergs like headless flies, and with the appearance of the sky, it was like igniting a gunpowder barrel, and the zergs that were originally running around frantically immediately pointed their spearheads at the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless two-winged tiger-headed insects flapped their wings and flew over, covering the entire projection screen in the main control room like an overwhelming force. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Song-Chi did not stay for long, and fell rapidly again, and landed back on the second floor of the ruins. This time, without the restraint of the insect mother, the dense two-winged tiger-headed insects waved their wings, and followed closely from the space curtain above. Seeing this, the sky hurriedly headed for the connecting entrance between the first and second floors. After a while, Song-Chi, who used the same trick again, led tens of thousands of two-winged tiger-headed insects out of the ruins boulder, and then rushed straight into the depths of the sand sea. The eye of the storm he chose this time was much bigger than the last time. There was no other way. There were too many two-winged tiger-headed insects. He was afraid that the smaller eye of the storm would not be able to eat them all. In less than half an hour, more than 40,000 first-order and second-order two-winged tiger-headed insects were completely annihilated in the eye of the storm. Song-Chi sighed softly. It was a pity that all the bodies of the huge number of two-winged tiger-headed insects were gone. Not to mention whether there were energy crystals. Tens of thousands of first-order and second-order insects. Just the fine meat that could be cut out was worth a lot of money. After a short sigh, the sky returned to the ruined space at high speed. Although it was a pity to lose the zerg meat, compared with the zerg mother meat with the fourth-level energy essence and the crystal box in the third-level space of the ruins, these were completely insignificant. In the second-level space of the ruins, there were already tens of thousands of zergs. What the sky had just attracted from the third level was not only the double-winged tiger-headed worms, but also a lot of splashing worms. For these splashing worms, Song-Chi naturally killed them directly with the electromagnetic lightning cannon. As for leaving them alone, don't be ridiculous. There are at least more than 30,000 splash bugs in this ruins. 30,000 first-level and second-level zerg corpses. What does this mean? Even if each corpse only produces 1 pound of fine meat, this is 30,000 pounds of zerg fine meat. Okay, even if the first-level zerg fine meat has no effect on him now, but for Song Ting, Song Bo, Song Shirshir and other people who have not yet awakened, it is an excellent auxiliary training item. From another perspective, even if all these first-level zerg fine meat are exchanged for the family, I am afraid that thousands or tens of thousands of merit points can be obtained. Of course, ordinary merits and gold merits were impossible, unless he was willing to take out the insect mother meat with the fourth-level energy essence. Then it would be possible to exchange it for gold merit points. But Song-Chi obviously would not do so. In comparison, he would rather use the insect mother meat to improve his guidance level, without the threat of the two-winged tiger-headed insects to the ship. Song-Chi naturally did not take these splashing insects seriously. In less than half an hour, he cleared all the splashing insects in the second layer. Without rushing to collect the zerg corpses, Song-Chi continued to control the sky and arrived at the third level of the ruined space. As expected, the crystal box in the distance came out, and the third-level zerg queen had completely died. However, there were still tens of thousands of splashing insects in the third level of space, and there were still hundreds of two-winged tiger-headed insects. After nearly 2 hours, the third level of space was also cleared, and all the zerg were cleared out. As for the countless zerg corpses, in Song-Chi's view, they were all pieces of fine meat. Buzz, 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 the sky slowly flew over the crystal box. It had already confirmed that it had received the third-level floating land origin. Song-Chi no longer worried whether the insect mother was faking her death. Kakaka, the skyship door opened, and 10 fire sunflower soldiers holding cutters jumped down from the sky and began to cut the shriveled and unrecognizable body of the insect mother. Although he was eager to open the crystal box below, in order to prevent the power of the pure yang sword-like cannon from destroying the body of the insect mother, he still wanted to let the fire sunflower soldiers finish the work first. Even though the amethyst skin of this insect mother had a terrifyingly strong defense, his worries were basically overthinking. But there was no other way. The value of this insect mother's body was extremely high, and Song-Chi had to be more cautious. Not to mention the piece of insect mother's meat inside, and the energy crystal that might exist. The amethyst skin on it alone was more valuable than ordinary purple treasures. According to his understanding, The amethyst skin unique to this insect mother could be made into bionic skin armor. Not to mention this amethyst skin, which was at the peak of the 4th level. Bionic skin armor, not only does it have a much higher defense than ordinary exoskeleton armor, alloy armor, its material makes it just like ordinary clothes, and it will not affect the flexibility of Captain Shinhua at all. And this pseudo 4th level amethyst skin armor, I am afraid it can resist most of the attacks below the 4th level, and it is definitely what all Captain Shinhua dream of. But what makes Song-Chi headache is that this pseudo 4th level amethyst skin has no doubt about its defense, but it is also very difficult to cut. Even though Song-Chi equipped the Fire Sunflower Soldier with high-level alloy cutters, it took him nearly 4 hours to completely peel off the amethyst skin on the insect mother. After taking this layer of purple crystal skin, the follow-up was much simpler. The 10 Fire Sunflower Soldiers quickly cut out 100 kilograms of worm mother meat from the worm mother's body. However, the bad news was that no energy crystals were found. After carefully storing the 100 kilograms of worm mother meat in the market's secret realm, Song-Chi finally aimed at the crystal box below, under the continuous bombardment of the pure yang sword-like cannon. It took 2 hours for the crystal box to be completely broken. At the moment it was broken, Song-Chi's heartbeat suddenly stopped. And so did his breathing. His whole line of sight was staring straight down. Because since the crystal box was broken, the light emanating from below was a dazzling red. Yes, it was red light. Song-Chi rubbed his eyes, and made sure that he was not mistaken. His heartbeat was like a drum, beating wildly. What does the red light represent? It represents what was sealed in the crystal box before, which is an epic level Star Sea Wonder. Orange Glory. Red Epic. In other words, there is a Star Sea Wonder of even higher quality than orange below. It must be an epic wonder that can be transformed into shipborne parts. At this moment, Song-Chi was roaring in his heart. Chapter 145 Epic Component Slavery Metal. Suppressing his trembling hands, Song-Chi took a deep breath, and at the same time, the skyship in the sky began to slowly descend. The reason why he was so excited, of course, was because he now knew very well the value of a red-level epic component. If he was asked to describe the specific value of a red component half a year ago, he would not be able to explain it clearly, nor would he have a very clear concept. But now it is different. After experiencing the battle with the Blood Blade Star Pirates, and entering the Moro's secret realm, he has a basic understanding of the value of a red quality component. After all, in the eyes of those big men of the Song family, the value of an entire Moro's secret realm is equivalent to a piece of red quality component. This alone can fully show the value of a piece of red component. As his thoughts raced, the sky slowly hovered dozens of meters above the ground. And then the hatch suddenly opened. And Song-Chi, wearing a set of military exoskeleton power armor, jumped down. Bang! After a dull landing sound, Song-Chi looked forward. However, this glance gave him another small surprise. He saw that the light in front of him was not just red, but also a faint purple. It was just that because the red light was too strong, it almost completely covered the purple light emitted by the other one. Stepping forward, Song-Chi reached out and grabbed the purple object, and put it on his forehead. Soon, he got the properties of the purple object after it was transformed into a shipborne component. Boyuo Super Base Main Gun Level 0 Quality. Purple features. Main gun power increased by 25% consumption. 300/round psionic points power. 21 charging. 10s. Buffering 20s upgrade required. 8 wisps of floating land origin level 0. 800 psionic points. This is a shipborne main gun, which is not very attractive to Song-Chi. How could the sky, which already has the pure yang sword-like cannon, look down on an ordinary purple main gun? As for waiting until the sky is upgraded to a third-tier cruiser to load the second main gun, Song-Chi only wanted to say that by then, only the orange main gun would be pleasing to his eyes. He quickly put the main gun into the Shinhua Zuchu, and at the same time, he could not wait to look at the strange object emitting dazzling red light. After sticking it to his forehead for a few seconds, Song-Chi's smile also blossomed. This red-quality Shinhai strange object was also a strange object that could be transformed into a shipboard component. And for a Shinhua captain, it was of great significance. Slavery Metal LV0. Quality, red. Feature, Bridge of the Heart. Feature 2, Slavery Seal Frenzy. Feature 3, Size as you want small. Consumption, 10,000/time psionic points slavery mark, 2 halves. Effect, can enslave life forms whose life level does not exceed 0 level, completely controlled by the captain of the Shinhua battleship. Restriction: the weaker the resistance of the enslaved, the higher the success rate of enslavement, and vice versa. Required for upgrading: 50 strands of floating land origin 0 level, 5,000 psionic points. Note: this component needs to occupy 3 special slots. Bridge of Mind: the enslaved can communicate with the captain of the warship. Slavery Seal Frenzy: consume 5,000 points of psionic energy, designate a slave object to enter the frenzy state at the cost of life. After the frenzy, the strength of this slave object will be upgraded by 1 level. Frenzy lasts for 30 minutes. Buffer time is 5 years. Strength increase cannot exceed the limit of this component. Size as you wish: small. All enslaved creatures can control themselves to shrink at will, but their strength will be weakened in proportion to the shrinkage of their body size. After reading the properties of the red component in front of him, Song Chi's eyes flickered rapidly, and there was a smile in his eyes. 3 characteristics, each of which has an extremely amazing effect. He only wants to say that it is worthy of being a red-level component. First, the mind communication of the mind bridge is far from being as simple as the attribute introduction. It can communicate over long distances, and even communicate across the river system. This is definitely not something that ordinary control components can have. Secondly, the characteristic of Slavery Seal Frenzy, which increases the combat power by a large level, is far more powerful than imagined. It is not comparable to the puppets summoned by the puppet parts on the battleship. Even if all the battleship puppet parts are strengthened to the 4th level, or even above the 4th level, without the blessing of the same level mecha unit, or the extraordinary ability system such as the Dharma, it can only be regarded as a pseudo-4th level unit, which is far worse than the real 4th level. But this slave metal is different. It only needs to enslave a 3rd-order extraordinary unit of a foreign civilization, and it can temporarily obtain the real 4th-order power through this rage. In other words, he only needs to strengthen this component to the 3rd order later, and then enslave a suitable 3rd-order unit of a foreign civilization, which is equivalent to carrying a real 4th-order combat power with him, although it is only a one-time use. Moreover, the size as you wish feature. This feature is to expand the range of foreign civilization units he can choose. For example, a very powerful creature in the Star Sea, the Giant. With this feature, even those units with amazing size, he can carry them on board. P.S. After being enslaved by the shipborne parts, the enslaved person is equivalent to a part of the Shinhwa warship, and entering the warship no longer requires consuming the floating land essence. Thinking of this all the way, Song Chi's excitement did not subside for a long time. After a few minutes, he suddenly remembered the Worm Mother before, and completely understood why the Worm Mother was unwilling to stay away from the crystal box. As expected, the Worm Mother was enslaved by the so-called Bulyua civilization creature with this slavery metal from beginning to end, and the last instruction it received was most likely to guard this slavery metal. However, Song Chi still had some doubts in his heart. If the Bulyua civilization had really enslaved this insect mother long ago, why did they seal it in this ruins before the destruction of their civilization, instead of letting it go out to fight the enemy? The combat power of a 4th-level insect mother is not weaker than that of a main fleet of an ordinary mid-level civilization, and it is even far greater. Shaking his head, Song Chi was too lazy to think about it because he really couldn't figure it out. But when it comes to the insect mother, he sighed slightly. If he had known that the crystal box contained a red quality slave component, or a red epic level slave component that could control a 4th-level existence, he should have tried to keep this Zerg Queen before. After all, this thing is a well-known sealing species of the same level in the Broken Star Sea. If he could really keep it, thinking about the terrifying Zerg Sea tactics in the future, Zerg Scourge, it would definitely be a great help to the sky. The key point is, this thing is rare. If he missed this time, it would be many years before he could encounter a biological unit like Zerg Queen again. Of course, although it was a pity, Song Chi did not take it too seriously. Not to mention that he did not know this before. Even if he knew it in advance, it would be almost impossible to get the slavery metal by bypassing the insect mother. After thinking this through, Song Chi naturally did not bother too much. Thinking about it, his eyes turned to the note column again. Note: this component needs to occupy 3 special slots. The meaning of this note is very simple, which means that if you want to load the red component in front of you, you need 3 slots. Ordinary components only need 1 slot, but this thing needs 3. It must be said that this is a big limitation. However, for the current Sangcheong, it is still good. At present, It is only the level 10 Xinhua ship body. There are still 6 empty slots in the 14 special slots on the Sanqiong. Even if this slave metal is loaded, there are still 3 slots left, which is still sufficient. And even if it is not enough later, it only needs to strengthen the Xinhua ship body to level 15. And then, there will be 6 more special slots. So, in a short time, the Sanqiong will not have this problem. Huh? Suppressing all the thoughts in his mind, Song Qi's phantom energy circulated in his body. And then he jumped up suddenly. After returning to the Sanqiong, he did not rush to load this slave metal, but opened the hatch of the Sanqiong, and the warship slowly fell down. When the ground was only a few meters below, the sky shot a tractor beam downward. Then, insect corpses of varying sizes were continuously pulled into the sky's cabin by the beam. Although the tractor beam of the psionic airship-level Xinhua warship is far inferior to that of the frigate, it can still pull insect corpses of less than 10 meters in size. On the other side, 10 fire sunflower terracotta warriors were also quickly cutting up insect corpses one by one to obtain the meat in their bodies. There are about 10 hours left before returning, and there are more than 40,000 insect corpses in the ruins. In addition, due to the size of the sky, it can only carry 2 insect corpses each time it has to go to the market. So time is not very sufficient, and we must make good use of all manpower. As Song Qi repeatedly traveled back and forth between the market and the ruins, the number of insect corpses in the ruins became fewer and fewer. After more than 9 hours, the insect corpses on the 3rd floor had been basically counted. Song Qi brought 10 fire sunflower soldiers to the 2nd floor of the ruins. There were still tens of thousands of insect corpses here, but because time was running out, Song Qi did not pay attention to the 1st-level insect corpses, but set his sights on the hundreds of 2nd-level insect corpses. With 10 fire sunflower soldiers, they began to quickly cut up the bodies of the 2nd-level splashing insects. Half an hour later, all the cutting work was basically completed. The sky did not continue to load and unload the thousands of 1st-level insect corpses, but under Song Qi's control, it came all the way to the 1st floor of the ruins. In the 4 corners of this floor, there was a 2nd-level ironclad beetle corpse. Song Qi moved quickly. It would take more than 10 minutes for him to return, so he had to hurry up. From the 1st ironclad beetle corpse, he cut out 5 kilograms of 2nd-level lean meat, without energy crystals. The 2nd ironclad beetle corpse cut out 6 gene of 2nd-level fine meat, also no energy crystal. However, when cutting the 3rd ironclad beetle corpse, it gave him a big surprise. Not only did it provide 5 gene of fine meat, but also a low-level energy crystal. Seeing this, Song Qi was naturally delighted. With this low-level energy crystal, and the 2,300-year-old MOU tree sap, if he could collect the special resources needed for the Xinhua battleship to upgrade to the 2nd level, the Sanqiong could start the promotion mission and try to impact the 2nd level. Excited, he quickly ran to the last ironclad beetle corpse. But this time, there was no energy crystal. It was a very rare thing, and it was lucky enough to get one. How could there be a second one by chance? After collecting the 5 gene of 2nd level meat cut from its body, Song Qi no longer hesitated and drove the sky out of the ruins, and then rushed straight to the sky. Above the yellow sand floating land, the sky had just arrived in a suitable airspace and received the return signal, and then disappeared in this star field in a violent space fluctuation. Dragon Ridge continent. Tens of thousands of meters in the sky. The skyship reappeared from the sky. Looking at the endless continent below, Song Qi in the skyship control room smiled, and his face was full of excitement. This time he went to the ruins of the Nebula civilization. He could be said to have made a lot of money. Zerg meat, low-level energy crystals, pseudo 4th level purple crystal skin, worm mother meat with 4th level energy essence, purple main gun, red special parts. All of these, even if you take out one, it is definitely a rare big harvest in the eyes of those captains of the same level. But this is the harvest of his exploration. Thinking of this, he is naturally excited. Of course, in addition to being excited, he was also very grateful to Shinqing. If Shinqing had not taken him to the ruins of the Boyuo civilization, there would definitely not be so many gains later. Thinking that if there was a chance later, he must thank Daqing a lot. Song Qi controlled the sky to land towards the Qinghua Lake below Qinghua Manor, in his personal courtyard. After taking back the sky and returning to his room, Song Qi immediately entered the Zhutian market. In the market, whether it was the free stall area or the vacant streets, They were all piled with countless insect corpses at this moment, which were the first-level insect corpses that Song Chi had collected in the market before. Standing at the gate of the market, the power of law flowed through Song Chi's body, and then he waved his hand lightly, and the next second, nearly 100 law knives condensed by the power of law appeared in the sky above the countless insect corpses. Shwa shwa shwa, under the precise cutting of these law knives, the insect corpses were quickly cut open, and pieces of fine meat, large or small, were separated from these corpses. These fine meats were large and small. The large ones were about 2 gene, and the small ones were less than 1 gene, but the number was amazing. After more than half an hour, all the insect corpses were cleared. And then, under Song Chi's control, all these insect corpses began to annihilate, differentiate, and become part of the energy of the Jutian market. Jutian market can draw energy from the external void on its own, and does not need him as the owner to provide it extra. However, it is not easy to handle so many insect corpses, so it can only be done this way. Not to mention these insect corpses. Looking at the lean meat piled up around Song Chi at this moment, it has exceeded 40,000 kilograms. These are only first-level lean meat. In addition, there are more than 10,000 kilograms of second-level insect lean meat in the closed storage space. Unfortunately, among these more than 30,000 first-level insect corpses, there is no second energy crystal. In fact, Song Chi is not too surprised about this. After all, it is a product catalyzed by the insect mother, and the probability of normal insects condensing energy crystals is much lower. Chapter 146 Slavery Metal Test and Merit Building. Looking at this terrifying amount of fine meat, Song Chi thought for a while, and decided to keep all the second-level ones. As for the first-level ones, he planned to keep some for his brothers and sisters such as Song Ting, Song Shishir, and Song Ming, and exchange the rest for the family. Thinking of this, he summoned the sky, first put all the first-level fine meat into the sky, and then took out the slavery metal again. Are you sure to consume 50 strands of zero-level floating land essence plus 5,000 psionic points to upgrade the slavery metal from LV0 to LV1? Sure. With his rapid strengthening, the slavery metal was soon upgraded from LV0 to LV10, and a total of 1,010 strands of zero-level floating land essence were consumed. Looking at the 4-digit first-level floating land essences in his hand, Song Chi did not hesitate and continued to strengthen. After a while, the slavery metal was strengthened to level 20. A total of 780 strands of first-level floating land essences were spent. However, after strengthening to level 2, if this slavery metal wants to continue to strengthen, it must spend titanium crystals, and 3 pieces are needed to upgrade from level 20 to level 21. Although he still has 25 titanium crystals in his hand, these are obviously not enough to upgrade the slavery metal to level 3. As for this slavery metal, each major level is an important threshold. As for the small level upgrade within the same level, it is not very meaningful. So Song Chi stopped strengthening it. Looking at the specific properties of the slavery metal strengthened to the second level, as expected, its properties have changed significantly. First of all, the number of its slavery marks has increased from 2 to 4, which means that this component can enslave 4 alien creatures at the same time in the future. Secondly, the slavery mark violent feature has increased from 30 minutes to 2 hours, and the buffer time has also been reduced from 5 years to 3 years. In addition, the effects of the other 2 characteristics have naturally been greatly improved, but it cannot be seen from the attribute panel. He needs to test it himself later. Half an hour later, Song Chi, who had just gone out, returned, but there was one more thing on the sky. Well, a forest wolf. He wanted to test the effect of the slavery metal. This forest wolf was just a 0-level creature. In front of the slavery metal that was strengthened to the second level, it was naturally enslaved quickly. In the room of the personal courtyard, a forest wolf about a meter tall was lying quietly on the ground. At the same time, in the Jutian market, Song Chi's dark energy flowed throughout his body, slowly gathering at his forehead. In the Xinhua Zuqiao, the miniature Sangqiong ship trembled slightly, and the slavery metal loaded in the ship was activated by him. Soon, he used this slavery metal as a medium to try to communicate with the forest wolf outside and let it howl. As expected, he successfully heard the wolf howl coming from his mind. After reaching this conclusion, he was overjoyed. This meant that what the brainwave remote control system could not do before, this slave metal could do now. In the future, he only needed to place an enslaved creature in the outside world after entering the market. and he would be able to know the situation in the outside world in real time. And he would no longer have to rely on his own luck. In addition, he tried to send the forest wolf to the starry sky dozens of light years away, and then return to the Dragon Ridge continent. Even so, whether he communicated with the forest wolf with his mind on the Dragon Ridge continent, or communicated after entering the market's secret realm, he could still do it easily. With these two conclusions, Song-Chi has basically understood the powerful effect of this slavery metal. It can be said that it is worthy of being a red quality component, and it can be very effective without the restrictions of the Shutian market. However, this is just a preliminary test. In the next star field exploration, he will have to conduct a test between the launch star field and the star field where the yellow sand floating land is located. If two star fields that are completely separated by tens of thousands of light years can communicate easily, then he can use this slavery metal to do a lot of things. For example, with the help of this slave metal and market guest order, he can remotely control a group of his own representatives in the territory of Shinhoi human civilization to purchase or sell various items or resources that are difficult to trade openly. In addition, he can also select one or several alien creatures who have good potential and power behind them from those who enter the Shutian market to remotely control them, to help him collect more rare resources, etc. So, as long as this slave metal can cross star fields, even cross river fields, cross river communities, to conduct remote telepathy and mental communication, he will have a lot of room for operation in the future, and it is not impossible to even establish forces that only obey him in various places in the Broken Star Sea. Suppressing his accelerated heartbeat, Song-Chi summoned the sky again in the Shutian market. He stared at the slavery metal and secretly clenched his fist. It is certain that the enslavement success rate and telepathic distance of the slavery metal must be proportional to its enhancement level. Therefore, he must find a way to increase its enhancement level. Only in this way can this component play a greater role in the future. It seems that I still need to get more titanium crystals as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's eyes turned, and after thinking for a moment, he withdrew from the Shutian market. Qinghui Manor, Song-Chi first went to the courtyards of his eldest uncle, second uncle, and fourth uncle, and left them about 1 or 2,000 kilograms of first-level insect meat. As for Song-Ting, he also left her more than 1,000 kilograms. This insect meat can't be left too much, after all. The energy in it will slowly dissipate over time. As for the tens of thousands of kilograms of second-level meat in the Shutian market, he deliberately locked it with the power of the law, so this situation would not happen. But he couldn't tell the elders about this, so he didn't use it on these first-level meat. Moreover, for Song-Ting and others who have not yet awakened, about 1,000 kilograms per person is enough. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. They have not yet awakened, and their digestive capacity is limited. Originally, the uncle and others wanted to pay the first-level floating land origin as a reward, but Song-Chi refused. It's not that he likes to sacrifice his own interests to support his family, but for him now, the first-level floating land origin is really not lacking. If it is those rare resources, he will still collect the money. After finishing this, he went to the courtyard where his grandparents lived. Grandpa Song Ming Song will be out on a garrison mission in 2 days. It is said that the mission location is more than 2,000 light years away from Longji continent, so he must ask some questions as soon as possible. Grandpa, I wonder if there are any strong creatures in the clan that are suitable for enslavement. Hearing his words, Song Ming Song raised his eyebrows, but did not answer in a hurry, but asked, "Did you get a control component during this exploration?" Song-Chi nodded, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his grandfather did not ask about the specific quality. After thinking carefully, Song Ming Song said, "If Grandpa remembers correctly, the family still keeps a lot of species with excellent bloodline genes. There are some on the Dragon Ridge continent. However, this is the family's property. If you really want to enslave them, you have to go to the Merit Hall." After knowing this, Song-Chi took out the entire pseudo-4th-level insect mother amethyst skin. If this thing is to be made into a bionic skin armor, it requires a special production method and professional bionic skin technology personnel to assist. It can't be done with just one word from him. And Grandpa still has to make the decision. After seeing this astonishing pseudo-4th-level amethyst skin, Song Ming Song was shocked. Yes, it was shock, not surprise. He could see that this piece of amethyst skin unique to the insect mother had just been peeled off not long ago, which meant that his grandson had a high probability of killing a powerful insect mother on his own during this exploration. After suppressing his excitement, Song Ming Song did not ask more questions, but instead summoned the angry lion. Originally, he was not going to follow him to the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, but since it was related to the pseudo-4th level insect mother skin, it was not small, so he finally decided to go there in person. Halfway through, Song Ming Song cut the purple crystal skin in a ratio of 1:9. And then he only took the 100-meter piece and said to Song Chi, with just this one piece, more than 10 sets of bionic skin armor with pseudo-4th level defense can be made. Each family member should prepare a set. Don't worry. Grandpa won't let you suffer a loss. Later, your uncle and second uncle will pay you the corresponding merit points. As he said, he handed the remaining 900 meters of purple crystal skin back to Song Chi, and said, you can deal with the rest of these by yourself. If you hand them over to the family, you should be able to exchange them for about 10 gold merit points. But Grandpa means that if you are not in a hurry, try not to exchange them. Purple crystal bionic skin armor is a good thing to save your life. If you really meet someone who is in urgent need of it later, you can sell it at a higher price. Yes. Song Chi nodded. Then 2 warships, one large and one small, soared into the sky, and leaped all the way to the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. Before the leap, Song Chi walked to the slavery metal, and then he moved his mind, and the forest wolf he had enslaved before was unbound. After a while, after seeing that the slavery mark column on the attribute panel of this component was restored from March 4th to April 4th, he nodded with satisfaction. Originally, he wanted to try the specific effect of the slavery mark furious feature of this component again, but thinking about its long 3-year buffer time, he finally gave up the idea. At the foot of Lungji Mountain, where the 5 main branches of the Song family are located, Song Chi and his grandfather Song Ming Song separated. Song Ming Song was going to the Ministry of Science and Technology under the Internal Affairs Hall to deal with the purple crystal skin, while Song Chi went to the Merit Hall. First, he wanted to exchange the remaining 30,000 kilograms of insect meat for the family. And secondly, he wanted to take a look at the Merit Building. I had heard from my grandmother before that the Merit Building was a sea of waters, with all kinds of novel and rare things. Song Chi had been curious about this for a long time. In addition, he also had some merit points, so he thought about whether he could get some good stuff. Merit Hall, Merit Exchange Room. First level Zerg Elite Meat? Is the quantity large? In the exchange room, the tribe member in charge of the exchange asked. Song Chi, who did not know how much was considered large, did not answer, but asked in return, is the quantity directly related to the specific exchange price? Of course, for ordinary first-level Zerg Elite Meat, if the quantity is small, 1 caddy can be exchanged for 1 point of family merit, and if the quantity exceeds 10,000 caddies, 1 caddy can be exchanged for 1.2 family merits. Hearing this, Song Chi directly took out all of his more than 30,000 caddies of first-level Elite Meat. Half a minute later, the member of the Merit Hall on duty finally finished counting. A total of 37,200 kilograms, which can be exchanged for 44,640 merit points. Are you sure you want to exchange? Song Chi nodded quickly. After a while, 44,640 ordinary merit points appeared on his quantum communication bracelet. Adding the previous ones, his ordinary merit points have now reached 94,640 points, which is close to the 100,000 mark. Song Chi was very satisfied with this. Ignoring the member of the Merit Hall's inquiry about the second-level Zerg meat, Song Chi quickly left the Merit Hall's residence and came to the ancient tower behind it, which was more than 1,000 meters high. Looking at this tall building that exudes an ancient atmosphere, Song Chi stepped into it. Inside the building, Song Chi found that the space inside the building was much larger than it looked from the outside. The first floor alone probably occupied more than 10,000 square meters. Looking up, he saw dozens or even hundreds of similar floors. After retracting his gaze, he began to walk around this floor. At this moment, there were quite a few people in this floor. Hundreds of them. They were all members of the Song family like Song Chi, and they came here to buy and exchange the resources they needed. Mercury crystal, gas ore, purple copper, illusion crystal, life nucleus, intermediate bodybuilding potion, white wonder, blue wonder. In a short time, Song Chi saw all kinds of resources. But compared to these resources, he was more interested in the counter where these resources were placed. It seemed to have some special space folding technology. It didn't look big, but Song-chi saw with his own eyes that a tribe member directly exchanged thousands of tons of a certain resource at one time. However, the resources placed behind the counter seemed to be untouched. After wandering around, he quickly finished the first floor. He did not see the resources he urgently needed. But Song-chi was not disappointed. He went to the second floor, then the third floor, and the fourth floor, until the 10th floor. He finally saw the first thing he needed. Name, Advanced Body Forging Potion Exchange Price, 500 merit points per bottle. Exchange quantity, unlimited. Note, selling to the outside world is strictly prohibited. Once discovered, severe punishment will be imposed. 500 merit points per bottle. 10,000 merit points for 20 bottles. After muttering a few words, Song-chi directly bought 20 bottles. This advanced body forging potion is still very effective for him. If used together with the body-quenching liquid and the zerd meat, he has a hunch that his guidance technique will soon be able to break through LV11. Chapter 147, Kamoyan Giant Snake and Thorn-Winged Dragon. The reason why he only took 20 and did not exchange too many was because Song-chi wanted to see if there were other things worth buying later. If there was nothing else he wanted, it would not be too late to exchange for this advanced bodybuilding potion. Holding 20 advanced bodybuilding potions, Song-chi continued to walk to the upper floors. When he came to the 20th floor, he stopped again in front of a special exchange counter. This counter was different from other counters. It was not exchanged with merit points, but exchanged between floating land origins. There are 3 options for exchange at this counter. 10 strands of 0-level floating land essence for 1 strand of 1st-level floating land essence. 15 strands of 1st-level floating land essence for 1 strand of 2nd-level floating land essence. 20 strands of 2nd-level floating land essence for 1 strand of 3rd-level floating land essence. These 3 exchange methods can be exchanged either forward or reversely, but basically, the members of the Song family use low-level floating land essence to exchange for high-level floating land essence, and very few people use high-level to reversely exchange for low-level. Precisely because of this extreme imbalance, these 3 exchanges are strictly restricted. All first-level Song family members Phantom Energy Guidance Technique LV10 or above can actively exchange. And each person can only exchange the first type of exchange 1,000 times a year at most. That is, each year. At most 10,000 strands of 0-level floating land essence can be exchanged for 1,000 strands of 1st-level floating land essence. 200 2nd-level exchanges. That is, each year. At most 3,000 strands of 1st-level floating land essence can be exchanged for 200 strands of 2nd-level floating land essence. 50 3rd-level exchanges. That is, at most 1,000 strands of 2nd-level floating land essence can be exchanged for 50 strands of 3rd-level floating land essence each year. Song-chi can understand this restriction very well. High-level floating land in the Broken Star Sea is already rare, and there are enough members of the Song family. So the shortage of high-level floating land essence has naturally become more serious. In fact, it is not just the Dinghai Song family. Basically, more than 99% of the major forces are facing this problem. Moreover, the Song family is still quite good. Every year, it can provide members with a sum of medium and high-level floating land essence for exchange. Other forces will only be worse. After all, with the Dragon-Ridge continent, a 5-level floating land in the Star Sea, it can breed a lot of medium and high-level floating land essences every year. In addition, the virtuous cycle formed by sending low-level floating land essences to the core of the floating land essences every year. The Dragon-Ridge continent alone provides a lot of medium and high-level floating land essences every year. It is much more comfortable than the days of other forces. Song-chi did not think much about it, and immediately took out 10,000 strands of 0-level floating land essences from the Shinhua Zuqiao, and exchanged them for 1,000 strands of 1st-level floating land essences. Then he took out another 2,000 strands of the 1st level, and together, with 1,000 strands, exchanged them for 200 strands of the 2nd-level floating land essence. Looking at the hard-won 2nd-level floating land essence in his hand, Song-chi carefully put it into the Shinhua Zuqiao. Before, he had obtained 800 strands of the 2nd-level floating land essence from Zhou Ping at one time, and also obtained hundreds of strands from the 2nd-level floating land of Xingyu civilization, which made him have some slight cognitive deviations about the rarity of the 2nd-level floating land essence. This time, he spent 3,000 strands of 1st-level floating land essence to exchange for 200 strands of 2nd-level floating land essence. And he could only exchange it once a year. This also made his cognitive bias back on track. And he knew how rare and precious the second-level floating land essence was. Thinking of this, he stepped up again. On the 29th floor of the Merit building, Song-Chi stopped for the third time. He looked at one of the counters again. Or rather, he looked back and forth at several of the counters. Name: top-grade bodybuilding potion. Exchange price: 10,000 merit points per bottle. Exchange quantity: up to 3 bottles per person per year. Note: this potion is strictly prohibited from being sold to the public. In addition, the potion has an extremely powerful effect. It is recommended to use it only for those with psychic energy guidance level 20 or above. Looking at the exchange counter for this top-grade bodybuilding potion, Song-Chi thought about it, and finally did not exchange it. After all, it would not be used in a short time. Instead, he turned around and came to another counter. What was exchanged on this counter was not an item, but the enslavement qualification of the family's captive creatures. Two-headed Gnoll slavery certificate. Creature name: Two-headed Gnoll. Race: Gnoll. Gene lineage rating: 49. Innate ability: dual element magic mastery. Merit points required for slavery: first level two-headed Gnoll 300 points, second level two-headed Gnoll 3,000 points, third level two-headed Gnoll 20,000 points. Captive location: Black Mountain Plain, Dragon Ridge Continent. Looking at the information displayed on the counter, Song-Chi was thoughtful. What he was looking at the moment was a kind of slave creature that the Song family could use as a subordinate. This two-headed Gnoll has good potential, and its innate ability, dual element magic mastery, means that it has multiple attack attributes and means, and its combat power must be quite good. As for the gene bloodline column, this rating is the rating made by the Song family based on the potential, talent, physical quality, and combat power of the same level of these species. The upper limit of this value is 100. Normally, the closer the gene bloodline rating of a species is to 100, the rarer the species is, and the higher its overall value is. Through Song-Chi's previous special understanding, he also knew some general situations. Generally speaking, for ordinary star sea creatures, this value is between 5 and 30. This is the scope of ordinary star sea creatures. As for their own Xinhua humans, if Xinhua warships are not counted, this value is only 20. Between 31 and 50, these are considered to be the better creatures in the star sea. Between 51 and 70, the biological groups in this range can be considered to be gifted, and can be the dominant groups on some small and medium-sized floating lands. Between 71 and 80, if the gene lineage rating can reach this level, basically, as long as they don't die prematurely, they are likely to be promoted to the 4th level in the future, and can be called the advanced group in the star sea, the peerless genius. 81 to 90. This level of creatures or groups can be said to be born from the essence of the broken star sea. The Song family calls them the sons of the star sea. As long as they don't die prematurely, they will definitely enter the 4th level, and even the 5th level, and there is a great chance of the 6th level. As for the last 91 to 100, Song clan only used one sentence to describe creatures of this level: Star Sea Peak Clan. According to this comparison, the genetic bloodline of this two-headed wolf man can be ranked in the 2nd tier, which is considered to be a relatively excellent type, and is much stronger than those more than 90% of ordinary creatures. However, Song-Chi was not satisfied, and soon looked away. You know, the worm mother killed in the ruins of the Bulyua civilization before, its genetic bloodline ranking map within the Song clan, but it is as high as 90 points, which is the strongest one below the peak creatures. With this precedent, how could Song-Chi be satisfied with this two-headed wolf man, who was only in the 2nd tier? Soon, his eyes shifted to the next creature. Proof of the enslavement of the Kamoyan giant snake. Creature name: Kamoyan giant snake. Race: Kamoyan giant snake. Gene lineage rating: 65. Innate ability: Kamoyan scale, Kamoyan giant snake bite. Merit points required for enslavement: first level Kamoyan giant snake 1,000 points, second level Kamoyan giant snake 10,000 points, third level Kamoyan giant snake 100,000 points. Captive location: Longji Continent, Xianggu Great Rift. Seeing this Kamoyan giant snake, Song-Chi's eyes flickered, and he was somewhat moved. Compared to the two-headed jackal, this Kamoyan giant snake is obviously more powerful. It ranks in the 3rd tier, and not only has higher potential for the future, but also has far superior combat power at the same level, which can be regarded as an excellent choice. While thinking, Song-Chi did not rush to make a decision, but continued to check other species. as a family with a nearly 3,000 years of inheritance in the Morningstar Principality. The Song family has more than 1 or 2 biological groups under their command. Soon, his eyes swept over a variety of enslavable creatures. Silver Moon Giant Wolf Slavery Certificate. Three-Eyed Lion Slavery Certificate. Silver Blood Griffin Slavery Certificate. But after reading all this, Song Chi still couldn't make a decision. It's not that none of these enslavable creatures are good. They are basically in the upper 3rd tier, and their combat power is very good. But Song Chi's idea is very simple. He wants to find a creature with a genetic lineage that can be ranked in the 4th tier to enslave, because if he chooses these 3rd tier species, it would be better to wait until the next alien domain exploration to enslave the sandworm in the yellow sand floating land. He also saw the existence of the sandworm in the ranking chart of the family's gene lineage. And its rating was not low. Its gene lineage value was 62, although it was not as good as the above ones. But it was also ranked in the 3rd tier. The most important thing was that it did not require him to spend his merit points. So why not the above ones? Let alone the 3rd tier. Even the 2nd tier would require more than 5 digits of merit, and the 3rd tier would require 6 digits. This was also the reason why Song Chi had not made a choice. Just as he was hesitating, suddenly, a brand new slave creature certificate appeared in front of him. It was this slave certificate that aroused Song Chi's great interest. Proof of Thorn Dragon Slavery. Creature name, Thorn Dragon. Race, Thorn Dragon. Genetic bloodline rating, 80. Talent ability, Thorn Scale, Fiery Dragon Breath, Thorn Storm. Merit points required for slavery. 2nd level Thorn Dragon 80,000 points, normal plus 3 points gold. 3rd level Thorn Dragon 300,000 points, normal plus 5 points gold, captive place, Dragon Floating Land. There is no doubt that the level of this Thorn Dragon is obviously higher than the previous Kamoyan Giant Snake, Three-Eyed Lion, Silver-Blooded Griffin, etc. Even though it was only the lowest flying dragon among the dragon species. Its gene lineage far exceeded the 3rd tier, and was ranked in the 4th tier of the Song family gene lineage, and was only 1 step away from the 5th tier. The 3 talents of Thorn Scale, Blazing Dragon Breath, and Thorn Storm were also extremely powerful abilities. Therefore, Song Chi was tempted as expected. But he soon shook his head again. This Thorn Flying Dragon was indeed good, and was a very suitable choice for slavery. But the key was that its price was really not cheap. The 2nd level one required 80,000 merit points plus 3 gold merit points, and the 3rd level one was as high as 300,000 plus 5 gold merit points, which made Song Chi astonished. Although the merit points he currently has are enough to exchange for a 2nd level Thorn Flying Dragon, but let's not talk about the place where this thing is kept is not on the Dragon Ridge continent, the Song family's base camp, but on the Dragon Floating Land. Song Chi used the family's universal quantum communication bracelet to check roughly. This Dragon Floating Land is nearly 2,000 light-years away from the Dragon Ridge continent, close to the border between the Dinghai Star region and the Red River Star region in the north. If you want to go there quickly, you must use the family's special medium-distance teleportation stargate above the continent. The key point is that Song Chi also has his eyes on another item on the 29th floor. A special shipborne component of blue quality. Space Beacon Launcher LV0 quality. Blue consumption. 1,000/times psionic points available marks. January 1st effect. Launch a beacon mark that can last for 2 months towards the specified coordinates. This mark can be activated when launching in the alien star field, allowing the ship to be launched at this coordinate after using it once. This mark will become invalid directly. Charging, 20s, buffering time, 3 years. Upgrade requirements, 4 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 400 psionic energy points, for life pronuclei 0 order exchange required merit, 40,000 points. This space beacon launcher can complement the space anchor point of the market's secret realm at critical times. After all, the market has not yet added a second space anchor point. It is still necessary to prepare a component that can launch a space beacon. After hesitating for a moment, Song Chi made a decision, and swiped the quantum communication bracelet in his hand on the counter in front of him. After 40,000 merit points were deducted, he successfully got this blue-quality space beacon launcher component. Then he returned to the exchange counter for the Kamoyan Giant Snake Slavery Certificate, and exchanged 10,000 merit points for a second-level Kamoyan Giant Snake Slavery Certificate. Why not exchange 20,000 merit points for a third-level two-headed wolf man? Sorry. The slavery medal has only been enhanced to the second level, and the success rate of enslaving third-level creatures is not high. After exchanging these, Song-Chi lowered his head and glanced at the quantum communication bracelet in his hand. Seeing that there were only more than 30,000 merit points left, he did not continue to exchange other items, but strode towards the 30th floor of the merit building. Although the 30th floor of the merit building can only be traded with gold merit points, it does not restrict the entry of ordinary clan members. No matter whether they have gold merit points or not, they can enter the 30th floor and above. This also led to the lively scene on the 30th floor at this moment. Or not just at this moment, but also in the past. Compared with the ordinary floors below, there are more people on this floor. Nearly 1,000 people. And this is the 30th floor. There are 31st and 32nd floors above. Regarding this point, Song-Chi probably guessed the intention of the upper management of the Song family. It is nothing more than letting the tribesmen below see all kinds of rare things, thereby increasing the tribesmen's enthusiasm for the task, and the possibility of handing over the rare resources in their hands that cannot be used in a short time, etc. Ignoring these, Song-Chi walked around the crowd and began to walk around in the 30th floor as before. As expected, the first exchange counter he saw was the exchange point for titanium crystal. Item name: Titanium crystal exchange price. 1 point of gold merit. 100 pieces exchange quantity. A maximum of 500 pieces per person every 3 years. Note: it is strictly forbidden to sell titanium crystals to others. Once discovered, they will be severely punished. Staring at this exchange counter, Song-Chi's eyes flickered, hesitating whether to make a move. Now he has 5 points of gold merit, which is just enough to exchange all the quotas for the next 3 years. Chapter 148: Purple Obsidian Ship Armor. After thinking for a while, Song-Chi finally gave up the idea of exchanging for titanium crystals. There are 2 reasons. First, gold merit points are hard to come by. As far as Song-Chi knows, only by completing tasks that are related to 4th level creatures can you get gold merit points as rewards. Either you turn in purple quality or higher shipborne parts, or extremely rare resources such as void crystals, titanium crystals, mid to high level life crystals, special space resources, special time resources, etc. Regardless of the above, the requirements are extremely demanding, which further proves the rarity of gold merit points. Second, there is a stable titanium crystal income every month in the Jutian market. Although it is only 50 pieces each time, it is stable and long-lasting. As long as he is not in a hurry, the annual titanium crystal income is still very considerable. Having made a decision, he no longer stayed in front of the counter and continued to browse the 30 floors. After more than 10 minutes, Song-Chi, who had basically browsed the 30 floors, was a little dazzled. There were really too many good things. Just talking about purple quality shipborne parts, he saw no less than 10 of them. These normal purple parts usually cost about 5 gold merit points. Among them, there was also an ordinary purple upgraded fire source called Essence Lotus Sky Fire, which could upgrade the colorless quality fire seed to white quality. However, this thing was not cheap, costing 10 gold merit points. Song-Chi was naturally not interested in this. 2 minutes later, he reached the 31st floor again. In this floor, he saw an orange quality shipborne main gun, which had similar properties to the pure Yang sword light cannon and also had an active characteristic of main burst. But it cost 105 gold merit points, which made Song-Chi a little shocked. He then ran through several floors in succession, and saw several orange quality shipborne parts, even more purple parts, and 2 purple quality upgraded fire sources that were comparable to orange wonders. Finally, he came to a rough conclusion. Above the 30th floor of this merit building, the value of purple quality shipborne parts is about 5 to 10 gold merits. The exchange price of purple quality upgraded fire sources that can be comparable to orange quality parts is uniformly 40 gold merits. The exchange price of the shipborne parts of orange glory quality is about 80 to 120 gold merit points. Knowing this, Song-Chi continued to go up. On the 49th floor of the merit building, Song-Chi stopped. In this floor, he saw a part that he had always wanted to get. Obsidian Hull Armor LV0. Quality, purple. Features, Obsidian Guardian. Consumption, 7 per second. Psionic points. Defense, 17. No need to charge and buffer. Upgrade required. 7 strands of floating land origin 0 level, 700 psionic points. 1 kg of Obsidian Guardian. Consumes 2000 psionic points. Instantly generates a layer of obsidian shield on the surface of the ship. Shield duration 2 minutes. Buffer time 48 hours. Yes, This kind of hull armor with active shield characteristics is what Song Chi has been looking for. The woman in the Morningstar multi-purpose store had a ship armor called Shadow Inkstone armor in her hand. He had been thinking about this part for a long time. However, until the woman left, he did not have a suitable opportunity to ask her to exchange it. At that time, his main attention was still on the white bone flame. Now seeing this obsidian ship armor part that is no less powerful than the Shadow Inkstone armor, Song Chi was naturally very eager. Its obsidian guardian feature is no worse than that of the Inkstone shield. And it is also instant, which is very suitable for the sky to protect itself when it is unable to fully activate the dark matter energy shield generator. However, no matter how eager Song Chi is, the exchange price of this obsidian hull armor will not change. It requires 10 gold merit points to exchange, and it is the most expensive among all the purple shipborne parts except the top-grade upgraded fire source, which gives him a headache. The surrender counter on the 49th floor of the merit building, there is one such counter on each floor, which is used to facilitate the identification of items handed in by the tribesmen and the distribution of corresponding merit points. Song Chi stepped to the counter, and then the Shinhua Zuchu in the center of his eyebrows slowly opened, and the Bullyo Super Base main gun was taken out by him and placed on the counter. Excuse me, if this purple main gun is surrendered, how many gold merit points can be exchanged? He took out the main gun that he had obtained from the ruins of the Bullyo civilization and the slavery metal, and wondered if he could collect the gold merit points for exchanging for the obsidian hull armor if he sold this main gun. However, the fact was disappointing to him. Even with this main gun, it was still not enough. The exchange price for an ordinary purple main gun is 4 gold merit points. Song Chi frowned at this, because in the previous 10 levels he had visited all the purple main gun parts after the 30th level, as long as the properties were not too extreme, such as having special armor piercing, shield breaking and other characteristics. The basic exchange price was 5 gold merit points. He did not expect that when the family recycled the same parts, it was only 4 gold merit points, which was considered to be sold at the original price, and 20% off, which surprised him. Even with these 4 gold merit points, it was still not enough to exchange for the obsidian hull armor. And he was still thinking about saving money to exchange for the 3rd level Thorn Wyvern slavery certificate. After gritting his teeth, he took back the Bro Super Base main gun, and suppressed the idea of borrowing money from his parents. He decided to wait and see. After all, his parents had just returned to the family, and he was probably in urgent need of gold merit points. Then he thought about whether to take out the remaining 900-meter-long purple crystal skin. But after considering it for a moment, he shook his head. The purple crystal skin is a pseudo-4th-level insect mother skin. The chance of getting it in the future is very small. With Grandpa Song Ming Song taking out a small part from the Ministry of Science and Technology, there is a high probability that many members of the Song family will come to ask for it after hearing the news. The best choice is to wait for the price to rise. Thinking about it, he whispered to comfort himself. Maybe after a few more market transactions, he can get other purple shipborne parts? Giving up the idea of exchanging the obsidian ship armor directly, Song Chi turned and continued to stride towards the 50th floor of the Merit building. But who knew that he was blocked by the isolation light curtain this time, or more precisely, the quantum communication bracelet on his hand was blocked. You need more than 20 gold merit points to enter the 50th floor. It is detected that your gold merit points are less than 20 points. You cannot enter the 50th floor. Listening to the prompt sound in his ears, Song Chi was helpless. In the end, he could only take the 2nd level Kamoyan Giant Snake Slavery Certificate, the Space Beacon Launcher parts, and 20 high-level bodybuilding potions, and leave the Merit building. After finding his grandfather Song Ming Song, Song Chi explained the matter, and indicated that he still had to go to the Chingu Great Rift. The two separated immediately. As for the bionic skin armor, it would take a few days to complete the production. After it is completed, the Ministry of Science and Technology will have special personnel to deliver it to Qingwe Manor, Dragon Ridge Continent. Chingu Great Rift. This is a huge rift with an average width of more than 100,000 meters, and a length of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Looking down from the sky, it looks more like a long dragon lying on the ground, sleeping forever in the ground. As the sky slowly descended, it soon entered the interior of the rift. The depth of the rift was also somewhat astonishing. The deepest part was also over 100,000 meters. There were many creatures living at the bottom of the rift. At this moment, the sky successfully landed on a platform on the cliff of the rift. The platform was over a kilometer wide and over 10,000 meters long. A medium-sized artificial building stood on it. It was the base where the Song family stationed in the Chingu Great Rift to ensure the normal reproduction of the Kamoyan giant snake group in the rift. The Sky had just docked at the battleship docking area on the edge of the platform. Before Song Chi could walk out of the battleship, there was a sudden burst of violent roars from the sky above the distant rift. He glanced at the Sky Eye Patrol radar and saw two figures of different sizes approaching at a high speed. One of the two figures was only about 100 meters long, shuttling in front, and the other was more than 1,000 meters in size, following closely behind the former. With just one glance, Song Chi's mind had a basic outline. It was most likely a second-tier frigate, entangled with a third-tier Kamoyan giant snake. The fact was indeed as he thought. Soon he saw a frigate wrapped in a purple energy shield speeding past the crack in front of the platform, where the base was located, sweeping the results of the scan by the semi-automatic shipborne intelligence of the Sky. Song Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. From the scan results, the strength of the energy shield emitted by the frigate just passed by was as high as the peak of the third level. While thinking, a violent tremor was heard from below the platform of the base. Looking down through the platform's protective light curtain, I saw a terrifying giant snake with a body length of more than 1 kilometer, exuding a strong third-level life pressure, passing through all the way, chasing the frigate in front. In the sky, Song Chi's pupils shrank slightly. If the detection results of the Sky were correct, the third-level Kamoyan giant snake that just passed by was a peak third-level existence. And the key point was that Song Chi saw dense wounds on its body, which were probably left by the previous frigate. A second-level warship confronts a third-level peak-level Kamoyan giant snake head-on. Mumbling in his heart, Song Chi got off the Sky. Holding the slave certificate in his hand, he headed towards the base building. As he advanced along the way, he met many clansmen on the way, all of whom came with slave certificates like him. As a creature that can be ranked in the third tier in the gene lineage, the Kamoyan giant snake is still very popular within the Song family. That was Song Tianyu just now, isn't it? He is worthy of being a genius, who has recently emerged in the 7th straight lineage. I heard that he is just over 40 years old. He dared to confront a third-level peak Kamoyan giant snake head-on. TSK. I heard that this person is also a purple fire seed, but I don't know if there is any possibility of impacting the family sequence in the future. What are you thinking? You want to bump into the porcelain sequence with a purple fire? In recent years, have there been fewer purple fire clansmen in the family, but the 6 major sequences of my Song family in this generation have not changed for 20 years. Song Tianyu is indeed not bad. He is a leader among the 4th order families in the principality, but he is still far behind the family sequence. I agree. I remember that His Highness Song Ming, who was in the 5th order, defeated the siege of 3 cruisers of the Red River Pirates head-on after his ship was promoted to the 2nd order not long ago. It should be okay to call him His Highness here? Listening to the conversation in his ears, Song Chi did not stop. His expression did not change, but his heart was in turmoil. The 5th sequence of the Dinghai Song family, Song Ming. He just entered the 2nd stage and faced 3 cruisers head-on. Song Chi felt a little heavy in his heart. He put himself in the shoes of others and thought about it. If the current Song Chun was promoted to the 2nd stage, he would not be afraid of facing the cruisers head-on. But if he faced 3 cruisers, to be honest, he was not sure. In other words, the probability of failure would be very high. Although the Sancheong currently has an orange energy shield and an orange main gun, the configuration is definitely luxurious. But to be honest, the hull armor is a flaw. If it really faces 3 cruisers head-on, it will most likely sink in the siege. I hope I can get a purple shipborne component from this market transaction. The blue quality Star Glory V alloy armor is indeed a bit of a drag. Song Chi made up his mind and quickly walked into the base. Qiangu Great Rift Garrison Base, Slavery Department. The middle-aged man looked up and glanced at Song Chi, who had a calm face. From the 10th direct vein, 1st level Xinhua Captain, are you sure that the 2nd level Kamoyan giant snake can be accommodated in the ship after enslavement? The middle-aged man's name is Song Shao, 3rd level Xinhua Captain, permanent staff of Qiangu Great Rift Base, from the 3rd direct vein. As for why he asked this, the reason was very simple. Ordinary white and blue control parts cannot control the size of slave creatures. Only purple level control parts can reduce the size by 20 times. Song Chi smiled and nodded gently. Seeing this, Song Shao said no more. He was just reminding him out of kindness. After all, the 10th direct vein had just returned not long ago, and the family had clearly proposed to give him some care. However, he also said that he would not interfere with Song Chi's choice. Do you want me to help? Or should you try it yourself? Song Chi answered this question quickly. Please, Grandpa Xiao. Hearing this, Song Xiao nodded gently. Before coming here, Song Chi checked the identities of several third-level garrison members in the Qinggu Great Rift. Song Xiao was about the same age as his grandfather, so it was appropriate to call him grandfather. Half an hour later, the sky rushed out of the Qinggu Great Rift, with Song Xiao, the third-level Xinhua captain, taking action. Song Chi easily enslaved a second-level Kamoyan giant snake with the slavery metal. Chapter 149 Orange Fire Wonder Red Plain Skyfire. Inside the sky, in front of the main console, Song Chi was concentrating on controlling the sky. If someone familiar with him was here, they would definitely find that he was a little different from before. On his shoulder, there was a small black snake that was only a few centimeters long. Although this little snake was only in miniature form, if you look closely, you will definitely find that its extremely smooth and fluorescent scales are unusual. It is exquisite, and has a faint sense of heaviness. At first glance, it gives people a feeling of extremely amazing defensive power. That's right. This mini black snake is the second-level Kamoyan giant snake that has been extremely reduced in size. Of course, it was only after Song Chi put it into the sky that it was extremely reduced in size. Before, in front of Song Xiao, Song Chi used telepathy to reduce it to only 10 meters in length. In this way, Song Xiao's suspicion can be dispelled to the greatest extent. After all, being able to scale the size of enslaved creatures is something that only purple quality control parts can do. If it is revealed that the slavery metal can achieve 100 times, 1,000 times this level of transformation, it will definitely cause unnecessary suspicion. Song Chi would naturally not make such a low-level mistake. Reaching out and touching the little guy's head, Song Chi did not have too many other thoughts in his mind. Well, this second-level Kamoyan giant snake is destined to be just a slave creature for him to use for transition, and it must be replaced later. Therefore, there is no need to invest too much emotion. After speeding all the way, Song Chi waited for several hours above the sky. There is no way, the Purple River jump device is only a blue part, and the current enhancement level is only LV20, and it takes a long time to buffer after each use. Until the buffering of the Zai jump device was completed. It was activated again, and returned to Qinghua Manor. In the personal courtyard, the sky was taken back to the Xinhua Zuqiao. And when he entered the room, Song Chi disappeared immediately. In the market's secret realm, he summoned the sky again, and loaded the newly acquired space beacon launcher component. And then quickly strengthened it to level 20. After strengthening to level 20, it still has only one beacon mark. But the duration of this mark has increased from 2 months to 7 months. And the buffer time has also been reduced from 3 years to 2 years. After strengthening the space beacon launcher component, Song Chi glanced at the properties of the sky. Or more precisely, the specific properties of the special components column. After loading the slavery metal and the space beacon launcher, only the last 2 of the 14 special slots of the sky were left. Additional parts: Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree White LV20, Brainwave Remote Control System Purple LV23, Abnormal State Purifier Blue LV20, Purple River Jump Device Blue LV20, Healing Fruit White LV29, Fixed Point Delivery Platform Blue LV20, Phantom Thruster Purple LV20, Blood Soul Seal Blue LV20, Slave Metal Red LV20, Space Beacon Launcher Blue LV2012-14. Thinking of it, he strengthened the fire hull of the sky from LV10 to LV15, and after that, the slots of this additional part instantly increased by 6, from 14 to 20, and the empty slots were increased to 8 again. After finishing this, he then walked along the central street of the market to the area where the shops were located. After thinking for a moment, Song Chi cleared out one of the shops, and at the same time, his mind changed, and the font on the projection screen above the counter in the middle of the shop also changed. 13 strands of 0-level floating land essence exchanged for 1 strand of first-level floating land essence. 14 strands of first-level floating land essence exchanged for 1 strand of second-level floating land essence. 15 strands of second-level floating land essence exchanged for 1 strand of third-level floating land essence. 20 strands of third-level floating land essence exchanged for 1 strand of fourth-level floating land essence. 50 strands of 8th-level floating land essence exchanged for 1 strand of 9th-level floating land essence. Yes, this shop is exactly where he will use low-level floating land essence to exchange for high-level floating land essence in the future, and the exchange rate has been raised again. I believe that there will be many alien creatures entering the market who will take the initiative to exchange in the future. In fact, it was mainly to exchange for the 3 types of floating land origins of level 1, 2 and 3. As for level 4 and above, they were just listed for reference. At the same time, it raised the level of the market below. As for asking the first level alien creatures to bring out the floating land origins of level 4 and above, to be honest, it was unrealistic. After carefully checking the various commodities in other shops, he finally walked into the special purchase shop. After seeing the purchase information of titanium crystal, energy crystal, 10,000-year volcanic lava iron essence, 10,000-year volcanic lava iron mother, purple and above fire seed wonders, etc., Song-Chi went all the way to the random delivery platform of the ultra-long-range space gate. It had been almost 2 months since the last opening of the market, and he couldn't wait any longer. Soon, the ultra-long-range space gate random launcher was activated. After being strengthened to level 16, the number of space gates that could be launched had reached 43. Looking at the 43 space vortices that appeared at the entrance of the market, Song-Chi waited quietly. Time passed quickly, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. This time, the luck still seemed to be not very good. Most of the space gates that were launched were not discovered by intelligent creatures. After half an hour, only more than 100 alien creatures gathered in the market. Fortunately, Zhou Ping arrived as usual, and brought 50 titanium crystals, 1,000 quenching fluids, and 100 quenching creams. 8 hours later, although there were more alien creatures in the market, they were still far less than before, with only a little over 400. In this regard, Song-Chi had adjusted his mentality and accepted the fact that the space gate he launched this time had very bad luck. Thinking about it carefully, this was actually reasonable. The Broken Star Sea is vast, and although there are many floating lands in it, compared to the vast Star Sea, they are completely insignificant. Not to mention that not all floating lands have intelligent creatures, and the proportion of life-type floating lands is not high. However, compared to the bad luck in the deployment of the space gate, there are a lot of good news from the market shop area, especially the floating land origin exchange shop he had just created. Compared with the purchase stalls that were placed at the end of the market transactions in the past, this exchange shop is obviously more popular this time. Even though there were fewer alien creatures entering this time than in the past, the trading time span of the market was less than half, and the floating land essences exchanged in the shops had already exceeded the last time. Song-Chi calculated that, up to now, he had exchanged tens of thousands of zero-level floating land essences, and obtained more than 1,000 first-level floating land essences, and exchanged nearly 900 first-level floating land essences, and obtained 65 second-level floating land essences. Although no alien creatures had yet come up with third-level floating land essences, Song-Chi was already very satisfied. At the moment, he was in urgent need of the second-level floating land origin and titanium crystal. He had 150 strands of the third-level floating land origin, so he was not in a hurry. Just when Song-Chi thought that this market transaction would end in such a dull way, he suddenly got an episode in the middle. In the free stall area, Song-Chi, who was constantly wandering between the stalls, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then turned his eyes to the direction of the second floor in. Just now, he felt a new request for the application of the market guest order. It was not the one in Zhou Ping's hand, but the one he had given out first. Could it be that the Centaur tribe has already obtained the so-called Red Plain Sky Fire? For a moment, Song-Chi's heart was a little hot. He had given the first market guest token to the Centaur, who claimed that he could get an orange-quality fire seed wonder Red Plain Sky Fire. He also made it clear that before getting the Red Plain Sky Fire, he could only activate the market guest token once. If he failed, he would take back the market guest token after one time. So, more than half a year has passed, and now he suddenly activated the market guest order, which is likely to mean that he has already obtained the Red Plain Sky Fire. Thinking of this, how could Song-Chi not be excited? This orange-quality fire seed wonder, even if it cannot be used as a fire source for upgrading the fire seed, its value is definitely beyond imagination. In addition to being happy, he thought about it and agreed to the other party's request for transmission. Soon, a familiar figure with a human head and a horse body walked down from the second floor of the inn. And what made Song-Chi's eyelids jump was that he was indeed holding a very domineering wisp of hot flame in his hand. If nothing unexpected happens, This is the orange quality red orbital skyfire. Under Song Chi's gaze, the centaur excitedly went to the acquisition shop. It can be seen that he was excited from the bottom of his heart to be able to enter the Zhutian market again. In the acquisition shop, looking at the mini acquisition information in the shop compared to half a year ago, the centaur of this level scanned it carefully, wanting to see if his own tribe had the corresponding resources of this kind. Soon, he walked all the way to the projection screen in the center of the shop. He raised his right hand high and handed the burning fire in the special jade plate to the projection screen. I have lived up to your trust. Our Dongqing tribe has successfully obtained the red plane heavenly fire. Please check it. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Chi, who had been impatient for a long time, urged the power of the secret realm law to quickly roll up the burning fire. But as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. After obtaining the specific properties of the fire, Song Chi sighed in his heart. Just as the centaurs of the Dongqing tribe said, this ball of Hongyuan skyfire is indeed an orange quality fire seed wonder. But it cannot be transformed into an upgraded fire source for the fire seed. As a result, its value is undoubtedly greatly reduced. At least for Song Chi and all the fire captains of the fire human civilization. Wonderful item, Hongyuan skyfire. Quality, orange. Evolvable, none. Remarks. This is a top-quality fire seed wonder that was nurtured in the depths of the Hongyuan volcano in Tianmafulu for 30,000 years. It was later obtained by the Hongyuan tribe, a large tribe in Tianmafulu. After thousands of years of nurturing by the Hongyuan tribe, it officially entered the ranks of orange fire seeds. It is a rare fire seed that is extremely rare in the Broken Star Sea. Suppressing the deep disappointment in his heart, Song Chi's mind turned slightly and gave a corresponding reply on the projection screen in the middle of the exchange shop. Yes, I will fulfill my previous promise and give you 10 chances to enter the market again. At the same time, he waved his hand gently, and the power of the laws within the market was mobilized again, and soon brushed over the market guest order in the hands of the centaur. When the first-level centaur raised his hand and looked at the market guest order in his hand, he found that the number of uses that had been reset to 0 had now become October 10th. After being overjoyed, he bowed to the projection screen in front of him, and then turned around and left the acquisition shop, and excitedly began to visit other shops. It knows too well the importance of the various items sold in the market to the Dongqing tribe behind it. Just the big purchase half a year ago made the strength of the entire Dongqing tribe grow by leaps and bounds in the following 6 months. Therefore, this time, entrusted by the entire tribe, its time is very tight, and many things need to be purchased. The only thing that makes it a little uncomfortable is that this market doorman order is different from the space door put by the market itself. It cannot enter and exit without restrictions. After each activation, it can only leave after the market transaction is over. Because if you leave in the middle, you can't come in again, and you can only wait for the next month's market transaction. That is to say, creatures that enter the market with the market guest order can only carry the items they buy once at most. In this way, many large volume, high-quality items cannot be purchased. It would be great if there was a space storage device. Muttering, this first-level peak centaur rushed straight to the genetic medicine shop. Song Chi naturally did not pay much attention to this. He waved his hand again, and the orange-quality red original sky fire in his hand disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in the rare item exchange shop, and together with the orange-quality Terra origin stone, it was hung high in the most conspicuous position of the exchange shop. At the same time, under the red plain skyfire commodity table, he also specially marked a sentence. This fire will be exchanged for other fire items of the same quality. First, there is no other way. Compared with other orange quality items, Song Chi naturally wants the higher quality upgraded fire source of the same quality in the territory of Xinhua human civilization. Time passed quickly, when there was only 1 hour left before the end of this transaction. Seeing that the number of alien creatures in the market had reached nearly 700, Song Chi's eyes were determined, and he put into action an idea that had been in his mind for nearly 2 months. Above the sky of the market's secret realm, the power of laws suddenly began to gather rapidly. This scene naturally attracted the attention of all the alien creatures below. Just when these aliens were confused, the power of laws gathered in the sky above the market to form a series of words. Because they were all condensed by the power of laws, all the aliens understood the meaning of these words at a glance. When they saw these laws clearly, All the alien creatures reacted almost in the same way. Their pupils widened, and their eyes were full of heat. Looking at the sky again. There were only 5 words in the top row. Market guest order below these 5 words. There was naturally a detailed description of the attributes of the market guest order. This was also the reason why all the alien creatures had hot eyes. Chapter 150 The Harvest Brought by the 4 Market Guest Orders. It can allow them to enter the market's secret realm again, or even multiple times. The powerful effect of the market guest order immediately aroused the desire and greed in the hearts of these aliens, who have fully experienced the terrifying value of the market. Because he knew this very well, Song-Chi used the power of law to throw out the method of obtaining the market guest order at the right time. The first method, auction method. Creatures willing to bid in the auction can safely take out various rare resources, star sea wonders, etc. in their hands. Of course, under the isolation of the power of the market law, other creatures cannot see these items. As long as the item is recognized, the market will give the corresponding number of subsequent uses of the market guest order according to the value of the item. If the creature that takes out the item is satisfied with this number, it can get a market guest order that can be used a corresponding number of times. The second method, exchange method. If you don't want to give out high-level resources in vain, you can fight for the market guest order with a rare object. Then you can choose to go to the rare object exchange shop. If you can complete an exchange of high-level resources or high-level rare objects that are recognized by the market itself, you can also get a market guest order. However, the guest order obtained in this way can only be used once. If the number of times cannot be replenished later, it will be taken back after the next market transaction. As he listed the 2 methods of obtaining the market guest order in detail. As expected, the whole market was full of discussions. For a while, all the aliens had different emotions on their faces. Some were hesitant, some were full of confidence, and some aliens sighed helplessly. On the left side of the free stall area, Zhou Ping sat cross-legged in front of his stall. He was wearing a blue robe and carrying a green sword behind him. He was unmoved by the law words that appeared above the market. He had a sense of transcendence, which attracted curious glances from many aliens around him. However, Zhou Ping was somewhat proud in his heart, as someone who had already obtained the market guest order, listening to the exclamations and eager voices of all the aliens around him, and their desire and pursuit for the market guest order. He instinctively felt a sense of honor, and even a sense of superiority. Not only him, but also the centaur not far away felt the same, without paying attention to the changes in their expressions. Song-Chi in the corner was concentrating on counting the items taken out by each alien with the power of the law. The attraction of the market guest order was indeed extraordinary. After he listed 2 ways to obtain it, a large number of aliens soon took action. Even with the power of the law, it was difficult for him to quickly count all of them. After all, among the nearly 700 aliens at present, nearly half of them had taken out the corresponding items. Even in the rare item exchange shop where few creatures were interested, hundreds of aliens rushed in at this moment. With his mind focused, he entered the limit-breaking state without hesitation. Under the blessing of the power of the law, his mind, which was originally able to do 4 things at once, was blessed with more than 3 digits of divided thoughts. After dozens of seconds, he successfully counted all the items according to their value. First, he immediately excluded those items that were only equivalent to white and ordinary blue items. With this operation alone, he eliminated more than 300 alien creatures. Among the remaining aliens, there were 63. Among these 60 or so, Song-Chi quickly excluded those minerals and materials that could not be converted into shipboard parts, or had very limited uses in the territory of Xinhua human civilization, or even minerals and materials that had never been seen before. In this way, 90% were directly eliminated. There were only 5 alien creatures left. Looking at these 5 alien creatures, Song-Chi's eyes turned. In addition to the 2 in the hands of the centaur and Zhou Ping, he still had 4 market guest orders in his hand, one of which he had to keep for himself as a disguise. So he could only use 3. In other words, he had to pick 3 out of 5. After sorting this out, he swept his eyes over the 5 aliens again. Among these 5, there were 2 in the strange item exchange shop, and they took out a purple quality engine and a purple ordinary quality fire seed upgrade fire source. There were 3 people in the stall area, and the 3 items in their hands were a piece of 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother, a ball of intermediate floating land origin 100 strands of 3rd level floating land origin, And the third alien had 2 items in his hand. 2 football-sized zircons. For these 5 items, Song-Chi quickly calculated in his mind, and then excluded the purple engine. If this thing is handed over to the family, there will only be 4 gold merits, and the ordinary purple upgraded fire source. The price in the merit building is 7 gold merits. If the family purchases it, there should be 6 points. As for the 3 items in the stall area, Song-Chi was a little bit difficult to choose. First of all, the 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother. It is one of the special resources needed for the Shinhua warship to upgrade to the 3rd level. Not to mention that its value will never be lower than that of ordinary purple wonders. The key is that it is often in high demand. Now that I encounter it, it is of course unreasonable not to take it. Besides, my grandmother is now preparing to upgrade to the 3rd level, so I have to take it. Then the 100 strands of the 3rd level floating land origin. The high-level floating land origin is rare, and a large family, like the Song family, can only allow members to exchange 50 strands of the 3rd level floating land origin every year. Of course, I can't miss it if I can get it. The last 2 pieces of zircon? To be honest, as one of the special resources that may be used when the 1st level Shinhua warship is promoted to the 2nd level. This thing has the lowest value, but it is Song-Chi's current urgent need. He estimated that the promotion mission of the sky should start in the next 2 or 3 months. So collecting the resources needed for the promotion as soon as possible can be said to be one of his most important things at present. While struggling, Song-Chi also understood that he could not delay too long, as so many alien creatures were watching. Gritting his teeth, he finally made a decision. He waved his hand gently, and then the ordinary purple upgraded fire source. The 10,000-year volcanic lava iron mother. 100 strands of the 3rd level floating land origin, and 2 zircons floated into the sky almost at the same time. That's right. He decided to take them all. Since he was entangled, he might as well take them all. For this reason, he also took out the market guest order that was originally left for him. As for the subsequent disguise problem, after the market transaction is over, the market should be able to upgrade from LV16 to LV17. And then, he can use the newly condensed market guest order instead. After making the decision, then the specific number of times the market guest orders of these 4 people were used was evaluated. Needless to say, the owner of the purple upgraded fire source, he exchanged the Earth Dragon Claw from the rare item shop, and the market guest order could only be used once. Song-Chi gave 4 opportunities to use the market guest order corresponding to the 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother. The one with 100 strands of 3rd level floating land origin was used 3 times, and the one with 2 zircons was used 2 times. After hearing his offer, the 4 owners who took out these rare items did not object. So far, this somewhat alternative auction was successfully concluded. Those aliens who did not obtain the market guest order were all disappointed. Although the market guest orders issued this time had a limited number of uses, they all understood one thing. No matter how many times, only creatures that obtained these market guest orders would have the possibility of performing other operations later. And they, after this market transaction is over, will never be able to enter this market secret realm again in this life. Song-Chi saw all this, but he did not care. The number of market guest orders is limited, and the highest bidder wins. There is nothing to say about this. After collecting all the items, time continued to pass quickly. Before the market transaction was about to end, Song-Chi found Zhou Ping, who was packing up his stall, and the centaur, who was at the peak of the 1st level. The purpose was simple, asking them if they had any idea of renting a store to sell the unique resources behind them. Of course, it was not free. 50 strands of 2nd level floating land origin needed to be rented every month. This rental fee was set by Song-Chi after careful consideration. It would not make the 2 and the forces behind them feel painful, and it was also a considerable income for him. Just right. As for the confidence he had in asking this question, there is no need to say more. Compared to setting up a stall by himself, the attraction and customer flow of the market shops are obviously greater, and the transaction volume generated is far greater than that of setting up a stall by himself, which can be seen from this times Floating Land Origin Exchange Shop. Seeing the law text about the leasing issue that appeared in front of him, both Zhou Ping and the centaur gave the same answer. I have to go back and discuss it with the elders, and give a reply when the next transaction is opened. This answer was within Song-Chi's expectation. Otherwise, he would not have waited until the market transaction was almost over before asking the 2. After the market transaction was over, After all the creatures had left, Song-Chi immediately began to count all the gains from this transaction. First, naturally, the ordinary purple upgraded fire source, the 10,000-year volcanic lava iron mother, 100 strands of third-level floating land origin, and 2 football-sized zircons. Then came the orange-quality red origin sky fire. Then came the 50 titanium crystals brought by Zhou Ping, 1,000 bottles of quenching liquid, and 100 boxes of quenching cream. Finally, there are the floating land origin, life nucleus, and price difference resources. Because of the floating land origin exchange shop, the second-level floating land origin he harvested this time was quite considerable, 180 strands. And the first-level floating land origin was close to 3,000 strands. The last zero-level floating land origin. Because there were fewer alien races this time, the transaction tax income naturally decreased a lot. Plus thousands of strands of first-level floating land origin were exchanged. So it was only less than 20,000 strands. But even so, the zero-level floating land origin he hoarded at his hands is still more than 250,000 strands, which is definitely not a small amount. After counting the gains, Song-Chi could not wait to leave the market. He now had a wisp of ordinary purple upgraded fire source, and the Boyuo super base main gun in his hand. As long as he handed it over to the family merit building, he would be able to exchange it for the obsidian ship armor. This was also the reason for his anxiety. After all, the immortal puppet's secret realm would be accelerated to end in the next few days. If he could make up for the shortcomings of the ship armor before then, he would be more confident to get a good result in the subsequent Immortal Puppet Tower challenge. Before going to the family merit building, Song-Chi went to the courtyard where his grandparents were again. Grandpa went on a mission? Hearing his grandmother's words, Song-Chi raised his eyebrows, and then quickly returned to normal. After all, he had heard about this matter before, so it was not surprising. Thinking of this, he took out the piece of iron mother of the 10,000-year-old volcanic lava, and also took out the ordinary purple upgraded fire source. This purple upgraded fire source was exchanged for the Earth Dragon Claw that Grandpa took out before, although he also added an opportunity to use the market guest order. Normally, it should still be given to the family. Grandma, this purple upgraded fire source, was exchanged with Grandpa's previous Earth Dragon Claw in this market transaction. The 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron mother was obtained by grandson. The Tianqin is about to hit the 3rd level, and grandson wishes grandma a successful promotion in advance with this item. Oh my good grandson. Bai Xiuqin smiled and gently pinched Song-Chi's cheek. For Song-Chi, who has helped the family many times in the past 6 months, she doted on him more and more, and liked him no matter how she looked at him. After carefully putting away the 2 things, she asked Song-Chi to hand over the quantum communication bracelet. After 6 gold merit points were transferred, she took out a piece of 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron, and threw it to Song-Chi. Just when Song-Chi wanted to say something, Bai Xiuqin said first, "Okay. This piece of 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron was left to you by your grandfather. He should be promoted soon after he arrived at the sky a while ago. Take it. Your eldest brother will need to polish it for a year or so." "Thank you, Grandma." "And thank you, Grandpa." Since it was a kind gesture from Grandpa and Grandma, Song-Chi did not refuse it. And he really needed this piece of 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron. A few minutes later, the sky soared into the sky above the Qinghua Manor and headed towards the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. Inside the sky, Song-Chi stared at the 4 items in front of him. Primary Energy Crystal, 2,300-year-old MOU Tree Sap, 10,000-year-old Volcanic Lava Iron Essence, Zircon. The first 2 can increase the success rate of the Xinhua warship when it is promoted from the 1st level to the 2nd level. And the latter 2 are 2 of the special resources required for the promotion. Once we collect the 2 materials of Sea Spirit Crystal and Moon Rock, we can let the sky start the promotion mission. Muttering, Song-Chi clenched his fist. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint sense of excitement surged in his heart. 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron essence, Zircon, Sea Spirit Crystal, Moon Rock. These 4 are all the special materials that may be needed when the psionic airship is promoted to the escort-level psionic airship. Chapter 151 Bionic Skin Armor. Of course, this only means that when all psionic airships are upgraded to frigates, they will most likely use some of these 4 materials. It does not mean that every psionic airship must collect all of these 4 materials before starting the upgrade mission. It mainly depends on personal ability and willingness, And Song Chi is obviously the kind of person who prefers to be safe and secure. Generally speaking, when a psionic airship is upgraded, it may use 2 to 3 of them, but it is not necessarily the case. Some Shinhua warships may not use any of them. Similarly, a very small number of psionic airships will use all 4 materials. This can only be said to be a matter of personal luck. No one can tell for sure. The sky above Qinghua Lake. With the activation of the jump device, that Sangqiong quickly disappeared. The foot of Lingji Mountain. The 49th floor of the Merit Building. He glanced at the personal panel of the quantum communication bracelet in his hand. Gold merit points. 11 points after thinking about it. Song Chi still handed over the Bro Super Base main gun. And then his gold merits reached 15 points. After doing all this, he came to the counter where the obsidian ship armor parts were placed. After the quantum communication bracelet was deducted 10 gold merit points. He successfully got the purple ship armor that he had been dreaming about. After taking this part into the Xinhua Zuqiao, it was not over yet. Song Chi ran to the 30th and 32nd floors again. There were 2 materials, Sea Spirit Crystal and Moon Rock, respectively. He used 1 gold merit point to get both. In this way, the gold merit points that were 15 points a few minutes ago were reduced to only 3 points in an instant. Seeing this, even Song Chi, who made money much faster than ordinary Xinhua captains with the Zutian market, felt a great pain. After all, he had experienced the Blood Blade Star Pirates battle first, and then issued all the market guest orders. The gold merit points accumulated were not easy to come by. Although it was not easy to come by. But overall, he was more excited. After all, not only did he get the obsidian hull armor, but he also collected several special resources that might be used for the subsequent upgrade of the sky. With the energy crystals and the MOU tree sap in his hand, the guaranteed success rate will exceed 20% as long as the Sky number 1 starts the promotion mission. If more alien creatures are killed and enough alien blood is bathed, 70% is easy to achieve. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Song Chi pointed at the 2nd level floating land origin in his hand. 360 strands. Is it a little less? Muttering, he turned around and returned to the 49th floor. There are not only exchange counters for floating land origins, but also counters for exchanging floating land origins with gold merit points, such as the 2nd level floating land origin. 1 point of gold merit 200 strands of 2nd level floating land essence. Looking at the exchange price, Song Chi gritted his teeth and exchanged 1 point. After that, he had 560 strands of 2nd level floating land essence in his hand, but only 2 points of gold merit were left. No longer staying in this merit building, Song Chi was afraid that he could not help it, so he spent all the remaining merit points in his hand. As for the obsidian needed for the subsequent strengthening of the obsidian ship armor, he had already received a lot of it in the special mineral shop in the market's secret realm, at least enough to strengthen to the 3rd level threshold. Half a day later, Song Chi, who had returned to Qinghua Manor, entered the market again. In the freestall area, Song Chi walked onto the newly summoned Sangqiong, and immediately removed the Xingyo V alloy armor and replaced it with the newly acquired obsidian ship armor. After strengthening, hundreds of wisps of 0 level and 1st level floating land essence were consumed, and this component was strengthened to level 20. However, Song Chi still did not stop, and finally consumed 486 wisps of 2nd level floating land essence plus 110 tons of obsidian plus 60 titanium crystals, and strengthened it to level 30 in one fell swoop. In addition, there is the Dingkong Stone. Song Chi also merged 200 tons of it. This special resource was spatial attributes mined from the Namo Luo's secret realm. He had never been willing to merge it with the Xingya V-type alloy armor before, because he was afraid of wasting it. He had specially looked at it in the Merit Building before, as a special resource of spatial attributes. The Dingkong Stone is not cheap. 1 point of gold merit can be exchanged for 100 tons. Now it is different. This obsidian hull armor is a purple component, and it is also a top-grade purple hull armor with active defense characteristics. At least it can be used when the sky is promoted to the 3rd level in the future. Naturally, it is worth using this Dingkong Stone. After strengthening to the 3rd level, as expected, obsidian hull armor the attribute has greatly increased. Obsidian hull armor LV30. Quality, purple. Features, obsidian guardian. Consumption, 50 per second psionic points protection, 204000. No need to charge and buffer. Upgrade requirements, 10 strands of floating land origin 3rd level, 30,000 psionic points, 25 tons of obsidian, 16 titanium crystals. Obsidian Guardian. Consume 10,000 psionic points. Instantly generate a layer of obsidian shield on the surface of the ship. Shield duration 20 minutes. Buffer time 24 hours. In addition to this specific attribute introduction, the sky has another hidden attribute, which is the resistance to the power of space given by the sky-fixing stone. After integrating 200 tons of sky-fixing stone, it will be able to try to leave the market and go to the void space outside to try the specific effect. However, after strengthening this obsidian ship armor, Song-Chi only had 74 strands of second-level floating land essence and 15 titanium crystals left. After thinking about it, he spent another 57 strands of second-level floating land essence plus 6 titanium crystals to strengthen the Phantom Thruster to level 23, which made the maneuverability and flexibility of the skyship improved again. After collecting the remaining 17 strands of second-level floating land essence and 9 titanium crystals, this strengthening officially came to an end. After putting the skyship back into the Shinhua Zuchio, Song-Chi turned around and walked towards the full attribute training room on the inside of the market. After the previous market transaction was completed, with the promotion of the Shutian market to LV-17, all attribute training room, ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform, and psionic protection array were also moved to LV-17. The LV-17 all-attribute training room has an even more amazing effect on the practice of psionic guidance. Add to that the sufficient amount of second-level Zerg meat, Zerg mother meat with 4th-level energy essence, high-level body-building potion, body-quenching fluid, etc. Song-Chi has decided to practice guidance in the next period of time. In the all-powerful training room, Song-Chi first evenly smeared the body-quenching liquid on his body, and then took out a 20-gene piece of processed second-level Zerg meat, and swallowed it with a high-level body-building potion. After getting into the right posture for practicing the guiding technique, a constant flow of heat began to rise in his abdomen. These heat flows followed the lines of the psionic flow and rushed to all parts of his body. In this way, 7 days passed in a flash. On this day, in the all-attribute training room, Song-Chi's psionic energy suddenly began to surge violently. Not long after, a strong energy pressure came from the training room. When the door of the training room was opened, Song-Chi, with red skin and hot body, walked out with a smile. Just now, his guiding technique successfully broke through from LV-10 to LV-11. In the past month, he had been practicing for a long time with the second-level sandworm meat and body-quenching liquid. The guiding technique was not far from LV-11. So in the past 7 days, with a high-level body-building potion, he could break through the bottleneck of LV-11 in one fell swoop. In the past 7 days, he only consumed less than 300 kilograms of second-level insect meat. And the second-level meat in the storage room was still more than 10,000 kilograms. Logically speaking, he should take this opportunity to continue to practice at full speed. After all, in addition to the second-level insect meat, there are also dozens of kilograms of insect mother meat with 4th-level energy essence. It is not a problem for him to break through a few more levels of the guidance technique. Song-Chi naturally has his own reasons for being in a hurry to withdraw from the market. 7 days have passed, and he estimates that the acceleration of the family's Xiangui secret realm should be almost over. This matter still needs to be done as soon as possible. As for the high-level puppet parts, he has been thinking about it for a long time. Now the family has this benefit. All the clan members have the opportunity to challenge the secret realm of the Immortal Puppet Tower once, and it is free, no merit points are needed, nor does it require the origin of the floating land. So of course, he is interested. After leaving the market, after washing himself, Song-Chi left his yard, and prepared to go to the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. But before he could summon the sky, the call of his mother Chen Lixia sounded first. Walking into the yard of his parents next to his yard, Song-Chi smiled and asked, "Mom, why haven't you practiced?" It has been less than half a year since the promotion of the dragonfly, and her own guiding technique is currently stuck at level 19, so she has been busy using the body-quenching liquid and advanced body-forging potion to assist in practice recently, and I haven't seen her for almost half a month. Seeing her son's concerned look, Chen Lixia smiled. It has already touched the bottleneck of the second stage, and it will probably take half a year. As she said that, she handed over a suitcase. What? Song-Chi raised his eyebrows, and when he opened the suitcase, his face was instantly overjoyed. In the suitcase was a special battle suit with a faint blue fluorescence, grid patterns all over the surface, and it looked very delicate. Bionic skin armor? It was delivered so quickly. Slightly amazed at the speed of the family's technology department, Song-Chi quickly picked up this extremely smooth armor, which was completely free of the bulkiness of those exoskeleton armors and alloy armors. It was more like a piece of armor that could be worn close to the body. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. "Mom, you guys should have won too. How do you feel?" Hearing this, Chen Lixia said softly, "Thank you, son. Your dad and I have already put it on, as have your grandparents, uncle, and others. This bionic skin armor has a constant temperature effect. Just wear it inside the body." Song-Chi nodded suddenly. He had only heard his grandfather talk about it before, and when he heard the word armor, he subconsciously thought it should be the kind worn on the outside. But he didn't expect it to be the kind of inner armor worn close to the body. But it's better this way, it's more convenient. After saying hello to his mother, Song-Chi summoned the sky and rushed straight into the sky. Before the jump, he put on this set of purple crystal bionic skin armor with pseudo 4th level defense. When he put it on, Song-Chi only felt an extreme coolness coming from all over his body, but after a while, the coolness dissipated again, and it completely matched his body temperature, which was extremely comfortable. And when he put on the outer clothes, the bionic skin armor inside was completely covered, providing sufficient defense, and also had excellent concealment, which was perfect. In the sky above Qinghua Lake, Song-Chi did not rush to jump, but moved his body in the cabin, and personally felt the difference between wearing the bionic skin armor and the past. Anyway, he just asked his mother, and the acceleration of the immortal puppet's secret realm will not be completed until the afternoon. So there is no rush. It is basically the same as before, and the flexibility of the body is not affected at all. No wonder Grandpa said before that this purple crystal bionic skin armor will definitely attract the attention of many clansmen. Halfway up the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, there is a large flat area. In the Song family, this is called the Secret Realm Platform, because inside this platform, which is more than 10,000 meters long and wide, there is a cave leading directly to the interior of the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. It is said that all the entrances to the secret realms under the jurisdiction of the Song family are opened in the Divine Mountain inside this cave. The sky above the Secret Realm platform is particularly lively today. Hundreds of warships of different sizes are suspended in the sky, waiting for the acceleration of the immortal puppet's secret realm to end. Among the more than 300 Xinhua warships, more than 80% are frigates with a length of 100 meters, and there are more than 20 cruisers among them. The rest are psionic airships, mixed in with more than 30 psionic airships. The sky is not conspicuous. Inside the sky, Song-Chi felt a chill in his heart. More than 240 frigates were floating in the sky, including more than 20 cruisers with a length of 1 kilometer. At first glance, the visual impact was still great. However, this emotion did not stay in his heart for too long. Soon his sight shifted to the mountain of Longji Mountain in front of him. Surrounded by the obscure light, the dense ancient pattern spread all over the mountain, giving people a sense of indestructibility. Looking up along the mountain, the top of the sacred mountain is submerged in the clouds, and you can vaguely see the scene of it connecting with the sky-covering shield deep in the sky. This is to transform the entire sacred mountain into the core pillar of the Dragon Ridge continent's floating land shield, with the original core of the entire Dragon Ridge continent as a blessing. Even if there is a powerful person of the 5th level attacking head-on, as long as the floating land shield is not broken, as long as the original core of the Dragon Ridge continent is not destroyed, this Dragon Ridge Sacred Mountain will never be destroyed. Even with the support of this Dragon Ridge Sacred Mountain, the ancestors of the Song family will have the ability to cross the level of the enemy. Through the introduction and learning of the floating land shield and the floating land original core in previous courses, Song-Chi made some speculations on his own. He knew that his speculation was definitely inaccurate, with many errors and loopholes. But one thing was certain, that this Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain would only be more terrifying than he speculated, and it would never be worse. The Dinghai Song family had accumulated nearly 3,000 years, without some means and trump cards to intimidate outsiders. How could they firmly control the Dragon Ridge continent for 2,000 years? While thinking, an old voice came from the inside of the mountain cave. The immortal puppet's secret realm is accelerating to an end. The clan members who want to challenge should recall their warships and enter in an orderly manner. Hearing this old voice, Song-Chi's heart trembled again. If nothing unexpected happened, the source of this voice should be from the 4th level existence responsible for guarding the entrances to the family's secret realms. The 4th level Shinhwa captain controls the Zulu ship that can be transformed into a mythical mecha. Although this level of existence is not worthy of the word ancestor within the Song family, it is definitely the top combat power of the family. One person is enough to suppress an entire Shanghai floating land, and has a lot of say within the family. Chapter 152. Choose one of 3 orange puppet parts. Above the secret platform, the hatches of the Shinhwa warships opened one after another, and then one by one, the Song clan members with a strong aura on their bodies fell from the sky. As the Shinhwa captains jumped out of their warships, they had a faint light flowing between their eyebrows, and the warships above them continued to shrink, and finally turned into a streak of light, and sank into their Shinhwa ancestral orifices. In this way, as the Shinhwa captains landed one by one, the number of Shinhwa warships above the platform was also rapidly decreasing, and the originally crowded sky became clear. In the crowd, Song Chi followed several first-level clansmen, and walked towards the cave in an orderly manner. In his ear, a group of clansmen were talking quietly. Soon, Song Chi had a basic understanding of these people. The average age of these dozens of first-level Song clansmen was between 34 and 36 years old, and they had been promoted to the first level for 3 to 5 years. The reason why these people came to challenge the immortal puppet's secret realm only now, judging from their tone, seemed to be the guidance of their direct elders. In other words, the upper echelons of the Song family had known about the acceleration of the immortal puppet's secret realm 5 or 6 years ago, and had reminded their direct descendants. Song Chi was touched by this, and lamented that a family that had been passed down for nearly 3,000 years was indeed like a small society. Absolute fairness was just a joke. Of course, this was not a derogatory term. If a family could remain completely united after being passed down for nearly 3,000 years, it would be abnormal. As for humans, selfishness is their nature. As long as the family can maintain absolute consistency in the big steps, it will have surpassed more than 90% of the medium and large forces. And the Song family is currently doing very well in this regard. As his mind turned, a group of hundreds of people had already walked into the cave. Looking up, Song Chi found that the space inside the mountain was not small, and it could easily accommodate more than 300 people. In front of the hundreds of people, 6 bronze portals stood quietly, and in the middle of these portals, there were dark space vortices. Seeing this scene, Song Chi was slightly shocked. Is this the heritage of a family that has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years? The reason for the shock was that these things alone represented 6 secret realms, let alone the level of these 6 secret realms. Even if they were all broken secret realms, they could not be measured by ordinary wealth. And this was just what was in front of us. No one knew whether there were other secret realms with higher specifications and more important secret realms hidden in other secret places of the Song family. In addition, as Grandpa Song Ming Song said before, there were also many people in other direct branches of the family who controlled secret realms. This alone can reveal the terrifying background behind the Song family. Song Chi's eyes wandered among the 6 portals in front of him, wondering if there was the secret realm of Moro in them. At this time, a figure suddenly walked out of the giant 3,000-meter-long warship in the mountain. Seeing the old figure walking out of the Zulu warship, hundreds of Song clan members in the cave bowed and said at the same time, "Meet the elder of Tianshu clan." This old figure is called Song Tianshu, who was born in the Tianmai, one of the 2 main veins of the Song clan. According to the information found in the quantum communication bracelet, this person is more than 1,500 years old, and can be ranked in the top 5 among the elders of the Song clan. His seniority is terrifying. The old man nodded gently, and scanned the more than 300 people, and then pointed to the leftmost of the 6 bronze portals, and said, "Go!" Hearing this, the more than 23rd level clansmen standing at the front of the team set off first, followed by the 2nd level, and finally Song Chi and others. When Song Chi recovered from the dizziness and weightlessness, the first thing he did was to scan the surroundings, and take a look at the surrounding environment. But soon he found that, unlike the Moroa secret realm and Dragon Blood secret realm he had visited before, there was no floating land in the immortal puppet secret realm under his feet. At this moment, all the Song clan members who entered the secret realm stood in the dark starry sky. At the end of their vision, there was an ancient tower that seemed to stand tall and radiate red light. Staring at the tower, Song Chi's eyes were wandering, thinking about something. He had heard from his grandmother before that this immortal puppet secret realm also came from the ancient immortal realm civilization, and it was from the same civilization as the Zutian market in his hands. When he heard the words Immortal Realm Civilization, he immediately thought of the Zhuetian market he controlled. Suppressing his curiosity, Song Qi, along with his tribesmen, summoned the sky and rushed towards the ancient tower at the end of the field of vision. The first to arrive near the Supreme Immortal Puppet Tower, and the first to enter the Immortal Puppet Tower to challenge, were the more than 20 third-level Xinhua captains. Song Qi discovered that as these third-level Xinhua captains entered the Immortal Puppet Tower and launched their own challenges, more than 20 groups of light appeared on the first floor of the Immortal Puppet Tower. In less than 20 seconds, one of the more than 20 groups of light disappeared from the first floor and appeared on the second floor of the Immortal Puppet Tower. It turned out that someone had passed the first floor. At this moment, he just heard a first-level clan member beside him exclaimed, "It took less than 20 seconds to reach the second floor. There is a chance to reach more than 20 floors. I guess it's Song Yiming from the first lineage. I heard that it has only been more than 30 years since he awakened the Seed of Fire. Although it is only blue fire now, the configuration of his ship is very good. Currently, there is an orange quality engine. 20 floors? You underestimate Song Yiming. With the combat power of a ship, he is definitely aiming for purple or even orange terracotta warrior parts. To obtain orange quality terracotta warrior parts, you have to reach at least 30 floors and above." Hearing this discussion, before Song Qi was ready to say anything, he heard a young man who was also a first-level Xinhua captain, who had obviously just awakened not long ago and did not know much about the Immortal Puppet Tower, asked, "Excuse me, fellow clansman, the cruiser needs to rush to the 30th floor to obtain the orange warrior parts. Then, I wonder what about us first-level Xinhua captains?" Song Qi had some guesses about this question. From what his grandmother said before, he had a certain understanding that the judging criteria of the Immortal Puppet Tower were not the strength of the individual or the warship, but the time when the individual awakened the Xinhua seed. According to this, the judging criteria for everyone should be the same. Only when you reach the 30th floor or above, you may get the orange terracotta warrior parts. However, due to the different awakening times of individuals, the Immortal Puppet Tower will most likely adjust the corresponding difficulty of each floor when challenging individuals. The fact is just as he thought. Soon, a second-level clansman in his 40s or 50s explained that it was basically consistent with what Song Qi had guessed. Just as Song Qi was learning more about the specific information and corresponding rules of the Supreme Immortal Puppet Tower, a second-level Xinhua captain stepped out from the crowd and walked straight towards the Immortal Puppet Tower in front. This second-rank Xinhua captain seemed to be more famous than Song Yiming. With his appearance, he instantly attracted the attention of most people. It is Song Zhe from the Earth Vein, one of the two main veins. He is a ruthless man who has been promoted from 0 to second level in less than 2 years. It is said that not only is his Xinhua seed purple, but he is also the great-great-grandson of a 4th-rank elder of the Earth Vein. He may impact the family sequence in the future. Amidst the many discussions, second-rank Xinhua captains continued to control their ships and rushed out, entering the Immortal Puppet Tower to start the challenge. In this regard, Song Qi naturally did not want to lag behind, and the sky followed closely behind. In just a few minutes, several famous descendants from various branches of the family appeared. Although we don't know their specific qualities, it is better to challenge them first to be on the safe side. In the boundless starry sky, a line of text appeared in front of the line of sight. The first level of challenge is about to begin. Please be prepared. Seeing this, Song Qi, who had already learned about it from the people of the clan, quickly focused his attention. 10 seconds later, a ripple suddenly spread in the empty starry sky, and then a semi-human puppet with a body size of more than 20 meters and wings on its back appeared 100 meters ahead. Buzz buzz buzz, the sky took action immediately. While the engine roared, the ship began to retreat at a high speed, pulling the distance from the half-humanoid puppet. At the same time, after a short period of charging, the muzzle of the pure yang sword light cannon on the bow of the ship roared with sword light, and rushed straight towards the half-humanoid puppet. Soon, Song Qi had a little understanding of the strength of this half-humanoid puppet that exuded the aura of the first level. Under the pure yang sword light cannon that had been strengthened to level 30, it was directly annihilated by the pure yang sword light, and the threat to the sky was almost non-existent. Then came the second level challenge. This second level challenge was also very simple, for half-human puppets of equal strength. 1 minute later, the sky successfully entered the third level. In this way, until the 13th level, the half-human puppets that appeared were all first level, until the 13th level. 256 first-level half-human puppets on the 13th level all fell under the gun of the sky. Finally, the 14th level was no longer a first-level puppet, but was replaced by 8 second-level half-human puppets. In this regard, Song-Chi finally took it seriously, but the pressure was still not great. However, as the 15th and 16th levels were completed, he finally discovered something. As the levels increased, the surrounding starry sky was shrinking step by step, which was limiting the range of Shinhwa warship. After discovering this, Song-Chi gradually became serious, because as the range of movement was reduced, the biggest advantage of Shinhwa warship, relying on the terrifying speed to carry out long-range kite tactics, would soon cease to exist. As expected, when it reached the 24th floor, the range of movement around it was only a few 100,000 meters, and the movement of the sky was greatly restricted. On the 25th floor, the range of movement was only 300,000 meters, and the enemy was 96 second-level semi-human puppets. In the challenge of this floor, the sky was approached by the semi-human puppets many times, and they directly attacked the obsidian ship armor through the dark matter energy shield. Finally, after paying the price of 4% damage to the ship's armor, Song-Chi came to the 26th floor. Looking at the outside world at this time, more than half of the more than 300 Som clan members have been sent out of the Immortal Puppet Tower. Most of them failed to exceed the 20th floor. Some only obtained white-quality puppet parts, and some died on the 18th and 19th floors, and obtained blue-quality puppet parts. Among them, there was a third-level clan member, who was the first to enter the Immortal Puppet Tower to challenge. He challenged the 26th floor, and finally died on the 27th floor, and obtained a purple-quality puppet part. At this moment, the eyes of these nearly 300 Song clan members were all fixed on the Immortal Puppet Tower in front of them. They looked expectant, and curious about how many people would reach the 30th floor, or above this time. Look, someone else has rushed into the 26th floor. There are already 13 people challenging the 26th floor. I don't know if any of these 13 people will successfully pass the 26th floor and enter the 27th floor. I think it's difficult. Only 5 people have passed the 26th floor so far. Brother you see has already fallen on the 27th floor. There are only 2 people challenging the 27th floor, one on the 28th floor, and one on the 30th floor. I guess the one on the 30th floor now is probably Song Zhe from the Earth Vein. Hey, someone really passed the 26th floor. There are now 3 people on the 27th floor. Song-Chi was naturally unaware of the outside world's discussions. Just now, he successfully passed the 26th floor and entered the 27th floor. However, as a price, the hull armor of the Sancheong was damaged by more than 20%, and the hull damage reached 2%. In the 26th floor just now, the range of movement was only 200,000 meters, and the enemies were 104 second-level semi-human puppets. The reduction of the range of movement and the increase of the number of enemies, the combination of which caused more second-level semi-human puppets to stick to the sky. These semi-human puppets were quite powerful, not only in terms of attack power, but also in terms of defense power. It took 3 shots to destroy them with the electromagnetic lightning cannon, which was why the damage to the ship's armor soared from 4% to 20%. On the 27th floor of the Immortal Puppet Tower, Song-Chi first looked around. After finding that the range of movement was only 150,000 meters, his face became completely gloomy. After seeing the puppet units condensed by the Immortal Puppet Tower, he was completely silent. The one condensed in front was still a semi-human puppet with wings on its back, and there was only one. However, the height of this semi-human puppet was more than 400 meters, and it exuded a strong third-level pressure. Third-level puppet, he thought to himself. And then the engine and the propeller at the tail of the sky ran at full speed, pushing the sky to the rear. At the bow, the pure yang sword light cannon roared, and a 10-meter-long sword light shadow shot out. In front, the semi-humanoid puppet with a volume of more than 400 meters was about to flap its wings. But the sword light shadow was obviously faster, and it hit the chest of the semi-humanoid puppet across a distance of thousands of meters. With this attack, the movement of the humanoid puppet was interrupted, which also allowed the sky to retreat far enough. More than 100,000 meters away, the semi-humanoid puppet was seen chasing at a high speed. Song-Chi waited for the pure yang sword light cannon to buffer, while continuing to attack with the electromagnetic lightning cannon. The power of the third-level pure yang sword light cannon is still very powerful. As long as it can fire a few more shots, it will not be difficult to kill this third-level semi-humanoid puppet. However, The power of the electromagnetic lightning cannon is completely inadequate in front of the third-level puppet. It is difficult to even block it slightly. Soon, the semi-humanoid puppet approached the sky and began to attack the obsidian ship armor frantically. 5 minutes later, the third-level semi-humanoid puppet successfully fell under the muzzle of the pure yang sword light cannon. However, the price paid by Songqiong was not small. The damage to the hull exceeded 50%, reaching 54%, and the damage to the hull itself was 21%. In response, Songqi had to activate the healing fruit component. Hull repairing. Hull armor repaired 25%. Currently damaged 29%. Hull repaired 10%. Currently damaged 11%. Please repair as soon as possible. With the effectiveness of the healing fruit, the challenge of the 28th floor officially began. The puppet condensed by the immortal puppet tower did not change this time. It was still a third-level semi-human puppet, but the surrounding range of activities changed, from 150,000 meters to 100,000 meters, further compressing the activity space of Songqiong. This time, Songqi's choice was the same as the 27th level. A few minutes later, the damage to the hull of the sky exceeded 50% again, reaching 58%, and the damage to the ship was 22%. However, this third-level semi-humanoid puppet also fell under the pure yang sword light cannon again. After the 29th level, the surrounding movable range finally stopped changing, and the movable radius was still 100,000 meters. But the number of third-level puppets that appeared increased to 2. Swish. 2 violent flapping sounds were heard, and 2 terrifying tornadoes rolled up behind the 2 third-level semi-humanoid puppets. Then the 2 puppets almost turned into 2 streams of light, rushing straight towards the sky, which had already retreated to the edge. Seeing this scene, Songqi was unmoved. The main gun muzzle at the bow of the skyship was rapidly gathering sharp sword light. But even though Songqi had charged the mixed whole extreme yang sword light immediately after killing the 28th level puppet, he was still not as fast as the 2 third-level semi-human puppets. Seeing that the terrifying claws of the 2 were about to hit the obsidian ship armor that had been damaged by more than half through the dark matter energy shield, Songqi chose to activate the Obsidian Guardian feature. Swish! Black light flashed. A thick layer of obsidian armor condensed almost instantly, wrapping the entire skyship inside. Clang clang clang. Under the intense metal friction and collision sound, the skyship's hull was shaking violently. At the same time, the warning prompt of the semi-automatic ship-borne intelligence sounded again. Warning, the hull armor is damaged by 61%. The hull is damaged by 25%. Please repair it as soon as possible. However, this would definitely be the worst news on ordinary days. But now it sounded like the sound of nature to Songqi's ears. Because this means that the obsidian protection feature successfully defended against the attacks of 2 third-level semi-human puppets. According to the normal defense of the sky, these 2 blows are likely to completely destroy the obsidian ship armor, and the damage to the ship itself will exceed 50%. But now it is only a little more serious than before, which can be almost ignored. So, Songqi said that the obsidian protection successfully protected the sky. It was at this time that a strong cold light flashed in his eyes. It's my turn, mixed whole extreme yang sword light. Smash these 2 bastards. With a wild roar, the mixed whole extreme yang sword light, which had finally completed charging, suddenly burst out. In front of the Songqi ship, the 2 semi-human puppets wanted to attack again, but they were completely pierced by the sudden burst of the 100-meter sword light. Under the cutting of the third-level mixed whole extreme yang sword light, the 2 third-level semi-human puppets had no resistance at all, and most of their bodies were cut off by the 100-meter sword light. They were not like the Blood Blade cruiser, which had an orange energy shield enhanced to the 3rd level. Nor were they like the 3rd-level Peak Sandworm, which had a steel skin comparable to super alloy and a strong vitality. They were instantly annihilated by the terrifying sword light. In the sky, Songqi felt relieved. In this way, the 29th level was over. But he didn't know what the 33rd level would be like. In his mind, violent space ripples appeared again thousands of meters ahead. The next second, Songqi's pupils shrank slightly. Appearing thousands of meters away were 3 third-level semi-human puppet soldiers. Looking around again, luckily, the range of movement had not changed. In front of the main console of the sky, Songqi's eyes flickered, considering whether to continue trying, or to give up and end the challenge of the immortal puppet tower. The reason for his hesitation was that this was only the 30th floor, and he was not sure if he could get satisfactory high-quality puppet parts if he quit now. After all, according to what those tribesmen said before, it seemed that only after successfully passing the 30th floor could he get orange-quality puppet parts. How could Song-Chi be willing to give up when he thought that he might be just one step away from the orange-quality puppet parts? However, if he continued to challenge, the sky might sink. Although the rule of the Supreme Immortal Puppet Tower was that the challenger could choose to withdraw from the challenge at any time if he felt something was wrong. The opponent was after all 3 third-level puppet soldiers. The attack methods of soldiers of this level were not just playing house. He could not be sure that he would be able to shout the word surrender at the critical moment. As the saying goes, the battlefield situation changes rapidly. If you are not careful, it is possible that the ship will be destroyed and people will die. When he was struggling, Song-Chi noticed the obsidian armor layer on the surface of the Sangcheong ship that had not yet dissipated. It was this one glance that made him make a decision. After the obsidian ship armor was strengthened to level 30, the duration of its obsidian protection feature reached 20 minutes. And since this layer of obsidian armor is still there, the Sangcheong ship will not be killed instantly. So, his decision was to continue the challenge. Of course, before the duration of the characteristic of the obsidian ship armor, obsidian guard, ends, or before this layer of obsidian armor is completely shattered, either of the two, as long as it appears, he will choose to admit defeat without hesitation and end this challenge. After receiving Song-Chi's response to continue the challenge, the 3 third-level semi-humanoid puppets thousands of meters away quickly took action. The puppets behind them flapped their wings violently, and against the backdrop of 3 violent tornadoes, they turned into 3 streams of light and shot out. At the same time, outside the Immortal Puppet Tower, with a flash of red light, a figure that was very familiar to the Song clan members appeared outside the Immortal Puppet Tower. Brother Song-Zae, if I am not mistaken, the person who just rushed through the 30th floor, and barely failed on the 31st floor, should be my brother. Right? I wonder if it is convenient to reveal the quality of the puppet parts rewarded by the Immortal Puppet Tower? Seeing that it was a veteran 3rd-level Shinhua captain who asked, Song-Zae nodded lightly at first, and then a slightly stiff smile appeared on his indifferent face, and replied, Orange. His. Hearing his answer, the people around him subconsciously took a breath of cold air, and their eyes were full of envy. Orange glory quality parts. This may be a super part that most of them will never get in their lifetime. But after a brief surprise, everyone's eyes turned back to the Immortal Puppet Tower behind them, with full curiosity in their eyes. Now that Song-Zae has come out, who is the person who is still on the 30th floor at this moment? Could it be Song Yiming? Seeing everyone like this, Song-Zae, who had never looked back, also turned around slightly, and then his eyes condensed slightly, with surprise in his eyes. Besides him, there was actually another person who reached the 30th floor this time. According to the information he had received, it was unlikely that it was Song Yiming. Could it be that a genius has emerged from one of the branches? After this episode, Song-Zae, who was originally planning to leave, also stopped and waited thoughtfully. Only those who had experienced it knew the horror of the 29th and 30th floors. And the tribesmen who could reach this level were definitely first-class geniuses. So he was naturally curious. The 30th floor of the Supreme Immortal Puppet Tower. Although the sky tried its best to dodge, it wanted to gain more opportunities for the pure Yang sword light cannon to fire, but the range of movement was too small. The radius was 100,000 meters, which sounded very large, but in front of the Shinhua warship and the 3rd-level creatures, this distance could be crossed in just 2 seconds, not in the light-speed cruise state. In addition, it was facing the joint pursuit of 3 3rd-level puppet soldiers, which greatly reduced the space for the sky to dodge. Clang, clang, clang. Once again, the claws of a 3rd-level puppet soldier slapped on the sky, and this blow directly caused the sky to hit the air wall below. The most important thing is that Song-Chi also heard a slight crack sound. Although it was almost inaudible, Song-Chi was sure that this must be a sign that the obsidian armor layer was about to collapse. He was not surprised about this. After all, this obsidian armor layer was only generated by purple quality ship armor, not orange, let alone red. Facing the multiple attacks of 3 3rd-level, no, it should be 5 3rd-level puppet soldiers, it was natural that it could not hold on. At this moment, Song-Chi's mind began to work at a very fast speed. The limit-breaking state that had been opened when he challenged the 29th level was still maintained at this moment. Supporting his mind, brain power, and rapid operation and calculation. In his mind, he comprehensively listed the specific properties of all the components currently loaded on the sky. Considering the possibility that these components could help at this moment. At this moment, he still had no intention of giving up. On the contrary, because the obsidian armor layer was close to collapse, he wanted to try in this last time to find a possibility of breaking through. The Fire Sunflower Soldier. No. The second-level soldier is useless against 3 third-level soldiers. The Phantom Trace, feature of the Phantom Recommender. No. There are air walls all around. If this feature is really activated, at 1,300% times the speed of light, the sky will probably not be much better than the Covenant and John Tross. Pieces of parts appeared in his mind. And then, they were quickly eliminated. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. At this time, the 3 third-level puppet soldiers in the sky were relentless, and flew down at high speed again. Buzz! The pure Yang sword light cannon fired again, and the 10-meter sword light shadow fell on one of the third-level puppet soldiers. But it did not have much effect. Song-Chi estimated that in order to completely defeat these 3 third-level puppet soldiers, each of them would have to be fired at least 3 or 4 times. But they obviously would not give the sky this time. At this time, the sky below made an unexpected move. Its hatch suddenly opened a little, and although it closed again quickly, this move could not be faked. Soon, the 3 third-level puppet soldiers discovered something strange. A small black snake appeared on the side of the sky. As time went by, the small black snake quickly expanded to a length of 100 meters. However, compared with the 3 semi-human puppet soldiers with a volume of more than 400 meters, the 100-meter-long Kamoyan giant snake was obviously not good enough. In the main control room of the sky, Song-Chi gritted his teeth and activated the red-quality slavery metal beside him without hesitation. Slavery Seal Frenzy. Activate. As he took the initiative to activate this feature of the slavery metal, the surface of the 100-meter-long Kamoyan giant snake was suddenly wrapped in a strong blood-colored energy. And then its volume began to increase rapidly. 200 meters, 400 meters. In just 1 second, the Kamoyan giant snake, which was originally 100 meters long, expanded to 1,000 meters. And at the same time, a violent third-level aura emanated from its body. Hiss! Roaring to the sky, the Kamoyan giant snake received the mental command from Song-Chi after its violent behavior. The violent blood-colored energy gathered on its body surface, and finally condensed into a scarlet giant snake phantom with a length of more than 2 kilometers. It was the innate ability of the Kamoyan giant snake. The bite of the Kamoyan giant snake. The scarlet giant snake phantom soared into the sky, and collided head-on with the 3 semi-human puppet soldiers. As the violent third-order energy shock waves swept across, the obsidian armor layer below, which had already been unable to hold on, suddenly became even more shaky. However, at this time, the 1,000-meter-long Kamoyan giant snake on the side of the sky quickly coiled up, tightly protecting the sky. When the terrifying energy shock wave dissipated, the 3 slightly embarrassed puppet soldiers finally fell completely, and they fought a fierce battle with the violent Kamoyan giant snake. Taking this opportunity, Song-Chi controlled the sky to quickly distance himself. And at the same time, the pure Yang sword light cannon was constantly firing. 3 minutes later, as another 10-meter-long pure Yang sword light hit the top of a third-level puppet soldier below, its already broken body completely collapsed. Looking to the side, the bodies of the other 2 third-level puppet soldiers had already been lying on the air wall below, without any movement. Seeing this, Song-Chi in the sky finally breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately exited the limit-breaking state. His mental consumption had reached the limit. If he continued to maintain the limit-breaking state, his mental state would be left with irreparable injuries. Then, a strong feeling of fatigue surged into his mind. He had been supported by the breaking limit state, and his mind was focused on the battlefield below. He had not noticed that as he exited the breaking limit state, the extreme fatigue suddenly filled his mind. At this moment, a violent space fluctuation was heard again thousands of meters ahead, and 4 puppet soldiers, with a volume of hundreds of meters, quietly emerged. Seeing this, Song-Chi immediately chose to end this challenge. Just kidding. He had almost exhausted all his means on the 30th floor. And he dared to challenge the 31st floor? He was looking for death. As he confirmed the end of the challenge, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in his ears. This challenge of the Supreme Immortal Puppet Tower has ended. Final score 30th floor, evaluation, excellent. Based on your score, you can choose one of the following 3 rewards as the final reward for this challenge. You have 2 minutes to choose. Please make your choice as soon as possible. 1, Dark Knight Gargoyle Soldier Tree Orange. 2. Yellow Turban Soldier Tree Orange. 3. Void Shadow Killer Soldier Tree Orange. Chapter 153 Selection Guidance Technique LV15. Song Chi's breathing paused slightly. The fatigue from the previous second seemed to disappear completely at this moment. Only curiosity about the detailed information of the 3 terracotta warrior tree parts in front of him remained. His sight quickly moved over the 3 in front of him, and he began to check the specific properties of the 3. Then, 3 property panels appeared one by one in front of him. Dark Knight Gargoyle Soldier Tree LV0. Quality, Orange. Features, 5 more summons. Feature 2, Gargoyle Soldier Combat Power increased by 40%. Consumption, 500/unit psionic points effect. Dark Knight Gargoyle Soldier summons 10 LV0. Dark Knight Gargoyle Soldier. Soldiers are immortal, can always exist. Once dead, it takes 24 hours to summon again. Upgrade required. 15 Wisps of Floating Land Origin 0 Order. 1500 psionic points. 15 Life Pronuclei 0 Order. Yellow Turban Soldier Tree LV0. Quality, Orange. Features, 5 more summons. Feature 2, Yellow Turban Soldier Defense increased by 60%. Consumption, 500/unit psionic points effect. Yellow Turban Soldier summons 10 LV0. Yellow Turban Soldier. Soldiers are immortal, can always exist. Once dead, it will take 24 hours to summon again. Upgrade requirements. 15 strands of Floating Land Origin 0 Order. 1500 psionic energy points. 15 life nuclei 0 Order. Void Shadow Killer Clan Soldier Tree LV0. Quality, Orange. Features, increase the number of summons by 5. Feature 2, Broken Soul. Consumption, 500/P psionic energy points effect. Void Shadow Killer Clan Soldier summon 10 level LV0. Void Shadow Killer Clan Soldier. Soldiers are immortal, can always exist. Once dead, it will take 24 hours to summon again. Upgrade requirements. 15 strands of Floating Land Origin 0 Order. 1500 psionic energy points. 15 life nuclei 0 Order. Broken Soul. The Void Shadow Killer Clan's attack method directly hits the soul. Each attack will cause additional damage to the enemy's soul. After reading the attributes of the 3, Song Chi fell into deep thought. Then the first choice he eliminated was the Dark Knight Gargoyle Soldier Tree. In comparison, this Dark Knight Gargoyle Soldier was the most balanced, belonging to the all-purpose type of soldier. It had neither the tank attribute of the Golden Warrior nor the magical ability of the Void Shadow Killer Clan to hide in the void, shuttle, and kill people invisibly. In Song Chi's opinion, this soldier had no unique advantages of its own and was too mediocre. Although it had wings and could fly, it was completely useless in front of the Void Shadow Killer Clan, a void creature that was as famous as the Void Demon. As a captain of Xinhua who has received orthodox higher education, Song Chi has some understanding of the Void Shadow Killer Clan. As a void creature that is almost as famous as the Void Demon, flying freely in the starry sky is just a trivial point. The key is that this creature has amazing space talent. Like the Void Demon, they can travel through the gaps in the void, dance in the void storm, and come and go without a trace. In the Song family gene lineage tree, their ranking is higher than the Thorn Dragon, and they are ranked in the 5th tier, with a gene lineage rating of 85. Therefore, Song Chi will face 2 choices next. The first one is the Yellow Turban Soldier, who has a lot of blood and thick skin, and can serve as a frontline tank. The second one is the Son of the Void, the Void Shadow Killer Soldier who comes and goes without a trace. Time passed. 1 minute later, Song Chi made his own choice. I choose 3. The Void Shadow Killer Soldier Tree. Song Chi made this choice after careful consideration. He combined his actual situation and the degree of fit between the various components of the sky, and finally made a careful choice. First, the Void Shadow Killer Clan is a master of hiding, and with the ability to travel freely in the starry sky, combined with the brainwave remote control system and the fixed point delivery platform, it can play the greatest effect in remote exploration, ambush and kill from a distance, and long-distance monitoring. Secondly, he has never forgotten the void demons outside the market's secret realm, with a large number of fixed space stones integrated into the hull armor of the sky. He can try to enter the void to hunt those void demons in the future. If these Void Shadow Killer Clan puppets, which are no weaker than the void demons in the void space, are added, he believes that he will be able to hunt for void crystals faster, more, and more safely. Moreover, although the Yellow Turban Soldier figurines sound more in line with the immortal civilization. Song Qi has used the Shanghai market order to communicate with the Zhutian market many times before. But he has not felt any response from the Zhutian market. Which means that the Supreme Immortal Puppet Tower and the Zhutian market itself are most likely to have no connection. Since the Immortal Puppet Tower has nothing to do with the Zhutian market, then it is even more impossible for a piece of terracotta warrior parts to be condensed from it. But it makes sense when you think about it. Take the Xinhua human civilization as an example. As a super civilization in the Broken Star Sea, the territory of the Xinhua human civilization not only includes ordinary countries, principalities, but also a large number of kingdoms, and above the kingdoms there are 4 super empires. How many forces are there? Could it be that among these numerous forces, any 2 of them can have any causal relationship? Let alone causal relationship, it is not surprising that the 2 sides have no intersection from beginning to end. Following Song Qi's confirmation, a brilliant orange light appeared from the end of the boundless starry sky, and shot all the way towards the location of the skyship. Finally, this orange light turned into a terracotta warrior tree component, quietly floating in front of the skyship. The skyship's hatch slowly opened. An attraction beam shot out, pulling the Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warrior tree component that was emitting strong orange light into the ship. After retrieving this hard-earned orange component, Song Qi controlled the skyship to slowly descend, and landed beside the dying Kamoyan giant snake below. At this moment, the Kamoyan giant snake has shrunk back to a length of 100 meters. Its body is covered with wounds of various sizes, which were left by the 3 semi-human puppets. However, this is far from the cause of its death. The reason why the Kamoyan giant snake is dying is the enslavement seal violent characteristic. This characteristic costs all its vitality. With the end of the battle, its life has also come to an end. The Kamoyan giant snake finally used its head to push Song Qi, and then it completely lost its breath of life. Seeing this, although he had been mentally prepared, Song Qi felt a little disappointed. He took the body of the Kamoyan giant snake back to the sky, preparing to bury it near Qinghua Lake, and then returned to the main control room with the Void Shadow Killing Clan warrior tree component. Before he could load the puppet component, a strong repulsive force came. Then the sky turned into a stream of light, and sank into his ancestral orifice between his eyebrows. When he reacted again, Song Qi found himself standing outside the Supreme Immortal Puppet Tower. There were 3 other people who left the Immortal Puppet Tower almost at the same time as him. However, before the 4 of them could think about it, the more than 300 Song clan members in front of them cast their eyes straight over. In their opinion, the second person who passed the 30th floor of the Immortal Puppet Tower must be one of the 4. Soon, some Song clan members gathered in front of Song Yiming, the strongest of the 4. Brother Yiming, congratulations. Song Yiming was puzzled by these words. He had persisted on the 29th floor for nearly 20 minutes, but unfortunately lost in the end. What was there to congratulate? However, seeing that everyone had come over, he had no time to think about it, and could only respond to everyone with a gentle smile. Seeing this, Song Qi on the side understood something, and his mind was exhausted to the extreme. He did not hesitate, and quickly headed towards the exit of the Immortal Puppet's secret realm. Now, there were only 2 words echoing in his mind. Sleep. He was too tired. Soon, he, a small first-level Xinhua captain, who was not noticeable in the crowd, summoned the sky again, and disappeared from everyone's sight. However, what Song Qi did not notice was that among the crowd, Song Zhe of the Earth Vein did not set his sights on Song Yiming from beginning to end. But after scanning left and right, he finally looked at him thoughtfully. At the entrance of the secret realm, Song Qi emerged from the bronze portal on the left. After bowing to the Zhulu ship on the side that had closed its hatch again, his figure quickly disappeared into the cave. Soon after he left, a low voice suddenly sounded in the cave. Less than 31 years old. 30th floor of the Immortal Puppet Tower. This 10th straight vein has produced a good seedling. Song Qi did not know about the subsequent events. After leaving the secret realm platform, he controlled the Sanqiong and returned directly to Qinghua Manor. When he entered his personal room, he didn't think about anything, and didn't even load the orange quality Void Shadow Killing Clan warrior tree. He fell directly on the bed, and then fell into a deep sleep in just a few seconds. A whole day passed, and Song Qi finally woke up. After such a long deep sleep, he finally recovered completely. At this moment, he was refreshed, and seemed to be a completely different person compared to the day before. After washing up, he entered the Zhutian market. freestall area. Inside the sky. As Song-Chi's mind turned. After a space fluctuation, 15 slightly small soldiers appeared in the cabin. They were the soldiers of the Void Shadow Killing Clan summoned by the loaded Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier tree. These Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers were about 1.5 meters tall, humanoid, and had special energy fluctuations under their black puppet skin. They were the Void Affinity. They were born with as void creatures. At the same time, these Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers could also condense the Void Blade with the attribute of soul-breaking. Song-Chi's eyes focused, and soon, he got the detailed attributes of these Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers. Name, Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers. Quality, orange. Level 0. Upper limit is level 5. Level, LV0. Active ability, Rift. Air Flash. Instant Prison Shadow Kill. Passive ability, Son of the Void as a Space Darling. Has the ability to walk freely in the Void. Shuttle. Soul Shattering Dagger freely condense a Void Blade with Soul Shattering attribute. Description, a Space Darling born in the Void. Has the ability to compete with the Void Demon. Staring at the attribute panels of these Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers, Song-Chi was very satisfied. It can only be said that it is worthy of being an orange quality soldier. No matter the active ability or the passive ability, it is extremely powerful. It is much stronger than the Fire Sunflower soldier. Without hesitation, after canceling the summoning of these soldiers, he directly strengthened this Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier tree part to level 20. After strengthening to the second level, the number of Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier that can be summoned increased from 15 to 20, and the strength of these second level Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier was also greatly improved. Song-Chi tried it. As the master of the market, he mobilized the power of the laws of the entire secret realm, imprisoned the space around these Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers, and then ordered them to use their own abilities to see if they could tear the surrounding space apart. The final result still satisfied him. Although these Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers had been strengthened to the second level and had extremely strong spatial affinity, they were still unable to resist under the suppression and imprisonment of the laws of the market's secret realm. This result also verified the strength of the market itself from the side. Even though he himself is currently only at the first level, the market is the same. But with the addition of the law, even without the help of the Xinhua warship, he can easily suppress the second level creatures, and suppress them in the field he is best at. In fact, Song-Chi has a hunch that, let alone the second level Void Shadow Killing Clan warriors, even after they are strengthened to the third level, he can also easily control them. Sure enough, just as I thought, the status of this market's secret realm is extremely high, far above the ordinary Star Sea secret realm. At least it is a secret realm of the original level. After reaching this conclusion, Song-Chi turned his eyes and looked at the dark void outside the market through the psionic array above. To be honest, he was eager to try. He had been considering hunting the Void Demon and the Void Crystal for a long time. Now that the skyship had a strong spatial resistance with the help of the Void Stone, and there were soldiers like the Void Shadow Killer Clan that could hunt silently, he could definitely take action. However, after thinking for a while, he gave up the idea and entered the full attribute training room again. In comparison, he hoped that he would practice well in the next period of time, and with the help of a large amount of Zerd meat and high-level bodybuilding potions, he could quickly improve his guidance level again. After all, whether it is opening a market to earn resources, or obtaining high-quality parts to enhance the sky, the ultimate goal is to improve one's own guidance level faster and better, so as to obtain more life sublimation opportunities and increase one's lifespan. In this way, 2 months passed in a flash. During this period, Song-Chi consumed more than 3,000 kilograms of second-level Zerd meat, and spent 10,000 merit points to buy 20 high-level bodybuilding potions, and used a total of 34 high-level bodybuilding potions. In addition, he also ate 20 kilograms of the insect mother meat with the 4th level energy essence, and gave the other 20 kilograms to his mother Qinlixia, which helped her successfully break through the level 20 of the guiding technique a month ago, and officially advance to the second level. As for Song-Chi himself, after 2 months of persistent practice, his guiding technique level soared from LV11 to LV15. Of course, he had just broken through LV14 5 days ago, and there was still a long way to go before LV15. The reason why he was able to break through again was that he used the insect mother meat. which broke through from the initial LV-14 to the current LV-15 in one go. And it was not far from LV-16. After all, it was the insect mother meat with the 4th level energy essence, which was of great help to even break through the bottleneck of the 2nd level. And the effect on Song Chi would naturally be even greater. Chapter 154 Promotion Mission started Seoul Floating Land Expedition. In the full attribute training room, there were bursts of fist wind, and the whistling sound continued. Half an hour later, Song Chi stopped. So far, he has been able to barely control the surging power in his body, although there are still strands of psionic energy leaking out from time to time when he moves his hands and feet, but compared to 3 days ago, it is still much better. In more than 2 months, the level of the guiding technique has been upgraded from LV-11 to LV-15, which can no longer be simply described as a surge. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is like riding a rocket. For an ordinary first-class Shinhwa captain, it would take at least 30 years to gradually improve to the level of 4-level guidance. Of course, this is only the most ordinary first-class Shinhwa captain. For the captains of the direct lineage of those medium-sized forces, this time can be shortened a lot, and should be compressed within 10 years. However, even so, compared with Song Chi's 2 months, it is still so insignificant. It is precisely because the promotion speed is too fast that Song Chi can hardly adapt to the rapid changes in his own strength in a short period of time. It seems that it will take at least half a month to fully control all the changes in my body. Muttering, Song Chi left the Zutian market. He took a shower, put on the purple crystal bionic skin armor and jacket one after another, then he came to the peach tree in the yard, and began to visualize the mythical mecha projection rubbing map for today. The level of one's own guidance technique is certainly important, but the visualization of the rubbing map must not be neglected. In the past 2 months, he still insisted on 3 hours of visualization every day. It was precisely because of this persistence that he clearly felt that his mental power had improved significantly. If he were to challenge the Supreme Immortal Puppet Tower again, he would not be able to pass the subsequent 31 floors. But at least after challenging the 30th floor, he would not be so exhausted. After about 2.5 hours of visualization, Song Chi was awakened by a sudden beeping reminder ring, and had no choice but to quit the visualization of the rubbing map. He turned his eyes, and looked at the family quantum communication bracelet on his left wrist. The sound of the prompt just now was from this family-specific communication bracelet. Song Chi looked puzzled. He had been wearing this quantum communication bracelet for nearly 3 months, and this was the first time he had heard it actively send a prompt. He clicked on the bracelet, and as a projection screen appeared above the bracelet, Song Chi soon realized. The quantum communication bracelet in front of him projected not his personal attribute panel, but a family public channel that all the quantum communication bracelets in the hands of the first-level clan members and above had added. Song Family Public Channel Ring Dragon Ridge Continent Server. Song Hungtone Level 3. First Straight Vein Master. Large Mission. Seoul Floating Land Expedition has been released. Welcome all clansmen to participate. Floating Land Introduction. Seoul Floating Land is a Level 3 live floating land, discovered and marked by Song Chung, a clan member of this vein, 35 years ago. After nearly 30 years of exploration and investigation by this vein, this floating land is a rare floating land rich in soul resources. The overall value is evaluated as 6 stars. Mission Introduction. The Seoul Floating Land is dominated by the Soul Clan, good at soul attack, colorless. White fire captains are easily affected by it, and it is difficult to exert normal combat power. Now we are calling for blue and above quality fire, or clan members with special soul resistance parts, to launch a strategy for the Seoul Floating Land. Mission Difficulty. 4 stars Dangerous Mission Rewards. First level clan members, initial 500 merit points. Second level clan members, initial 2,000 merit points. Third level clan members, initial 10,000 merit points. Subsequently, each additional first level soul clan member kill plus 100 merit points. Second level soul clan plus 500 merit points. Third level soul clan plus 5,000 merit points. In addition, all gains during the mission are personal gains. No need to hand them in. Mission Deadline. From now until the end of the Seoul Floating Land Expedition, with the release of this large-scale family mission, the entire Song Family Dragon Ridge Continent public channel suddenly exploded into a mess. Tens of thousands of first-level Song family members began to speak. Song Ergo Level 1. Collateral. 6-star value assessment. Level 3. Floating Land. Count me in. What? The quality of the fire seed is not good enough. Forget it. Song Sanpao Level 1. Collateral. +1 upstairs. I am trembling with white fire, But what should I do if I really want soul resources? Song to level 2. 8th straight vein. Has been in level 2 for more than 30 years, but the fire seed is only white. Can I sign up? Song phone level 2. 3rd straight vein. Probably not. You will be weak when you meet a level 2 soul clan, and I am blue fire. Count me in. My mental power has been stuck in the 2nd stage of the ordinary mind state for more than 20 years, and these soul resources come just in time. Song Chi swept his eyes across the family's public channel for a long time, while rubbing his brows, relieved the fatigue caused by visualizing the rubbing diagram. At the same time, his mind was also turning rapidly, considering the various information of this family large-scale task soul floating land expedition. Whether to sign up, the danger of participating in the task after signing up, etc. In any case, the value of this soul floating land itself is unquestionable. The fact that the value of a level 3 floating land is as high as 6 stars is enough to explain everything. Like the previous gene pedigree, the Song family also has its own internal evaluation of the value of a group of star sea floating lands based on various mineral resources on each star sea floating land, the origin of the floating land, biological resources, and other aspects. First, most of the non-classified 1. Level and 2. Level Shanghai floating lands. Their value assessments are 3 stars or less, such as Baida floating land, Guangyuan floating land, etc., both of which are valued at 2 stars. In addition, the ordinary 3. Level floating lands. Their value assessments are basically 4 stars, and very few can reach 5 stars, such as the Inga floating land that Song Chi had visited. Because it is a life type 3. Level floating land, its value assessment within the Song family is 5 stars. The 6 stars in this mission, which can only be achieved by most of the 4th level star sea floating land, also show that the soul resources on the soul floating land are extremely rare and important. Otherwise it is impossible to reach 6 stars. Thinking of this, Song Chi naturally felt a little eager. He had seen soul resources on the 30th floor of the Merit building before, and the quantity was very small. The key is that they are very expensive. A soul resource that can be effective for a 2nd level Shinhua captain usually costs more than 3 gold merits. Song Chi also had some understanding of the role of these soul resources. They were nothing more than improving the speed of cultivating the power of the mind, or the strength of the power of the mind itself, laying the foundation for the subsequent mythical mecha form after the 4th stage. However, when he saw the task difficulty column below the task introduction, his eyes paused again, and the impulse in his heart instinctively retreated a little. He was still very clear about the difficulty classification of various family tasks. 1 star simple daily tasks. Basically no mortality rate 2 stars, ordinary mortality rate of about 5%, 3 stars, difficult mortality rate of about 15%, 4 stars, dangerous mortality rate of about 30%, 5 stars, hell mortality rate of more than 60%, 30% mortality rate. Even with the blue fire seed to protect the mind, and the special component abnormal state purifier, Song Chi was still a little daunted. There was no way, for him, who took stability as his motto, a 1/3 mortality rate was too high to be horrible. In addition, the purple crystal bionic skin armor he was wearing had no extra resistance to soul attacks, which made Song Chi give up the idea in his heart. Forget it, after all. It was an expedition to a level 3 Starsea floating land. The Soul Clan relied on the floating land shield. This war should not be over in a short time. Let's wait and see after the sky is promoted to the 2nd level. Thinking, Song Chi turned and walked to the battleship berthing point in the courtyard. After summoning the sky, he walked in quickly. Slave metal, the special slot of the component, was close, and Song Chi's eyes were focused. Slave metal LD 30 quality, red slave mark, 5/5. Upgrade requirements, 20 strands of floating land origin 3rd level, 70,000 psionic points, 43 titanium crystals. Slave mark frenzy, consume 30,000 psionic points. Designate a slave object to enter the frenzy state at the cost of life. After the frenzy, the strength of this slave object will be upgraded by 1 level. Rage duration 5 hours. Buffer time 1 year 9 months and 24 days. Strength increase cannot exceed the limit of this component. That's right. In the past 2 months, Song Chi did not spend all his time on practicing the guidance technique. During this period, he also conducted 2 explorations of alien star regions with little gain, and opened 2 market transactions. In these 2 market transactions, he once again gained 100 titanium crystals from Zhou Ping. nearly 1,000 strands of second-level floating land origin, plus 100 titanium crystals exchanged from the merit building with 1 point of gold merit. And he strengthened the slavery metal to level 30 in one fell swoop. Looking at the words 9 months and 24 days left in the column of slavery seal frenzy, Song-Chi was helpless. Slavery metal was enhanced to level 3. And the buffer time of this feature was indeed greatly reduced, from 3 years to 1 year. But for him, it was still a bit too long. Originally, he planned to enslave a level 3 creature immediately after the slavery metal was enhanced to level 3. The thought of the scene that the skyship always carried a slave creature that could exert level 4 combat power was exciting. However, the buffer time of slave seal frenzy is still as long as 1 year, which completely dispelled his enthusiasm to enslave a 3rd level creature immediately. There is no way, even if he succeeded in enslaving a 3rd level creature with all his efforts, it would be in vain if the slave seal frenzy feature was on cooldown. However, with the release of the Soul Floating Land Expedition mission, it is time for this slave metal to play its due role. Thinking of this, he turned his sight and shifted his attention to the blue fire hull of the sky. Then, as he confirmed, the blue fire hull was directly upgraded to level 19. This is not over yet. Are you sure to start the promotion mission for this ship? Start. When he confirmed to start the promotion mission for the sky, a virtual panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Warship Promotion Mission Sky. Current promotion success rate, 1%. Special resource formula for promotion 0/4. Sea Spirit Stone *1, 10,000 years Volcanic Lava Iron Essence *1, Moon Rock *1, Zircon *1. Additional promotion resources, none. Bathing in alien blood, none after a detailed scan. Song-Chi raised his eyebrows. The special resources required for the promotion of the sky actually required all 4, which surprised him a little. Isn't it said that the probability of this happening is very low, but it was just a little unexpected. I didn't care too much, but quickly took out the 4 resources that had been prepared, and then took out the low-level energy crystal and the 2,300-year-old MOU tree sap. As all these things were integrated into the Shinhua ship, looking at the current promotion success rate column, the original 1% suddenly turned directly into 22%. Seeing this, Song-Chi's mouth corners raised, and a smile appeared on his face. The next step is to go to the yellow sand floating land again, hunt those 2nd level and 3rd level sandworms, and let the sky bathe in the blood of aliens to increase the success rate of additional promotion. At this time, the voice of my mother suddenly came from the outside world. After recalling the sky, Song-Chi stepped out of the courtyard. In the courtyard where my uncle Song-Shan was, all the people of the 10th straight line gathered here. As for the discussion, it was naturally about the Soul Floating Land Expedition mission. In the middle of the courtyard, on the side of the Shanhua cruiser, Song-Shan said, "We must participate in this mission. Soul resources are hard to come by. It is a blessing for the Song family that the first lineage was lucky enough to find this soul floating land. We must not miss this opportunity." At this point, Song-Shan changed his tone. "However, since Dad has not yet completed the guarding mission, I also need to suppress the origin eruption so we can't be impatient. Let's discuss it after Dad comes back. This large-scale mission will not be completed in a short time. There is no need to rush. Before that, no one is allowed to sign up without authorization. Get it?" Hearing this serious voice, everyone was slightly shocked. Now that Song Mingsong is not here, Song-Shan, whose ship has been promoted to the 3rd level, is the boss of the family. What he says is still very influential. Of course, everyone knows why Song-Shan is so serious. A dangerous family mission, this is no joke, with a 30% mortality rate. Without the 3rd level Shinhua captain leading the team, someone might die if they are not careful. Now that their 10th direct vein has just been established, the loss of any one person is unacceptable. Seeing that everyone in the family nodded, Song-Shan was about to end the meeting. But at this time, Song-Yu beside him suddenly asked, "Dad, I just saw a 2nd level uncle in the family public channel saying that his mental power was stuck in the 2nd stage of the ordinary state of mind. What does this mean?" Chapter 155 Division of Mind Power Promotion Success Rate provided by Level 3 Peak Sandworms. Song-Shan did not think too much about the question raised by his son, and explained, "Originally, this matter has nothing to do with you. Just practice the art of guiding the psychic energy step by step." Listening, Song-Chi always felt that his uncle's eyes stayed on him for a moment, but soon moved away, as if it was just his illusion. The Shinhua people in the Shinhua human civilization according to the level of their own psychic guidance skills. That is, the number of life sublimation they have experienced. There is also a strict division of their own mental power. Generally speaking, when the psychic guidance skills break through LV10, that is, after a life sublimation, the mental power of the Shinhwa captain will be essentially improved. And this is the transition from the ordinary mind to the ordinary mind, which is named the first stage of the ordinary mind, and can achieve three things at once. By analogy, psychic guidance skills LV20, after the second life sublimation, corresponding to the second stage of the ordinary mind, can achieve four things at once. Psionic guidance level 30, experience the third life sublimation, corresponding to the third stage of the mortal mind state, can do six things at once. Speaking of this, Song Shan stopped, and did not continue. But Song Yu was obviously not someone who could resist his curiosity, and continued to ask, "Dad, what about guidance level 40, level 4 Shinhwa captain?" Song Shan glanced at his son, making Song Yu instinctively shrink his neck, knowing that Song Shan was about to scold him for being too ambitious. But somehow, Song Shan finally responded, "Psionic guidance level 40. The fourth life sublimation. The fourth level. The Shinhwa captain's mental power will enter the realm of divine thought state. The first stage of divine thought state. And only this level of mental power can control the Shinhwa warship to transform into a mythical mecha in a short period of time, and control the mythical mecha to fight against the enemy." At this point, Song Shan stopped again, and this time his attitude was firm. Obviously, no matter who continued to ask, he would never speak again. However, at this time, the great Aunt Zhao Hongxue added, "Of course, this is just the normal promotion of ordinary Shinhwa captains. There are countless Shinhwa captains in the Shinhwa human civilization. Tens of billions of them. And there are many who are gifted, or have extraordinary luck. They can have high-level mental power when they are at a low level. Such captains often have great advantages among the Shinhwa captains of the same level. The benefits of strong mental power, I believe you all know. Not only can you be more handy when controlling the Shinhwa warship, but also have great advantages in danger perception, phantom control, cultivation time limit, and other aspects. Therefore, what your uncle wants to express is, the various rare soul resources on the soul floating land can accelerate the cultivation speed of your mental power to a certain extent, and even allow you to have a higher level of mind. Therefore, when you participate in the mission later, if you are confident and have the opportunity, try to get as many soul resources as possible, and don't hold back." Hearing this, Song Chi's eyes twitched at the side corner. If he had some doubts before, he was basically sure now that the words from his uncle and aunt were most likely directed at him. As for the reason, it was nothing more than fearing that he was still trying to hide his weakness, so he wanted him to use all his strength later and get as many soul resources as he could. This thing is very rare in the outside world. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. Song Chi was somewhat speechless about this, but he still took it to heart. After listening to what his uncle said before, he had a general understanding of the strength of his current mental power. Under normal circumstances, he should be in the first stage of the ordinary state. But if he breaks the limit, he can enter the second stage of the ordinary state for a short time. But it can't last long. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed, thinking that if he didn't use the limit-breaking technique, he could also improve his mental power to the second stage of the ordinary state before the second life sublimation. At the same time, his eyes became more determined. When he participated in the soul floating land expedition later, he really couldn't hold back. And he had to get as many soul resources as possible, so that he could achieve this goal later. And he had a more frightening idea in his mind. If someone had raised his mental power to the stage of mind state before the fourth level, what would the result be? Can he control the mythical machine in advance? Before he could think about it, the uncle in front of him spoke again softly. "Okay, since you understand it, then retreat. Take advantage of this time to practice the guiding technique hard." The small level improvement within the big level of the guiding technique, although the increase in mental power is not high, it is not completely useless. Soon, the whole family left one after another, and before returning to their own yard, the father and mother took Song Chi to give him some instructions. "Son, your father and I are currently saving up the merit points needed to exchange for the purple top grade upgraded fire source. We may not be able to catch up with this mission. When you follow your grandfather and others to participate in the mission later, remember to be careful and listen to your grandfather." After hearing his mother's advice, Song Chi nodded gently. Both of his parents are still white fire seeds at present. It is highly likely that they will not participate in this sole floating land expedition. They cannot take care of him personally, so they are naturally worried. Time passed quickly, and another half a month passed. On this day, in the deep sky above Qingwei Manor, the sky, which had activated a new alien star field exploration, disappeared into the clouds. Unknown star field quickly scanned the Sky Eye Patrol radar and saw that there was only a small debris belt within the 480 light-hour radius detection range. Song-Chi did not stay for long and went directly to the yellow sand floating land through the Shutian market. In the yellow sand, the sky was quietly suspended thousands of meters in the sky. Below, the enhanced biological pheromone he specially customized during this period had already spread. In order to hunt these sandworms, he still put in a lot of effort. At least this bottle of special biological pheromone cost him hundreds of first-level floating land origins. However, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. This special biological pheromone is much better than the ordinary pheromones before. After one bottle, the surrounding sand sea quickly reacted. Swish, 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 one after another. Sand ridges of varying sizes, at least 10 meters wide, appeared at the end of the four-way vision, and then quickly rushed towards the source of the special biological pheromone below. Seeing dozens of sand dunes appear in a short time, Song-Chi smiled in the main control room of the sky. These are all the resources for the sky's promotion, and the sandworm meat produced later can also play a significant role in his practice of guiding techniques. It just so happens that he has consumed nearly half of the second-level insect meat in his hand, so it would be great to replenish it. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's mind turned and moved to the blood-soul seal component. The blood-soul mark on it was no longer under the sand dune, but was running around. Obviously, the third-level peak sandworm that was severely damaged by the pure yang sword light cannon has now either fully recovered or has recovered more than half. This is why he did not go directly to find this third-level sandworm. It is really running fast in the deep sand bottom. In addition, there is the influence of the sand sea storm. Song-Chi is afraid that the mixed whole extreme yang sword light may miss the target. I hope this enhanced biological pheromone can attract it. The third-level sandworm should increase the success rate of the sky's promotion. While thinking, many second-level sandworms have come to the source of pheromones below. Seeing this, Song-Chi moved both hands, and the electromagnetic lightning cannon and the pure yang sword cannon fired one after another. Amid the bombardment and explosion, there were soon bursts of hissing sounds. Under the continuous attack of the pure yang sword cannon and the electromagnetic lightning cannon, the second-level sandworms below had begun to suffer casualties, especially the electromagnetic lightning cannon. Although it was only a secondary cannon, it was strengthened to the third level, and the damage it caused to the second-level sandworms was still considerable. In addition, its lightning arc splashing characteristics caused considerable group damage to the increasing number of second-level sandworms below. 2 hours later, the number of second-level sandworms that fell under the gunfire of the skyship was close to 200. Inside the skyship, Song-Chi turned around and glanced at the current promotion mission of the skyship. Warship Promotion Mission Skyship. Current promotion success rate, 31.1%. Special resource formula for promotion 4/4. Sea Spirit Stone *1, 10, 000-year-old volcanic lava iron essence *1, moon rock *1, zircon *1 10%. Additional promotion resources, 2,300-year-old IMO, U-tree sap 6%, low-level energy crystal 5%. Bathing in the blood of aliens. 182 second-level sandworms 9.1%. Song-Chi raised his eyebrows. 31.1%? It's not enough. Thinking of this, he continued to fire. But it might be because the smell of the enhanced biological pheromone was not enough. Or the number of sandworms on the yellow sand floating land was not much. In short, the number of sandworms coming from all directions was getting smaller and smaller. Seeing this, Song-Chi, who was not satisfied, controlled the sky to open the hatch, and then threw 2 more bottles of enhanced biological pheromones down. The 31.1% promotion success rate, compared with those ordinary first-level Shinhua warships, was already a very high success rate. But Song-Chi could not accept it. A full 2/3 chance of failure, how can this be tolerated? As 2 bottles of enhanced biological pheromones landed, a more concentrated aura spread around, and soon Song-Chi's face reappeared with a satisfied smile, because the number of sandworms coming from the surroundings increased again. Soon, another 4 hours passed, and the number of second-level sandworms that fell under the artillery fire of the sky had reached 424. And the success rate of the sky's promotion also reached 43.2%. However, Song Chi's face did not have much smile. Looking at the few remaining sandworms below, Song Chi understood that the sandworms on the yellow sand floating land below had probably been almost eliminated by him. He had thrown down 3 bottles of pheromones before, but it did not attract more sandworms. Therefore, the result was obvious. There were very few sandworms on the yellow sand floating land. After reaching this conclusion, Song Chi did not stay any longer. He asked 10 fire sunflower soldiers and 10 void shadow killer soldiers to cut up the bodies of these sandworms and see if they could produce another energy crystal while cutting the meat. He himself controlled the sky, and together with the other 10 void shadow killer clan warriors, headed towards the direction indicated by the blood soul mark. 43.2%. This success rate still did not satisfy him. The third level sandworm must be dealt with, not only for the success rate it could provide, but also for the third level peak level Zerg meat in its body. In the past 3 months, Song Chi has fully felt the great effect of Zerg meat on the practice of guiding technique. So he would not let go of this third level peak level Zerg meat. In addition, maybe there are energy crystals in its body. If there are, given its strength of the peak of the third level before, it is likely to be an intermediate energy crystal. Thinking of this, he became more and more eager. Half an hour later, the flying sky stopped in the center of the yellow sand floating land. In the main control room, Song Chi looked directly below the sky. According to the hint from the blood soul mark, the peak level sandworm of the third level was hiding hundreds of meters below the yellow sand. Song Chi did not think much about this, and the sword light at the muzzle of the pure yang sword light cannon quickly gathered. To avoid any more trouble, he directly used the mixed whole extreme yang sword light. 10 seconds later, the 100-meter sword light hummed softly and broke through the air directly below. Soon, the sword light touched the endless yellow sand on the ground below. But under the huge power it carried, the yellow sand could not hinder the sword light at all. In just 2 seconds, the sword light passed through hundreds of meters and directly hit the third level sandworm below that had just been quiet for a while. Hiss! 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 Suddenly, a violent roar came from below. Although he knew it was a shrill roar, not the sonic roar, Song Chi still took the lead in raising the hovering altitude of the sky. There was no other way. The sonic attack was still vivid in his mind. If it weren't for the protection of the Seed of Fire and the abnormal state purifier, the sky would have sunk by then. Every failure is a lesson for you. With this previous example, Song Chi would naturally not, nor would he allow himself to make such a low-level mistake again. Before the yellow sand in the sky dissipated a little, the sky suddenly flew to the side. The blood soul mark showed that the third level sandworm was still alive after being slashed by the Chaos Cave Extreme Yang Sword Light, but was running in this direction. Song Chi was also mentally prepared for this. Although the hundreds of meters deep yellow sand layer did not prevent the sword light from attacking the third level sandworm, it still consumed a lot of the power of the sword light. So it was normal that one strike could not kill the third level peak sandworm whose injuries had not yet been fully healed. After more than 10 minutes of continuous pursuit, this level 3 peak sandworm with amazing vitality finally came to the end of its life. As the sky received a ray of level 2 floating land origin, the sky's promotion success rate also soared from 43.2% to 51.2%. A level 3 sandworm increases the promotion success rate by 8%. Not bad. Muttering, the sky's hatch opened, and the remaining 10 Void Shadow Killer clan warriors jumped off the warship holding alloy cutters. Chapter 156 Goblin. After nearly an hour, the 10 Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors finally flew back to the sky. The reason why it took so long was not because the steel skin of the third level peak sandworm was difficult to cut, but because it was hundreds of meters underground. In order to get its corpse out of the ground, it really took the 10 Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors a lot of effort. This is also one of the reasons why Song Chi did not choose to enslave the other party, but killed it in the end, to increase the success rate of the sky's promotion. From the beginning to the end, this thing had no intention of showing up. At the beginning, Song Chi even used a bottle of biological pheromone. But it still didn't work. This made the slavery metal completely useless. Secondly, now is the critical time for the promotion of the sky. And it is hard to say when Grandpa will finish the guarding mission and return. So although the promotion mission can last for a whole year, in order to be able to be promoted before going to the soul floating land, Song Chi himself is more inclined to promote the sky as soon as possible. And he is not so concerned about the enslavement of this third-level sandworm. Not to mention, if this thing is really enslaved successfully, he will have to spend a lot of merit to quickly recover from its injuries. When the Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers returned, the sky immediately took off and disappeared in the sky above this area in an instant. A third-level peak sandworm brought an 8% promotion success rate, which was good news. But the bad news was that there was no energy crystal in its corpse. There was a lot of third-level fine meat, more than 50 kilograms. When they returned to the first battlefield, the Fire Sunflower soldiers and the Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers had already dealt with all the second-level sandworm corpses, and cut out more than 2,000 kilograms of second-level fine meat, which restored a small wave of blood to Song Chi's fine meat reserve. Unfortunately, more than 400 second-level sandworm corpses still failed to produce an energy crystal. 10 minutes later, yellow sand floated in outer space. Looking at the detailed star map with a diameter of more than 10 light-years generated by the Sky Eye Patrol radar, Song Chi carefully activated the space jump device of the sky. In the dark starry sky 6 light-years away, the sky rushed out of the space vortex, and then quietly hovered in place, and began to quietly wait for the Sky Eye Patrol radar to generate another star map. All the facts about the yellow sand floating continent have come to an end. The ruins of the Bullua civilization and the sandworms have no further value. With more than 10 hours left before returning, Song Chi is going to use the Sky Eye Patrol radar to see if there are other floating continents around. An hour later, the Sky Eye Patrol radar once again completed the generation of a star map of a new airspace. Looking at the newly generated star map in front of him, Song Chi was very disappointed. Except for the yellow sand floating continent in the direction we came from, there is no second floating continent on the star map. Not only is there no floating continent, but even resource points such as the asteroid belt and the debris belt have not been found. Helplessly, Song Chi could only wait for the Purple River jump device to complete buffering again after several hours. After the jump device buffering was completed, Song Chi followed the same pattern again and jumped 6 light-years to the periphery, but still did not find anything. Although even if there was a discovery this time, it was highly likely that the sky would not be able to be controlled to conduct a detailed investigation, because the remaining time was not enough for the Purple River jump device to complete a new round of buffering. However, Song Chi still had great expectations before the jump. After all, he still had some doubts about the ruins of the Bullua civilization, such as why they did not release the 4th-level insect mother to fight. But now it seems that there is no chance, since he has not found the subsequent value of this star field. If nothing unexpected happens, he will soon cancel the space anchor point set up in this star field, and he will basically not have the opportunity to set foot in this star field again in the future. In the dark starry sky, the sky quietly hovers, waiting for the upcoming return. Dragon Ridge Continent, Qinghua Manor. After returning, Song Chi immediately opened the quantum communication bracelet. Battleship promotion success rate bathing in the blood of aliens after typing a line of keywords on the bracelet projection screen in front of him. He directly clicked on the search. Soon, a line of relevant information popped up. Dinghai number 001 free-range floating land. The perfect choice for harvesting captive aliens. Only 100,000 merit points plus 10 gold merit points are needed at a time, and it can provide a maximum of 10% success rate for the promotion of the second-level Xinhua warship. Dinghai number 002 free-range floating land. Currently in the recovery period, and cannot provide captive aliens. Dinghai number 003 free-range floating land. The best choice for harvesting captive aliens. Only 30,000 merit points plus 1 gold merit point are needed at a time, and it can provide a maximum of 12% success rate for the promotion of the first-level Xinhua warship. Dinghai number 010 free-range floating land. Harvesting is currently in the recovery period, and it cannot. That's right. What Song Chi was looking for was the channel within the family to improve the success rate of warship promotion. Although the success rate of the sky has exceeded 50% at present, it is not enough. His personal idea was that the promotion success rate of the sky would have to exceed 70%, preferably 80% or more, before he would officially choose to promote to the second level. The probability of half success and half failure was too risky in his opinion. Looking at the series of information that popped up, Song Chi clicked in one by one to check in detail, but he did not find a suitable choice. These so-called Dinghai 0010 floating lands were all places where the Song family used to raise alien creatures. for the clan members to consume merit points to increase the success rate of worship promotion. A large number of aliens that had passed the evaluation of the family's internal affairs department were raised on these floating lands. These alien races usually have fast birth cycles, high single birth rate, short development cycles, excellent genetic bloodlines, etc., in order to produce quickly and continuously. This is why the Song family can spend a lot of money to transform 9 ordinary 2-level floating lands and 1 3-level floating land to keep these alien races in captivity. In the outside world, this is absolutely a big deal. However, for the Song family, only 10 floating lands for captivity are still far from enough. There is no way. There are too many Song clan members. The number of first-level clan members is hundreds of thousands. With such a large base of first-level Xinhua captains, the number of second-level clan members cannot be too small. With a sigh, Song Qi returned to the homepage of the search bar, and then continued to enter the keyword, how to improve the success rate of the first-level battleship promotion with this click on the search. Another series of information popped up soon. Breaking news. The family's new secret realm Morua Secret Realm. The MOU tree sap produced there can improve the success rate of battleship promotion. Qingling fruit produced in the Qingling Secret Realm. One can increase the success rate of the first-level Xinhua battleship promotion by 5%. Only 2 gold merit points are required. The 1,200-year-old sea oyster produced in Zhuiheyuan on the Dragon Ridge continent increases the success rate of the first-level Xinhua battleship promotion by 8%. For gold merit points are given. All of them require gold merit points. What a pit! Song Qi, who looked unhappy, quickly closed the quantum communication bracelet and stopped the subsequent search. He found that all resources related to the promotion of warships required gold merit points for trading. After exchanging 100 titanium crystals last time, he only had 1 gold merit point left in his personal account. How could he afford to buy these? Moreover, he was planning to save some merit points to enslave a 3rd-level thorn dragon. Thinking of this, Song Qi couldn't help but have a headache. He found that he was still poor. Thinking of this, he muttered softly in his heart, "Forget it. I hope there will be some surprises in tomorrow's market." The next day, Jutian Market. Standing in front of the ultra-long-range space gate random placement platform, Song Qi had an attribute panel in front of him, which was the detailed information of the Jutian Market. After 2 market transactions in the past 2 months, he had successfully upgraded the market level to LV19, but it was not so easy to upgrade to the 2nd level. Name, Jutian Market. Market owner, Song Qi. Level, LV19. Specifications, 1900mx 1900m. Basic configuration, 70 shops, 1 450mx 450m stall area, 1 2-story inn, 1 LV19 full attribute training room efficiency doubled when practicing psychic energy, 1 LV19 psychic energy protection array, 1 LV19 ultra-long-range space gate random placement platform. Additional configuration, light hiding platform purple LV21 8th. Features, avoid danger can move freely in the void. Avoid natural disasters in the dark. Feature 2, space anchor point can set a coordinate anchor point in any star field in the broken star sea. Required for upgrade, 200 strands of floating land origin first order, market transaction amount reaches 200,134,800/200000 strands of first order floating land origin. Looking at the last column of 200,000 first order floating land origin transaction amount required for upgrade, Song Qi had a headache. Zhou Ping, a big customer, had placed several large orders in the past few times, which only gave him a transaction volume of 135,000 strands. Even so, there was still more than 60,000 short of 200,000 strands, and it was unknown how many more orders would be needed to complete the upgrade of Jutian Market. However, to be honest, after Jutian Market was upgraded to LV19, this ultra-long-range space gate random launch platform was also strengthened to LV19 by him. Currently, the number of space gates that can be launched each time has reached 47. In this way, the number of alien creatures entering the market each time has increased on average. He estimated that, with about 4 more market transactions, the transaction amount of 200,000 should be met, allowing the market to successfully advance to the 2nd level. Thinking of this, Song Qi clicked to activate the ultra-long-range space door random release platform. Half an hour later, Zhou Ping appeared in one of the shops in the market in a hurry. The name of this shop was named Xiaoxian Shop. It was agreed by the Luofu sword sect and rented and opened by Zhou Ping in the market. But this time was different from the past. This time, Zhou Ping was holding a figure who was still unconscious. In the freestall area in the distance, Song Qi, who had been paying attention to Zhou Ping since he came down from the guest room, had a smile on his face. What he was looking forward to was not only the titanium crystal, the body-quenching liquid, the body-quenching cream, and the monthly rental fee of 50 strands of the second-level floating land origin, but also the figure in his hand at the moment. This was the deal he specifically proposed to the other party during the market transaction last month. In exchange for 1,000 units of body-quenching liquid this month, the other party brought a cultivator at the peak of the first level, the 9th level of Qi training, and a foundation-building pill. As for Song Qi's purpose, it was very simple. It was for the advanced storage bag. Compared with the sky, which needed to be summoned actively, this storage bag with an internal volume of tens of cubic meters was obviously more convenient. And this Qi training monk was used by Song Qi to control the storage bag. Well, commonly known as a tool man. With a gentle wave of his hand, the market rules were mobilized. After rolling up the titanium crystal, floating land origin, body-quenching cream, and the unconscious monk that Zhou Ping had taken out, Song Qi quietly disappeared in the stall area. Isolation space. Storage room. Song Qi's eyebrows glowed with light. And soon a slavery mark rushed out from the Xinhua Zuqiao, and was hit into the body of the cultivator on the ground in front of him. With the blessing of the market law, and the slavery metal has been strengthened to the 3rd level. This slavery is naturally no suspense. Soon, the cultivator woke up from his coma. Because of the slavery mark, there was no confusion in his eyes, and he immediately saluted Song Qi respectfully. Master. Yes. Song Qi nodded gently. He then began to ask the other party about everything about the prehistoric continent through telepathy. However, the result was obvious. This guy basically knew nothing about the prehistoric continent. It was obvious that Luofu sword sect did it deliberately. Song Qi was not surprised at all. Luofu sword sect was not a fool. How could it be possible for him to learn about the relevant information on the prehistoric continent so easily? He threw the foundation building pill and the high-level storage bag to the other party, and let this cultivator named Xiao Lei go to the full attribute training room to try to impact the foundation building period. Then Song Qi went back to the freestall area. This Xiao Lei was just a tool he got to control the storage bag at any time. As for the foundation building pill, it was to enable him to quickly advance to the 2nd level, so that he would not die too easily in the future. There was no other meaning. Time passed quickly, and nearly 20 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. The number of alien creatures entering the market this time was quite good. More than 1,500. This also increased the relevant transaction volume, such as the exchange of floating land origin, etc. For example, the exchange shop of floating land origin. The 2nd level floating land origin alone has already received more than 300 strands. And Song Qi is quite satisfied with this. The only pity is that there is still no alien creature with great potential or potential value, so Song Qi cannot issue the remaining market guest orders in his hand, and can only wait and see if he can try again by auction. But just when Song Qi thought that no new alien creatures would enter in the future, the new space fluctuations coming from the market entrance caught his attention. Because he can be sure that this space door has not been touched before. After a wave of space fluctuations, a short figure with green skin and a rather wretched face appeared outside the market entrance. Song Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this a goblin? Chapter 157 Orange Silver 3 Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar. With an unchanged expression, Song Qi was quite expectant in his heart, and continued to observe the goblin's every move from a god's perspective. Whether in some Western fantasy novels in the previous life, or in the Star Sea Civilization and Biological Encyclopedia released by the Xinhua Human Official, the goblin creatures are labeled as extremely stingy, valuing money as life, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, etc. But it must be said that, in addition to these, there is another word that is also an indispensable synonym for them. That is technology. And this is also the biggest reason why Song Qi pays so much attention to it. Goblin technology is extremely famous in the entire Broken Star Sea. Even in the official record of Xinhua human civilization, there is a civilization called Ancient Goblin. This civilization was once one of the super civilizations in the Broken Star Sea, which is 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the current Xinhua human civilization, although it has now been lost in the long river of time. The goblin technology that is famous for it still leaves various legends in every corner of the broken Star Sea. While thinking, the goblin, who was shabby but cautious, finally arrived at the gate of the market. His thieving eyes swept over the rules and regulations and related introductions at the gate, and suddenly a strong light appeared in his triangular eyes. There was curiosity, excitement, and expectation. In this regard, Song Chi's mind was racing, and he was already thinking about how to get more money from this goblin in the future. As this goblin stepped into the market, the hundreds of alien creatures in the freestall area were obviously not all low-level civilized creatures isolated from the Starry Sea, and soon some creatures recognized his footsteps. Goblins have appeared. Let's go over there quickly. This goblin might have something good in his hand. However, after hearing these scattered chatter, the goblin not only did not show any joy, but it seemed as if its tail had been stepped on. It jumped up high, and then shouted in a sharp voice, "Higher, higher, it's the great higher goblin. Don't compare those green monkeys with the great higher goblin." Hearing these words shouted in the common language of the Star Sea, the market fell into a brief silence, and then soon became noisy again. But this time, no creatures called him a goblin anymore, although they were probably secretly complaining in their hearts. No matter how advanced you are, you look like a green monkey. How advanced can you be? In fact, Song Chi felt the same way. Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, the goblin no longer bothered about it. It looked around with a side look, and then followed suit and marked out a stall in a corner of the freestall area. Around, a group of alien creatures looked expectant. However, the subsequent actions of this goblin disappointed all the creatures. He took out the briefcase in his hand, which was only a few dozen centimeters long and wide, and then carefully opened the briefcase and reached into the box to feel for something. Seeing this, the surrounding aliens were very disappointed. Even if there were really good things in the briefcase in front of him, how much could there be? The box was so small that it could only hold a few scattered items at most. Just when the alien creatures turned around and prepared to try their luck at other stalls, the briefcase in the goblin's hand was like a treasure chest. Items were taken out of the box one by one, and then placed on the stall in front of him. In a short period of time, there were more than hundreds of items on the stall in front of the goblin, including mineral resources, magic potions, etc. But the most were various mechanical creations with a full sense of technology. Among these technological creations, there were even a few that were larger than the suitcase, but no one knew how they were put in. In front of the stall, Song Chi, who had transformed into a jackal, had already squeezed to the front. Seeing that the goblin in front of him was still holding out various items, Song Chi's mind turned, and he had some guesses about the suitcase in his hand. Space folding technology. If it is true, the folded space can be integrated into a suitcase and carried with you. The relevant technological attainments must be much higher than the human civilization. Thinking of it, Song Chi's eyes suddenly condensed, and his sight was fixed on an item that the goblin had just taken out of the suitcase. Not only him, all the alien races around him were like this, because this mechanical creation exuded a dazzling orange glow. It was like an orange-quality Star Sea wonder. Song Chi subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to check the specific properties of the object. Unexpectedly, this action caused the goblin to be highly alert. It quickly put the orange glowing object back into the suitcase, and stared at Song Chi's wolf head with a vigilant face. In response, Song Chi explained in the common language of the Star Sea, "You took it out to sell it, didn't you? If I don't check it carefully, how do I know if it is what I want? And don't worry, this market is regulated by laws, and all creatures must abide by the principle of fair trade. Otherwise they will be expelled immediately. There have been many cases before." Song Chi raised his claws and pointed to the sky above the market. And at this time, all the aliens around him also echoed. Until then, the goblin let go of his guard a little and took out the orange creature again. However, when Song Chi took it, his triangular eyes were still staring at it. Judging from his posture, he might take it back immediately if something went wrong. Song Chi didn't care about this. Goblins are the representatives of stingy creatures, so it's not surprising that they behave like this. As he held this strange object in his hand, the power of the law flowed, and he soon got the introduction of its related properties. Special item, Goblin Magic Energy Detector. Quality, orange. Convertible, Silver 3 Generation Superwave Magic Energy Detection Radar. Note: the Silver Goblin Empire is a powerful country created by high-level goblins. They call themselves the Ancient Goblin Race, and control a high level of technology. In the 12,545th year of the imperial calendar, the Empire's top technological goblin, Thor, developed the first generation of magic energy detectors and was awarded the title of Viscount of the Empire. After many revisions and updates, the Silver 3 generation magic energy detector was launched. This detector was the original one. Song Chi had no interest in its special item properties. He was concerned about the word Silver 3 generation superwave magic energy detection radar in the convertible column. Under the cover of the power of the law, strands of psionic energy flowed into the detector in his hand. And soon the properties that could be transformed into shipborne components also appeared. Silver 3 generation superwave magic energy detection radar LV0 quality, orange features, magic energy detection feature 2, star map collector consumption, 30/s psionic energy points detection range, 30 light seconds accuracy, 100 upgrade requirements, 10 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 1000 psionic energy points, 1 Terra stone. Magic energy detection. All life or objects with special energy reactions within the detection range will be specially marked on the display. Star map collector. After entering an unfamiliar star field, after half an hour of collection, the patrol radar will automatically generate a detailed star map with a detection range of 20 times. After reading the detailed attributes, Song Chi was very happy. This Silver 3 generation superwave magic energy detection radar, as an orange quality patrol radar, compared to the Sky Eye patrol radar currently installed on the Sky, it is not a little bit stronger. It just so happened that the radar was the weak point of the Sky. So Song Chi's expression remained unchanged. But he had already made up his mind in his heart that he must get this orange radar. Thinking of this, the goblin in front of him quickly reached out and took back the orange radar. Song Chi did not show any abnormality, and asked, "How do you trade this orange wonder?" As soon as he said this, the goblin in front of him seemed to have changed immediately. His original vigilance quickly dissipated, and turned into an eager smile. And at the same time, he began to speak a meaningless long speech. This magic detector was left by my ancestor, the first Viscount Thor. It has been passed down to my generation, and is already worth a lot. Song Chi instinctively filtered out the other party's boasting, and got straight to the point again. What's the price? 500 strands of the 4th level floating land essence. The next second, Song Chi's wolfman face suddenly turned dark. 500 strands of the 4th level floating land essence. This is no longer a simple lion's mouth, but a toad trying to swallow the sky, which is meaningless. When Grandpa Song Ming Song bought the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon, he only used 10 strands of the 4th level floating land essence, although it also came with a lot of 3rd level floating land essence. But can the 3rd level floating land essence be compared with the 4th level? At the 3rd level and 4th level floating land essences, it is basically difficult to exchange them with each other, because the gap between them is too big. Just like the floating land essence exchange shop opened by Song Chi himself. He never had much expectation for the 3rd level and 4th level floating land essences, but just listed them to show off. Because of this, in general, Grandpa Song Ming Song's purchase of the Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon cost at most a few dozen strands of the 4th order floating land essence. Although the radar component is rarer than the main gun component, it is not as exaggerated as 10 times. So Song Chi did not ask any more questions. With the character of the goblins, bargaining with them is unlikely to yield any results. If you really insist, you will only collapse, because their brain circuits cannot be viewed as normal creatures. Talking to them, bargaining? Don't be kidding. Song Chi's idea was very simple. Since the normal method didn't work, then let's see if the option of the market guest order can attract the other party's attention. Finally, if it still doesn't work, then he can only use the slavery metal part. Ask yourself, if there is a choice, Song Chi is 100% unwilling to use the slavery metal. This has nothing to do with the Virgin Mary, or the unwillingness to hurt innocent people. Those who are not of my race, their hearts must be different. He knows this truth very well, when he needs to be cruel. He will never be more merciful than anyone else. There is only one reason why he is unwilling to use the slavery metal unless it is absolutely necessary. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. With his status as the owner of the market, and the quality of the slavery metal, it is naturally a simple matter to enslave a first-level goblin. But the trouble is what happens after enslavement. Now he is only a first level, and the market's secret realm is the same. The slavery metal has only been strengthened to the 3rd level. What if there is a 4th level or even a 5th level existence behind this goblin? He does not believe that creatures of this level cannot discover the existence of the slavery mark. In this way, if something happens, Zhu Tian Market will inevitably be involved. He is not afraid that these 4th level and 5th level beings will attack him from a distance. Zhu Tian Market, which is located deep in the space rift, is not something that any creature can attack, even 4th level and 5th level beings. What he is afraid of is that the reputation of Zhu Tian Market will collapse. From the introduction of the Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar, it is not difficult to see that the Silver Goblin Empire is by no means an ordinary civilized group. In the star field where it is located, it must have a considerable influence. Once they spread the bad information about Zhu Tian Market, one person will tell 10 people, 10 people will tell 100 people. He believed that it would not take long for the reputation of Zhu Tian Market to completely collapse. In this case, it would be very difficult to make a lot of money from Zhu Tian Market in the future. Although this possibility is not great, even if the bad information about Zhu Tian Market was really spread by the Silver Goblin Empire, it would not have much impact on the market in a short period of time. The diameter of the broken star C, which is countless in light years, is not just talk. However, Song Qi did not dare, nor was he willing to gamble. He was only at the 1st level now, and it was unknown how long it would take to reach the 4th and 5th levels, not to mention the subsequent 6th and 7th levels. Well, what he wanted to express was that a time span of thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, a steady stream of income would be thousands of times better than a single big gain. Taking a deep breath, Song Qi suppressed the idea of slavery in his heart, and turned to look at other items on his stall. Magic Missile Launcher Goblin High Explosive Grenade Deep Space Magic Bombing Drone Goblin Magic Armor Goblin Martial God Armor Detailed Structure Diagram. Looking at the various mechanical devices and weapons in front of him, Song Qi was very interested. It must be said that many of these things can play a big role for him. For example, the Magic Missile Launcher. This thing is portable. If the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers are equipped with it, with their unnoticed skills, it will definitely play an unexpected role. After firing a shot, they immediately run away. Just thinking about it can make those enemies crazy. Another example is the Deep Space Magic Bombing Drone. This thing is also a perfect match with the Brainwave remote control system. Scanning all the way, Song Qi's eyes suddenly fell on a small piece of black stone on the stall. After taking a look, Song Qi was basically sure. Isn't this an ordinary Terra stone? Thinking about it, he looked up and asked, "Boss, what is this stone?" The high-level goblin was busy introducing his products to other alien races, and then replied, "Magic stone. Do you have it?" Chapter 158 The Ancient Goblin God-Making Plan. Is Terra stone called magic stone there? Hearing the words of this high-level goblin, Song Qi was delighted. This Terra stone is not used much in the territory of Xinhua human civilization. It is basically a common or of the lowest value. It can only be used to strengthen a small number of special parts. But if its value in the Silver Goblin Empire is high enough, then this is undoubtedly great news. Isn't the profit from interstellar trading just a price difference? In addition, a light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind, and he suddenly remembered the orange quality Terra stone that his grandfather had before. Terra stone, these two are originally the same ore, but Terra stone, only the super large Terra stone vein can condense one after thousands of years, and it is the best Terra stone. Perhaps I can get this orange radar without using the market guest order. Song Qi's eyes flashed with a dazzling brilliance. Of course, this brilliance is only known to him. Under the cover of the power of the law, others cannot capture it. After organizing his words for a while, he said softly, "Is this thing important to you?" However, the goblin was so smart that he would not easily reveal the specific price of the Terra stone in their place. He did not respond, but introduced it to other alien creatures while looking at Song Qi from time to time. Song Qi did not ask any more questions, but continued in a different way. "I know the whereabouts of an orange-quality magic stone of this kind." As soon as he said this, the goblin in front of him could not sit still. He quickly left the other alien creatures who were asking questions on the other side, and quickly came to Song Qi, asking flatteringly, "Brother Wolf, are you serious?" Of course, their conversation was completely unrelated to the Terra stone in the ears of the aliens beside him. Song Qi quietly changed the eyes and ears of the aliens with the power of the law. The reason? After all, the Terra stone is hanging in the strange item exchange shop. Many of the alien races around him know about it. At present, they have not noticed the existence of the Terra stone, so they did not mention the Terra stone. But once they heard the 3 words Terra Stone, it would not be so easy for Song Chi to give more information. Of course it is true. And if you want, I can also provide relevant information. And I guarantee you will have a chance to get it. However, you have to tell me the specific function and value of the Terra Stone. Song Chi actually had some guesses about the function. Magic Stone. Goblin Magic Creation. Magic Armor. And it is not difficult to figure out that the Magic Stone should be related to these things. What Song Chi wanted to know was mainly its specific value. Only in this way he could set the corresponding price after collecting it from the territory of Shinhoi human civilization. Otherwise, if he sold it too high, the other party would not want it. And if he sold it too low, he would not make much profit. However, the goblin was very cunning and still did not give any accurate answer. This magic stone has a wide range of uses in our place. But the output is also high, and the value can only be said to be okay. Song Chi was of course not satisfied. But at this time, an alien creature next to him finally noticed the Terra Stone and quickly pointed to the strange item exchange shop. Seeing this, Song Chi had no choice. After a while, the high-level goblin quickly rushed from the free stall area to the rare item exchange shop. Of course, the stall in the free stall area had been put away because he was worried, and returned to the suitcase in his hand. As for this suitcase, that was like a treasure chest. Song Chi became more and more interested. If it was really as he thought, the value of this space box would definitely have a good market in the territory of Shinhoi human civilization. Rare item exchange shop. When seeing the Terra origin stone in the most conspicuous position of the shop, the goblin's cunning triangular eyes flashed with obvious excitement. If nothing unexpected happens, this thing must be very important to it. Or, this thing must have a wide range of uses in the Silver Empire behind it. While thinking, the goblin whispered, "Great lord of the market, how do you sell this Terra stone?" This sudden respectful words made Song Chi, who was in the free stall area far away, feel uncomfortable. This green-skinned goblin was cautious and arrogant from the moment he came in, and his whole body revealed the feeling that I was born noble and was superior to others. Now he was so respectful all of a sudden. Even his originally sharp voice was lowered a lot, which really made people a little confused. However, after thinking about it, Song Chi finally figured it out. This guy might have connected him, the owner of the market, with the supreme power of the Broken Star Sea, and bullying the weak and fearing the strong is their most important characteristic. So this is why. After figuring this out, Song Chi turned to the power of the law to reply. Barter. Originally, he actually wanted to use 500 strands of the 4th level floating land origin to choke this wretched little thing. But thinking that it didn't fit the market setting he set for the market, he still typed these 4 words as usual. Then his face completely darkened. How could this stingy goblin play by the rules? He directly took out a bunch of small things, and took them one by one to the counter in the middle of the shop, asking if they could be exchanged. Song Chi couldn't help it, and he mobilized a trace of the power of law to brush around him, making his hair stand on end. In this way, this high-level goblin was a little more sensible. He no longer took those things that were not of much value, but solemnly took out several items from the suitcase. The first is naturally the goblin magic detector that can be transformed into an orange radar. The second is a group of floating land origin, 1,000 strands of 3rd level floating land origin. The third is the design of the goblin martial god mecha. Song Chi's eyes turned, without a direct answer. After a moment of hesitation, his mind changed. At the same time, a new line of text appeared on the projection screen above the counter in the middle of the strange item exchange shop. Talk about the design of the goblin martial god mecha. The goblin martial god mecha. This is the iconic combat power of the ancient goblin civilization millions of years ago. In the official information released by the Shinhoi human civilization, Song Chi remembers that it was recorded like this: the goblin martial god mecha, the final product of the ancient goblin god-making plan. Divided into ancient I generation, ancient 2 generation, ancient 3 generation, the ancient I generation goblin martial god mecha alone has a conventional 4th level combat power, which is the absolute force of the ancient goblin civilization to fight against foreign countries. However, this was also the reason for their eventual destruction. The mass production of units with 4th order and higher combat power, coupled with the fact that there was no supreme combat power in the civilization, eventually triggered the siege of other civilizations, and gradually disappeared in the long river of time. Song Chi was well known for the name of the goblin martial god mecha. But it seemed that after the destruction of the ancient goblin civilization, the construction method of the goblin martial god mecha had long been lost. So he did not take it too seriously at first. After all, there were so many fake goblin martial god mecha designs in the entire Broken Star Sea that they were countless. Seeing that the other party put the design of this thing together with an orange quality wonder, he was slightly interested and wanted to hear what this guy said. Speaking of this design of the goblin war god mecha, it must start from the first generation of my Thor family. Well, this thing started to brag again as expected. Song Chilian mobilized the power of the law, and a line of text appeared on the projection screen again. No need to say anything else. Is there a finished product? As soon as these words came out, the high-level goblin's voice suddenly stagnated. Although it has not been built yet. It is just that my Thor family has fallen into decline. If he wanted to say something else. But the projection screen had already given a reply. The Orange Wonder plus 200 strands of the third-level floating land essence. Song Chi originally wanted to exchange the Terra or for the Orange Radar. But after thinking about the goblin's fussy character, he finally added 200 strands of the third-level floating land essence to leave some room for bargaining that is likely to occur later. Hearing this price, as expected, the goblin, who was extremely respectful just a moment ago, jumped up and down. As long as it involves money, they don't care about big or small people, and they value money as their life. That is their nature. Lord of the great market. Fair trade is the rule you set. After listening to this guy's rambling for a while, the final transaction price was fixed at Goblin Magic Energy Detector plus 500 strands of second-level floating land origin. As the Terra ore was delivered to him, Song Chi also got the Orange Quality Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar, and 500 strands of second-level floating land origin. 500 strands of the second-level floating land essence were a pure surprise. And Song Chi was very satisfied with it. Because if you really count it, it means that he only used 20 strands of the fourth-level floating land essence to get an orange radar, which is the rarest of the basic components. Adding 500 strands of the second-level floating land essence. It is definitely a big profit. Before the goblin left, Song Chi mentioned his space box appropriately. But the result was not good. According to his explanation, this space box is called Roma's space box. And it does use space folding technology inside. But even in the Silver Goblin Empire, this thing is not common. The one in his hand was bought at a high price when the family was not yet in decline. And it is not sold to the public. In this regard, Song Chi secretly said, as expected, when it comes to the space technology level, no matter what level of civilization it is definitely not something that can be done easily. As the high-level goblin returned to the stall with a red face, Song Chi, who looked like a werewolf, also began to make large purchases. Song Chi directly bought 20 magic missile launchers. This thing does not require specific ammunition, but consumes magic energy. Strictly speaking, magic stone, that is, Terra Stone, is ammunition. The power is not bad, and it can reach about the second level. But it was not cheap either. It cost him 2,000 strands of the first-level floating land essence. The Goblin High Explosive Grenade was similar to the energy grenade used by the Morningstar Principality military, but more expensive. So it was skipped. The Deep Space Magic Bombing Drone had a good effect when used with the Brainwave remote control system. It was also extremely powerful. The explosion area in the center could reach the third-level energy level. Unfortunately, this thing was a one-time suicide drone. It was completely scrapped after one use. It could not be recycled. Moreover, the price was outrageous, costing 100 strands of the second-level floating land essence per drone. According to the Song family's merit points, it is 0.5 gold merit points, and 10 crosses are equivalent to a purple component. Gritting his teeth, Song Chi still bought 5 of them, which was considered to be a return of the 500 strands of second-level floating land origin that he had collected from the Terra ore. Although this thing is a bit expensive, its power is indeed unbeatable. Once activated, it can also generate a layer of magic energy concealment shield on the surface of the fuselage, which can block the perception of creatures of level 3 and below for a short period of time. The performance is really impeccable. Of course, these 5 deep space magic bombing drones will be stored in the market as emergency measures, and will not be used easily. They will only be taken out at critical moments. 100 strands of second-level floating land origin for one drone. He has some money. but not to such an extent. Finally, he wanted to buy a few sets of the goblin magic armor. After all, compared with exoskeleton power armor and alloy armor, it is still much lighter. However, it was originally designed for creatures like goblins, and ordinary humanoid creatures can't wear it at all. So he had to give up. When there was only 1 hour left before the end of this market transaction, Song-Chi, like several times before, used the market guest order as a bargaining chip again, and started the auction that was different from the ordinary auction. Of course, except for the first time, he learned to be smart in the following times, and did not take out multiple market guest orders at once, but only one each time. In this way, it can mobilize the desire of a group of alien creatures, and it will not leave the next market transaction without market guest orders, which is the best of both worlds. At present, the market has been upgraded to level 19. There is no way to condense a new market guest order for him in a short time. Naturally, he has to make a plan for the subsequent use. Above the sky, as the detailed attribute introduction of the market guest order emerged, the alien races below suddenly exploded. And as expected, after seeing the attributes of the market guest order, the high-level goblin named Luke Thor was particularly eager. If there are no other accidents, this market guest order should eventually fall into his hands. After all, Song-Chi has been planning the acquisition of Terra Stone in his mind. There must be buyers. Just don't know, for this market guest order, what good things can this wretched thing finally come up with? Thinking about it, Song-Chi also had some expectations again. Chapter 159 Great Harvest. The 4th level Black Moon Clan takes action. 2 blue quality rare items. 1 purple star sea rare item. A group of alien creatures began bidding. You don't know until you see it. You'll be shocked when you see it. Some aliens who originally looked ordinary can actually produce purple quality rare items, which really makes Song-Chi look at them with a little surprise. But unfortunately, they are destined to have no chance, because the market guest order has already been given to a predetermined person. After struggling for a long time, the goblin Luke still couldn't resist the temptation of the market guest order, and finally gave his own price. This time, he was not too stingy. Perhaps he knew what kind of competition this market guest order would cause, and he directly took out 2 balls of floating land essence from the space folding box. 500 strands of 2nd level floating land essence plus 100 strands of 3rd level floating land essence. This price is already much higher than many purple wonders. However, Song-Chi's eyes flashed. But he was not ready to hand over the market guest order so easily, but wanted to continue to squeeze more money out of him. After a while, a man dressed as a wolf in a corner of the freestall area took out a strange item in a pretentious manner. Then, the power of the law above the sky, under his own deliberate mobilization, slowly descended towards his jackal body, and followed closely by the bronze market guest order. Seeing this, all the alien creatures looked anxious, and Luke jumped up and down. After thinking for a while, he reached out again and took out a ball of floating land origin from the space folding box in his hand, and put it together with the 2 balls of floating land origin in his hand. 700 strands of 2nd order floating land essence plus 100 strands of 3rd order floating land essence. Song-Chi, who had a god's perspective, naturally noticed this. He even deliberately controlled the power of the law to pause, pretending to be doing a follow-up assessment, but soon continued to descend towards the location of the knoll. Seeing this, Luke finally couldn't help it. It suddenly opened its mouth and questioned in a sharp voice, "Your Majesty, the Great Silver Emperor, there must be an inside story. The things that the knoll brought out can't be better than mine." Luke. As soon as this questioning voice came out, the whole market was in an uproar, and then many alien creatures followed suit. They were very smart, and knew they couldn't make trouble. So they just agreed verbally, because the power of the law covered the entire place. All the aliens could not see what the items other creatures took out were, and what their quality was. This was originally to allow them to take out the good things they had on them, without worrying about the aliens in the same group. However, at this moment, this rule became the basis for their doubts. Seeing this, in a place where all creatures could not see, Song-Chi himself transformed into a wolf man, with a smile of conspiracy in his eyes. Above the sky, the power of the law circulated, and finally gathered into a line of law text. "Are you willing to show the items you took out?" This was naturally what Song-Chi deliberately said to describe his identity as a wolf man, and it quickly attracted the attention and curiosity of all the alien creatures in the market, especially Luke, whose triangular eyes did not blink. staring at the item Song Chi took out at the moment. After pretending to think about it, Song Chi's wolf head quickly nodded slightly, agreeing to show it. At the same time, his mind moved. The power of the law flowed, and the layer of isolating law-like curtain surrounding his body completely dissipated. The next second, all the aliens in the market stared with wide eyes, and there was a look of realization in their eyes. There was no doubt in their hearts. Even the goblin Luke, because the item in the hand of the wolf man transformed by Song Chi was emitting a strong orange light at this moment. It was an orange quality star sea wonder. This wonder was not a fake. In order to achieve his goal, Song Chi deliberately unloaded the Void Shadow Killing Tribe Soldier Tree component that had been loaded. As for the Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar, the Goblin Luke would definitely recognize it, so it cannot be used. Fortunately, the strengthening level of this Void Shadow Killing Tribe Warrior Tree has just reached LV20. Currently, only some zero-order and first-order floating land essences have been consumed, and no second-order floating land essences and titanium crystals have been consumed. Therefore, the waste of resources is not much, and it is still within Song Chi's acceptable range. Looking at the Goblin Luke, watching the market guest order continue to fall, he was entangled for a while. And finally, before the market guest order completely fell into the hands of the jackal transformed by Song Chi, he increased the stakes again. Seeing this, Song Chi, who was also nervous, was completely certain. He just wanted to get more money from the other party. And he definitely didn't want to let this big customer go. The potential value of this high-level goblin is very high. Not much worse than Zhou Ping, who has the backing of the Hongwang continent. Even if Zhou Ping didn't have the Luofu sword sect behind him, his value would be far less than that of this Goblin Luke, sweeping with the power of the law. Song Chi was soon delighted. What Luke took out was nothing else. Still the origin of the floating land. But it was not the second or third level of the floating land origin, but the fourth level. After adding up, the things this guy took out have reached 700 strands of second-level floating land essence plus 100 strands of third-level floating land essence plus 40 strands of fourth-level floating land essence. Seeing this, Song Chi no longer thought about it. He raised the market guest order that was about to fall into the hands of the jackal again, and turned to Luke. Of course, he did not forget to improvise. The eyes of the transformed jackal suddenly turned red, and he stared at the Goblin Luke with anger. Feeling his lifelike gaze, Luke subconsciously shrank his neck. But after thinking of the rules of the market, he immediately put his hands on his waist, straightened his back, and his triangular eyes were full of pride, as if silently saying, "Haha, you dare to compete with the great Lord Luke in wealth? Bloody and rude jackal. You can't do it." But what he didn't notice was the fleeting smile in the depths of the jackal's eyes. 40 strands of fourth-level floating land origin. If this thing is placed in the Song family and calculated by merit points, at least 80 gold merit points. And this is just an extra gain from his impromptu performance just now. How can Song Chi not be happy? As the market guest order fell into the hands of the Goblin Luke, the power of the law of the market's secret realm also rolled up the 3 groups of floating land origin in his hand and disappeared in the eyes of the aliens. After that, it was time to evaluate the specific number of times the market guest order was used. Song Chi didn't dwell on this for too long, because the floating land origin that the Goblin Luke brought out was a match for an orange wonder, and Zhou Ping and the first-level peak centaur were both on one side, so he naturally gave the normal 10 chances, favoring one over the other, that would not be in line with the market's own style of doing things. After the auction ended, dozens of minutes later, it was time for this market transaction to end. Amid the reluctant gazes of the alien creatures, a strong repulsive force acted on the bodies of all the creatures. A second later, the entire Zhutian market suddenly became silent, leaving only Song Chi. However, a cold light flashed in Song Chi's eyes. Just now, an alien creature quietly left a mark when it left. This mark was obscure and ethereal. If he was not the lord of the Zhutian market, it would be almost impossible to detect it. It was definitely not something that an ordinary first-level creature could make. If nothing unexpected happens, outside the space gate that the first-level alien creature entered, there is probably at least a fourth-level star sea creature guarding it. Song Chi was slightly shocked, but then he sneered, and quickly erased the tracking mark. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the power of the law around him condensed frantically. And finally a 20-meter-tall law phantom appeared on his body. He stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the 47 void gates outside the market gate that was about to collapse completely. In the sky, the shadow of the law more than 20 meters high followed his movements and slapped towards the void gate. Black Moon floating land. On a high mountain, outside the Black Moon clan's residence, Black Moon clan elder Black Moon 2 stood on the top of the mountain. In front of him, there was a gradually dimming void portal. At this moment, space fluctuations flashed in the void portal, and the figure of a first-level Black Moon clan member appeared from it, and was about to step out of the void portal. But at this moment, Black Moon 2's eyes were full of black light, and he felt the violent space vibration force coming from the void portal in front. Such a terrifying space shock, not to mention the first-level Black Moon people who have not yet stepped out completely. Even the third-level Black Moon people cannot bear it. Heiyue too was slightly shocked. Has it been discovered? As expected, the existence behind the so-called Jution market is definitely not a good thing. Muttering, it was filled with black energy on its body, and then its body, which was less than 3 meters, suddenly expanded, showing the unique mythical creature form of the 4th-level creature. 10 meters. 100 meters. Until it exceeded 2,000 meters, the expansion slowly stopped. Reaching out his hand, the 4th-order energy in the sky converged towards the space gate below. Black Moon 2 wanted to use his 4th-order power to stabilize the space vibration in the space gate. It only took 1 second for the first-order clan member in the gate to come out safely. But it thought too simply. Under the power of the market law of Song-Chi, the owner of the market, the space vibration in the space gate spread much faster than the normal speed. Before the 4th-order power stabilized the space channel in the space gate, the first-order Black Moon clan member was turned into a pool of meat paste under the power of the space vibration. Outside the space gate, Heiyue's face suddenly darkened. It didn't care about the life or death of a first-level clan member. It cared about its own face. The black light on its body became more and more terrifying, and it rushed madly towards the inside of the space gate. However, the next second, the space gate was completely dimmed and dissipated, making it unable to continue to vent. In the Jution market, Song-Chi's face changed drastically. He saw a huge energy pouring in from the entrance of the market, and rushed straight to him, the lord of the market. Under the blessing of the power of the market law, he tried his best to offset this majestic and domineering energy with the power of the law. And he was tightly wrapped in the shadow of the law. He even hurriedly summoned the sky and hid inside it. The moment he hid inside the sky's hull suddenly trembled violently. Fortunately, the terrifying energy that poured in was not much, and with the consumption of the power of the law, it soon dissipated completely. Inside the sky, Song-Chi's face showed an abnormal blush, and the blood in his body was surging violently, although he was not injured. At this moment, he deeply felt the terror of those powerful people in the Star Sea. Even though there was an endless void, even though he was under the power of the law, even though only a trace of 4th-order energy was pouring in, he was still in a state of panic. If he really faced that terrifying existence, he couldn't even imagine it. Before, in the Blood Blade Star Pirate's lair, before the Moruo Sky Escape Mecha and the 5th-order Mecha projections arrived, he had already entered the Moruo's secret realm. He only witnessed part of the battle through the Fire Sunflower soldiers, who stayed outside, and did not personally feel the pressure of the 4th-order and 5th-order energy. Thinking about it, Song-Chi immediately turned back. It was true that the gap was big, but it was not unacceptable. At present, his psionic guidance skill level was only LV-15, which was only a first-level creature in the Star Sea. It was 3 levels lower than the 4th-level existence. Therefore, even with the blessing of the market law, it was completely unable to compete. However, as long as he could be promoted to the 2nd level later, the situation would probably be much better. Thinking about it, Song-Chi was very fortunate in his heart. He was fortunate that he was vigilant enough in every market transaction, and always ensured that he, the owner of the market, never left the market. Otherwise, facing today's situation, he didn't know what the result would be. In addition, his eyes flickered, and he secretly swore in his heart that he would never let down his guard in every future market transaction, and he would keep a sufficient distance from those traders who entered the market. And he must also conceal his identity. Who knows if it will be like today again, where a harmless alien has the hidden means of a 4th-level existence? Without rushing to recall the sky, Song-Chi began to count his gains inside the sky. Soon, the count was completed. Orange Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar 40 strands of 4th Order Floating Land Essence. 100 strands of 3rd Order Floating Land Essence. 1120 strands of 2nd Order Floating Land Essence. 50 Titanium Crystals. 2,400 strands of 1st Order Floating Land Essence. 100 portions of Body Quenching Paste. 125,000 strands of 0 Order Floating Land Essence. 5 Deep Space Magic Energy Bombing Drones. After the inventory was completed, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. This time, because of the Goblin Luke, he harvested far more than usual market transactions, even comparable to Joe Ping's first visit. Looking at the more than 1,000 strands of the 2nd level Floating Land Origin in his hand, and the more than 80 titanium crystals in total, Song-Chi turned his sight, and moved the orange radar in his hand, and all the shipborne parts on the sky. This time the harvest is not small, and naturally the sky must be strengthened in a new round. As for the Jutian market, because of the big customer, the Goblin Luke, the transaction volume this time has increased a lot. But it will take the next time, or the next time to meet the conditions for promotion. Chapter 160 The sky is strengthened again. Looking around at all the shipborne parts, Song-Chi's choice this time is different from the past. Usually, the first thing he looks at is a few orange parts and the red slavery metal, but this time his eyes stayed on the inconspicuous abnormal state purifier. As a special part of blue quality, this abnormal state purifier has not received any other attention since it was strengthened to level 20 a long time ago. However, the journey to the Soul Floating Land is about to begin. Facing the Soul Clan, which has a great advantage in terms of spirit and soul, this abnormal state purifier is likely to be of great use, so the related enhancements must be accelerated. After 10 consecutive enhancements, this special component was upgraded to LV30, using a total of 265 strands of the 2nd level Floating Land Essence. As for the effect, it is mainly that the purification aura it emits has reached the 3rd level, but there is no other feeling. After enhancing to the 3rd level, if you want to enhance it from LV30 to LV31, you need 5 strands of the 3rd level Floating Land Essence plus 20,000 Phantom Energy. After thinking about it, Song-Chi still spent 117 strands of the 3rd level Floating Land Essence, and raised it to LV39. At this point, it has not only reached the limit of the ship's reinforcement, but also reached the limit of the component itself. For the blue component, the reinforcement limit is level 39. As it concerns his own subsequent life-saving problem, Song-Chi will naturally not be stingy on this. After strengthening this component, Song-Chi's attention shifted to the Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior Tree, one of the 3 orange components currently loaded on the sky. Of course, Silver 3 Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar has not yet been loaded. Otherwise it would be 4 pieces. The Void Shadow Killer Clan Soldier, in his subsequent plan, this is the key soldier to complete various tasks on the Soul Floating Land, assassination, surveillance, etc., and it must be strengthened to the 3rd level. But unfortunately, this component only needs 540 strands of 2nd level Floating Land Origin plus 90 titanium crystals to be strengthened from LV20 to LV29, and 30 titanium crystals are needed to upgrade from LV29 to LV30, and he only has 86 of them at present. In addition, the Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar will also need to be strengthened later, so whether it is titanium crystal or 2nd level Floating Land Origin, it is obviously not enough. Thinking of this, Song-Chi had a headache. Qingwei Manor, the courtyard where my uncle and aunt were. Xiao-Chi, what's the matter? Aunt asked softly on one side, while my uncle waited quietly. Song-Chi whispered, Uncle, didn't the other direct lineages and clansmen often come to ask for the insect mother's amethyst skin during this period of time? As he said that, he summoned the sky and took out the evenly cut amethyst skin of about 400 meters. That's right. The remaining 900-meter-long insect mother skin was cut by him. Apart from this piece, there is another 500-meter-long piece in the market storage room. However, Song-Chi is not going to use them for the time being. He has to keep some for backup. Originally, Song-Chi wanted his parents to help him deal with them, but his father rejected it. The reason is that the insect mother's skin is not cheap. Those who come to ask for it are basically the 3rd level clansmen from various branches of the family. It is better for the uncle to come forward. Otherwise, he will be outclassed before the price negotiation begins. Song Shan was a little surprised, but he soon figured something out. Are you short of money? Song-Chi nodded embarrassedly. Seeing this, Song Shan smiled gently. For Song-Chi, a nephew who had a lot of luck. It was rare for him to be short of money. After thinking for a while, Song Shan took the 400-meter-long purple crystal skin and swiped the quantum communication bracelet in his hand. 2 gold merits were transferred to Song Chi's personal account. Before Song Chi refused, Song Shan explained, "This is a common thank you gift from all the family members for the purple crystal bionic skin armor. Don't refuse it. In the end, we elders are taking advantage of you. Xiao Qi, as for this piece of insect mother skin, please list the resources you need on a piece of paper. Later, your uncle will help you trade with the members of each branch as appropriate." Hearing this, Song Chi didn't say anything more. He first took out a cloth bag from the sky and handed it to his uncle. The cloth bag included the remaining zircon, a low-level energy crystal purchased from several market transactions in the past few months, and a sea spirit stone. Although they were only effective for the first-level Xinhua worship, they were still necessary for his elder brother Song Chi, who was about to try to upgrade. In addition, he told his uncle in detail about the situation of the Terra Stone. But the statement was changed to that the Lord of the Zhutian market also gave the high-level goblin a market guest order, so that he could continue to trade with the other party in the future. Of course, the specific purchase price is not yet certain, and it will be finalized after the next market transaction. Don't worry. I will let your second uncle be responsible for the purchase of Terra Stone. As for the specific profit distribution. Hearing this, Song Chi hurriedly interrupted and replied, "Uncle, I only need 10% of the net profit of the subsequent profits of Terra Stone. The reason for making such a decision is that the family has to work hard to purchase everywhere, and it cannot be too publicized. There are also costs in labor and transportation. He only needs to act as a middleman, and it is reasonable for the family to take the lion's share. Moreover, the strength of his own lineage is far from enough at present. Not to mention the existence of the 4th level, who can have a say in the family. There are only 2 third-level people, which is really not enough. If something really happens, I am afraid that there will be no chance to resist, and they can only passively accept it. This is unacceptable to Song Chi. There must be enough capital injection to quickly promote the improvement of the family's strength. Of course, this is just a verbal agreement. In fact, he should take about 20% to 30%. Anyway, he is the only one who knows the price of the sale, and he still has the final say on the specific profit." After discussing the matter, he finally took out a pen and paper and listed all the things he needed at the moment, as well as some things he might need later. Components such as the Xinhua Warship's man credentials. Components such as ground exploration, gold merit points, titanium crystals, 2nd level and above floating land origins, external launch device components, etc. After listing all the things he lacked, Song Chi, his uncle, and his aunt said goodbye. The sky soared into the sky, and after rushing into the clouds of the Dragon Ridge continent, he directly activated the jump device. At the foot of the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, the Merit Building. On the 30th floor of the Merit Building, Song Chi first exchanged 1 point of gold merit for 100 titanium crystals, and then exchanged 2 points of gold merit for 400 strands of the 2nd level floating land origin. After this, the gold merit points in his personal account were completely reduced to 0. And as for the ordinary merit points, there were only more than 10,000 points left. Gritting his teeth, he returned to the 30th floor and exchanged 10,000 ordinary merit points for 20 high-level bodybuilding potions. At this point, all the merit points in his hand were basically used up. After waiting for several hours, I returned to the personal courtyard of Qinghua Manor. The strengthening of the Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree components officially began. First, 540 strands of 2nd level floating land essence plus 90 titanium crystals were used to strengthen it to level 29. Then 150 strands of 2nd level floating land essence plus 30 titanium crystals were used to pull it to level 3. Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree LV30 quality. Orange features. The number of summons is increased by 15 additional units. Feature 2. Broken Spirit Consumption. 2000/unit Phantom Energy Points Effect. Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Summon 10 Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier of level LV30. Upgrade requirements. 20 strands of floating land essence level 3. 45,000 Phantom Energy Points. 20 Life Pronuclei level 3. 32 Titanium Crystals. Scanning the Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree component attributes. Song Chi lowered his head and nodded the remaining resources in his hand. There were 66 Titanium Crystals left. and 595 strands of the second-level floating land essence. Thinking about it, he finally replaced the Silver 3 generation Superwave Magic Energy Detection Radar with the Sky Eye Patrol Radar. After strengthening to LV20, he did not stop, and spent another 56 titanium crystals plus 350 strands of the second-level floating land essence until it was strengthened to LV27. When there were not enough titanium crystals, he ended this strengthening. At this moment, Song-Chi only had 10 titanium crystals left in his hand again, and 245 strands of the second-level floating land essence. However, even if it is not enhanced to the third level, the properties of the current Silver 3 generation Superwave Magic Energy Detection Radar are much better than the previous LV30 Sky Eye Patrol Radar. Silver 3 generation Superwave Magic Energy Detection Radar LV27 Quality, Orange. Detection Range, 790 Light Time Accuracy, 570 Upgrade Requirements, 20 strands of floating land origin third level, 45,000 psionic points, 1,000 Terra stones, 16 titanium crystals magic energy detection. Star map collector, after entering an unfamiliar star field. After half an hour of collection, the patrol radar will automatically generate a detailed star map with a detection range of 170 times. Let's not talk about the detection range and detection accuracy. The star map diameter generated by the star map collector alone has reached 30 light-years, far exceeding the 12 light-years of the previous third-level Sky Eye Patrol radar. In this way, in the exploration of alien star domains, the jump effect of the Purple River jump device can be brought into play to a greater extent. Moreover, if it is subsequently enhanced to level 30, the effect will certainly be greatly enhanced. As this enhancement came to an end, Song-Chi put away the sky without hesitation, and after entering the market, he went straight to the full attribute training room. The previous move of the unknown fourth-level existence made him instinctively feel a great sense of urgency, and also made him clearly realize that the market of all heavens is not omnipotent. Even if the space gate open can only allow creatures of the same level to enter, the moment high-level creatures and energy pour in, the space gate will collapse. However, this collapse is not achieved overnight, but there is a process of collapse. Although the short collapse process cannot support the safe entry of high-level creatures, the speed of its high-level energy can do so, which is a considerable threat to the market itself. That is, the opponent attacked at the moment when the market ended, and no other alien creatures witnessed it. Otherwise, the mysterious and powerful city structure of the Jution market will collapse directly, and all the alien races will think that the Jution market is not as powerful as they imagined. Once this matter spreads, it will eventually spread throughout the entire Broken Star Sea. There will be more and more creatures that will target the Jution market, and it will be out of control. Thinking of this, Song-Chi felt a little scared. At the same time, he also had a strong desire to improve his own strength, not to mention the fourth level, the fifth level, as long as he can be promoted to the second level, and with the power of the market law, he will no longer face the temptation of the fourth level creatures like today. Even if it is a fifth level creature, he can solve it properly at the cost of a slight surge of blood. In the full attribute training room, with the help of quenching fluid, advanced bodybuilding potion, and second level Zerd meat, Song-Chi once again fell into hard training. More than 20 days later, when Song-Chi withdrew from the market again, his guidance level had already reached level 16. This speed was naturally very fast. But Song-Chi himself was not very satisfied, because he wanted to upgrade his guidance level to level 20 as soon as possible. Based on this rigid requirement, he originally planned to practice in seclusion. But when he thought that the success rate of the promotion of the sky was still stuck at 50%, he could only put the guidance aside for the time being. A new exploration of alien star regions began. In the sky of the Dragon Ridge continent, after a space fluctuation, the sky disappeared. In the dark sea of stars, the sky did not stop, but rushed in one direction. Under the speed of light, the distance traveled was not short, but no resource points were found. Half an hour later, the star map collector feature of the Silver 3 generation Superwave Magic Energy Detection Radar took effect. On this star map with a diameter of 30 light-years, Song-Chi finally found his target. Or, it is a secondary goal. The reason why they are so busy exploring is that they want to increase the success rate of the sky as much as possible, and they want to hunt as many alien creatures as possible, which is naturally related to the life floating land. At this moment, Song-Chi missed the 2-level life floating land of the Xingyu civilization very much. There were tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people gathered, which was a paradise for electromagnetic lightning cannons. Unfortunately, what appeared on the star map at this moment was just an asteroid belt, not a life-floating land. The diameter of this asteroid belt is not small. The diameter that appears on the star map alone is more than 5 light years. And at the corners of the star map, it is obviously connected to other asteroids. Song-Chi did not hesitate and activated the jump with the sky, although no life-type floating land was found. The asteroid belt is also a good resource point, which is better than returning empty-handed. As the charging of the Zai jump device was completed, the sky quickly disappeared in the sea of stars. In a star field 9 light-years away, the sky suddenly appeared in front of an asteroid belt of a terrifying area. In comparison, even if those non-class N1 class floating landmasses were thrown into it, it would probably only be a large piece of debris. He did not rush to control the sky to enter this asteroid belt, but turned his attention to the Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar on the side. This radar has a magic energy detection feature, which can accurately determine the specific energy fluctuations of all surrounding objects. He plans to use this feature to try to search, although not all things are proportional to their own energy reaction. But this kind of thing is only a minority after all. The energy reaction of most items and resources is closely related to their own value and is proportional.